My name is Song Qian. I used to be a smart medical student with a bright future, but a violent fight to protect my girlfriend left me with a serious head injury. Since then, my mind has been slow, and the people in Peach Blossom Village call me a simpleton. I spend my days wandering around, thinking mostly about food and candy. One afternoon, I came across the young widow, Su Taohua, bathing near a waterfall. In my confused state, I didn't feel embarrassed. I just liked the pretty patterns on her clothes. She realized I didn't understand what was happening and decided to play a game with me. She promised me tasty peaches and grapes if I massaged her shoulders. I was happy to help because she promised me candy, and I didn't realize she was actually trying to flirt with me. Our peaceful moment was ruined when a mean man named Wang Matzi appeared. He has been harassing Sister Taohua for a long time. Even though I was scared and my mind was foggy, I tried my best to protect her. I stepped between them, but Wang Matzi was much stronger. He grew angry that Taohua preferred a fool over him. He grabbed me and threw me hard against a rock. The impact was brutal. My head started bleeding, and everything went dark. I didn't know it then, but this second head injury would change my life again. While I lay there unconscious, Wang Matzi Sister Taohua and planned to throw me into the bottomless demon cave to get rid of me. He thought he was ending my life, but he was actually sending me toward a destiny that would restore my mind and give me powers beyond my wildest dreams. I tried my best to protect Sister Taohua, but Wang Matzi was too cruel. He kicked me to the ground and then threw me hard against a rock. The world went dark as blood flowed from my head. While I was unconscious, he Sister Taohua and threw my body into the dreaded demon cave, leaving her at his mercy. When I woke up, I was deep inside the glowing cave. To my surprise, my mind felt clear and sharp again. I saw a beautiful woman in red named Honglian, the Lotus Immortal Emperor. She told me we were connected by fate and offered me a chance to change my life. I quickly agreed. She gave me incredible knowledge, including medical skills, martial arts, and magical eyes. She even replaced my bones and blood to make me invincible on Earth. However, the cost was high. Passing this power to me turned her into a frail old woman. She explained that she was now resting inside a special space in my body. I have only 3 years to find 9 scattered lotus fragments to save her, or we will both die. As the cave turned dark, I discovered I could see perfectly with my new lotus heavenly eye. I felt a strange, massive power coursing through me. I realized I was no longer a victim or a fool. I had to get out immediately to save Sister Taohua and take my revenge. Using my new strength, I leaped out of the 1,000-meter-deep cave, soaring into the air. I was ready to face Wang Matzi and start my new life. I was shocked by my own power. I swung my fist casually, and the mountain shook so violently that rocks fell everywhere. I realized I had to be careful with my strength, or I might accidentally destroy everything around me. Using my new skills, I leapt out of the 1,000-meter-deep cave and soared through the sky. It was incredible to feel so fast and strong. My first thought was to save Sister Taohua, but when I rushed back to the waterfall, she and Wang Matzi were gone. With nowhere else to go, I headed back to the village. At the entrance, I met Zhao Taiju. He looked miserable. Everyone knew he had spent a fortune on doctors because he couldn't have children, and his beautiful wife, Zhou Chunhua, was ready to leave him. He still thought I was the village fool and tried to give me money for candy. I told him straight away that I wasn't foolish anymore and that my medical knowledge could actually cure his condition. Instead of listening to my offer to heal him, Taiju came up with a crazy and improper plan. He was so desperate to keep his wife that he begged me to help her have a child in his place. He thought that because I was honest and simple, I would keep the secret. I felt embarrassed and told him it wasn't right, but he wouldn't listen. He even threatened to stop being my friend if I refused. I was only 23 and didn't have much experience with women, so the idea made me very nervous. However, I couldn't stop thinking about how beautiful and kind Chunhua was. Taiju promised me a large reward and insisted that this was the only way to save his marriage. I finally started to hesitate, wondering if I should actually go along with his strange request. I waited in the yard, my heart pounding and my palms sweating. I was incredibly nervous about the plan Zhao Taiju had come up with. Inside the house, he was busy tricking his wife, Zhou Chunhua. He convinced her to play a romantic game, where he tied a dark scarf over her eyes with tape so she couldn't see anything. He even promised her money to stay quiet and follow the rules. It was a desperate move to save his marriage, and he was counting on me to take his place without her knowing. When Taiju came back out and explained that everything was ready, he reminded me not to say a single word. He promised me a large reward if I succeeded. I nodded, feeling a mix of fear and excitement, and slowly walked into the house. Seeing Chunhua waiting there, looking so elegant and graceful, made me swallow hard. I felt completely out of place. As soon as she heard me come in, she started talking, thinking I was her husband. I panicked. If I spoke, she would know instantly that I wasn't Taiju. I tried to stay calm and just made a hushing sound to keep her quiet. I was so clumsy from the stress that I almost knocked over a jacket rack, which clearly confused her. She started complaining about me being slow and clumsy, which only made me sweat more. I tried to get closer to her, but my nerves got the best of me. I tripped over a slipper and fell right toward her. The sudden movement frightened her, and in the chaos, she managed to pull off her blindfold. The moment she saw my face instead of her husband's, she froze in total shock. The secret was out, and I stood there, no longer the village fool, but a man caught in a very complicated situation. Their eyes met, and the moment was very awkward. Song Qian stared at Zhou Chunhua, unable to look away. Sister-in-law, it was Brother Taiju who asked me to come, he said nervously, lowering his head like a child who had done something wrong. He stood there awkwardly, stammering as he spoke. Seeing how flustered he was, Zhou Chunhua didn't get angry. Her voice softened instead. Go out first and tell Brother Taiju to come in. Okay. Song Qian nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, Zhao Taiju was standing by the roadside, smoking. He leaned against a tree, blowing out smoke rings one after another. He had made up his mind. He didn't want a divorce from Zhou Chunhua, no matter what it took. Although the situation was strange, he knew that something similar had happened in a nearby village. Putting out his cigarette, Zhao Taiju muttered to himself, Song Qian, I hope your help can bring some good luck to our family. My happiness depends on you. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. When he turned around, he saw Song Qian walking toward him with his head down. Already done? Zhao Taiju thought, surprised. That was fast. Song Qian looked embarrassed and shook his head. It didn't even start. She found out right away. I think we should just forget it. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Wait. Zhao Taiju quickly grabbed him. Don't go yet. I'll talk to her again. You stay here. Song Qian shook his head rapidly, like a rattle drum. Brother, please don't make things hard for me. She won't agree. Just let me go. As Song Qian spoke, he tried to push Zhao Taiju away. But Zhao Taiju held him tightly. Brother, I really have no other choice. Give me a few minutes to talk to her. I'm sure she'll agree. Please, just wait for me. Song Qian felt trapped and could only nod silently. He wanted to go to Su Taohua's house right away to see how she was doing. But now he was stuck in this situation. He couldn't leave, and he couldn't stay. It was truly awkward. Seeing Song Qian agree again, Zhao Taiju turned and went inside. At that moment, Zhou Chunhua sat on the edge of the bed, her face full of worry. Zhao Taiju, is this the plan you were talking about? She picked up the tape and scarf and threw them at him. Zhao Taiju didn't get angry. He caught the things she threw and sat down beside her. Chunhua, you once said we should find someone to help us. Song Qian studied medicine and is a good young man in many ways. That's why I thought of this. Please agree. But Zhou Chunhua wasn't moved by his words. How could you even think of that? How is that a good idea? Even if we need help, why am? Zhao Taiju just smiled. He had a fall today, and after that, he fully recovered. I made sure before letting him in. He's really fine now? Zhou Chunhua asked, eyes wide. If that was true, then maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. In Taohua village, Song Qian was known as a handsome young man, tall, strong, and well-built. And he was also one of the best students in medicine from the village. Such a person was indeed worth considering. Taiju, if we really go through with this, will you hate me? I'm scared, Zhou Chunhua asked softly. Zhao Taiju quickly shook his head. Of course not. I'd be happy, not angry. He's still waiting outside. It took me a lot of effort to convince him. If he changes his mind and leaves, it'll be a pity. I'll go call him in. Please cooperate with me. Zhou Chunhua blushed, lowered her head, and stayed silent. After a few seconds, she gave a small hum of agreement, then turned her head away, not daring to look at Zhao Taiju again. When Zhou Chunhua agreed, Zhao Taizhu finally stood up with a smile. Wait here, I'll go call him. Zhao Taizhu had just taken 2 steps when Zhou Chunhua stood up and grabbed his arm. Taizhu, you don't hate me, do you? Zhao Taizhu gently held her in his arms and patted her shoulder. How could I hate you? It's settled then. Just cooperate later, all right? To comfort her, Zhao Taizhu gave an example. Do you remember the old man Wang from the village next to your mother's home? He adopted a child and raised him with great care, but when the child grew up, he didn't acknowledge his adoptive father. See, raising someone else's child isn't the same as having your own, right? Zhou Chunhua listened and nodded softly. All right then, let him come in. Seeing that Zhou Chunhua was being understanding, Zhao Taizhu finally felt relieved. Wait here, I'll bring him in. After saying that, Zhao Taizhu turned and walked toward the door. Just as he took a few steps, Zhou Chunhua added, when you go out, close the door behind you and take a short walk down the road. It was an awkward situation for everyone. If Zhao Taizhu stayed home, Zhou Chunhua wouldn't be able to go through with it. I understand, Zhao Taizhu replied. He turned back, hugged Zhou Chunhua again, and gently patted her shoulder to encourage her. Do your best. Outside the gate, Song Qian waited. When he saw that Zhao Taizhu hadn't come out for a while, he knew things probably hadn't gone smoothly. His feelings were mixed. The whole matter was indeed strange. At that moment, Song Qian was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't decide whether to leave or stay. If he left, what if Zhao Taizhu came out and couldn't find him? But if he stayed, what if Zhou Chunhua refused? If she agreed, it wouldn't matter much to him. After all, he was just trying to help. Besides, even if he helped, there was no guarantee it would work. Song Qian had studied medicine and understood these things well. If the timing wasn't right, it would all be pointless. Just as his thoughts were wandering, he heard the sound of the door opening. Zhao Taizhu came out smiling and patted him on the shoulder. Go on in, she agreed. I think we should forget it, Song Qian said hesitantly. I still feel this isn't quite right. Stop talking and go in quickly. I just talked to her, and now you're making things difficult again. Do you want me to beg you? Zhao Taizhu said this while pretending to kneel. Song Qian quickly pulled him up. Don't do that. I'll do as you say, all right? He let go of Zhao Taizhu and started walking away, but Zhao Taizhu caught up and grabbed his arm again. Do your best. I'm counting on you. Song Qian was confused. He didn't understand what Zhao Taizhu meant. How was he supposed to perform well in this kind of situation? Seeing his confusion, Zhao Taizhu explained again. After listening, Song Qian finally understood. Watching Song Qian enter the house, Zhao Taizhu let out a sigh of relief. He took out a cigarette, lit it with a smile, and took a deep puff. The problem that had troubled him for years finally seemed to have a solution. After all the twists and turns, he was quite satisfied. Zhou Chunhua was beautiful, gentle, and kind. A woman like her choosing to stay in a small village like Taohua was truly rare. If he ever divorced her, Zhao Taizhu was sure he would never find another woman like her. He might even stay single for the rest of his life. Besides, he couldn't have children. With that condition, what woman would want to be with him? He exhaled a ring of smoke, a faint smile on his face. After a few more puffs, he felt it wasn't right to linger outside. Holding the cigarette between his lips, he quietly closed the door and walked toward the west end of the village. Inside the house, Song Qian saw Zhou Chunhua sitting on a small stool, wearing a loose housecoat. Her cheeks were slightly red. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Chunhua asked, Xiao Qian, your brother Taizhu told me that after you fell, you suddenly became clear-headed again. Is that true? The atmosphere was a bit awkward, so Zhou Chunhua changed the subject, pretending to show concern. Song Qian scratched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. I did fall today, and somehow my mind just cleared up. I don't know if it'll happen again. Zhou Chunhua stood up and gently held his arm. You silly boy, you're fine now. Don't worry about it. Just take care of yourself and live well. Thank you, sister-in-law. I will. Song Qian answered politely, like a well-behaved child. To ease the awkwardness, Zhou Chunhua asked again, your brother didn't force you, did he? If you don't want to, don't make things hard for yourself. Song Qian shook his head. Brother Taizhu didn't force me. It's just that doing this feels a bit wrong, and I'm afraid it might hurt you. He paused for a moment. Did Brother Taizhu make you do this? Maybe we should just forget it. Song Qian spoke in a trembling voice, his heart beating fast. Zhou Chunhua folded her arms. a faint fragrance surrounding her. The scent made Song Qian feel dizzy. It must be what people call a woman's perfume. Zhou Chunhua gently shook her head. Brother Taizhu didn't make me do this. It's my own choice, though I don't want to make things difficult for you. I'm a grown man. What's there to be afraid of? Song Qian said, his heartbeat quickening. The scent from Zhou Chunhua beside him made him feel nervous and restless. Except for his former girlfriend, this was the first time Song Qian had been this close to a woman. Zhou Chunhua's hands were soft and warm. Her voice was sweet and gentle, and every word and movement carried a charm that drew him in. Turn off the light and close the door, Zhou Chunhua said softly. Song Qian nodded and got up to switch off the light. At once, the room went completely dark. Bang, bang, bang. Chunhua, Chunhua, are you home? Just then, someone knocked on the door. It was Aunt Wang's voice. Oh no, what is Aunt Wang doing here now? Zhou Chunhua muttered, her face turning pale. Sister-in-law, what should we do? Song Qian asked nervously. He panicked. If Aunt Wang, who loved to gossip, found out about this, the whole village would know by tomorrow. This must not get out. Song Qian stood frozen, unsure what to do. He quickly turned the light back on. Zhou Chunhua stood up, looking frustrated. That Aunt Wang. Of all times to come, she picks now. I don't know her anything. Why does she have to cause trouble? What bad luck? Zhou Chunhua was torn. If she didn't open the door, Aunt Wang, with her stubborn temper, would keep knocking. But if she did open it, their private talk would be interrupted. Why did she have to show up at such a moment? Zhou Chunhua just wanted to take care of an important matter in her life. But why was it so difficult? At this crucial moment, Aunt Wang had to show up and interfere again. How annoying. Bang, bang, bang. Chunhua, are you home? It's Aunt Wang. The knocking came again, louder this time. Aunt Wang kept knocking, and Zhou Chunhua had no choice but to open the door and send her away before doing anything else. After a short hesitation, Zhou Chunhua whispered, Xiao Qian, stay inside and don't come out. I'll get rid of her and come back to you. Song Qian nodded gently and whispered, be careful. Don't let her find out. Unwillingly, Zhou Chunhua went out and opened the door. What do you want? I was already asleep. Aunt Wang squinted and looked her up and down. You're wearing pajamas. Why are you going to bed so early? Zhou Chunhua rolled her eyes and complained, I wasn't feeling well today, so I went to bed early. I was already asleep when you woke me up. You really have bad timing. While speaking, Zhou Chunhua couldn't stop thinking about Song Qian. If it weren't for Aunt Wang's interruption, she would already be on the road by now. Aunt Wang joked, wearing pajamas like that. Don't tell me you and Taizhu were about to have some private time? She was always straightforward and liked to tease. Her words made Zhou Chunhua break out in a cold sweat. Although Aunt Wang's guess wasn't exactly right, it was close enough. After all, Zhou Chunhua's flushed face gave her away. Flustered, Zhou Chunhua snapped, don't talk nonsense. Then she quickly explained, Taizhu and I argued a bit, and he went out for a smoke. He hasn't come back yet. If you have something to say, come in and talk. Seeing that Aunt Wang had no intention of leaving, Zhou Chunhua stepped aside to let her in. Once they sat down in the living room, Aunt Wang said, Chunhua, you have good eyesight. Can you check if I got a splinter in my hand? It hurts quite a bit. As she spoke, Aunt Wang held out her hand. Zhou Chunhua felt irritated. This old woman came knocking in the middle of the night just for this? Why couldn't she have come earlier? Honestly, how troublesome. On the surface, Zhou Chunhua couldn't show her anger. She had to stay calm and try to send her guest away as soon as possible. She took Aunt Wang's hand and looked at it carefully. Ah, there's a big splinter stuck inside. I'll get a needle to help you remove it. It really is a splinter. This part is already swollen. Good thing you came tonight. If you waited until tomorrow, your finger would be as big as a carrot. Aunt Wang complained as she looked closely, rubbing the spot with her other hand and hissing in pain. Zhou Chunhua found a needle and helped her remove the splinter. In just a few moments, it was out. It's just a splinter. Why are you making such a fuss? You've had children before and didn't complain this much. If someone heard you now, they'd think your husband was scolding you again. Zhou Chunhua teased her with a grin. Aunt Wang said awkwardly, ever since I had my youngest, I've become really afraid of pain. I don't know why. She rubbed the wound again. Zhou Chunhua took out a bandage and helped her cover it. The splinter's out. You should go home now. We're about to sleep. But Aunt Wang stayed seated on the sofa, unwilling to leave. What's the rush? Let's chat a bit. You look healthy and cheerful, not sick at all. Why are you so eager to send me away? Aunt Wang refused to go, and Zhou Chunhua grew anxious. I really don't feel well. I just argued with Taiju and don't have the mood to talk. Please, go home. As she spoke, Zhou Chunhua pulled Aunt Wang up. Go on, I really need to rest. The more she urged, the less Aunt Wang wanted to leave. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't tell me you're hiding someone in your room. You're so naughty. Zhou Chunhua snapped. Say one more silly thing, and I'll wash your mouth out. Then she added with a smirk, you're the one who seems lonely. Why not go find Wang Matzi? That old bachelor? He's still strong. Get out of here. At the mention of Wang Matzi, Aunt Wang looked disgusted. That man's face is full of pockmarks. Just looking at him makes me sick. He's short and dark too. No wonder he's still single. Turn off the lights, and it's all the same. Zhou Chunhua joked. Outside, Song Qian could hear the conversation clearly. Aunt Wang was known for her sharp tongue. Whatever she said usually turned out to be true. If the old lady suddenly came in, everything would be ruined. Cold sweat ran down Song Qian's back. He wished he could dig a hole and hide. He thought about escaping through the window, but was afraid of making noise. If that happened, it would be the same as admitting everything. He just hoped Aunt Wang would leave soon. Otherwise, tonight would be a disaster. Aunt Wang was famous for gossiping. Once she knew something, the whole neighborhood would hear about it. A few minutes later, she finally left. Hearing her footsteps fade away, Song Qian let out a sigh of relief. 2 minutes later, he heard Zhou Chunhua close the door. Only then did he breathe out heavily. Patting his chest, he said, that was close. Almost got into big trouble. When Zhou Chunhua came in, Song Qian asked, Aunt Wang is really gone, right? Zhou Chunhua smiled gently. She's gone for sure. Even if she comes back, she can't get in. I locked the front gate. Not even my husband can come in now. As she spoke, Zhou Chunhua moved closer to Song Qian. Out on the road, Zhao Taiju looked at his phone. It had been about 20 minutes since he left home. By now, things at home should be settled. He took out his last cigarette, tossed the empty pack on the ground, and lit it. In the past 20 minutes, he had already smoked 5 or 6 cigarettes. As a man, he felt helpless about the choice he had made. If there had been another way, he would never have done it. But what was done was done. There was no point in regret. He had made this choice to avoid a divorce. Compared to that, this seemed like the better option. He even thought that if he had done this 3 years ago, they wouldn't have wasted money on the failed medical treatments. More than 100,000 yuan, gone just like that. Zhao Taiju only hoped that everything would go smoothly tonight. He exhaled smoke slowly, his mind full of restless thoughts. When he finished, he flicked the cigarette away. It drew a small arc through the air before landing on the ground. Seeing the burning tip still glowing, he walked over and stepped on it twice. Just then, his phone rang. Taiju, come back. All done. Hearing Zhou Chunhua's voice, Zhao Taiju couldn't help but ask. Zhou Chunhua spoke softly, her voice gentle. Everything went well. Come back quickly. Hearing that everything went smoothly, Zhao Taiju smiled. He had done all he could, worked as hard as possible, and now it was up to fate. He only hoped that luck would be on his side. I'm coming back now. Zhao Taiju hung up the phone, his heart full of joy. The task was done. Success or failure would depend on fate. In Zhao Tieju's living room, Zhou Chunhua's face was still slightly flushed. Xiao Qian, what just happened must stay between the three of us. You must never tell anyone, Zhou Chunhua reminded him carefully. After all, if word got out, it would be bad for everyone, especially since Song Qian was from the same village. Song Qian sat up straight and nodded firmly. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'm not foolish anymore. I won't say a word. As long as you and brother Taiju are fine, that's all that matters. Zhou Chunhua moved a little closer to him. Xiao Qian, you know that what we did has a certain chance of success, but it's not guaranteed. If it doesn't work this time, I might need your help again. Please keep helping until it works. She was worried because the timing today wasn't ideal. If they had waited a couple more days, the results might have been better. But she had no choice. Song Qian agreed to help today, and she wasn't sure he would agree tomorrow. Song Qian couldn't help but smile. He didn't mind helping again. In fact, he almost hoped it wouldn't work this time, so there would be another chance. But if it failed too many times, things could get awkward since they saw each other often. It will definitely work, Song Qian said firmly. Just then, Zhao Taiju opened the door and walked in. Seeing the two sitting on the sofa, he said nothing. only gave Song Qian a meaningful look. When Song Qian saw Zhao Taiju return, he quickly stood up. Brother Taiju, Sister Chunhua, it's getting late. You should rest early. I'm going home now. Zhao Taiju grabbed Song Qian's arm. Brother, when you first came in, I heard you two talking, and I agree with what you said. Since we've decided to do this, we must keep going until we succeed. If it doesn't work this time, you can't refuse to try again next time. Song Qian thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. All right, I'll follow your plan. Come on, I'll walk you out, Zhao Taiju said, putting his arm around Song Qian's shoulder as they walked toward the door. He handed Song Qian his bamboo basket. Don't wander around outside. You just recovered, so go home right away and tell your parents the good news. Song Qian smiled and nodded. That's what I was planning to do. He carried the bamboo basket and headed home, humming a little tune as he walked. Today had been full of unexpected events, a real turning point in his life. As he walked, he kept thinking about what had happened at Zhao Tieju's house. When he passed by Su Taohua's home, he stopped. Earlier that day on Longquan Mountain, Wang Matzi had tried to harm Su Taohua. He wondered how she was doing now. Carrying his basket, he walked up to her gate. Since receiving his special inheritance, Song Qian's hearing had become very sharp. Before he even reached the door, he heard soft crying from inside. Song Qian, it's all my fault. Your parents don't even know you're gone yet. I'll burn more paper money for you. Whatever you need, don't let yourself go without. I hope you're doing well in the afterlife. Su Taohua was crying as she burned paper offerings. In the yard, the fire burned brightly. Standing outside, Song Qian could smell the smoke. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but laugh. Su Taohua was burning paper money for him. She really thought he was dead? He knocked gently on the wooden door. Just as he was about to speak, Su Taohua's tearful voice came from inside. Wang Matzi, what are you doing here? I already agreed to marry you. Why are you still bothering me? Go away. Su Taohua mistook herself for Wang Matzi, which made Song Qian laugh. Taohua, it's me, Song Qian. Open the door. In the yard, Su Taohua heard Song Qian's voice and was startled. Song Qian, don't scare me. If you're a ghost, go find Wang Matzi. He's the one who hurt you. The small wooden gate at Su Taohua's house was so low that Song Qian could easily jump over it, but he didn't. Doing that would only frighten her more and make her think he was a ghost. Taohua, I'm not dead, he said. Not dead. Su Taohua trembled, holding a wooden stick as she stepped a few meters closer to the door, still too afraid to open it. Are you a person or a ghost? Song Qian smiled. Of course I'm a person, alive and well. Don't cry. Open the door and let me see you. You're really not dead? Su Taohua gripped the stick tightly, still hesitant. The voice outside sounded like Song Qian's, but he didn't speak the same way. Song Qian used to talk slowly and stutter, not this smoothly. I'm really alive, he said. If you don't open the door, I'll jump in. Hearing that, Su Taohua broke into a cold sweat. No, don't jump in. I'll open the door. But if Wang Matzi really hurt you, please don't be angry with me. Her trembling voice made Song Qian want to laugh. What kind of logic was that? Hoping he was dead. Sister-in-law, what are you thinking? I'm fine. I came to check on you because I was worried Wang Matzi might bother you. From the door, Su Taohua saw a tall figure. You're really alive? After a pause, she asked, but you used to stutter. How can I believe it's really you? Song Qian chuckled. I forgot to tell you, something good came out of that beating. It somehow cured my stutter. You're not slow anymore? Su Taohua's face lit up with joy. She dropped the stick, gathered her courage, and opened the door. Song Qian walked into the yard, holding a bamboo basket in both hands. Standing tall before Su Taohua, he said, Not only am I alive, but I'm not foolish anymore. Su Taohua's right hand trembled as she reached toward him. If she could touch him, it meant Song Qian was alive. If not, then the person before her must be his spirit. Song Qian stood still, holding the basket. When Su Taohua's hand finally touched him, he smiled and said, See? I told you I'm fine. Why didn't you believe me? Warmth came from his body, and Su Taohua let out a sigh of relief, tears of joy filling her eyes. Silly Song Qian, I thought you were gone, she said. She took the basket from his hands, set it on the ground, wiped her tears, and gave him a big hug. You scare me so much. I really thought you were gone. She cried again, tears streaming down her face. Don't cry, Sister Taohua. Song Qian said gently. She wiped her tears, patted his shoulder to make sure he was really fine, and then smiled through her tears. Grabbing a broom, she quickly put out the burning paper money in the middle of the room, then tossed the broom aside. Smiling, she said, "You must be hungry. Let me make you some noodles." Song Qian gave an awkward smile. After all that had happened, he really was hungry. But he wanted to go home soon. He had already spent too much time at Zhao Tieju's house, and if he got home too late, his parents would worry. Realizing her words might sound a bit odd, Su Taohua quickly added, I'll cook you some noodles right away." Song Qian waved his hand and smiled. "No need to bother. I'll eat when I get home." He bent down to pick up his basket. Su Taohua turned and gave him a playful look. "Don't be so polite. Eat first, then go. I still owe you thanks for today." Before he could refuse, she pulled him into the house. "Just sit here and wait. I'll cook the noodles." Unable to turn down her kindness, Song Qian stayed. A few minutes later, Su Taohua brought over a bowl of 3-flavor noodles and placed it in front of him. "You must be starving. Go ahead and eat." Seeing only one bowl of noodles, Song Qian paused for a moment. "Sister Taohua, why aren't you eating?" Su Taohua smiled gently. "I already ate earlier." Song Qian was really hungry. After a small grunt, he started eating. "Sister Taohua, your cooking is really good." Watching him eat so quickly, Su Taohua couldn't help but smile. "Song Qian, do you still remember what happened today on Longquan Mountain? Do you remember what I told you then?" Song Qian looked up while eating. "Of course I remember. You said you'd treat me to some peaches and candy, but we never got the chance." Su Taohua had thought Song Qian was still confused back then and wouldn't remember what she said on Longquan Mountain. She didn't expect him to recall every word. Her face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Now that Song Qian seemed fine, she found herself liking this handsome young man more and more. Compared to letting Wang Matzi take advantage, she thought it would be better to ask Song Qian for help. "Let me ask you, would you still like to have some?" Su Taohua smiled shyly, her expression soft and charming. She sat across from Song Qian, resting her chin in her hands, her bright eyes full of warmth as she looked at him. Song Qian nodded with a smile. "If I can, of course I'd like to." Hearing that, Su Taohua's heart began to race. It sounded like he was agreeing. Su Taohua decided not to hide her thoughts any longer and spoke directly. "Xiao Qian, I need your help. You know my mother and brother want me to marry Wang Matzi, but I really don't want to. Please, will you help me?" Everyone in Taohua village knew about Su Taohua being forced to marry Wang Matzi. "Do you want to marry him?" Song Qian asked while eating. Su Taohua quickly shook her head. "That Wang Matzi may have some money, but his face is full of scars, and he's short and unpleasant. If I had to live with him, I'd have nightmares every night." Her face dimmed as she sighed deeply. "At first, I thought he was lying on Longquan Mountain, but later I found out my mother really did take his 180,000 yuan bride price." Hearing that, Song Qian immediately sat up straight. "That Wang Matzi may look unattractive, but he's really generous. He actually offered 180,000 yuan. He must be very rich. He really gave 180,000? Song Qian couldn't believe it and asked again. "Of course," Su Taohua explained. "My mother took his money and quietly told him that I was working near Longquan Mountain. So that's how Wang Matzi found the place under the waterfall." Thinking about what happened on Longquan Mountain, Song Qian frowned. "After he knocked me out, did he do anything bad to you? If he dared to hurt you, I'll make him pay for it." Song Qian put down his chopsticks, his fists tightening. Su Taohua's face darkened, and she sighed. Then she told him how Wang Matzi had tied her up with clothes, covered her mouth, and threatened her. When Song Qian heard this, his fist cracked with anger. "That awful Wang Matzi. I'll make him regret it." After a moment, he asked, "Does that mean he actually harmed you?" Su Taohua shook her head and explained, "He almost did, but I quickly thought of a way. I told him that since my mother had already accepted the betrothal money, as long as he didn't force me, I would marry him in a few days." That actually worked. After hearing that, Wang Matzi gave up his bad intentions and didn't hurt me. Remembering what happened, Su Taohua began to sob again. Although things didn't turn out as badly as they could have, she still felt humiliated and deeply upset. Wiping her tears, she felt miserable. Song Qian finally let out a sigh of relief. At least nothing worse had happened. When Song Qian had lost his mind before, Su Taohua had treated him very kindly. She often cooked for him and even bought him clothes. Now that he had recovered, he wanted to repay her kindness and protect her from harm. He didn't actually succeed, so why are you still crying? Don't cry anymore, Song Qian said, trying to comfort her. Su Taohua sniffled and wiped her tears. Even though he didn't go that far, he still saw me and held me. That terrible Wang Matzi, I really hate him. Next time, I'll help you get even. Don't cry anymore. Song Qian said this, then quickly finished his noodles. After putting down his chopsticks, he let out a satisfied burp. By the way, when you asked for my help earlier, you meant the matter with Wang Matzi, right? How can I help you? Su Taohua bit her lip, looking a little embarrassed. Her face turned slightly red. Xiao Qian, I know what I'm about to ask might sound unreasonable and unfair to you, but I really have no other choice. Please, you must help me. She spoke for a long time, but still didn't say what kind of help she needed. Song Qian asked, You're hesitating so much. Just tell me directly. As long as I can do it, I'll help you. Su Taohua hesitated for a moment, then said shyly, Xiao Qian, I really don't want to marry Wang Matzi. Could you pretend to be close to me? If people think we're together, I'll have a reason to refuse him. Her face turned red, and she looked both nervous and hopeful. It wasn't easy for a woman to say something like that, but she had no other choice. I'm a widow, and I know this might trouble you, but I really can't think of another way. Please help me. Su Taohua stood up, walked over to Song Qian, and sat beside him. She gently placed her hand on his arm, her face still flushed. Song Qian hadn't expected that this was what she meant by asking for help. The woman beside him looked as beautiful as a movie star. To be honest, he liked her. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Su Taohua was even prettier and younger than Zhou Chunhua, Zhao Tieju's wife, and her voice was soft and pleasant. Although she was from the countryside, she took good care of herself. Her skin was fair, and she carried herself gracefully. A woman like her was someone any man would admire, and Song Qian couldn't help but think so too. After thinking for a moment, he said, Sister Taohua, I'm a man, there's nothing unfair to me. But I'm worried this might make things harder for you. Su Taohua gently held his wrist, looking at him with determination. As long as you don't make me marry Wang Matzi, I'm willing to do anything. I really like you, so please say yes to me. Su Taohua spoke while tightly holding Song Qian's wrist. The man beside her was tall and handsome, the most educated person in Taohua village. Now that he had recovered his senses, Su Taohua liked him even more. Xiao Qian, don't worry, I won't bother you. Even without the matter of Wang Matzi, I truly like you. Please agree, will you? Even if I can only be someone who quietly supports you, I'm willing. Su Taohua bit her lip and spoke softly, her voice sweet and gentle, making it hard not to be moved. Song Qian thought for a moment, then smiled. I'm a grown man. I'm not losing anything. Of course, I'm willing. Then he added, but even if we're together for now, Wang Matzi will still cause trouble for you. That won't solve anything. Hearing that he was willing, Su Taohua's heart filled with joy. In that case, why wait? Let's be together from today. Once we're truly united, we can think of a way to deal with Wang Matzi, and also with my mother and brother. Song Qian turned his head to look at the lovely Su Taohua beside him. His heart stirred. This young widow was truly charming. His gaze fell on her face, soft and fair, like a peeled lychee. Her curved eyebrows and long lashes framed eyes as clear as autumn water. Her lips were rosy and full, her neck slender and graceful. Noticing Song Qian's gaze, Su Taohua didn't shy away. Compared to Wang Matzi, Song Qian was a far better choice. If she could marry him, or even just be with him, she would be content. After all, she was in a difficult situation. Rather than being forced by Wang Matzi later, she would rather choose her own path now. Su Taohua gently adjusted her clothes, revealing a bit of her shoulder. Do I look nice? She asked playfully, smiling at Song Qian. Looks good. No, I mean. Suddenly, Su Taohua said something unexpected. Song Qian was caught off guard. His face turned red, and he stammered. You're so silly. Are you having that old problem again? Su Taohua teased as she stood up from her seat. Let's go. I'll go with you to the inner room, she said. Song Qian clenched his teeth. Su Taohua didn't care, so why should he? As for Wang Matzi, he would think of a way later. He followed Su Taohua and asked, Is this okay? Su Taohua turned around, blushing and smiling shyly. Still calling me sister-in-law? From now on, just call me sister. Song Qian playfully smiled. I listen to my sister. Big city brother has been gone for years. Calling you sister-in-law feels a bit strange. Recently, I wanted to call you Taowa Jie, but I was afraid you'd be angry. Since you said so, I'll call you Taowa Jie from now on. Hearing this, Su Taowa felt a little strange. Her face grew redder, and she poked Song Qian lightly. Stop being so cheeky, sweetheart, are you asleep? At that moment, Wang Mozi's deep voice came from outside the door. Hearing this, Su Taowa's temper flared. This Wang Mozi, bothering her once on Longquan Mountain, then again when she returned to the village. Now what does he want? She whispered, Xiao Qian, Wang Mozi is bothering us again. You hide in the sister's room first. I'll go and chase him away. Song Qian grabbed Su Taowa, stopping her from going out. After thinking for a moment, Song Qian grinned mischievously. He leaned close to Su Taowa's ear and whispered a few words. Su Taowa listened and immediately smiled. You bad guy, so clever with your tricks. Just do as you said, and I'll definitely scare that Wang Mozi, so he pees his pants, ha. Sweetheart, are you asleep? Wang Mozi knocked softly and asked again from outside. Su Taowa was too lazy to respond. She went back to the living room, took some paper money from the cabinet, and turned to walk outside to the yard. Their house was a small courtyard with 4 sides. Wang Mozi's shouting made Su Taowa complain. What are you shouting for? Are you trying to scare me to death? Hearing her scolding, Wang Mozi didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled. I knew it. Your lights are still on, so you're not sleeping. Open the door. I have something to discuss with you, late at night. Why are you knocking on the widow's door? What do you want? Su Taowa holds some paper money and opens the door. Seeing the paper money in Su Taowa's hand, Wang Mozi's expression stiffens. Dear, what are you doing? Su Taowa turns around and goes to the place where she burned the paper money earlier. With the help of the yard's light, you can see the traces of burnt paper and some scattered ashes in the yard. I was dozing on the sofa and dreamed of Song Qian. He said he's been suffering, and all this is your fault. I just burned some paper money for him, but I feel it's not enough, so I need to burn more. As she speaks, Su Taowa starts burning the paper money. Since you're here, burn some for him too. Wang Mozi looks at the yard, full of ashes and burnt paper, and suddenly feels a chill down his spine. In a fit of anger, he threw Song Qian into the demon's cave. Now, thinking back, Wang Mozi feels a bit regretful. There was no need to do that. He is just a fool. There's no need to kill a fool. One careless move could lead to legal trouble, which isn't worth it. Wang Mozi takes the paper money, tossing each piece into the fire. Dear, today's matter, you're the only one who knows the truth. Don't go around talking about it, or we'll both be in trouble. Wang Mozi is worried, so he comes back to find Su Taowa. It's not about whether I talk or not, but about Song Qian. I just saw a shadow outside the window in the living room. It looked blurry, like it was Song Qian. But when I came out, I saw nothing. Was it you by the window? Wang Mozi suddenly feels a cold sweat. He throws more paper money into the fire and looks around. There's no shadow. Was it you? Su Taowa asks on purpose. I saw clearly just now, a shadow by the window. I thought you were sneaking around and making a lot of noise. The more Su Taowa says this, the more scared Wang Mozi becomes. No way, I didn't come in at all. Is it really not you? Su Taowa deliberately asks again. No wonder I saw that shadow. It looks a lot like Song Qian. Song Qian was thrown into the demon cave because of my matter. Hurry up and burn some paper money. He must be here to take revenge, sob. Song Qian, it was Wang Mozi who did it. It has nothing to do with me. If you want revenge, go find Wang Mozi. Stop talking nonsense. Although Wang Mozi was scared, he tried to hold back. He was burning paper money while looking around. He didn't see anything unusual, so he finally relaxed. But just then, Wang Mozi's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a tall figure standing under the light in Su Taowa's living room. The long shadow stretched out from the window. Shadow, shadow. Wang Mozi pointed at the shadow in the living room and shouted loudly. Su Taowa quickly played along and started crying. Song Qian, it's really you. Wang Mozi is right here. Come and get your revenge. It was Wang Mozi who caused your death. Su Taowa cried as she grabbed Wang Mozi. Wang Mozi was so scared he was trembling all over, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. Song Qian, I didn't mean to kill you. Before he finished speaking, Wang Mozi wanted to run away. But he found that his feet seemed glued to the ground and he couldn't lift them. At this moment, Song Qian was standing under the living room light, wearing a black outfit that completely hid his face. In the Lotus Fairy Emperor's inheritance, there is a skill called the Nine Heavens Universe technique, which contains many powerful abilities. Right now, Song Qian was using a binding spell. Under the control of the binding spell, Wang Matzi couldn't move at all. Dealing with someone like Wang Matzi requires playing dirty tricks. Controlling him so he couldn't move was even more effective than hitting him. Song Qian suddenly disappeared from the light and turned off all the lights in the living room and yard in the blink of an eye. After turning off the lights, Song Qian slowly walked outside the yard. Wang Matzi watched in horror, trembling with fear. He wanted to run, but he couldn't move his legs. Taohua, I think I've been controlled. I can't move. Hurry and chase Song Qian away. Don't let him come closer. Wang Matzi's lips trembled as he struggled desperately. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. He felt as if his feet were very heavy, as if strong glue had been applied underneath, making it impossible to move them. Seeing Song Qian approaching, Wang Matzi had no choice but to beg. Song Qian, I didn't mean to hurt you. Please let me go. I promise I'll burn paper money for you every day. Please spare my life. Wang Matzi was a rough man who usually didn't believe in gods or ghosts. But in this moment, he had to believe. He clearly saw that the figure in the living room, both the clothes and pants, was the same outfit Song Qian wore during the day. However, the black clothing on the head was not Song Qian's. At this time, all the lights had gone out. Under the flickering firelight of burning paper money, the yard looked faint and eerie, making the hair stand on end. Song Qian spoke in a theatrical tone, slowing his speech to an extreme. Wang Matzi, you hurt me badly. I fell into the demon's cave and was torn to pieces by the demon. I died so tragically, so painfully, he said each word slowly. As he spoke, he moved stiffly toward the fire. The closer he got, the more frightened Wang Matzi became. Seeing Wang Matzi trembling all over, Yu Taohua added fuel to the fire. Song Qian, it was Wang Matzi who caused your death. He even wants to bully me. Take Wang Matzi away, don't let him stay and harm me. As Song Qian got closer, Wang Matzi's fear grew stronger. His pupils shrank, and his temples throbbed rapidly. His heart pounded in his chest. Sweat poured down his back. Taohua, quickly beg him. Ask Song Qian not to come over. I feel like I'm controlled by him and can't move. It's over. Seeing how scared Wang Matzi looked, Yu Taohua almost wanted to laugh. This Wang Matzi, wasn't he so arrogant during the day? He kept causing trouble for her, and even threw Song Qian into the demon's cave. Now she realized he was also afraid. Song Qian, come quickly and take Wang Matzi away. He caused your death and threw you into the demon's cave, where the demon ate you. Don't let him keep trying to bully me. Come and take him away. While speaking, Yu Taohua deliberately hid behind Wang Matzi, then stretched out her delicate hand to push him. But she found him completely stiff and unresponsive. At that moment, a strong smell of wafted along Wang Matzi's thigh and spilled onto the ground, quickly soaking a large area. He was so scared he wet himself. Smelling that smell, Su Taohua looked disgusted. She waved her hand near her nose and quickly stepped back a few paces. Meanwhile, Song Qian slowly approached. I suffered a terrible death, all because of you, he said very slowly. He deliberately kept his voice strained, sounding dry and like it was coming from the depths of. He spoke each word carefully, and every sentence sounded very frightening. Do you know? The demon in the demon cave first tore off my 2 arms, then my 2 legs, then took out my internal organs and ate them one by one, and finally twisted off my head. Even my eyeballs were dug out by the demon. In the demon cave, there are 9 demons. After they eat me, they want me to catch someone else, or they will lock my soul and prevent me from reincarnating. Wang Matzi, you caused my death. Come with me, he said. Though he moved slowly, he had already reached Wang Matzi because the yard was small. Please, spare my life. I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to kill you. Please, forgive me, Wang Matzi begged quickly, trembling. For a moment, he almost fainted from fear. Wang Matzi desperately wanted to run away, but his legs wouldn't listen. He couldn't lift them, so he could only beg for mercy. Su Taohua stood behind Wang Matzi, listening to his tearful pleas. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, almost laughing out loud. Wang Matzi, now you've finally tasted some fear. At the same time, Su Taohua admired Song Qian even more. This guy was really good at pretending. His slow, deliberate speech sounded chilling. If Su Taohua hadn't known beforehand that this was all a setup, she might have been scared by Song Qian too. What surprised her even more was how stiff Song Qian's walk looked, as if he was imitating a ghost perfectly, so lifelike. Under the flickering firelight, he really looked like a vengeful spirit. No wonder Wang Matzi was so terrified. Wang Matzi is the one who caused your death. You should take him away now. At this moment, Wang Matzi had no strength to resist. He watched Song Qian stand in front of him, but couldn't move at all. Song Qian, I beg you, just spare my life. Your parents and your sister, I'll take care of them from now on. Ha ha, Song Qian chuckled, his voice sounding like it came from. I died a terrible death, so I'll take your life in return. Song Qian tore off his clothes, revealing a frightening face. He had dark makeup around his eyes, making them look hollow and as if he had no eyeballs. Below his eyes, he had applied some lipstick. The poor lighting at night made it look like blood. This was a quick, clever makeup job Song Qian did earlier, in just a few seconds, to look terrifying. Now he looked very scary. Seeing this, Wang Matzi screamed loudly. Seeing Song Qian's appearance, Su Taohua was also startled. If she hadn't just cooked noodles for Song Qian, held his hand, and acted affectionate with him, she might have thought Song Qian was already dead and that the person in front of her was a ghost. I died a terrible death. Song Qian stretched out his hands, as if to choke Wang Matzi's neck. But after reaching out, he froze in midair. If he had really touched Wang Matzi, it would have been obvious. He had warmth, and Wang Matzi would have felt it. Take this. Wang Matzi trembled all over, his face pale. Under the faint glow of the fire, his face looked bloodless and frightening. Spare me. Help. Su Taohua stood behind Wang Matzi, gesturing for Song Qian to stop, warning him not to scare Wang Matzi to death. Understanding her meaning, Song Qian's hands froze in the air, as if he was about to choke Wang Matzi, but he didn't do it. Then, Song Qian slowly stepped back, preparing to let Wang Matzi go. After retreating, he removed the spell that had held Wang Matzi in place. Wang Matzi relaxed completely and sank heavily to the ground. He realized he could move, so he used his hands and feet to crawl and roll out of the door. He ran while crying loudly, sounding very miserable. Only after Wang Matzi ran far away did Su Taohua close the door. You're like a dog, urinating in my yard. If I weren't feeling sorry for you, I would have made you lick it clean just now, Su Taohua muttered softly, then went to sit beside Song Qian. Little Qian, I didn't expect your acting to be so good. Song Qian smiled and went into the living room. He grabbed some tissues and wiped away the dark makeup around his eyes and the nearby lipstick. Hee, I didn't expect Wang Matzi to be so timid that he peed himself. Tonight's going to be tough for him, haha. Serves him right. He bullied you, Su Taohua scolded, her beautiful eyes looking at Song Qian. By the way, you were thrown onto some rocks by Wang Matzi and seem to have hurt your head. Turn your head so I can check. Song Qian wanted to refuse, but tilted his head over. It's just a small scrape, and the wound has already healed. Su Taohua held Song Qian's head and parted his hair to look. She didn't see any wound, and finally she relaxed. Good, the wound really has healed. Although she said that, she felt a bit suspicious inside. She clearly saw the scene at the time. Song Qian's head was indeed scraped, and the wound was deep, bleeding heavily. In that situation, the wound shouldn't have healed by now. But why? Song Qian actually had no wound. Su Taohua didn't know that the injuries on Song Qian's body had been healed by the Lotus Immortal Emperor after he was thrown into the demon cave by Wang Matzi. If it weren't for the Lotus Jade pendant on Song Qian's neck, he probably wouldn't have been saved after being thrown into the cave. So perhaps Song Qian is already in the underworld now. Go wash your face, clean off the soy sauce and lipstick. Then we can continue what we were doing earlier. Wang Matzi probably won't come back, Su Taohua said, then threw herself into Song Qian's arms. Little Qian, you're getting more handsome. I like you more and more. How did I not notice before? Song Qian hugged Su Taohua and patted her fragrant shoulder. Why are you talking like that? I've always been handsome, okay? Su Taohua smiled sweetly. You really have a thick skin. During their conversation, the two went outside, and Song Qian started washing his face. Just after he finished, Su Taohua's phone rang. She looked at it and saw it was Song Yao. Song Qian's sister, calling. Brother's out picking mushrooms and hasn't come back yet. You're working near Longquan Mountain today. Have you seen my brother? She asked anxiously. Su Taohua hesitated for a moment, thinking about how to answer. If she told Yao that Song Qian was with her, things might get complicated, and she didn't want that. But if she lied, she couldn't tell a falsehood. She could tell from Yao's voice that she was very worried about her brother and probably upset. After a brief pause, Su Taohua said, Your brother was picking mushrooms and just happened to pass by my place. He's here now. He'll be back soon, so don't worry, Yao sighed in relief. I was so scared something happened to him. Since he's with you, I feel better. Then Yao changed the subject. By the way, Taohua, it's getting late. It's not convenient for your brother to stay at your place. You should tell him to come back quickly. Don't worry, I'll tell him to come back now. Su Taohua hung up, sighed deeply. Little Qian, your family is worried about you. Sister won't keep you tonight. Maybe tomorrow night or another day. She felt reluctant, but also helpless. Yao was right. It was late, and it wouldn't be proper for Song Qian to stay out alone with a woman. Plus, Song Qian had just recovered from his silly illness and needed to go home quickly to share the good news. If you're in such a hurry to send me away, you should give me something good, Song Qian joked as he dried his hands and looked at Su Taohua. Moi. Su Taohua leaned in and kissed his face. Is that enough? Hurry back now. She then opened her arms, hugged Song Qian tightly, reluctant to let him go, giving him a big embrace. Be good. We'll have a chance to meet again, she said softly. Song Qian released her and added, When you rest later, close the doors and windows. Be careful of Wang Matzi. He's not a good person. Yes, Su Taohua nodded gently. He probably won't dare to come, and even if he does, he can't get in. I will lock the doors and windows. Song Qian carried a bamboo basket and turned to leave. Little Qian, find time to come see your sister. I'm waiting for you. Our matter isn't finished yet, don't forget. Su Taohua looked full of longing as she watched Song Qian leave. During this time of widowhood, she had been living a simple, quiet life. She really needed a man, especially a handsome, strong one. Song Qian was tall and good-looking, just what she liked. From what just happened, Su Taohua saw that Song Qian was willing to be with her. Since that's the case, she needed to seize the chance. In Taohua village, men like Song Qian are hard to find, even with a lantern. And she, Su Taohua, was a widow. Song Qian carried his bamboo basket, walking and thinking. Today, Wang Matzi had beaten him badly, almost sending him to meet the Lord of Death. He had scared him a lot earlier, but he still felt a bit unsatisfied. Also, Wang Matzi kept bothering Su Taohua. If he didn't settle things completely, Wang Matzi would keep pestering her. Recently, he needed to find time to settle this matter once and for all. As for Su Taohua, Song Qian was also looking forward to it. This pretty widow looked delicate and lively, with a voice as sweet as a songbird. Sooner or later, something would happen between her and Song Qian. Su Taohua was right earlier. If he had time, he should come find her. But it was a pity tonight was too late. Plus, his family was worried. Otherwise, Song Qian would already want to go back. Su Taohua's beautiful figure was still fresh in his mind. Especially the scene under the waterfall during the day, he remembered it vividly. Su Taohua's figure was simply stunning. When he reached the door, Song Qian saw his sister, Song Yao, leaning her head on the doorframe, watching outside with wide eyes. Brother, why are you so late? Seeing Song Qian return, Song Yao hurried over, took the basket from his hands, and couldn't help but complain. Really, you went out in the morning and just got back now. I told you not to run around, but you didn't listen. You worried Mom and Dad to death. Come in quickly. Are you hungry? I'll heat up some food for you. Listening to his sister's complaints, Song Qian felt a warm feeling inside. Today, I got lost in the mountains and came back a bit late. What happened today is hard to believe, especially about inheriting something. Song Qian doesn't want to tell his family for now. He can only make up a simple excuse, saying he got lost. Besides, over the past 2 years, he has often wandered outside and sometimes even stayed out at night. He can use this to explain his behavior. In these 2 years, Song Qian has caused a lot of trouble for his family. Fortunately, with the efforts of his parents and sister, the family, though poor, has managed to get by. Seeing his very poor home, Song Qian's eyes fill with tears. Years ago, he was beaten, which brought hardship to the whole family. Once everything is settled at home, he plans to find the person who hurt him and seek revenge. He wants to make that person pay 10 times for what he did and make him experience the suffering Song Qian endured. After entering the house, Song Qian closes the door. Song Yao carries a bamboo basket and heads to the kitchen. Song Qian quickly follows and grabs his sister. There's no need to reheat the food. Sister Taohua already cooked me a bowl of noodles. I've already eaten. Song Yao turns around, looking at Song Qian with shock. Brother, you're not stuttering anymore. After being beaten, Song Qian's reactions were slow, and he spoke slowly and with pauses, almost 2 or 3 words at a time. But now, Song Yao hears him speak fluently, as if he has become a different person instantly. Song Qian pats Song Yao's head and says, Xiao Yao, not only am I no longer stuttering, but I'm also not foolish anymore. Thank you for your hard work these past 2 years. From now on, I will protect you. Hearing Song Qian speak so smoothly, Song Yao's eyes fill with warmth. You're really not foolish anymore. She looks up at Song Qian, tears of excitement in her eyes. Song Qian nods firmly. I fell today, and suddenly my mind became clear. Let's go inside and tell Mom and Dad the good news. Song Yao drops the bamboo basket and rushes to the living room. Inside the basket, various mushrooms are scattered everywhere. She pushes open the door loudly and shouts, Dad, Mom, my brother is not foolish anymore. Father Song Yongfu and Mother Lu Shufan look at Song Yao shouting and calling out. Then both turn to look outside the door and are stunned. A few seconds later, Song Yongfu was the first to regain his senses. You, girl, your brother isn't very smart, and you've caught it from him. Hurry up and heat some food for him. He must be hungry. Song Yao rushed into the room and sat between her parents. Dad, Mom, I'm not lying to you. My brother can speak clearly now. He's really not foolish anymore. My brother is really better, ha. Tears sparkled in Song Yao's eyes as she cheered happily, dancing around. Lu Shufan was about to speak when Song Qian pushed the door open. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Xiao Yao was right. My foolishness is gone. Hearing Song Qian's voice, the couple immediately stood up excitedly. They looked at each other in disbelief. Qian, are you really better? Song Yongfu stared with wide eyes and hobbled over to Song Qian. Song Qian hurried over and helped his father. Dad, I really am better. You've suffered these past 2 years. From now on, I'll take care of this family. I'll earn money to support you. Seeing his son speak normally, Lu Shufan's eyes filled with tears. That's good, that's good. She went to Song Qian and held his hand tightly. The family of 4 hugged each other, crying happily. After 2 or 3 minutes, everyone stopped crying. Song Yongfu wiped his tears and sat back on the tattered sofa with Song Qian's help. Son, how did you suddenly get better? Song Qian made up a story, saying he fell and hit his head. When he woke up, he was normal again. His parents worried and checked his head, but found no injuries. The family finally relaxed a little. Thank heaven, you're finally better. Looking at his family, Song Qian couldn't hold back his emotions. Memories from the past flashed through his mind like a movie. When he was first beaten, he wasn't completely foolish yet. Sometimes his mind was sharp, sometimes he couldn't react quickly. The day after he was beaten, his parents went to find the person responsible. To their surprise, that person was a second-generation official and very arrogant. Later, he secretly ordered his men to beat up his father. Since then, his father lost a leg. To save money, his father only found a barefoot doctor, paid a few dozen yuan, and casually wrapped his leg with some herbs, refusing proper treatment. The mother was also slapped several times, injuring her head and nerves. Her ears often made loud, thunder-like noises. Later, her mouth and eyes frequently twitched. That incident had a huge impact on the family of 4, almost dragging them into deep despair. In the past 2 years, the father limped while working as a sanitation worker in the village, watching over the trash station. He earned 500 yuan a month, totaling 6,000 yuan a year. Although the income was small, it was barely enough to get by. In the village, there was a road about a kilometer long, with stones and leaves on it. The father's job was to sweep away these trash and debris, which was very hard work. At the west end of the village, there was a trash incineration site. It was basically a dirt pit built with bricks, where villagers dumped their trash. Every 3 or 5 days, Song Yongfu would go there, gather the trash, and set it on fire to burn. Earning 500 yuan a month was tough. The mother often did odd jobs, sometimes helping the boss pick vegetables, working hard all day for 80 yuan. Sometimes, she helped mix mortar at a construction site, earning 120 yuan a day. Although the pay was high, the work was very exhausting. Sometimes, she might not even get paid. Old memories kept flashing through Song Qian's mind. Seeing his parents with gray hair, Song Qian felt a deep pain in his heart. All of this happened because of him. Song Qian stood up and sincerely apologized to his parents. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. If I had just endured a bit more back then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. I'm sorry for dragging you down. Lu Shufin's eyes filled with tears as she quickly waved her hand. You're a kid. Now that you're better, that's what matters. There's nothing to be sorry for. Song Yongfu smiled and nodded. It's good that you're better. Rest for a few days. If your condition doesn't relapse, find a job quickly. You know our family's situation. We barely have enough to eat, and we're buried in debt. It's really hard. Song Yongfu sighed deeply. The family's situation was getting worse, and Song Yongfu felt helpless. Normally, after Song Qian's recovery, he should rest for a longer time. But due to family circumstances, it is impossible. His actions are out of helplessness. You what? Lu Shufin quickly replied. The child has just recovered. Let him rest for a few more months. Once he is fully healthy, he can look for a job. Currently, Song Qian seems to be fine. However, 2 years ago, his illness was unpredictable, sometimes better, sometimes worse. Who knows? He might recover now, but relapse in a few days. Lu Shufin only hopes that heaven will bless her child, so that after this recovery, he will never fall ill again. As for earning money, the family is very poor. They've endured for 2 years, so they don't mind waiting a little longer. Song Qian's recovery means he shouldn't be pressured. As long as he doesn't relapse, Lu Shufin feels that she can endure some hardship. She is willing to work extra hard if needed. Song Yao also said, Our family has managed for 2 years. It's okay to let my brother rest a few more days. Then, Song Yao turned her gaze to Song Qian. Brother, you agree, right? Song Qian shook his head. I'm fully recovered now. You don't need to worry about me. I will go earn money in the next couple of days. Rest assured, it won't take more than a month to improve everyone's life. After a brief pause, Song Qian changed the subject. You all chat first. I need to use the bathroom. He said this and turned to leave the house. The Song Qian family's house is a simple courtyard. The courtyard is square, with 2 cement brick main rooms in the middle, covered with asbestos tiles, making it very cold in winter and hot in summer. In front of the main rooms, there are 2 small houses on each side, also covered with asbestos tiles, which are cold in winter and unbearably hot in summer. The first room on the left is Song Qian's bedroom. He entered the bedroom and closed the door casually. Inside, there is a simple wooden bed with messy, old bedding, Song Qian's small space. Next to the bed, there is a long stool with some clothes on it, which serves as his wardrobe, very simple indeed. Looking at the humble bedroom and thinking about his family's life, Song Qian made up his mind. He must earn a lot of money in a short time. You need to change your living conditions and improve your standard of living. The current simple living situation is so poor that even the dog kennels of wealthy families are better than Song Qian's bed. Looking at his bed and thinking about his parents and sister, he guessed they probably have the same poor conditions. The family situation is really terrible. Song Qian sat on the edge of his bed. Suddenly, his mind moved, and his spiritual awareness entered the lotus flower space. He then saw an incredible scene. This space is a small world. It has mountains, water, and strange, unusual animals. But Song Qian's focus wasn't on the scenery. He was looking for the legendary treasure pavilion. Soon, he saw a small wooden house. Inside the house, there was a woman lying down. She was dressed in flowing red clothes, with white hair and goosebumps. She is the lotus flower immortal emperor. At this moment, she was gently closing her eyes, her face pale, as if she were sleeping. Song Qian took 2 steps forward and knelt in front of the lotus flower immortal emperor. Master, thank you for passing the inheritance to me. I will find those 9 women as soon as possible to gather your spiritual lotus so you can wake up. Although Song Qian said this, his mind was a mess. Where are those 9 women? What kind of people are they? He knew nothing about them. The most urgent problem was that he only had 3 years. If he couldn't find them and gather the spiritual lotus when the time ran out, both of them would be doomed. 3 years, that's a short time. Song Qian stood up and searched inside the small house. The lotus flower immortal emperor said that the Yanluo 18 needles had special acupuncture points. They had to find the needles to help his parents recover. The small wooden house was very simple, with only a few boxes. Inside the boxes were pills and some strange, rare items. Song Qian couldn't name them and didn't have time to study them. This is the treasure pavilion. It's too simple, Song Qian muttered to himself and went to a shelf. On the shelf, there were various boxes. When opened, some contained pills and others had rare herbs. After a quick look, Song Qian found an old-fashioned wooden box. On the box, there were big characters written clearly. Yanluo 18 needles. He opened the box and saw 18 silver needles inside. The silver needles varied in length and thickness. Song Qian picked up a needle and examined it briefly. He noticed that each needle's tip had a skull-shaped design. The 18 needles of Yama. Does that skull represent Yama, the king of the underworld? Thinking this, a bright smile spread across Song Qian's face. With these silver needles, my parents will be saved. He focused his mind and returned to reality. Holding the silver needles, Song Qian tried to control these treasures. With a mental command, the needles floated back into his small wooden house. Again, he concentrated, and the silver needles appeared in his hand. He was overjoyed, smiling happily. Now, it was much easier. In the future, he could take things out of the lotus space just by thinking about it, and they would appear. Putting things back was just as simple. After trying several times, Song Qian was so happy, he almost laughed out loud. He never imagined that he would own a space like those in stories and TV shows, legendary spaces. And his was even more advanced than others. Right now, he could only use his spiritual awareness to enter the space. He didn't know if, someday in the future, he could fully go inside himself, or if others could enter too. His top priority was to cure his parents' illness. Other matters could wait for another day. Song Qian was confident he would figure it out. He took the silver needles and walked into the house. He went to his father's side and helped check his foot. Dad, I used to study medicine. Although I've been lost these past 2 years, I haven't forgotten my medical knowledge. Let me give you a few acupuncture points. Maybe it will ease your pain or even help cure you. Song Qian spoke cautiously, as if discussing. Seeing the silver needles in Song Qian's hand, Lu Shufan quickly waved her hand. Xiao Qian, your dad's condition is very serious. Don't do anything reckless. If it doesn't work, it might make things worse, Song Yao also said. Yes, Dad's foot was broken by someone long ago and wasn't fully treated. Now it's a chronic problem that flares up often. If his condition worsens, we won't have the money for treatment. Both were speaking the truth. Not only did they lack money, but they also owed a lot of debt. The family was already struggling to support Song Qian's education, and after he was beaten, paying for his medical bills cost a lot more. Mother and sister tried to stop him, which was expected by Song Qian. After all, his current situation made their words quite reasonable. Song Qian thought briefly and decided to cautiously discuss with everyone. It's just a silver needle. Even if it doesn't cure anything, it won't make Dad's condition worse. Let me try. He then looked at his father, Song Yongfu. Dad, it's just a needle in the foot, nothing dangerous. Let me try to help ease your pain for now. When Song Qian entered, he saw that his father was in great pain, probably because of his leg problem, so he used this as an excuse. Song Yongfu pulled up his knee and gently rubbed it. He was also hesitating. Should he let Song Qian put in the needle? After hesitating for a few seconds, he decided to trust Song Qian. His leg usually hurt badly, and it was a burden. If a couple of needles could help, he might also feel less pain. All right, try it, but be careful. Don't hurt any nerves or blood vessels, or it will be trouble. Seeing his father agree, Song Qian took out a silver needle, ready to give the injection. His mother, Lu Shufan, quickly came over and glared at Song Yongfu. Children don't understand, and you don't either. He's been confused these past 2 years and doesn't remember what he learned. Don't mess around with him. If you really hit a blood vessel, there's no ambulance now. Song Qian looked back at his mother while holding the needle. Mom, don't worry. You know my past grades. It's just a silver needle. I know what I'm doing. Song Yongfu also said, let him try. My leg is useless now. I can't walk anyway. Trying won't hurt. Lu Shufan wanted to complain more, but seeing the determined look on the two men, She could only keep her mouth shut. Song Qian held the needle, about to insert it when his sister reminded him. Be careful, and don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, he said, and the first needle was already in place. Hey, I can't feel anything now. A few seconds later, Song Yongfu suddenly felt something was wrong. Song Qian smiled and quickly comforted his father. That needle just made you lose feeling to prevent pain. Once I finish treatment, you'll regain sensation. Just bear with it for now. While speaking, Song Qian bent down and lifted his father's leg. With the help of the lotus eye, he could see the shattered bones inside. He held his father's knee with one hand and pressed on the broken area with the other, carefully pushing the broken bones back into place. In some areas, the bones had grown together in a messy way. Song Qian had to use his special skill, first crushing the bones to separate them, then reassembling them properly. After the bones were realigned, Song Qian took out a silver needle and carefully inserted it into the broken part of the leg bone. One needle for pain relief, two for bone healing. To others, a broken muscle or bone is a serious problem, but in Song Qian's view, it was just a small issue. Just 2 needles could help his father recover. Lu Shufan stood nearby, anxious and restless. Hearing that Song Yongfu had no feeling in his leg, she became even more worried. Old Song, do you feel anything now? Song Yongfu shook his head. No feeling at all, like I've been numbed. I can't sense my lower leg anymore. Xiao Qian, stop now. We need to find a way to get your dad to the hospital. You can't keep doing this. It might harm him. Lu Shufan rubbed her hands and stomped her feet nervously. Song Yao's eyes turned red. I told you earlier not to do this recklessly. Now look, Dad has no feeling at all. Seeing his worried mother and sister, Song Qian could only try to comfort them. His leg was broken. I just used my techniques to reconnect it. I was worried he'd feel pain, so I numbed his nerves. Once the treatment is done, he'll be fine. Please don't worry. In about 10 minutes, he'll recover. At this point, there's no use worrying. Everyone could only wait patiently. Time passed second by second. After 10 tense minutes, Song Qian noticed that his father's leg had healed. He removed the silver needle and placed it in a box. Dad, try moving a little. It should be okay now. Song Yongfu used all his strength to control his leg. After more than 10 seconds, he finally regained some feeling. I think I can feel something. As time went on, Song Yongfu's face lit up with joy. My leg, it doesn't hurt anymore. Xiao Yao, help me up quickly. Lu Shufan and Song Yao stood to the side, supporting Song Yongfu's arms carefully as they helped him stand up. Song Yongfu moved slightly, feeling more excited and nervous than before. Okay, it really seems to be better. Let go. Let me try to walk. Song Qian smiled slightly. Let go. Let him try to walk on his own. His leg should be fine now, just a little unsteady at first. Lu Shufan and Song Yao looked a bit worried. They hesitated for a moment and slowly released their hold on Song Yongfu. In everyone's hopeful eyes, Song Yongfu took a small step. That small step felt like a big step in his life, because he realized he could put strength into his leg. Okay, it really seems to be better. Song Yongfu beamed with joy, shouting happily. Incredible! This is so amazing! He shouted loudly and tried to walk a few more steps. The more he walked, the happier he became, walking faster and faster until he finally jumped up. I am really healed. Smiling, Song Yongfu spread his arms and started jogging around the living room. After a few steps, he felt it wasn't enough, so he ran out of the yard. Song Qian and the others hurried after him. Dad, you're not used to it yet. Take it slow, don't fall. Once you're used to it, you can jump around as much as you want. But when his legs suddenly recovered, Song Yongfu didn't listen and ignored their advice. For 2 years, he couldn't use his leg properly. When it was good, he could barely walk a few steps. When it hurt, it was a burden. But now, not only was his leg no longer painful, it also felt very strong. In 2 years, he had never been this happy. This is great. Be careful and go slow. Lu Shufan stepped forward a few paces, blocking Song Yongfu's way. Listen to the kids. Don't be reckless. Song Yongfu stopped, but he wasn't satisfied. He jumped in place a few times, then happily bent down to check the area that had been injured. This check made him scream out loud again. Not only was his leg healed, but the scar from before had also disappeared. Not only is my leg better, but the old scar is gone too. Lu Shufan looked puzzled. She quickly bent down to check herself and was overjoyed when she saw the scar had vanished. This truly was miraculous. Her scar was gone. Song Yao rushed over and checked the situation, feeling a bit upset. Suddenly, she was very happy and shouted excitedly, "Oh my goodness, my brother's medical skills are amazing." "Of course," Song Qian said with a smile. "Don't forget how well I did back then. Haha." Seeing their parents happy, Song Qian also chuckled. After laughing, Song Yao asked curiously, "Dad's foot seems to be better, but I still doubt it. Just sticking a silver needle. How can that work so magically?" "Brother, how did you do it?" Song Yongfu also asked. "Yeah, we have someone in town who does silver needle treatments. He also did it for me, but it only eased the pain a little. Tell us, what's the difference here? Let's go inside and talk," Song Qian said as he turned to walk forward. Now that Dad's foot was better, the next step was to treat Mom. Until now, Song Qian was still puzzled. He only used a silver needle, with no fancy techniques or medicines. But why did it work so amazingly? Thinking carefully, Song Qian considered that maybe the special material of these 18 silver needles had unique powers. At this moment, Song Qian remembered what the Lotus Fairy Emperor had said. The Yinluo 18 needles can bring the dead back to life. Could it be that using these needles could save someone from the hands of the king of? That would be incredible. Song Qian felt a bit excited and looked forward to it. One day, he thought, he might try it on someone who had just passed away. When they all sat in the living room, Song Qian thought for a moment and told a made-up story. "I've been a bit silly these past 2 years. I often dream of a fairy girl. She wears a red dress and calls herself Red Lotus. She says she's a fairy. During these 2 years, she kept teaching me medical skills and martial arts. Basically, she taught me a lot of things. Just now, when I treated Dad, I used the skills she gave me. I was just trying it out. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be real." The family listened to Song Qian's story with mixed feelings. Some believed, some doubted. Stories like this are too wild for TV shows to even imagine. But since Dad's leg was already healed, no one wanted to ask more questions. Whatever Song Qian said, they just accepted it as it was. After telling the story, Song Qian looked at Lu Shufan again. "Mom, your face nerve is injured, and your mouth often twitches. I can help treat it with a quick injection," Lu Shufan asked with a smile. "Can mine also be cured?" "Of course," Song Qian replied confidently. "The medical skills passed down from the immortals can treat any illness. Your condition is as simple as treating a cold, and it will be fixed in about 10 minutes. Hearing this, Lu Shufan's smile grew brighter. If it could be cured, she wouldn't have to suffer anymore. For the past 2 years, she had constant ringing in her ears, tears often in her eyes, and her mouth twitched uncontrollably. The feeling was almost unbearable. Some people even warned her that she might have or paralysis. Lu Shufan was very scared but felt helpless. During these 2 years, her strong belief in caring for her 2 children and her husband kept her going. The thunderous noise in her ears was unbearable, and she even thought that if she went deaf, it would be better than hearing that constant buzzing. The ringing in her ears was so loud that her head also hurt. In short, the feeling was intolerable. Many times, Lu Shufan thought about giving up and dying, feeling life was too miserable. But thinking of her 2 children and her husband, who had a broken leg, she endured the pain and kept going. "Whether it can be cured or not, just try it for me," she said, leaning her head toward Song Qian. Song Qian took a silver needle and inserted it into the Yifeng point behind her mother's ear, then into the Qianliao point on her cheekbone. After 2 needles, the family started chatting again. But then, a topic made Song Qian lose his composure. Yao said that the person who made Song Qian mentally slow had, right after he became mentally challenged, started dating his ex-girlfriend. Recently, those 2 might be getting married. Hearing this, Song Qian suddenly felt uneasy. He had just become mentally slow, and those 2 had already gotten close. That meant they might have known each other before he was hurt, and the person teasing his girlfriend could have been acting to provoke him, just to anger him, and then take advantage. That night's events kept replaying in Song Qian's mind. "Before having barbecue, my girlfriend was noisy and insisted on going out to eat. She took Song Qian to that barbecue restaurant. The more Song Qian thought about it, the more nervous he became. It seemed like everything was part of someone else's plan. He decided to find his ex-girlfriend someday, ask her about all this, and then seek revenge. The suffering he endured these past 2 years must be paid back twice as much. At this moment, Song Yao's voice came through. Brother, those two troublemakers caused our family a lot of trouble. Your body just recovered, so stay away from them and don't seek revenge, Song Yongfu also warned. I heard that your ex-girlfriend's boyfriend is from a wealthy family. We can't afford to offend them. The farther away we stay, the better. To avoid worrying his family, Song Qian nodded. Don't worry, the most important thing now is to improve our living conditions. I don't have time to deal with them. Lu Shufan wanted to say something, but her face was covered with silver needles. Just as she opened her mouth, she closed it again, giving Song Qian a warning look. What surprised Lu Shufan was that since Song Qian helped her with the silver needles, her mouth no longer twitched, and her eyes no longer shed tears. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had passed. Song Qian removed the silver needles and put them into a storage box. Mom, your illness should be cured now. Let's leave it at that for today. If you feel uncomfortable in a few days, I will treat you again. Lu Shufan smiled and nodded. It seems really better. From just now until now, my eyes haven't shed tears, and my mouth hasn't twitched. As for her ear-ringing problem, Lu Shufan didn't feel anything for now. Because her ears weren't ringing, she was no different from a normal person. Usually, her ears would ring once every 2 or 3 days, so it would take 3 to 5 days to see if her ears were really better. Lu Shufan smiled happily, rubbing her mouth. Let's wait 2 more days and see. It should be better. Everyone chatted for a while, then happily went to sleep. Song Qian returned to his room, pretending to sleep. But shortly after entering, he turned around and left again. He went to the kitchen, pretended to scoop water to drink, then used a tissue to wipe some ash from the bottom of the pot, and put it in his pocket, preparing to deal with Wang Matzi. Just now at Su Taohua's house, Wang Matzi was frightened by his own actions. Song Qian thought that letting him go so easily was too lenient. On the other hand, Song Qian worried that Wang Matzi might come back and cause trouble for Su Taohua again. So, he decided it was better to check and be sure. He arrived at Su Taohua's door and saw the lights inside were off. The house was quiet, and Song Qian felt a little relieved. He used his Lotus Heavenly Eye to look around. He saw that Su Taohua was already asleep. Then he headed toward Matzi's house. Wang Matzi was a troublemaker. If Song Qian didn't teach him a lesson and make him understand, he wouldn't feel at ease. But killing him? Song Qian thought that was too much, so he decided against it. Today, Wang Matzi had been very harsh. He had pushed Song Qian to the ground and finally threw him into the demon cave. However, because of that, Song Qian gained the inheritance of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. Thinking back, Wang Matzi was both an enemy and a benefactor. He gave him a lesson so he wouldn't bully Su Taohua anymore and wouldn't bother him in the future. If he was truly convinced, Song Qian could let him go. At Wang Matzi's house. After leaving Su Taohua's house, he ran like he was fleeing. It took a lot of effort to crawl and roll his way back home. After resting for a while, he was relieved to see that Song Qian hadn't come after him. Still, he was very worried. Half an hour passed, and he still didn't see Song Qian. Only then did he start to relax a little and began to clean himself up. The pants he was wearing earlier smelled of. He took them off and washed them in the yard. A few minutes later, the pants were finally clean. He hung them up to dry, then grabbed a kitchen knife and placed it beside him. He sat on a chair in the yard to rest. He couldn't understand what had happened at Su Taohua's house. Why did Song Qian step closer to him, but his legs wouldn't move? Wang Matzi thought back. It seemed that at that moment, some mysterious force was holding him tightly, making him unable to move. But where did that power come from? He couldn't figure it out. He thought carefully and only saw one possibility, that Song Qian was dead and his ghost was holding him tightly. Otherwise, it made no sense. If that was true, it would be very frightening. After thinking for a while, Wang Matzi, holding a kitchen knife, returned to the living room. He found some incense and paper money and prepared a bowl of offerings. Carrying these items, he went to a corner of the yard. He arranged the offerings, lit the incense, and inserted it into the holder. Then he knelt down and started burning the paper money, hoping to get rid of the ghost of Song Qian. Song Qian, I didn't mean to kill you. I have already done what I did. I apologize to you. Please don't bother me anymore. I'll burn more paper money for you. If you run out of money later, just send me a dream, and I can burn some for you. I'm just asking you. please don't bother me again. Wang Mozi's memory of the scene at Su Taohua's house was still fresh. That feeling of being unable to move. For a moment, he seemed to see death waving at him. It still makes his heart race. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Mozi kept burning paper money and muttering to himself. His words were roughly, "Please, Song Qian, stop bothering me." At the entrance of Wang Mozi's house, Song Qian saw the flickering firelight. Through the wall, he used his lotus heavenly eye to look inside and immediately smiled. He didn't expect that the arrogant and domineering Wang Mozi would also be afraid sometimes, even burning paper money for himself. It was quite funny. It seemed that Wang Mozi truly believed he was dead. Song Qian thought to himself, "Wang Mozi, where is that arrogant attitude of yours during the day? Why are you so cowardly now?" Haha, he chuckled softly, using his lotus heavenly eye to watch Wang Mozi. Having inherited special powers, Song Qian's hearing was extremely sharp. Even through a wall, he could clearly hear Wang Mozi muttering. It was obvious that Wang Mozi was really scared. Song Qian took out some ashes from the bottom of a pot and blackened 2 of his eye sockets. He also casually smeared some on his face. Everything was ready. Song Qian leapt into the air, his body floating lightly, and entered the yard. He moved very quietly, without making any sound. In the shadow of the yard, Song Qian stood straight. Watching Wang Mozi burn paper money and mutter to himself, Song Qian almost wanted to laugh. He felt an urge to let Wang Mozi go. "Song Qian, I really didn't mean to kill you. Please let me go. I burn all this paper money for you. Take your time to enjoy it below. I'm sorry. I apologize to you." Wang Mozi was burning paper money, muttering to himself nonstop. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Wang Mozi, I died in a very sad way." Song Qian spoke very slowly, almost one word at a time, with a dry, hoarse voice, as if struggling in a dark place. Wang Mozi turned around and was immediately stunned. Song Qian, don't bother me." He quickly grabbed a kitchen knife, stood up fast, and backed into a corner of the yard, pointing the cold knife at Song Qian. "Don't come closer. I have a knife." But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the stiff, frozen feeling from the house of Su Taohua again. At this moment, his limbs were stiff and he couldn't move. Even with the knife in his hand, he couldn't use it. "Song Qian, I know I was wrong. Please let me go." Wang Mozi's body was stiff, and only his mouth could still move. Song Qian slowly approached him. Then, he easily took the knife from Wang Mozi's hand, holding the shiny knife against Wang Mozi's neck. The controlling spell was very effective, easily making Wang Mozi unable to move. "You caused me so much pain. I want revenge." Wang Mozi trembled all over, and a warm feeling made his pants wet again. "Please, don't kill me. I know I was wrong." Faced with Wang Mozi begging for mercy, Song Qian only frowned. He didn't hurt Wang Mozi with the knife, just used hypnosis to make him slap himself. Wang Mozi slapped himself several times. Seeing it was enough, Song Qian let him go. "Wang Mozi, you are not allowed to bother Sister Taohua anymore. If I catch you doing it again, I will definitely take you away." Wang Mozi's clothes were wet with drips. The strong smell of was a bit overwhelming. He didn't dare ignore Song Qian's warning. "I will never bother her again. Tomorrow, I will go get the bride price back, and I won't bother Su Taohua anymore. Please, let me go. Remember what you said, or there will be serious consequences." After speaking, Song Qian threw the knife on the ground, then leapt into the air, disappearing instantly in front of Wang Mozi. This scene left Wang Mozi staring in shock. 1 minute after Song Qian disappeared, Wang Mozi could barely move. He felt weak all over and sank heavily into the corner of the wall. "Song Qian, please spare me," he begged. At this moment, Wang Mozi believed Song Qian was already dead. Otherwise, if Song Qian were a normal person, how could he suddenly float into the air? That scene clearly showed he was a ghost. Wang Mozi sat slumped in the corner, and after a long while, he managed to stand up. "No, I must find a master quickly to deal with Song Qian's spirit, or I will never be at peace." Muttering to himself, Wang Mozi staggered toward the house. In just a few hours, he had been haunted by Song Qian several times. Especially the recent incident. It was extremely dangerous. That cold kitchen knife was right on his neck. If Song Qian had cut lightly, his head might have been severed. As he walked, Wang Matzi rubbed his aching cheek. A mysterious force was controlling him, forcing him to slap himself. He couldn't resist this power. He was completely out of control. The more Wang Matzi thought about it, the more scared he became. He knew he had to find a master quickly to deal with Song Qian. Song Qian returned home happily, and soon after, he lay on his bed, planning what to do next. First, he needed to earn money quickly to improve his family's life, but he had no clear idea how to do that. Second, he wanted to find the spiritual fragments. This could be delayed a little since he had 3 years, but earning money had to be done as soon as possible. Lying on the bed, Song Qian kept thinking. After a while, he finally came up with an idea. Here's what I'll do. It won't make me rich, but earning some small money to solve urgent problems should be fine. The next day, Song Qian got up early. He found a fishing net, ready to go fishing. There was a small creek on Longquan Mountain that flowed down into Longquan River and then into Longquan Lake. There were many big fish in Longquan Lake. Catching some fish to sell should earn him a few thousand yuan. Holding the fishing net, he was about to leave when he saw his sister, Song Yao, rubbing her eyes as she opened the door from her room. "Brother, it's early in the morning. Where are you going with that fishing net?" Song Qian, holding the net, said as he walked. "I'm going to catch a couple of fish to improve our family's life. I'll be back soon." Song Yao ran over and handed her phone to Song Qian. "You're going out alone, and our parents are worried. Take my phone so we can contact you if needed." Song Qian took the phone and put it in his pocket. "Maybe someday I'll buy my own," he said. Having inherited special skills, Song Qian can teleport instantly from here to Longquan Lake. But he doesn't dare do that. If he did, villagers would soon find out and think he's strange, which could also worry his parents. For now, he can only be careful and honest. Song Qian carried his net and ran toward Longquan Lake. Soon, he arrived at the lake's edge. Just as he was about to fish, he saw someone he knew. "Silly Song Qian, are you going fishing?" Song Qian was surprised. He woke up early, but someone else was here before him. It was a familiar face. This person is Zhang Yibei, the daughter of village chief Zhang Yukai. She looks very delicate and lively, and she's well known as the most beautiful girl in Peach Blossom Village. Zhang Yibei is Song Qian's classmate. They graduated from college together. "Yibei, are you here to fish too?" Yibei is pretty and lively, with looks that match Peach Blossom Village's reputation. Both she and Song Qian are well known in the village. When they were in college, they had a brief romantic interest. But later, they never got together. "I'm not here to fish," Yibei said. "I came to the lake yesterday to play and lost my necklace. I think I dropped it nearby. I'm worried someone might find it, so I came to look for it." "Did you find it?" Song Qian asked. Yibei shook her head, looking a bit upset. "I was here before dawn. I looked everywhere I could think of, but I didn't find it. I bought it for over 2,000 yuan. It's a shame." Then she looked at Song Qian. "Silly Song Qian, can you help me find it? If you find my necklace, I'll help you catch a big fish later." Today, Yibei is wearing a beige shirt, jeans, and sneakers. The tight jeans perfectly outline her figure. Looking around, she is really quite attractive. She tied her hair into a ponytail, swinging it back and forth, with bangs slightly to one side and a few loose strands of hair. Zhang Yibei flicked her hair and looked at Song Qian with hope. "Maybe someone else picked up the necklace. You looked for a long time and couldn't find it. Even if I help you look, we might not find it. Instead of looking for the necklace, why not help me catch some fish?" As she spoke, she prepared to start fishing. Zhang Yibei took a few steps forward and held on to Song Qian's fishing net. She stared at him with bright, clear eyes, fixed on him. "Hey, why are you talking so smoothly today, really?" "I didn't notice," Zhang Yibei said, not knowing that Song Qian was pretending to stammer since she had recovered yesterday. Maybe it's because I saw a beautiful girl and all my blood rushed to my head, so I started talking normally. Right?" Song Qian said this while deliberately staring at Zhang Yibei. Honestly, the more she looked at him, the more attractive she found him. Her body was curvy and well-shaped, with no extra fat where it shouldn't be, making her look perfect. Her long neck was elegant, and below it, her skin was white and smooth. Her deep cleavage highlighted her perfect figure. "What are you looking at? You pervert!" Zhang Yibei playfully scolded him and quickly adjusted her collar. "I'm asking you, why are you not stuttering today?" "Just joking," Song Qian explained with a smile. "My silly illness is gone. From now on, don't call me silly Song Qian. If you do again, I'll drool and stare at your chest. Zhang Yibei was very well endowed, and her figure was truly exceptional. Since they were in school, she had developed into a perfect shape. Among the older boys in school, some secretly called her Big Chest Girl, so her figure was quite famous. Zhang Yibei blushed, surprised that Song Qian was so witty. He spoke fluently, thought quickly, and even joked with her, so it seemed his silly illness was really gone. She looked at him with wide eyes and asked in disbelief, "Your illness is really gone? When did it get better? Who treated you?" Song Qian casually said. "Suddenly, I got better. Suddenly, he improved. Is there such a magical thing?" Zhang Yibei listened, her face full of disbelief. She straightened her chest, feeling a bit unsure, and looked at Song Qian. "That's so amazing. You're not lying to me, are you? I cured myself. Isn't that enough? Don't forget, when I was in college, my grades were even better than yours." Song Qian didn't want to argue about this. "I'm done talking. My family is very poor, and I want to catch some fish to sell. I also want to cook pickled fish. If you're willing to help me catch fish, let's get started. If not, don't block my way." From the way Song Qian spoke, it seemed he really was better. Zhang Yibei was still in shock and couldn't think clearly for a long time. Song Qian's strange illness was called a difficult case. His family had spent a lot of money and seen many doctors, but it never got better. Who really cured him? It couldn't be what Song Qian said, that he was cured himself. Such things are hard to believe. "Song Qian, be honest. Who cured you?" Zhang Yibei spread her arms, wanting to get a clear answer. She was a medical student and ran a small clinic in Taohua village, just passing time. She was truly shocked by this. "My little sister-in-law, don't block my way. I need to catch fish now. We can talk about this later. Why can't you tell me now?" Zhang Yibei said. But she felt something was strange. It seemed like Song Qian was leading her astray. The word, day, here doesn't just mean the sun. Sometimes it's used as a verb with special meaning. Forget it. I don't want to say. But if you want to catch fish smoothly, it's not that easy. I haven't found my necklace yet. You must help me find it first, then you can catch fish. Otherwise, I won't let you." Zhang Yibei said, starting to act cute. She pouted her red lips and spread her arms to block Song Qian. "My little sister-in-law, don't play around like that. If you don't move aside, I'll do something. Be careful, I might sneak attack your sensitive spots." Song Qian said, his fingers forming claws and reaching out with his right hand. Zhang Yibei clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. If he dared to sneak attack, she would be ready. Song Qian had no choice but to step back. 10 minutes. You take me around once. If you can't find the necklace, you won't stop me, and you'll help me catch fish." Zhang Yibei clenched her teeth and slowly opened her eyes. "I looked for 20 minutes and didn't find it. You only helped me for 10 minutes, so you'll definitely not find it. You need at least 20 minutes. Zhang Yibei kept pestering him, and Song Qian's face darkened. All right, let's hurry." Song Qian put down the fishing net and helped Zhang Yibei look for the necklace. Since Song Qian had inherited special abilities, his eyesight was very good. He used his Lotus Heavenly Eye to help search for the necklace. At the same time, he took a moment to admire Zhang Yibei's perfect figure. This girl, with her curvy body, was truly stunning. The reputation of the big-chested girl was well-deserved. According to Zhang Yibei's memory, the two of them followed the small path along the lake, searching everywhere. Even in the grass, Song Qian didn't miss a spot. But they checked all the likely places and still couldn't find it. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 minutes had passed. "Forget it. If we can't find it, and if you're upset, I'll earn some money another day and buy you one." Song Qian's family was very poor. Even if Song Qian had money, he couldn't buy a necklace. And he definitely wouldn't give one to Zhang Yibei. To avoid hurting Song Qian's feelings, Zhang Yibei pretended to smile and said, "You promised, remember? I'll pick it myself next time. I want to buy one worth 4,000 or 5,000, and I'll make you pay a little." Okay. No more talking. Let's catch some fish." They went to the fishing net. Song Qian picked up the net, went to a deeper part of the water, and threw the net in. His net was a large scoop net. Inside the net, there was some bait. Originally, Song Qian didn't want to use bait. He brought it just to mislead others. Now, the bait was useful. Still say you're silly and sick? Just throwing the net in the water like that, you probably won't catch anything for half a day. I seriously doubt you. Zhang Yibei crossed her arms and watched the scene. Song Qian's net included a big scoop net, which was the one he just threw in, used in that way. There was also a smaller one, used for catching fish. Dragon Spring Lake has many grass carp. When the lake is quiet, the grass carp come to the shore to eat grass. Using a small scoop net to catch fish is much better than using a big one. You can catch 2 or more fish this way. However, simply throwing a large net into the water and spreading some bait, then waiting for the fish to swim into the trap, is impossible. Big nets are not as easy to use as small ones. Zhang Yibei looked down on this method, but Song Qian paid no attention. How could Zhang Yibei understand Song Qian's way of catching fish? There's a saying about fishing like Jiang Tai Gong. Volunteers will take the bait. My bait is specially prepared and attractive to all kinds of fish. Within 10 minutes, the net will be full, Song Qian said confidently. Huh. Zhang Yibei snorted, bragging without a plan. I bet I can catch more fish with my small scoop net, and my net won't burst. Zhang Yibei waved his small scoop net as he spoke. Don't cause trouble. Just stand aside and watch, Song Qian warned quickly. In the inheritance of the Lotus Fairy Emperor, there is a unique skill called hypnotism. It can not only hypnotize people, but also plants and animals. Song Qian only needs to use hypnotism on fish within range, making them enter a hypnotic state. Then, the fish will swim into the large scoop net. This method makes fishing very easy. What Song Qian said about bursting the net is not an exaggeration. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Why don't you say the fish in the lake listen to your commands and willingly swim into your net? Zhang Yibei chuckled, not taking it seriously. Song Qian stood nearby, quickly casting hypnotism. Soon, he noticed some large fish, hypnotized by him, swimming toward the net and entering it. Honestly, for Song Qian, the net is unnecessary. He can hypnotize the fish to come to him directly. Using a net is just to fool others. I don't believe it, Song Qian said calmly. In 10 minutes, we'll see a miracle. Maybe even less than 10 minutes. As soon as Song Qian finished speaking, Zhang Yibei saw fish splashing in the water near where Song Qian placed the large net. Huh, there really are fish? Shoo. Song Qian made a mysterious gesture and hushed him. If you scare the fish away, I might just see you as a big fish and take you to sell for money. Be quieter. Zhang Yibei covered her red lips, stunned and wide-eyed. At the spot where the fishing net was cast, the water splashes grew larger and larger. She often caught fish herself. Seeing this scene, there were at least several fish in the net, and they were definitely quite large. Zhang Yibei tilted her head slightly, looking at Song Qian with admiration and shining eyes. She couldn't help but look at him excitedly and whisper, "Really catching fish? That's so strange." Zhang Yibei's surprised voice made Song Qian chuckle. "Do you think I'm lying? What's so strange about that? All right, help me out. Get ready to pull in the net." Song Qian pulled on the rope, with Zhang Yibei helping from behind. During the tug, Song Qian's elbow bumped into Zhang Yibei, and she immediately felt warm and soft, with surprising elasticity. Zhang Yibei's face turned red, and she muttered. Together, they pulled hard and quickly brought the fish up. In the net, there were at least a dozen big fish. Song Qian looked at them and estimated they weighed nearly 50 kilograms. The harvest was huge. How about now? Are you convinced? With so many big fish, Song Qian proudly said. Zhang Yibei's face was slightly red. She trembled a little. Being bumped by Song Qian just now made her feel a bit sore. She knew Song Qian didn't do it on purpose, so she didn't say anything. You were right. Catching so many big fish really surprised me. I'm curious, how did you make such bait? It's amazing. Zhang Yibei blushed and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Then she rubbed her chest, still feeling a bit sore. Seeing Zhang Yibei's embarrassed look, Song Qian also smiled awkwardly. Sorry about bumping into you just now. Zhang Yibei waved her hand without replying. Her clear eyes looked at the struggling big fish. Then she raised her thumb at Song Qian again and asked, Your bait is really impressive. How do you do it? If you teach me, I could learn to catch fish like this. I might get rich. Want to learn? Song Qian joked. If you want to learn, just call me Song Qian Gij. If I'm in a good mood, I might just teach you. They are from the same village and have been classmates since childhood, only attending different classes in college. They are childhood sweethearts and share everything. Song Qian doesn't see Zhang Yibei as an outsider and often jokes with her. Zhang Yibei smiled happily, tugging at Song Qian's sleeve. Then she pouted her lips, blushing slightly. Brother Song Qian, please teach me. My little clinic is just a hobby. I don't make any money. Teach me how to make bait so I can earn some money. People will remember you if you help me. Will you teach me? The scene of catching fish just now really surprised Zhang Yibei. Now, she genuinely wants to learn. She speaks softly, sweet and gentle, pulling at Song Qian's sleeve and gently swaying, looking at him with eager eyes. If she could catch fish like that, with Longquan Lake's rich resources and such a big lake, she would definitely make a fortune in the future. Why bother with that small clinic? Not sincere enough. We'll talk about it later, Song Qian said, picking up the valuable fish and placing them in the fish basket. A few less valuable ones he simply let go. Zhang Yibei watched with a look of displeasure. You? We worked hard to catch those fish. Why did you let them go? That's grass carp, worth dozens of yuan each. Song Qian didn't mind her scolding. Letting go of a few grass carp didn't bother him. As long as he used hypnosis and spent a little time, he could catch some good quality fish. Why bother with small ones? He aimed to catch and sell the bigger, more valuable fish. Catching small ones was just a waste of effort. What do you know? Just a few small fish. We'll catch bigger ones later. These small fish can be raised for now. They'll be ours in the future. Song Qian tidied up the fishing net and looked back at Zhang Yibei. Yibei, I remember you have a tricycle. Can I borrow it? I'm sure I can catch more fish later. Without a vehicle, I can't transport the fish to sell. Zhang Yibei pouted, looking a bit reluctant. If you use my tricycle to carry fish, it'll smell like fish all over, and you'll dirty my bike. How will you compensate me? Song Qian grinned mischievously, staring at Zhang Yibei. If you insist on making amends, I will offer myself to you, she said. Zhang Yibei clenched her pink fists and punched Song Qian hard. Go away. Song Qian stopped teasing her and got to the point. How about this? Since you called me bro just now, I won't let you suffer. Just lend me your tricycle, and we can go sell fish together. After selling the fish, I'll give you 20% as your share to cover the tricycle's depreciation. Zhang Yibei rubbed her face and thought for a moment. The fish we caught earlier could sell for several hundred yuan, and at this rate, selling over 1,000 yuan is definitely possible. A quick calculation showed that borrowing a vehicle could earn her a few hundred yuan. It seemed pretty worthwhile. Zhang Yibei smiled and nodded. Deal. Then she looked worried again. From here to Taohua village, it takes at least half an hour to walk. That's so tiring. I still want to watch you catch fish. I don't want to go back just yet. You're so silly. Song Qian glared at Zhang Yibei. You could just call your dad to bring the tricycle here. Yeah. I guess I am a bit silly, she said, blushing. She took out her phone and called her father, planning to ask him to come over. Song Qian joked, there's a saying, no brains. Zhang Yibei looked down, blushing even more. Why did Song Qian suddenly seem more mischievous than before? She remembered that in the past, Song Qian liked joking around but wasn't this shameless. Today he seemed different. His words just now felt like an insult, but also like a compliment. You're the one with and no brains, she blushed and replied to Song Qian. He wagged a finger in front of her. You're wrong. That phrase is meant for women. If you try to use it on men, no matter what, it doesn't mean no brains. Ha ha. At first, Zhang Yibei didn't react. But after a moment of thought, her face turned bright red. Why does Song Qian tell so many dirty jokes? I'm not going to argue with you. I'm making a call now, she said, holding her phone and calling her father, Zhang Yukai. When her father heard they had caught a lot of fish, he happily agreed and told her over the phone that he would come over soon. Soon, after a few minutes, the two pulled up the fishing net. This time, they caught more fish than before, about 20 large fish. The net almost broke from the weight. They hurriedly dragged the net out of the water. Such big fish. We're going to get rich. Zhang Yibei danced happily, jumping high. She bent down and held up a big carp weighing over 10 jin. So big. I think it's about 20 jin. The fish struggled in her hands, causing her to sway. Song Qian looked around and saw a beautiful scene. It's really big. Big and white. Hearing this, Zhang Yibei felt something was strange. She looked up at Song Qian and suddenly realized he was staring at her. Her face turned red. I was talking about how big this fish is, Song Qian defended himself. Yes, this fish is really big, and its belly is very white. If I'm not mistaken, it's a male. Go away, Zhang Yibei playfully scolded, putting down the fish. Song Qian's mischievous eyes showed he was up to no good. They put the fish into the fish basket. There were about 30 fish in total. Like before, the smaller and less attractive fish were released by Song Qian. Zhang Yibei watched sadly, feeling upset. Every time a fish was released, she felt she earned a few less yuan. Although her father was the village chief and she wasn't short of money, losing the money she earned made her feel bad. Don't let them go. It's a pity. Catch the big ones, leave the small ones, Song Qian said, pretending to put the net back into the water. After several catches, each net was full. More than half an hour later, Song Qian checked the fish basket. It was filled with over 100 jin of fish. Including the small pond nearby, the total weight was about 1,000 jin. Song Qian was very happy. These fish could definitely be sold for over 10,000 yuan. They also caught 3 soft-shelled turtles. Each turtle weighed about 7 or 8 jin. Cooking them in soup would be very nourishing. They kept 1 turtle for their family and gave the other 2 to Zhang Yibei and Su Taohua. After feeling happy, Song Qian still felt a little unsatisfied. After catching so many fish, the biggest was only about 40 pounds. Song Qian remembers that Longquan Lake has big fish. He used hypnosis, so he should have caught a big fish. But where is the big fish? Why isn't the big fish here? Song Qian, we've caught enough fish to sell a lot. Let's stop for now. Catching more won't help, and it would be a shame if they die. I haven't caught the big fish yet. Let me think. Song Qian thought for a moment. Maybe the big fish isn't outside, since we are near the lake. Hypnosis might not work on the big fish. To catch the big fish, he needs to go into the water. Wait here. When I dive in and catch a big fish with my hands, I'll be satisfied if I catch it. If I don't catch the big fish, I'll feel a bit disappointed. He said this and quickly took off his shirt. Zhang Yibei's face turned red. She hurriedly covered her eyes. Rogue, why are you taking off your clothes? Song Qian took off his jacket and handed it to Zhang Yibei. What are you shouting about? I'm just taking off my shirt and pants. I'm still wearing clothes underneath. How can I catch fish without taking off my outerwear? Zhang Yibei turned away, too lazy to look at Song Qian. You really are a rogue. Oh, Yibei, you're shy now? That's not like you. If I remember correctly, when we were 5 or 6, we were just kids, playing in Longquan River without clothes. Why are you shy now? Zhang Yibei turned her back to Song Qian, looking a little shy. Back then, she was young and naive. Now we're adults. Men and women are different. Do you think it's okay to take off your clothes in front of me? Stop talking about this. Don't get my clothes dirty. Song Qian said this and also handed her his pants. Zhang Yibei took the clothes and threw them onto the grass nearby. If they get dirty, so what? It's none of my business. With a splash, Song Qian dove into Longquan Lake. Behind him, Zhang Yibei called out to him. Be careful. If you can't catch anything, don't force it. It's possible to catch fish with your hands, but to catch a big fish and bring it up takes real strength. Zhang Yibei didn't believe Song Qian could catch a big fish. A full minute passed, and Song Qian still hadn't come up. Zhang Yibei stood by the water, anxious and pacing around. Song Qian, if you can't catch anything, come out quickly. Where are you? She shouted loudly, calling out with all her strength. But no matter how much she called, she couldn't see Song Qian. Now, Zhang Yibei was completely anxious. Could it be that Song Qian sank? That seemed unlikely. They grew up together, and she knew Song Qian's swimming skills. There shouldn't be an accident. But why hasn't Song Qian come up yet? Song Qian, come up quickly. Zhang Yibei looked around and shouted loudly at Longquan Lake. Still, there was no sign of Song Qian. Zhang Yibei really wanted to jump into the lake to see where Song Qian was, but she was afraid. She loved playing in the water, but she couldn't swim. In the past, catching fish and shrimp was only in the shallow parts of Longquan River. If she jumped in, she would be in trouble. Just as Zhang Yibei was panicking, she saw about 5 or 6 meters ahead, a string of bubbles coming up. Song Qian's head appeared. Song Qian, come up quickly. Seeing Song Qian emerge, Zhang Yibei breathed a sigh of relief. Song Qian was swimming towards the shore. Didn't I come here? Why are you so anxious? I thought a big fish had eaten you. You've been underwater for 3 minutes, and I couldn't see you. I was almost scared to death. While speaking, Song Qian reached the shore. He gently pulled up a big fish's head, which slowly floated to the surface. It looked to weigh at least 70 or 80 jin. Oh my gosh. Did you really catch a big fish? Seeing the big fish surface, Zhang Yibei, as if she had never seen such a thing before, was both envious and couldn't help but scream. She moved closer to the shore, wanting to help Song Qian pull the fish out. But in her panic, she not only failed to help but slipped and fell into the water with a splash, kicking her foot onto Song Qian. Song Qian knew that Zhang Yibei couldn't swim. If he didn't rescue her in time, she would definitely choke on water. Thinking quickly, Song Qian hugged Zhang Yibei tightly. With his help, Zhang Yibei finally managed to get her head above water. Soon, she was back on the shore. At this moment, she was soaking wet, her clothes clinging tightly to her skin, and her perfect figure made Song Qian's blood boil with excitement. Big fish of mine. Although Song Qian is considered a big fish, he looks down at Zhang Yibei with a commanding gaze. Girls change a lot as they grow up, and she has become quite impressive. Zhang Yibei looks up, feeling a bit shy as she glances at Song Qian. I just wanted to help you, but I didn't expect to cause trouble. That fish earlier is my loss. You can keep 20% of it. I don't want anything. Song Qian takes off his coat to help wipe the water from Zhang Yibei's face and gently tucks her messy bangs. Were you scared just now? Zhang Yibei, looking teary, shakes her head softly. No, I wasn't scared. It's just that your big fish is gone. It's all my fault for being careless. I keep my promises, so I won't take the 20%. While speaking, Zhang Yibei looks at Song Qian. Right now, Song Qian is wearing only a pair of shorts. His strong muscles are very eye-catching. Don't stand so close to me. Hurry up and put on some clothes. If my dad sees you, he might think you have bad intentions toward me. Song Qian helps Zhang Yibei up and moves her to sit farther away. Just stay here. Don't go near the lake later. I don't need your help, and I don't want any trouble. I need to catch another fish. Be careful. I was so worried just now, Zhang Yibei says kindly, wringing water out of her clothes. Song Qian goes to the lake and dives in again. Like before, he stays underwater for about 3 minutes before surfacing again, holding a big fish in his hands. Seeing Song Qian catch another fish, Zhang Yibei feels very happy. Song Qian, I didn't expect you to be so good. Song Qian climbs ashore and places the big fish in a small pool nearby. If you hadn't caused trouble earlier, this would be the second big fish I caught. Haha, I'm going to make a fortune today. Song Qian is surprised at how effective the hypnosis is. The inheritance from the Lotus Fairy Emperor he received is already made. Gaining the inheritance is the peak of his power, so he doesn't need to practice. Even his muscles were built up quickly after receiving the inheritance yesterday. People say that the fish earlier was my responsibility. I gave you 20%. Isn't that enough for me to help sell the fish for free? Song Qian shakes his head with a faint smile. Just kidding. According to our earlier agreement, 20% still belongs to you. But wait a moment, don't cause trouble. Hearing Song Qian's words, Zhang Yibei felt like she had regained something important. She said, if they find out, they won't cause trouble anymore. At this moment, Zhang Yibei, wearing wet clothes, sat back on the grass, looking calm and gentle, giving off a kind and elegant vibe. Song Qian originally wanted to catch a big fish, but after thinking, he decided to give up for now. Catching fish is easy, but selling fish is not simple. If they can't sell it, the fish will die, and at that time, he would feel very upset. Song Qian put on his clothes and sat next to Zhang Yibei. Your clothes are wet. Are you cold? It's okay. My dad will be here soon. We'll pull up the fish, go back to the village, and change clothes. It should be fine. The two sat on the grass, happily chatting. Zhang Yibei even started to think about the money. She wondered how much she could sell all these fish for, and how much she could get to keep. As she thought about it, she smiled happily. Anyway, she had at least a few thousand yuan. Song Qian is really impressive. He casually threw the net into the water, and the fish happily swam into it. This way of catching fish was truly eye-opening. She wouldn't dare to do this in her dreams, but Song Qian managed it. Zhang Yibei felt that Song Qian had really changed. He seemed to look more handsome, and his words became a little mischievous. A few minutes later, the sound of a tricycle came from behind. Zhang Yukai drove up hurriedly. He parked the tricycle, and, upon seeing the big fish lying crookedly in the pond, he screamed in shock. Did you catch so many? The fish they caught couldn't all fit in one fish basket, so they temporarily kept some in a small pond nearby, which was lively with fish. Zhang Yukai looked around and saw at least 1,000 jin of fish. Is there more over there? Zhang Yibei pointed to the fish basket in the water. The group carefully pulled up the fish basket next to the fisherman. Fortunately, the fish basket was sturdy. Seeing his daughter wet, Zhang Yukai asked a few caring questions, then turned to ask Song Qian how his silly illness had gotten better. Everyone chatted happily as they loaded the fish onto the tricycle. This tricycle runs on fuel. Its cargo area is very large, and Zhang Yukai had already covered it with a plastic sheet used for water transport. Thus, a temporary fish tank was made. Putting the fish inside made transporting them very easy. In the past, when planting crops and the land was dry, villagers also used this method to carry water. Simple, quick, and cheap. Village chief, I hate to bother you, but I want to give you this soft-shelled turtle. Take it home and make soup to help strengthen your health, Song Qian said as he handed the pre-tied turtle directly to Zhang Yukai. Zhang Yukai took the turtle, smiling more brightly. Good, good. This makes a nourishing soup. I want one too. Zhang Yibei reached out to Song Qian, trying to grab one of the two turtles he was holding. Song Qian stepped back and tossed the turtles aside. Next time, I'll give you one. I want to keep these too, he said. Cheapskate. So stingy. Zhang Yibei pouted and pretended to be angry. What are you going to do with it? Zhang Yukai asked. One is enough for us. When we get back, I'll cook it for you. Zhang Yukai drove the car, bouncing along the road back to Peach Blossom Village. After a while, Song Qian suddenly noticed something on the muddy roadside. A necklace, seemingly brand new. Wait a moment, he shouted. He jumped down from the tricycle. He ran about 10 meters out, picked up the necklace, brushed off some dust, and confirmed it was a lady's necklace. Holding the necklace, Song Qian returned to the tricycle and handed it to Zhang Yibei. Is this your necklace? How did it get here? Zhang Yibei took the necklace, her face lighting up with joy. I didn't expect to find it after searching all day. It was just dropped here. Luckily, I found it. Haha. She held the necklace with both hands, feeling very happy. Today's trip was truly worth it. Not only did she find her necklace, but they also caught over 1,000 pounds of fish. The luck was incredible. Such a happy day. Song Qian smiled and said, keep it for now. I just looked at it, and the clasp at the top is broken. When we go to sell the fish later, we can find someone in town to fix the clasp. You have good eyes. Thanks, Zhang Yibei said, carefully tucking the necklace into her pocket. The tricycle jolted along the road as it headed toward Peach Blossom Village. Soon, they arrived back at the village chief's house. After parking the tricycle, Song Qian carried two soft-shelled turtles, planning to first take one home and then give the other to Sue Peach Blossom, while also changing clothes. Peach Blossom Village is small, just a few minutes' walk. During this time, Zhang Yibei could also change clothes. Before reaching Sue Peach Blossom's house, Song Qian took out his sister's phone, found Sue Peach Blossom's number, and called her. Is Sister Peach Blossom at home? I have a big surprise for you. I'm bringing it over now. Once you see it, you'll definitely love it. Song Qian thought about not revealing that he was bringing this soft-shelled turtle, instead wanting to keep it a surprise and let Sue Peach Blossom guess. Because catching a soft-shelled turtle is quite difficult. They have teeth and will bite if threatened. Giving her a turtle as a gift would be a nice surprise. When Sue Peach Blossom received Song Qian's call, she was instantly happy. Especially when she heard he was bringing a big surprise. Her heart filled with joy, and she couldn't help but think of other things. She even thought that the big surprise Song Qian mentioned was his own special treasure, which she liked very much and thought about constantly. But she wasn't sure how big this treasure was. Is it big? Don't let me down, sister, she said with a smile, feeling a bit excited. Unaware of what Song Qian really meant, Sue Peach Blossom nodded seriously. Of course it's big. I won't let you down. Thinking about it, she felt that this guy was finally catching on. He was actively teasing her and even saying he wouldn't disappoint her. Her heart was pounding, full of anticipation. The only problem was that it was morning now, which might be a little inconvenient. If he came at night, it would be perfect. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke softly. Then come quickly. Sister will be waiting at the door. When you come in, close the door behind you. I'll go take a shower first. Hee. Song Qian couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. She wanted him to close the door after coming in so she could go take a shower first. Sue Peach Blossom really had a vivid imagination. What was she thinking? Sister Peach Blossom, the treasure I'm talking about isn't what you think. You misunderstood. When I get there, you'll see. He gave the turtle to Su Taohua and said he needed to go sell fish. Su Taohua, this girl, was washing herself early in the morning. Song Qian explained, but Su Taohua didn't see it that way. Big sister knows, don't be shy. I won't take a bath now. When you arrive, I want to see your special treasure first." She blushed and smiled happily. Her heart was pounding like a little deer, full of anticipation. It was daytime, and there was nothing wrong with that. Okay, Song Qian said, not wanting to explain. "I'll tell you when I get there. Soon you'll see the treasure, haha." Just as Song Qian was about to hang up, Su Taohua's voice came again. "Yesterday, I wanted to see it at the waterfall in the mountains. Come quickly. The more you talk, the happier I am." "I can't wait." Song Qian was speechless and hung up immediately. When he arrived at Su Taohua's house, he saw the gate was open. He entered the yard and saw Su Taohua, looking very cute and lively. "You really thought ahead, preparing the big turtle in advance. Come quickly, haha." Su Taohua smiled and turned to close the door. "Taohua, what are you thinking? The turtle is a gift for you." "When I said big treasure, I meant the turtle." Su Taohua's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. She took a turtle from Song Qian's hand. "You silly little brother, you're so ridiculous. You give me a turtle as a gift, but why didn't you just say so? Now I misunderstood." She smiled sweetly, looking at Song Qian from top to bottom, then reached out and poked him. "How about? Come inside and sit for a while. No one else is here now. Let's talk about some happy things, just us siblings." She took his arm and led him inside. "No." Song Qian refused. "I gave you a turtle, and I need to take one home too. Let's talk another time." Su Taohua pouted and said, "You're deliberately making me misunderstand, aren't you? I don't care. You have to come inside with me." Unable to refuse, Song Qian shared everything about catching fish and selling fish with Su Taohua. After listening, she finally let him go. "Big sister will forgive you for now. Hurry up and sell the fish. When you're done, come to my house. I'll cook some turtle stew to help you recover. All right, I'll come find you when I get back." Su Taohua holds hands with Song Qian, feeling a bit reluctant to let go. Her heart beats fast like a little deer, and her face turns bright red. The more she looks at Song Qian, the more handsome he seems. Her mother has already agreed to marry her to Wang Matzi, and they've taken the bride price. Who knows when Wang Matzi might come to bother her again. Instead of marrying Wang Matzi, she would rather marry Song Qian. Even if she doesn't marry Song Qian, being his close friend is good enough. Compared to Wang Matzi, who is ugly, dark, and short, he's much better. Just thinking about Wang Matzi makes her skin crawl. Song Qian takes the turtle home before heading to the village chief's house. But things are never smooth sailing. When he reaches Zhou Chunhua's door, she stops him. Seeing Song Qian, Zhou Chunhua smiles sweetly. "Little Qian, where are you going?" Song Qian honestly replies, "I'm going to the village chief's house for a bit." Zhou Chunhua hesitates slightly. "Just 2 minutes. Come to my house. My sister-in-law needs to talk to you about something." Song Qian wants to refuse, but can't find the words. After a moment of hesitation, he enters the yard. "Brother Taizhu, where is he?" The situation feels a bit awkward, so Song Qian changes the subject. "He went to the fields. He'll be back at noon." Zhou Chunhua says this, and then quickly shifts the topic. "Little Qian, do you have time? If it's convenient, can you help my sister-in-law buy some medicine for wounds at Zhang Yibei's clinic? I have a small cut on me." Her face turns red again as she speaks. All of this is because of Song Qian. It's a leftover effect from yesterday. She got a small injury. Song Qian smiles awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. He knows this is his fault. Yesterday, he was careless and inexperienced, which caused the mistake. "Brother Taizhu, I have some silver needles with me. Maybe I should just give you a shot instead of buying medicine." Zhou Chunhua hesitates, but then nods in agreement. "All right, if the shot doesn't help, you can buy the medicine later. My body feels hot and itchy. I didn't sleep well last night." Song Qian took out a silver needle and treated Zhou Chunhua. After 4 or 5 minutes, the treatment was finished. Zhou Chunhua stared with wide eyes, looking very surprised. "Wow, that's amazing. Your medical skills are really impressive." Song Qian apologized, saying, "Just keep this to yourself. Don't tell others. It would be very awkward if everyone knew." Zhou Chunhua tidied her clothes and quickly shook her head. "What are you thinking? I would never tell anyone, not even Brother Taizhu." Haha. She smiled charmingly, then changed the subject. "Xiao Qian, about what happened yesterday, I still think it's a bit risky. Maybe you could come over tonight, and we can think it over again." Did Song Qian understand what she was trying to say? He looked a little embarrassed. "Don't rush. Talk to Brother Taizhu first. When I finish my work, we can discuss it. There's no need to ask him, Zhou Chunhua said firmly. He already agreed last night. Listen to your sister-in-law. Come over tonight. Let's decide later, Song Qian said as he turned to leave. Zhou Chunhua hurried after him, grabbing his sleeve. If you don't have time tonight, it's okay now too. Song Qian quickly shook his head. He still needed to sell fish. If he delayed too long, the fish might die, which would be a shame. Plus, Zhang Yibei was waiting for him. Moreover, at this time, even if Song Qian had the intention, it could easily cause trouble. What if Aunt Wang Er came again? He still remembered what happened last night clearly. It's better to be cautious. Peach Blossom Village is so small. If others find out, everyone would know. Anyway, Song Qian used to be naive and was used to people's cold looks. He didn't mind, but Zhou Chunhua couldn't. Song Qian could be thick-skinned and indifferent, but he shouldn't hurt others. It's really inconvenient now. I'll come over once I finish my work. When I have time, I'll come. You should also talk to Brother Taizhu again. Zhou Chunhua felt reluctant, but had no other choice. Honestly, she still remembered last night vividly. She never expected Song Qian to be so strong. Zhou Chunhua didn't know that Song Qian had gained a divine inheritance, which greatly improved his physical condition, making him so powerful in every way. The outcome of the situation is important, but the process is also very important. What Zhou Chunhua wants is not only the result, but also the process. All right, if you have time, come over. Zhou Chunhua looked at Song Qian with a sad expression as he left. When they arrived at the village chief's house, Zhang Yibei had been waiting for a long time. Why are you so slow? If you're even later, by the time we get the fish to the town, they might be dead. Who will buy them then? Zhang Yibei said as she sat on the tricycle. Her sad eyes couldn't help but glare at Song Qian. This guy is really slow at doing things. But Zhang Yibei didn't know that Song Qian was first busy with Peach Blossom, then with Zhou Chunhua for a few minutes before coming a bit later. Let me drive, Song Qian said as he sat down. Zhang Yibei frowned slightly. Forget it. I usually ride this tricycle. I know it better than you, and I'm faster. Seeing that Zhang Yibei insisted, Song Qian didn't argue. Now he just hoped to reach the town quickly and sell the fish. Their family was very poor. He really needed money. Selling all these fish could bring in over 10,000 yuan, which is a good amount. With this money, he could temporarily ease the family's financial pressure. On the way, Song Qian was thinking that catching fish to make money was only a temporary solution. To make big money, he needed to find other ways. After more than half an hour, they arrived in the town. It was now around 10 a.m. It was the time when people buy vegetables. Chick Street Town got its name because many people used to sell chickens there. Near Chick Street Town, there are also Nyo Street Town and Ma Street Town, which have simple names and some historical meaning. The market in Chick Street Town was still quite busy. Song Qian and the others drove the tricycle into the market, found a relatively spacious spot, and started shouting to sell fish. Fish for sale? Freshly caught from Longquan Lake. Selling cheap. The smallest fish weighs 7 or 8 jin. Come buy fish. The water in Longquan Lake is clear, and the fish there are well known around Chick Street Town. The fish are big and taste very fresh. When people heard that the fish were just caught from Longquan Lake, a few old men and women gathered around the tricycle, wanting to see if it was true. How much for the catfish? How much for the big grass carp? Oh my, that grass carp is so big. Based on different fish species, Song Qian announced the prices. For him, catching fish was an easy task. With so many fish to sell, setting prices too high would make it hard to sell everything. Selling more at a lower profit was the best way. So, Song Qian lowered the price of each fish by 1 or 2 yuan to make them easier to sell. The fish were of good quality, large in size, and priced relatively low. Soon, many people gathered around, asking about the prices. Some people even stared at the big fish. Such a big grass carp, at least 70 or 80 pounds. I've never seen one that big before. This grass carp is really huge. Yes, usually, big grass carp are around 20 pounds. But this one is definitely over 80 pounds. How did you catch such a big fish? Such a large fish must taste very fresh. Everyone was pointing and talking about the big grass carp. Song Qian smiled and explained. Of course, the water on Longquan Mountain is good, and the water plants along Longquan Lake are abundant. That's why the grass carp can grow so big. Calling this big grass carp the king of Longquan Lake is not an exaggeration, young man. you're really skilled. How did you catch so many fish? And how did you get that big grass carp? An old man wearing a hat nodded approvingly. Song Qian said with a smile, we used a net. 5 or 6 strong men pulled the grass carp out. I almost fell into the water myself. Only like this could people believe him. Zhang Yibei rolled her eyes when she heard this. She wondered where he got the strength to carry such a big fish alone. But now, he said 5 or 6 people dragged it out. He was lying without hesitation and had a very thick skin. Because the prices were low, the fish sold quickly, more than 10 fish. The cheaper ones sold for about 5 or 6 yuan per jean, and the more expensive ones for about 15 or 16 yuan per jean. Seeing the money flow in, Song Qian's face was full of a happy smile. Let's not talk about other ways to make money. Just going to Longquan Lake to catch fish and doing it for a month could probably earn you a few 100,000 yuan. A woman who often sells fish nearby saw that customers were going to buy cheaper fish elsewhere. She suddenly became unhappy. She wondered, how could she make money if others were stealing her business? Her name is Wang Guizhi. She is a round woman, weighing at least 250 pounds. She wears an apron and looks upset. She takes out her phone and makes a call. After the call, she walks over to Song Qian's stall. Young man, I see your fish. They are not from Longquan Lake. I've seen many fish from there, and while they have big fish, I've never seen so many large ones. Your fish are probably fed with feed. Thanks to Wang Guizhi's words, the customers who wanted to buy fish hesitated because her point made some sense. If the fish are fed with feed, they don't taste as good. Some fish are raised with hormones or other substances to make them grow faster, which is dishonest. Fish fed with these substances are not good to eat. Others, after realizing this, also started criticizing Song Qian. Young man, I think so too. The fish from Longquan Lake aren't this big. It looks like your fish are also fed with feed. Using feed-fed fish to pretend they are freshwater fish from Longquan Lake is not honest. I don't want this fish anymore. Please give me my money back. I don't want mine either. Refund my money. I don't want it anymore. Song Qian didn't expect such an incident. People's hearts are not always honest. Even the fish seller was temporarily blinded by greed and lied, intentionally insulting her own fish. But justice is on the side of honesty. These people don't know good fish, but there are others who do. Song Qian refused to believe this nonsense. Such good fish, priced lower than market value. How could they not sell? He raised his voice and explained again. Everyone, listen to me. These fish are really from Longquan Lake. I sell them cheaper because I'm worried I won't sell all of them. Don't believe her lies. Zhang Yibei also explained. Song Qian and I are honest people from Taohua village. We don't do business every day, so we don't have many feed fish. Rest assured, everyone, we are not cheating you. We just caught too many fish and are worried they won't sell, so we are selling them cheaply. These are fish from Longquan Lake. The two of them shouted loudly, explaining to the people around. But no matter how they explained, people still doubted them. After all, Song Qian's fish were indeed sold at a low price. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The fish from Longquan Lake are quite good quality, and these two young men selling so cheaply are probably selling feed fish. Young man, since these are fish from Longquan Lake, they should vary in size. But all yours are big fish, so they definitely aren't from Longquan Lake. Yes, I thought they were from Longquan Lake, so I bought them. But now I think it's impossible. Please give us a refund. There aren't many people here. Yes, give us a refund quickly. If they are feed fish, we might as well buy from Wang Guizhi's place. 5 or 6 people who bought fish were loudly demanding refunds. Despite Song Qian and the others' repeated explanations, it was useless. There was no choice but to return the money. After 2 or 3 minutes, more than 10 fish that had just been sold were half returned, and Song Qian's mood plummeted. How could Wang Guizhi be so hateful? Seeing that her plan was working, Wang Guizhi didn't argue. She quietly returned to her stall. She thought to herself that these two young people were too inexperienced. Trying to compete for business without considering the situation was just asking for trouble. Such good fish, sold at such a low price, just needed a little push, and she would see how they could sell their fish. At this moment, a commotion outside the crowd broke out. Move aside, everyone get out of the way. Following the sound, Song Qian saw 4 people approaching outside the crowd. The leader was broad and muscular. He wore a colorful short-sleeved shirt, with a dragon tattoo on his right arm. He also wore a big gold chain around his neck, clearly someone involved in rough activities. Behind him, 3 younger men also had tattoos, holding rubber sticks, looking ready to fight. Seeing a few people, Song Qian's heart skipped a beat. He was just selling fish and didn't provoke any thugs or gangsters. Trouble ahead. These people are bullies from Jijiang town, and they often collect protection money. This market is also under their control. Zhang Yibei leaned close to Song Qian and whispered a reminder. Song Qian frowned and asked, "Are they very strong?" The leader is called Wang Ergu, known as Dog Brother. He has no set rate for protection fees. He takes as much as he wants. Our fish are of good quality, so today's protection fee probably won't be less than a few thousand. As Zhang Yibei spoke, his face looked worried. They were just selling fish, so how did they get involved with the bullies from Jijiang town? Now, they were in trouble. It's okay. Watch my signals later. You hide behind me. Be careful, these guys might hurt you. I will handle them. Song Qian pulled Zhang Yibei and told him to hide behind him. Just then, Wang Ergu and a few others arrived at their tricycle. He held onto the side of the tricycle and kicked the wheel twice. There was a loud, bang sound. Who told you to set up a stall here? Did you pay the stall fee? Song Qian honestly replied. Not yet. How much do I need to pay? Seeing that Song Qian was honest, Wang Ergu smiled slightly. He widened his eyes and looked at the fish in the tricycle, his eyes shining like he saw a pile of money. Looking around, this large farm tricycle carried at least 1,000 pounds of fish. Roughly estimating, it could sell for over 10,000 yuan. The quality of these fish was really excellent. It's not much. The stall fee plus parking is 20 yuan a day. Wang Ergu finished speaking and grinned. Hearing this, Song Qian smiled calmly. It wasn't such a big deal. These people looked fierce, dressed flashy, and had tattoos, but they didn't seem very aggressive. It's just 20 yuan, right? No big problem. Just pay the money and continue selling. Moreover, this was a market stall. The usual stall fee was 10 yuan, but since he had an extra vehicle, paying 20 yuan was normal. He took 20 yuan from the money he earned selling fish and handed it to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu raised an eyebrow, took the money, and threw it back into the cart. You're just a beggar. I said 20 a day, 30 days a month, that's 600. A year has 12 months, so 7,200. I don't have time to collect daily. This is a yearly fee, 7,200 each year. Forget it. Since it's your first time setting up a stall, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll reduce it by 200, so you pay 7,000. After saying that, Wang Ergu grinned mischievously. His 3 brothers nearby all started shouting. Kid, this market stall is all leased by Brother Dog. He's giving you a 200 discount. Hurry up and pay. With such a big tricycle and so much fish, there's no way you pay daily. Your stall must be paid for yearly. Exactly, 20 yuan a day isn't expensive. Just pay the stall fee quickly. If you don't pay, get out of the market right now. The other vendors nearby whispered among themselves. Brother Dog sees this kid as weak, plus his fish are good quality. He's planning to trick him hard. If he doesn't pay, he'll have to give fish instead. Sigh. Brother Dog only collects stall fees based on who he's dealing with. Fat Lady Wang Guizhi, who sells fish, is Brother Dog's cousin. Isn't that obvious? Wang Ergu was the one who called her here. Based on what you're saying, these 2 young men are in trouble today. Having inherited the legacy, Song Qian's body changed completely. His bones were replaced with supreme dragon bones, and his blood was now 9 heavens golden phoenix blood. Because of this, Song Qian's sense of smell and hearing were extraordinary. He could clearly hear the conversations of the vendors nearby. No wonder Wang Ergu arrived so quickly. It turned out Wang Guizhi made the call. Even such a small market had a big underworld. Indeed, the underworld is everywhere. Seeing Wang Ergu and his men swaggering around, Song Qian just smiled faintly. Brother Dog, I'm only here for today. You've collected 20 yuan, but you want 7,000. I don't have that much money. Wang Ergu leaned on the cart, leaning forward to look at the fish inside. His eyes immediately turned greedy. Then he looked up at Song Qian. No money? That's simple. Use fish to pay. I see the fish in your stall, and I think I can buy them for just over 10,000 yuan. Let me give you a little more profit, half of your fish, and the stall fee will be considered paid. You can use this stall whenever you want. Hearing Wang Ergu's words, Song Qian frowned. Brother Go, I'm not a regular seller. I can't set up a stall every day. If it's 20 yuan a day, I'll come once and pay each time. If not, We'll leave right now. As he spoke, Song Qian turned to look at Zhang Yibei. Yibei, let's find a different place. They exchanged a glance and headed toward the front of the tricycle. Stop. Did I tell you to leave? Just as they were about to walk away, Wang Ergo stood up angrily, glaring fiercely at Song Qian and the others, shouting loudly. Song Qian turned back, his eyes turning cold. It seemed that if they didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't give up easily. But before dealing with him, Song Qian wanted to reason with him. After all, it's better if no conflicts happen in the same town. Brother Go, your stall fee is paid yearly, but it's too expensive. We don't sell often, so it's not worth paying. Since that's the case, we'll set up outside the vegetable market. Song Qian said, turning to leave again. Stop. Who said you could leave? Wang Ergo snarled fiercely, blocking their way. You're already selling here, so you have to pay the fee. If you don't, you can't leave. Seeing how arrogant he was, Song Qian gave a cold smile. He secretly cast a binding spell, instantly making these people shut their mouths. They stood there like wooden posts, frozen and unable to move. Let's go. No need to pay attention to them. Song Qian pushed Zhang Yibei, and they got into the car. What surprised Zhang Yibei was that Wang Ergo and the others, who had been so aggressive just now, were now standing still as if possessed. What's going on? Why aren't they being aggressive anymore? And they're just standing there, not stopping them. Hesitating, the two of them sat on the tricycle. The onlookers nearby were also confused. Wang Ergo was standing there blankly, feeling an invisible force holding him tightly. He couldn't move, and he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. His eyes rolled around, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. He clenched his fists, and cold sweat broke out on his back. What is happening? Why did he suddenly become unable to move? Wang Ergo squinted and glanced at his younger brother beside him. He saw that the two brothers next to him were also standing there, frozen and silent. This scene made Wang Ergo break out in a cold sweat again. Why is everything so strange? What is really going on? He couldn't move, which was bad enough, but why were his brothers also unable to speak or move? Seeing such a shocking scene, Wang Guizhi also watched closely. What is happening today? How could Wang Ergo's way of handling things let these two leave? The three-wheeled fish cart was worth over 10,000 yuan. It was impossible for him to just watch them go. Wang Guizhi looked at Wang Ergo and made some gestures, but he and the others just stood there, stiff and motionless. Wang Guizhi was anxious and had no idea what to do. She couldn't just remind Wang Ergo and the others in front of everyone to stop the three-wheeled cart and find a way to get some money. Song Qian sat on the three-wheeled cart, which was moving slowly. He looked at the plump sister Wang Guizhi, then glanced at her fish pond, and then sneered softly. At that moment, he used hypnosis on the fish inside the pond. In an instant, the fish seemed to be electrocuted. All the fish inside jumped out of the pond wildly. Splashes of water flew everywhere, and the fish were jumping out in all directions. Wang Guizhi was stunned. She hurriedly tried to catch the fish that had jumped out, one by one. But as soon as she put them back in, they jumped out again. What's going on? She cursed and scrambled to catch the fish on the ground. But whenever she threw the fish back into the pond, it was as if the pond had an electric current. As soon as the fish touched the water, they jumped out again. A kind person nearby quickly warned her. They said the pond might be leaking electricity and told her to turn off the oxygen machine. But even after turning off the machine, the fish still jumped out when put back in. Wang Guizhi didn't know that it was because she had offended Song Qian. Song Qian used hypnosis to make the fish jump out. Seeing Wang Guizhi panicking, Song Qian's expression turned cold. The overweight fish seller is not a good person. First, she called Wang Ergo and then claimed her fish were farm-raised. Since that's the case, she deserves a lesson. Song Qian used a hypnotic technique on the fish, which lasted at least half an hour. By then, most of the fish were nearly dead. The nearby vendors were shocked by what they saw. Why did Wang Guizhi's fish suddenly jump out uncontrollably? What surprised them even more was that the tricycle had already driven away a short distance. But Wang Ergo and his friends were still standing there, frozen. Why was that? Could it be that Wang Ergo and his friends changed their minds? Wang Ergo was not a kind person. Just now, he wanted to charge those two people 7,000 yuan for a stall. How could he let them leave easily? Everyone stared at each other in confusion. Meanwhile, Wang Guizhi was still busy grabbing fish. But when she put the fish into the pond, they immediately jumped out again. The pond was a mess, full of fish everywhere. After some struggle, many fish lost their scales, and some were barely alive. They looked very bad, which made Wang Guizhi very anxious. But she didn't know what to do. Wang Guizhi was trying her best to figure out why all the fish suddenly jumped out of the pond. But what if Wang Ergu and the others come back? Those people are not easy to deal with. From what I saw earlier, they definitely won't give up easily. However, at this moment, Zhang Yibei still couldn't understand. Why did those arrogant people suddenly let the two of them go? Song Qian, is it okay to set up a stall here? Song Qian understood what Zhang Yibei meant. She was worried that Wang Ergu and his friends might come back, and she wondered what to do next. Song Qian explained, "This is by the roadside, not a market. I don't believe they won't set up a stall here." Zhang Yibei listened and thought that made sense. But Wang Ergu and his friends are basically thugs. If they were reasonable, they would have talked things out earlier. Compared to them, Wang Ergu is the stronger one. When the strong person speaks, others listen. He claims this land belongs to him. So no matter what you say, the stall fee still has to be paid. But Zhang Yibei hesitated. "I'm still worried. What if they come back? How should we handle it?" Song Qian just smiled at her worries. Earlier, at the market, she had slightly warned Wang Ergu and his friends. If they dared to come back, they would face consequences. It doesn't matter if there are 4 thugs, or 40, or even 400. Song Qian wouldn't blink. The inheritance of the Lotus Fairy Emperor is not something to be taken lightly. Wang Ergu and his kind are ordinary people. Song Qian can handle them without even using her hands. Now, she is already invincible. She doesn't bother to fight these people. She remembers that yesterday, in the demon cave, she barely avoided collapsing the place with a single punch. So, dealing with ordinary people is even easier. If it weren't for the noise and disturbance at the market, which affected her fish sales, she wouldn't want to be outside the market at all. We'll just sell fish. If they dare to come back, I have my ways to handle them. Just relax and trust me. After saying that, Song Qian started shouting to sell fish. Fish for sale? Wild big fish from Longquan Lake. Although Zhang Yibei was worried about Wang Ergu and his friends, she couldn't delay selling fish. She also raised her voice and started calling out. Wild big fish from Longquan Lake are being sold cheaply. She is beautiful and has an excellent figure. Her full, upright chest is very eye-catching, and the nickname, Big Chest Girl, is well-deserved. She has a sweet, very pleasant voice. As they called out, a few more people gathered around. Within about 10 minutes, they sold a few hundred yuan worth of fish. Because the prices were low, some people doubted whether the fish really came from Longquan Lake, but they still bought some to save money. Seeing the business getting better, Song Qian relaxed. While Song Qian was busy, Wang Ergu and a few younger men stormed over angrily. Seeing them approach, Song Qian frowned. It seems these troublemakers need to be taught a lesson, or they will keep bothering us. The previous warning wasn't enough. Although Song Qian had scared them earlier, Wang Ergu and his friends probably haven't fully reacted yet, or they wouldn't have come back. "Oh no, Wang Ergu and his gang are here again," Zhang Yibei whispered nervously. "Don't worry, they can't cause much trouble." Song Qian turned around and stood in front of Zhang Yibei. Just then, Wang Ergu and his men reached them, crossing their arms and glaring fiercely at Song Qian and the others. "Who told you to set up a stall here?" Wang Ergu demanded. Song Qian just smiled coldly in response. "Wang Ergu, you were made to stand in the market for over 10 minutes. It seems you still refuse to learn. What do you want?" Wang Ergu started to sweat coldly. Earlier, after they moved, the 4 of them discussed in a corner of the market. They all agreed that they must be cursed. But they didn't expect to hear Song Qian say such things at his stall. Could it be that the recent trouble was somehow related to him? Wang Ergu was puzzled and couldn't imagine what was happening. Before leaving the market, someone told him that the 2 fish sellers were from Taohua village, and the man was named Song Qian. He used to study medicine, but later became mentally confused. What can a confused person do? But today, it seems Song Qian is no longer confused. Although he thought this way, Wang Ergu inside refused to believe that the recent events had anything to do with Song Qian. He still believed that they were cursed. Even Wang Guizhi's fish might be cursed, which is why it jumped out of the pond. Otherwise, such strange things wouldn't happen. Song Qian, the vegetable market in Jijia town, including the area outside the market, is under my control. Since you want to set up a stall, I won't give you any discount on the 7,200 yuan stall fee. Pay up. Wang Erga stepped on the wheel of his tricycle, holding onto the side, and suddenly raised his voice, clearly threatening. Facing Wang Erga's threat, Song Qian remained calm. Are you sure you want to charge for the stall? Wang Ergu lowered his foot and straightened up, holding the side of the tricycle. Do you think I'm joking with you? This is your fault, Song Qian said coldly, then used hypnosis to put Wang Ergu's 3 brothers to sleep. In an instant, the 3 clenched their fists. Wang Erga laughed loudly. I'm just forcing you. Bang. Before he finished speaking, one of his brothers slapped him, almost knocking him to the ground. The other 2 also started fighting with their hands and feet. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of punches and kicks, Wang Ergu cursed loudly. What are you doing? Ouch. Wang Erga screamed as he swung his fists at one brother, knocking him down in a flash. But the fallen brother seemed possessed. After hitting the ground, he immediately got up and swung his fists at Wang Ergu again. The other 2 also attacked with heavy punches. Thus, the 4 of them fought each other. The sounds of fists and kicks, along with the brothers' screams, filled the air. Wang Ergu, outnumbered 3-1, quickly started to struggle. Watching them fight, Song Qian just smiled coldly. Since they wanted to be arrogant, let them hit each other for a while. Fight as much as you want, hit hard. Zhang Yibei stood behind Song Qian, her face full of shock. She simply couldn't understand why the others suddenly turned on each other. Normally, Wang Ergu's 3 younger brothers wouldn't have the courage to fight their boss directly. But, strangely, things turned out differently. The 3 brothers attacked their older brother fiercely, without holding back. Wang Ergu also fought back confidently, using his height and strength to punch them. Around the tricycle, many onlookers gathered, some recognizing Wang Ergu and his brothers, pointing and whispering. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Yeah, I heard those guys are Wang Ergu's brothers. Why are they suddenly attacking him? Wang Ergu is strict. Maybe he upset his brothers, or else they wouldn't fight so hard. Looks like a good show. Be quiet. Don't get involved. The fight lasted about 5 minutes. Wang Ergu and his 3 brothers were all hurt in different ways. They were wrestling, and Wang Ergu was shocked. His usually obedient brothers suddenly fighting him. It felt like a rebellion. He couldn't understand why. Just then, Song Qian stopped using his hypnosis. In an instant, Wang Ergu's brothers woke up from the trance and fell to their knees before Wang Ergu. Brother Go, we don't know what happened. We couldn't control ourselves. It wasn't intentional. Please forgive us. Yes, we must have been cursed. Exactly, we were cursed and attacked you. We didn't mean to. Please forgive us. Wang Ergu ignored their pleas. He wiped the blood from his mouth and kicked them down again. You cowards. You're getting bolder. Enough, Song Qian said coldly. Brother Go, don't blame them. It's because you've done too many bad things. You are cursed. I advise you to leave quickly, or else. He didn't finish his threat. Today, Wang Ergu felt humiliated. He was furious. Song Qian, you're just a fool from Taohua village. How dare you tell us to leave? Believe it or not, I will end you today. Wang Ergu rolled up his sleeves and moved closer to Song Qian. A strange, fierce smile appeared on Song Qian's face. Wang Ergu clenched his fists and was about to punch Song Qian, but at the last moment, his hand froze in midair. That stiff body feeling swept over him again. Wang Ergu's fist was stuck, unable to strike. All 3 of you, why don't you hit him? Song Qian looked at the 3 kneeling on the ground and calmly ordered. Just when Wang Ergu thought Song Qian couldn't control his brothers, something shocking happened again. The 3 people, as if possessed, quickly got up from the ground, rolled up their sleeves, and started punching and kicking Wang Ergu. At this moment, Wang Ergu's body was stiff, and his voice was stuck in his throat. No matter how his brothers hit him, he couldn't scream. Just then, Wang Ergu finally understood. The so-called body possession in the market and the fight just now were all related to Song Qian. Wang Ergu looked at Song Qian with pleading eyes. After a minute, Song Qian withdrew his hypnotic power. In that instant, Wang Ergu's 3 brothers knelt before him again and started slapping themselves. Brother Go, we are really possessed. Brother Go, please forgive us. Our bodies are out of control. We didn't mean to. Song Qian looked coldly at Wang Ergu. Do you accept or not? Do you still want to collect the stall fee? And what about these fish? Wang Ergu didn't dare to refuse. From Song Qian's gaze, Wang Ergu could tell that everything that just happened was definitely caused by Song Qian. He just couldn't understand why Song Qian had such power. If he kept opposing Song Qian, there would be no good days ahead. Song Qian, no, brother Song. It was just a misunderstanding earlier. We won't take the stall fee. We, the four brothers, have delayed your fish selling time. Let us help you sell the fish. Please, show mercy. Wang Ergu's words left his three brothers feeling confused. What's going on? Why does Brother Go call Song Qian Brother Song? Has the sun risen from the west? Song Qian is just a fool. How can Brother Go call him Brother Song? A young brother stands up and says, Brother Go, Song Qian is a fool from Peach Blossom Village. How can you call him brother? Doesn't that make us look bad? Wang Ergu swings his hand and slaps this brother. Shut up, he scolds the young brother, and then turns to look at Song Qian. Sorry, Brother Song, my younger brothers are not sensible. Please don't mind. As he speaks, his tone suddenly changes. Oh, by the way, Brother Song, there are fewer fish sellers on the roadside. Let's go to the market. My brothers and I will help you sell fish and guarantee they will sell out. Wang Ergu looks sincere and respectful. Zhang Yibei hides behind Song Qian, her eyes full of shock. What is really going on? She clearly sees Wang Ergu clenching his fist, about to punch Song Qian, which would hurt him. But Wang Ergu suddenly freezes. What surprises Zhang Yibei even more is that the proud Wang Ergu suddenly changes his attitude and calls Song Qian Brother Song. What kind of show is this? Song Qian, don't listen to them. If we go to the market again, we'll probably get scammed. Let's just set up a stall on the roadside. Afraid that Song Qian will agree, Zhang Yibei quickly tries to persuade him. Hearing this, Wang Ergu starts to sweat. The Song Qian in front of him is no longer the fool he once knew. It seems he understands some magic or evil arts and can easily control others. If they don't serve Song Qian well, their group will suffer. As the saying goes, those who know the times are wise. Before fully understanding Song Qian, they must go along with him. Wang Ergu chuckles and looks eager to please. The misunderstanding just now is indeed a mistake. I, Wang Ergu, keep my word. I will help you sell all the fish. Please trust Brother Song. Wang Ergu then looks at Zhang Yibei. Miss, I really mean no harm. Come with us to the market. The four of us will help you sell fish. Zhang Yibei frowns and doesn't dare to agree. Just as she is about to refuse, Song Qian says to her, Brother Go has already said so. If we refuse now, it would be too rude. He pushes Zhang Yibei and says, Get in the car and drive to the market. Zhang Yibei was half convinced and hesitated as he sat on the tricycle. After 4 or 5 minutes, the two set up their stall again at the vegetable market. What surprised Zhang Yibei most was that Wang Ergu and his little brothers were really helping to shout out and sell, working very hard. With their help, the tricycle was soon surrounded by people again. Song Qian and Zhang Yibei were busy and a bit clumsy. Not far away, in front of Wang Guizhi's stall, there was a pile of dead fish. She looked very sad, with a tired face. In sharp contrast, the tricycle nearby was very busy, thanks to Wang Ergu and his friends. Wang Guizhi couldn't understand why. Even though she called Wang Ergu and his group, they ended up helping Song Qian instead. She really wanted to go over and ask Wang Ergu what was going on. But after thinking about it, she gave up. At the tricycle, Song Qian and the other were very busy. In less than 20 minutes, most of the fish had been sold. He estimated they had made over 7,000 yuan. At this rate, in about half an hour, all the fish would be sold, earning around 15,000 yuan. The money wasn't much, but it was enough for emergency needs. The sales went smoothly after that. Some shop owners in the market, trying to flatter Wang Ergu, bought more than 10 fish from Song Qian. Wang Ergu and his friends shouted to attract customers, while Song Qian and another person weighed and collected money. In just half an hour, all the fish were sold. Song Qian looked at the total, which was over 14,000 yuan. At this rate, even without doing anything else, he could earn tens of thousands of yuan a month just by catching fish at Longquan Lake. But this speed of selling was a bit disappointing. To make money from fishing, he needed to find steady buyers. Also, the fish resources in Longquan Lake were limited. If he fished every day, there would eventually be no fish left. Relying on catching fish to make money wasn't a long-term plan. Since he had just gained incredible medical skills, he wanted to find other ways to earn money. Song Qian packed up the tricycle and looked at Wang Ergu. Brother Go, thanks to your brothers. Let's call it a day today. Do you think we'll still need to pay stall fees next time? Wang Ergu didn't have the courage for that. His head was shaking like a rattle drum. Brother Song, you just came here to have fun. From now on, as long as you come to sell fish, this stall will always be reserved for you, Wang Ergu said, taking out his phone from his pocket. By the way, Brother Song, what's your phone number? I'll call you. Next time you come to sell fish, I can organize my brothers to help you. Someone willing to help himself made Song Qian happy. He took out his sister's phone and saved Wang Ergu's number. Wang Ergu, along with 3 brothers, helped Song Qian and his friend clean the water stains from the tricycle. Then they went outside the vegetable market. Brother Song, take care on your way. Next time you come to sell fish, remember to call me, Wang Ergu. We will definitely help you sell all your fish. Song Qian nodded. All right then. Zhang Yibei rode the tricycle, with Song Qian sitting beside her. The two swayed as they headed toward Taohua village. After just a few minutes, suddenly a red sports car sped out from an alley. Zhang Yibei couldn't stop the tricycle and crashed into it with a loud bang. This is bad. Seeing the luxury car, Zhang Yibei's face turned pale. Why is today so unlucky? The other car was a sports car worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. She and Song Qian had only earned about 14,000 yuan from selling fish. This small amount of money wasn't enough to cover the repair costs for the other car. This is bad. This is really bad. Seeing Zhang Yibei so anxious, Song Qian quickly comforted her. Don't worry. We were driving normally. It's the other person's fault. Hearing this, Zhang Yibei sighed in relief. But then she thought again and became nervous. In today's world, where is there room for arguing? Power and influence are what matter. The other person drives a luxury car, and even if it's entirely their fault, they will make us pay for the repairs. Otherwise, the woman in the BMW wouldn't dare to run the red light and hit someone. Oh no, this is a total disaster. Zhang Yibei sat on the tricycle, her eyes blank and her mind empty. What was she thinking? Song Qian didn't care much. He just comforted her briefly and then jumped off the tricycle. At that moment, the driver's door of the red sports car opened. The driver got out, and when she saw what was happening, she froze in place. The front of the sports car had collided with the tricycle. The tricycle was almost undamaged, but the sports car's front was badly dented. Looking at it, the repair costs would be at least tens of thousands of yuan. Driver Zhao Kiki immediately panicked when she saw this. She raised her eyebrows angrily and stared fiercely at Song Qian. How are you riding the tricycle? Faced with her questioning, Song Qian remained calm. Since it was clearly their fault, he didn't want to argue. Miss, I think you might be mistaken. We are on the main road, even though we are riding a tricycle. It was you who hit us. Back in college, Song Qian had learned how to get a driver's license. Although he hadn't driven much later, he still remembered the basic rules clearly. He was right. It was the other person's fault. Hearing this, Zhao Kiki was immediately displeased. Lazy country bumpkin, you're riding a broken tricycle and hit our young lady's sports car. Do you still want to avoid responsibility? Seeing how unreasonable the other side was, Song Qian didn't back down. He glared at them, ready to explain the truth. At this moment, the passenger door of the red sports car opened. A long leg appeared first, wearing a pair of red high heels. Then, a beautiful woman stepped out of the car. She looked about 25 or 26, with bright, moist eyes, long eyelashes, and curved eyebrows. Her skin was fair and smooth, like that of a baby. Her lips looked moist, and her teeth were bright and clear. Every smile and frown was like a beautiful scene. The woman twisted her waist and took a few steps forward. She looked at the damage to the car and then shook her head. Coco, this is our responsibility. We should pay the other party 10,000 yuan so they can buy a new tricycle. Let's hurry and leave. Hearing this, Zhao Kiki didn't want to be the one paying. It's clearly their fault. Why should we pay? We shouldn't pay for the repairs. They should pay for fixing the car. The young lady Zhao Kiki mentioned was Lu Muyun, the general manager of Jiangxing Lu Group. She was stunning, like a fairy descending from the heavens. Especially her delicate face, with a pointed chin that could be deadly. Faced with Zhao Kiki's helplessness, Lu Muyun frowned. Coco, these two are villagers, and their financial situation is probably poor. Let's fix the car ourselves and quickly pay them 10,000 yuan. Song Qian stood beside the tricycle, feeling relieved that this reasonable woman was willing to accept compensation of 10,000 yuan. Since the other side was not demanding more, He didn't need to argue. The tricycle wasn't badly damaged, so there was no need to pay them money. Miss, since you admit it's your responsibility, let's forget it. You don't need to pay. Seeing that they didn't want money, Zhang Yibei relaxed. She got off the tricycle and stood next to Song Qian. Since it's their fault and they want compensation, why shouldn't we take it? Plus, our front wheel is a bit deformed. Actually, the front wheel of the tricycle wasn't deformed at all. It was just that the other driver was too arrogant. He immediately offered to pay, which scared Zhang Yibei. She also wanted to get some money from him. This made her feel a little better inside. Moreover, the tricycle originally belonged to their family. Coco took out her phone, ready to transfer money to Song Qian. Send me your payment code, and I'll transfer 10,000 yuan right away. Once I get the money, I'll move aside. Song Qian took 2 steps back, too lazy to argue with them. I already said I don't want your money. He then looked at Zhang Yibei and gave her a signal. Yibei, back the tricycle up a bit. Zhang Yibei turned her head, rolled her eyes at Song Qian, then pouted, somewhat unwillingly, and slowly moved the tricycle backward. Seeing that they didn't want money, Lu Muyun, who was about to return to her car, turned around again, took a business card, and approached Song Qian. My name is Lu Muyun. Here's my card. We're in a hurry today, and I'm sorry for hitting your tricycle. I never owe anyone favors. Since you don't want compensation, consider it as me owing you a favor. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to Jiangsheng Lu's group and ask for me. I will definitely help you. Lu Muyun handed the card to Song Qian. He hesitated for a moment, but accepted the card. At that moment, Song Qian noticed that although Lu Muyun was beautiful, she was suffering from late-stage cervical cancer. A young woman as beautiful as a flower, yet she had cervical cancer at such a young age. It's truly a pity. Late-stage cervical cancer is very hard to cure with modern medicine. Even if by some chance it is cured, the treatment involves chemotherapy and radiation, which can take at least a few months to a year. The patient will suffer greatly during this time. Often, even if recovery is possible, the patient cannot handle the stress and ultimately passes away. Moreover, the patient is a beautiful female CEO. If she knew she had cervical cancer, she probably couldn't accept it and would be overwhelmed by pain, eventually passing away and going to the afterlife. Song Qian looked at the business card and put it in his pocket. At the same time, when Lu Muyun moved closer to Song Qian, the source lotus flower of the Lotus Fairy Emperor in Song Qian's dantian suddenly cheered. However, Song Qian didn't pay much attention to it. Miss Lu, you seem like a good person. I want to tell you something. You have a serious illness and need treatment as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lu Muyun was instantly alarmed. How did this young man know she was sick? Yesterday, she felt discomfort in her stomach, so she went to the hospital for a scan. The results just came out this morning. Just now, the hospital called and said her condition was serious and she needed to return quickly for further tests. So Lu Muyun was anxious and asked Zhao Kiki to drive faster. But within a few minutes, they hit a tricycle. Lu Muyun wanted to speak, but Zhao Kiki, with her eyebrows raised, pointed at Song Qian and said, "If you dare curse our young lady, you're tired of living." Before Zhao Kiki finished, Lu Muyun quickly stopped her. "Kiki, don't be rude." After a pause, Lu Muyun asked again, "Kiki, don't forget why we were driving so fast?" Hearing this, Zhao Kiki finally understood. That's right, because Lu Muyun's test results came out, and the hospital told them to return quickly. That's why the accident happened. Zhao Kiki hesitated but lowered her head. "This young man," Lu Muyun asked, "do you really see that I have a serious health problem?" Song Qian nodded heavily. "Miss Lu, I think you are a good person. I just want to say, your condition is indeed very serious. I just didn't want to tell you something you might not be able to accept." Just now, the doctor called her and said her condition was serious, urging her to return quickly for a checkup and treatment. Lu Muyun is a smart person. Since the doctor said so, her health must be very serious. "Can you tell me? What illness do I have?" Song Qian thought for a moment and said calmly, "Advanced cervical cancer." Advanced cervical cancer. Lu Muyun was stunned immediately. Nonsense. Lu Muyun thought she might have a complicated illness, but she absolutely couldn't accept that it was late-stage cancer. Especially cervical cancer. Hiding your illness and avoiding treatment is a big mistake for patients. "Miss Lu, I tell you this because I think you're a good person. As for whether it's late-stage cervical cancer, You'll find out after a hospital checkup. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. After speaking, Song Qian turned and jumped onto a tricycle. Wait. Lu Muyun stepped forward and blocked the tricycle. Let me make a call. If what you said is true, I will thank you greatly. But if you dare to curse me, I will make you pay. Song Qian sat on the tricycle and smiled faintly. Please hurry up with the call. We're going home now. By the way, tell Miss Lu that only I can cure this illness. He said this on purpose. Because the other person is Lu Muyun, the young lady of the Lu family, who must be wealthy. If he can help her recover, he will earn a lot. Right now, Song Qian really needs money. As long as he can make money, he must seize the opportunity. Lu Muyun didn't answer him directly. She stood in front of the tricycle and took out her phone to make a call. The doctor had called her earlier, speaking unclearly and avoiding telling her what illness she had. She took this chance to get a clear diagnosis. Lu Muyun dialed a number. Now everything is settled. If the other person makes a call and confirms there is no illness, neither of them will be allowed to leave. The other person is Lu Muyun, the eldest daughter of the Lu family in Jiang City and the general manager of Lu Group. She is a very important person. It's not good to offend anyone, but offending Lu Muyun is especially dangerous. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she is not someone to be taken lightly. The more Zhang Yibei thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt inside. Song Qian, what's really going on? You knew it was Lu Muyun, but you still deliberately cursed her. If I had known you were like this, I wouldn't have come to sell fish today. You've caused me a lot of trouble. Zhang Yibei clenched her fists, wanting to punch Song Qian. This guy always causes trouble for no reason. Song Qian just smiled faintly at Zhang Yibei's warning. Yibei, don't forget, when we were in college, I was one of the top students. When I said she had cervical cancer, I had my reasons. The call from her must mean she has already been checked. Song Qian's explanation made Zhang Yibei feel very dismissive. Even if you know she has late-stage cervical cancer, what does that matter? With your so-called medical skills, you dare to boast in front of her? And you say only you can cure her? Who are you fooling? At this point, Zhang Yibei added another sentence. Song Qian, we are from the countryside. We can't afford to offend the young lady CEO. Once she finishes her call, let's quickly apologize to her. Seeing Zhang Yibei's stern face, Song Qian didn't want to provoke her further. All right. If after she finishes her call, it turns out she's not sick, I'll apologize. Then we'll hurry back home. Hearing that Song Qian was willing to admit his mistake, Zhang Yibei relaxed a little. Just make sure your apology is sincere. You must get her forgiveness, or both of us will be finished. Zhang Yibei said this while grabbing Song Qian's arm tightly. Okay, I'll be sincere. Coco Zhao stood to the side, crossing her arms, her eyes filled with anger. She wished she could take off her shoe and slap that young man that actually dared to curse her young lady and said she had late-stage cervical cancer. How could such a thing happen? Once the young lady finished her call, she would definitely teach that a lesson. At this moment, Lu Muyun's face was pale. She looked exhausted as she hung up the phone. Her legs suddenly went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Zhao Kiki quickly caught Lu Muyun, who was suddenly unwell. Miss, what's wrong? Lu Muyun's face was pale like snow, and she looked very weak. With Zhao Kiki's help, she managed to steady herself. She was gasping for breath, feeling very anxious inside. It's over, it's really over. I must have late-stage cervical cancer. No wonder the hospital called me to come back immediately. I'm doomed. As she spoke, her body softened again. Lu Muyun was experienced and knew that most cases of late-stage cervical cancer are hard to cure. Even with money, treatment might be useless. She clearly remembered that 3 years ago, her company's finance director was diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer. She only lived 8 months after the diagnosis before passing away. That meant she might only have a few months left to live. Why is this happening? Life is so unfair. Lu Muyun looked like a fairy, with a perfect figure and a beautiful face. Her delicate, elegant face was truly extraordinary. Why did she get cervical cancer? And it was late stage. She was the general manager of Lu Group and the future heir. At 28, she was in her most beautiful years. Why? Why did she get cervical cancer? Zhao Kiki helped Lu Muyun and hurriedly comforted her. Miss, don't worry too much. It might be a mistake in the diagnosis. Nowadays, hospitals often exaggerate illnesses to make more money. Minor illnesses are called serious, and serious illnesses are called terminal. Lu Muyun ignored Zhao Keek's words and tried to stay calm. She looked up at Song Qian. Young man, how do you know I have cervical cancer and that it's late stage? Please tell me honestly. Lu Muyun thought to herself that Song Qian had just claimed he knew she had late-stage cervical cancer and could help her. It would be good to ask him for more information. Seeing Lu Muyun ask, Song Qian smiled slightly. Miss Lu, I am a medical student. I can tell your condition at a glance. If you don't believe me, you can go for a recheck. The inheritance of the Lotus Fairy Emperor is no joke. Song Qian's medical skills could bring the dead back to life, though he hadn't tried it himself. Still, he believed that treating cervical cancer was definitely within his ability. Moreover, his medical skills have already been tested on his parents. He says he can cure it, so he definitely can. Not just late-stage cervical cancer. Even if someone has already died and their soul has left the body, he can bring them back to life. The people he wants to save must be sent back by the king of. This young man, I don't know your surname. At this moment, Lu Muyun, although somewhat doubtful about Song Qian, still respectfully asked to know his full name so she could contact him. My name is Song Qian, he introduced himself, then pointed to the person beside him, Zhang Yibei. Her name is Zhang Yibei. We live in Peach Blossom Village. Lu Muyun took out her phone and asked for Song Qian's number. Mr. Song, can you really cure late-stage cervical cancer? Song Qian nodded confidently. Of course. Although Lu Muyun was half convinced and half doubtful, she still held a glimmer of hope. If that's the case, please treat me, Mr. Song. As long as you help me get better, I will thank you greatly. Song Qian got off the tricycle and shook his head. Miss Lu, I'm sorry. It's good that you trust me and want me to treat you, but before that, please go to the hospital for a checkup and diagnosis first. My fee isn't cheap. The treatment costs 1 million. For Song Qian, 1 million was an astronomical amount. Even the entire Peach Blossom Village probably couldn't come up with that much money. He said this mainly to avoid trouble. He's a smart person. If Lu Muyun doesn't go for a checkup and isn't desperate enough, he doesn't want to treat her for now. Otherwise, he might not get paid. On the other hand, if he helps her now and she goes for a checkup later, discovering she's healthy, she might think it was a misdiagnosis. If that happens, curing her would bring him no benefit. He doesn't want to do something that's not profitable. Mr. Song, don't worry. After I get checked, if you really can help me, the treatment fee won't be a problem. Lu Muyun said this and then turned to sit in her car. Watching the car drive away into the distance, Zhang Yibei drove the tricycle, and the two of them slowly headed forward. Song Qian, why do you love causing trouble so much? On the tricycle, Zhang Yibei couldn't help but complain. Li Muyun has advanced cervical cancer, and it is very serious. You say you can cure her and want to charge 1 million yuan for treatment. But whether you can really cure her or not, she's not naive. How could she possibly pay you? Zhang Yibei complains, but Song Qian just smiles faintly. Li Muyun's cancer is quite severe. If traditional treatments are used, it definitely can't be cured. Only Song Qian dares to confidently say he can do it. Song Qian believes Li Muyun will come to him, and she will definitely pay the 1 million yuan he asks for. Yibei, this morning at Longquan Lake when you were fishing, you didn't believe me either. But look, we caught so many fish. Song Qian says with a slight smile. Just now at the market, you also didn't believe that Wang Ergu and those people would help us sell fish. But what happened? Thanks to Song Qian's reminder, Zhang Yibei's face changes. As Song Qian said, all this seems a bit unbelievable, especially Wang Ergu and his friends acting strangely. She's still confused. What happened this morning was indeed strange, but that doesn't mean you can cure cervical cancer. That's impossible. Zhang Yibei thinks for a moment and firmly denies it. Haha. Song Qian chuckles softly, turns to look at Zhang Yibei. How about we make a bet? If Li Muyun comes to me and gives me 1 million yuan, you lose. From now on, you have to call me Brother Qian. Zhang Yibei pouts and snorts coldly. What's so great about that? Anyway, you're older than me. I'll just call you Little Brother Qian, so what? She hesitates slightly and asks back. What if you lose? A mischievous smile appears on Song Qian's face. If I lose, I'll become your son-in-law. Zhang Yibei turns her head and glares fiercely at Song Qian. This bad guy is actually making plans for her. How is he worse than before? Go away, don't think you can take advantage of me. If she weren't riding her tricycle, Zhang Yibei really wants to let go of the handlebar and punch Song Qian. This guy is really quite naughty. Marrying her as a son-in-law. Wouldn't that mean she has to marry him? Song Qian, honestly, since you're saying that, I not only want to bet with you, but also want to raise the stakes. If you win, I will give you my small clinic. If you lose, you have to help me catch fish for 3 days. All the money from selling the fish will belong to me. Do you dare? Zhang Yibei pouted, acting confident and sure of winning against Song Qian. Liu Muyun is a female CEO. Even if she really had cervical cancer, she wouldn't be foolish enough to come to Taohua village to seek treatment from Song Qian. Moreover, she even gave Song Qian 1 million yuan. That sounds like a fairy tale. If Song Qian loses, he will help catch fish for 3 days, which could earn over 30,000 yuan. Then he can really tease him. Not necessarily all, but sharing half is possible. Zhang Yibei believes Song Qian won't agree. But just as she finished speaking, Song Qian smiled and nodded. This is what you said. If I win, not only will you call me brother in the future, but you'll also give me your small clinic. Once the words are out, they can't be taken back. Zhang Yibei was worried Song Qian might change his mind, so she quickly nodded in agreement. She was smiling, already planning in her mind to control this guy, Song Qian. They arrived at Jiji Street. There are a few mobile phone shops. Song Qian told Zhang Yibei to stop the car. He went into a phone shop to buy a new phone. Next to the phone shop, there was a jewelry shop that buys gold and silver. Song Qian took Zhang Yibei into the jewelry store. He asked her to take out her necklace to help change the clasp. Then, they rode a tricycle and headed to Taohua village. On the way, Song Qian split 3,000 yuan of the fish-selling money with Zhang Yibei. Earlier in the morning, he promised her 20%. Zhang Yibei hesitated for a moment and took 2,000 yuan as a token. She also told Song Qian that next time he catches fish, he must invite her. Song Qian happily agreed. They smiled, finally able to go home. Although they didn't earn much today, for Song Qian, it was a profit, over 12,000 yuan. What made him happier was meeting Liu Muyun. She is the young lady of the Li family. Song Qian believed she would call him later and that he could make a big profit from her. After a while, they returned to Taohua village. At Wang Mozi's house in Taohua village. Right now, the yard gate was closed. In the yard, there was a man in his 50s wearing a yellow 8 trigrams Taoist robe, holding a ghost-banishing talisman in his left hand and a peachwood sword in his right hand. In front of the Taoist priest, there is an altar. The altar is covered with yellow silk, and on it are an incense burner, candles, and bells. Smoke curls up from the incense. The Taoist priest closes his eyes slightly and recites words confidently. Not far from the altar, Wang Mozi looks serious. Last night, at Su Taohua's house, he was controlled by the ghost of Song Qian. Later, at his own home, he was threatened with a knife at his neck. Wang Mozi remembers this with fear. In the yard, there is a rope, usually used for drying clothes. A few pairs of pants hang on it. Wang Mozi was so scared last night that he wet his pants twice. His pants are still not dry. Master, sorry to trouble you. Last night, it was in that corner where Song Qian held a knife to my neck. I almost lost my life. Then his soul floated away. Wang Mozi trembles as he describes the situation again. The ghost exorcising master nods slightly, indicating he understands. He picks up 3 incense sticks, recites a few spells, then places the incense in the burner. He also takes some yellow paper, lights it, and throws it into the corner of the room. By the command of the law, evil spirits disperse. Song Qian and Zhang Yibei return to Zhang Yibei's house. After parking the tricycle, Song Qian heads home alone. Passing by Wang Mozi's door, Song Qian hears the sound of bells inside. Curious, he uses his lotus heavenly eye to look inside. He immediately smiles. In Wang Mozi's yard, a master dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, with eyes closed, holds a peachwood sword in one hand and a bell in the other. He recites confidently, though it's unclear what spell he's chanting. Wang Mozi stands nearby, looking nervous. From his expression, it seems he hasn't yet shaken off last night's fear. This guy is really quick. It's only noon, and he's already called a Taoist priest to start exorcising the ghost. It looks like Wang Mozi truly believes he is dead. Good job, Wang Mozi. Scared to death, you deserve it. Song Qian thinks for a moment, then knocks on the door. Bang bang bang. Who is it? Wang Mozi's voice comes from inside. Song Qian stands at the door without speaking. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Matzi comes to open it. As soon as the door opens, Wang Matzi screams in horror. Ghost! He looked pale and kept stepping back. Song Qian stood quietly without saying a word. Seeing Wang Matzi's scared look, he almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a torch, looking at Song Qian. Ghost? Where did the ghost come from? Standing at the gate was clearly just a person. Could it be that this is the ghost Wang Matzi mentioned? Sure enough, Wang Matzi scrambled and crawled behind the man, squinting and pointing at Song Qian. The ghost is back. He's the ghost. Song Qian calmly walked into the yard. Good job, Wang Matzi. Have you done something wrong? Look carefully. Am I a person or a ghost? Song Qian approached Wang Matzi, who retreated again. He rubbed his eyes and looked up at Song Qian. No, last night's ghost wasn't like this. The person standing in front of him didn't look like a ghost at all, but he was still very scared. Wang Matzi hesitated for more than 10 seconds before finally standing up. Are you a person or a ghost? Song Qian took 2 steps forward, his face dark as he stared at Wang Matzi. Well, what do you think? Am I a person or a ghost? The man in the Taoist robe, unable to watch anymore, threw down his magic tool and came over to question Wang Matzi. Is he the ghost you're trying to drive away? Yes, it's him. Wang Matzi nodded heavily. But last night, he wasn't like this. I saw clearly. He floated out from that corner of the yard. Wang Matzi pointed again at the corner of the yard. The Taoist, dressed in a robe, immediately looked serious. The corner he pointed to had a wall about 1.5 meters high and 50 centimeters wide. Even someone very good at jumping would struggle to jump over it. Floating out so easily? That's nonsense. Such a thing simply doesn't happen. Where did the ghost come from? He's obviously a living person. The Taoist raised his voice slightly on the words, living person. But Wang Matzi still wanted to argue, but the person in front of him, Song Qian, had a nose and eyes. He was definitely a real person. But what about last night's events? Why did he feel paralyzed and scared to the point of wetting himself at Su Taohua's house? In his own yard, he felt the same way. He was holding a kitchen knife and trying to cut towards Song Qian, but unexpectedly his body stiffened, and the knife was snatched away. This was very strange. Why did this happen? Wang Matzi's mouth twitched, and he broke out in sweat. He simply couldn't understand. Stop fooling around. He's just a person, the Taoist priest said, opening his eyes wide and glancing at Song Qian again. Then he told Wang Matzi, we agreed on 3,000 yuan for the ritual. Hurry up and pay. I want to go home. Song Qian had a mischievous smile on his face and looked at Wang Matzi. Wang Matzi, I think you've done too many bad things. You're having hallucinations. I hope you behave yourself, or the hallucinations will keep happening. As he spoke, Song Qian secretly cast a calming spell. Wang Matzi's expression froze, and he almost peed his pants again. Fortunately, this time his body only stiffened for about 10 seconds. Once Song Qian left the yard, he regained his ability to move. A few minutes later, Song Qian returned home. Inside, a delicious smell filled the house. Seeing Song Qian come back, Song Yao quickly ran over. Brother, you said you caught a lot of fish. Did you sell them? How much money did you make? Song Qian took out his phone and showed it to Song Yao. Your brother didn't lie to you. Look for yourself. I sold over 12,000 yuan, mostly through mobile payments. Song Yao took the phone and saw the payment records. He was so happy he couldn't stop. Oh my gosh, I earned over 8,000 yuan. The over 8,000 yuan he mentioned was all from mobile payments. The remaining over 4,000 yuan was cash, so together, it added up to just over 12,000 yuan. I'm rich. I'm rich. I've never had so much money on my phone before. This 8,000 yuan is mine now, haha. Song Yao held the phone happily. The money from the mobile payments went directly into Song Yao's account. Hearing the siblings' excitement, their father, Song Yongfu, and mother, Lu Shufan, hurried over to the yard to ask what was going on. When they heard that Song Qian earned over 12,000 yuan, both of them smiled and kept giving Song Qian thumbs up. Seeing his parents and sisters so happy, Song Qian also smiled. Mom, Dad, little sister, I didn't earn much today. This is just the beginning. I will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Over the past 2 years, you have taken care of me during my illness. In the future, I will earn money to support you all. You should also take some time to rest. Song Qian said as he looked around his yard. After I earn some money, we will tear down this old house and rebuild. Our family will also build a small Western-style house. Brother, stop bragging. Please, said Song Yao, rolling her eyes at Song Qian. You were lucky today to catch so many fish and sold them for over 10,000 yuan. Lake Longquan isn't that big, and you can't catch big fish every day. We should be more realistic. Father, Song Yongfu, also said, it's good that you have big dreams, but my daughter is right. We need to be practical. All right, enough. Don't spoil the mood, said Lu Shufan. The kids are hungry. Let's eat quickly. The family went to the living room and started eating. Their house is small, so they usually eat in the living room. A few minutes later, the small table was filled with delicious dishes. Besides the turtle Song Qian caught, their mother made sour fish and a big nourishing old hen. There were 7 or 8 dishes, all tasty and fragrant. The family sat around the table, smiling happily as they ate. Since Song Qian was turned into a fool, everything in the family felt like it was falling apart. Even during New Year, they never had such a rich meal. Today, they could finally enjoy a big feast. Jiangxing Hospital, Director's Office. Miss Liu, after a repeat MRI scan, you indeed have late-stage cervical cancer. The situation is very serious, so you need to be mentally prepared. Lu Muyu held the MRI images, her eyes vacant. She only hoped it was a misdiagnosis. But reality hit her hard. Yes, she had late-stage cervical cancer, and the severity was beyond her imagination. Director Sun asked, do I have any hope? After a moment, Lu Muyu asked with a dark face, is there any hope for me? I didn't want to tell you this in front of you, but since you already know, I hope you're prepared. In a small place like Jiangxing, there's probably no way out for your condition. I suggest you buy a plane ticket soon and go abroad to see specialists. Maybe there's still a slim chance overseas. Director Sun said this out of helplessness. For a big client like Lu Muyun, if the hospital could help her with treatment, it would definitely bring in a lot of income for the hospital. However, Director Sun does not dare to do so. He is an expert in the oncology department and has seen all kinds of tumors. For someone like Lu Muyun, who has late-stage cervical cancer, even if they treat 100 patients, only 2 or 3 might be successfully cured. That is considered a very high success rate. He is afraid to treat Lu Muyun because he worries about causing trouble for the hospital. Hearing Director Sun's words, Lu Muyun almost collapsed to the ground. Zhao Kiki, standing beside her, supported her the whole time, afraid that something might happen to her. After a long while, Lu Muyun asked again, Director Sun, I know that Jiangxing Hospital has many cancer experts. Could you call them over and carefully examine me again? Director Sun is an expert in this field. He has already seen Lu Muyun's condition clearly, and he speaks honestly. Faced with Lu Muyun's request, he finds it hard to refuse. All right, Miss Lu, please wait a moment. Director Sun took out his phone and made a call. All oncology experts, you have 5 minutes to come to my office for a consultation. Anyone late will be dismissed. A few minutes later, all the experts arrived. More than a dozen respected oncology specialists, all holding their phones, checked Lu Muyun's scan results in the hospital system. It took more than 10 minutes, and everyone lowered their heads. Miss Lu, we are truly sorry. Sorry, please forgive us. Our hospital's equipment is outdated, and we lack targeted therapy drugs. We hope you can seek treatment abroad as soon as possible. Yes, overseas medical equipment is advanced, and there are more types of targeted drugs. There's still hope. Sorry about this. Hearing these experts' words, Lu Muyun's face turned pale. She is only in her 20s. Why does she have late-stage cervical cancer? Why is this happening? Seeing her face as pale as paper, Zhao Kiki supported Lu Muyun and quickly comforted her softly. Miss, let's go back first, discuss with your family, and then go abroad as soon as possible. Zhao Kiki helped Lu Muyun slowly out of the director's office. At the car, Lu Muyun said nothing. Miss, please don't scare me. Although your condition is serious, it's not necessarily hopeless. Director Sun just said that even though it's late-stage cervical cancer, there is still a chance to be cured. Lu Muyun stared at the report in her hand, her eyes unfocused. It's a terrible fate. Is this how her life will end? Director Sun was very clear earlier. For someone like her, it's very unlikely to be cured domestically. Lu Muyun can interpret this in another way. To be honest, it means it can't be treated here at all. If it can't be treated at home, can it be treated abroad? All Western medicine seems the same, and Lu Muyun feels hopeless. At such a young age, why did she get cervical cancer? Even more frightening is that it's late-stage cervical cancer, to a terrible extent beyond imagination. Why is this happening? Miss, say something. Don't be so sad. Seeing you upset makes me feel sad too. Coco Zhao sat in the driver's seat but didn't dare to start the car. She didn't know where Lu Muyun was going. Should she go home and tell her family, or go to another hospital for a checkup? But she had already been checked, and that was a fact. Another test wouldn't change the result. Lu Muyun said nothing, almost like her soul had left her body. After more than 10 minutes, she let out a long sigh. How did I become so unlucky? Why did I get this disease? She forced herself to stay strong, then took out her phone and called a friend in Kyoto, asking her to help find the best doctor. Half an hour later, Lu Muyun received the answer. It was exactly what Director Sun had said. The top doctor in Kyoto also advised her to seek treatment abroad as soon as possible. At this moment, Lu Muyun was completely hopeless. Could it be that my life is just over? No, wait. Song Qian said I was in late-stage cervical cancer. He said only he could cure my illness. I need to call Song Qian. Just as Lu Muyun was about to make the call, Coco Zhao suggested again. Miss, I feel that Song Qian might not be trustworthy. Maybe we should go home, or better yet, go abroad quickly. Then Zhao turned her words. Even if we want to find Song Qian, we should first investigate him, learn about his background, and then go to see him later. Liu Muyun thought for a moment and seemed to find some truth in it. Kiki, you handle this matter. Zhao Kiki took out her phone and quickly arranged everything. About 10 minutes later, the investigation results came out. Miss, the results are not good. Song Qian is indeed studying medicine, but 2 years ago, he was beaten into a fool by young Master Su, and his girlfriend also became Su's fiancée. It seems that these days, the two are about to get married. The investigation shows that just a few days ago, Song Qian was still a fool, but today, after we hit him with a car, he seems to have regained his senses. Zhao Kiki told Liu Muyun all the investigation results. After hearing this, Liu Muyun's brows furrowed even more. He is a fool, but how could he tell at a glance that she had late-stage cervical cancer? Could a fool be so sharp? Miss, I think that big fool, Song Qian, is just a big liar. He even said he wanted you to pay 1 million for treatment. Zhao Kiki's words made Liu Muyun fall into deep thought. From the investigation, this possibility is real. The only thing Liu Muyun can understand is that when he interacted with Song Qian didn't seem to be a fool, and he immediately saw through her illness. Can a fool be this clever? Should I answer this call or not? Should I trust Song Qian or not? At Song Qian's house, he was holding his new phone, studying its functions. Brother, my phone is also so old and slow now. It keeps freezing and is hard to use. When you earn some money, buy me a new one, okay? Song Yao sat beside Song Qian, waving her old phone. Song Qian nodded gently. In a few days, I will definitely buy you a nice new phone. Your current one really needs to be replaced. Hearing this, Song Yao was immediately happy. Brother, you're so good to me. Song Qian held the phone and studied it for a long time. In the past 2 years of being sick, he hadn't used a phone much, and he was still a bit confused about some features. Just then, Song Yao's phone rang. She took it out and saw it was an unknown number. After a moment of hesitation, Song Yao answered the call. May I ask who you're looking for? On the other end of the line, a woman's voice came through. Hello, Miss Song. I am a bank employee, ID number 9527. Our system shows that recently, your bank card has been used for large purchases in Australia. Are these transactions made by you? Upon hearing this, Song Yao's face darkened immediately. She only has one bank card, kept in her wardrobe. How could she have made purchases in Australia? Such scam calls are so clumsy in their script. She has received several scam calls like this before, and the wording is always the same. She has become immune to them. Wow, are telecom scams so bold now? I am so poor that I have never even opened a bank account. If you want to scam, at least be more professional. Go scam corrupt officials. They have a lot of money. Find one corrupt official, and you can scam hundreds of millions. I advise you not to call the old lady anymore. After cursing, Song Yao hung up the phone. Seeing her sister so angry, Song Qian comforted her. Little sister, the news on TV said that those telecom scammers are guarded by people with guns. If you realize they are scammers, there's no need to argue with them. Just hang up. Then Song Qian changed the subject. Although corrupt officials are rich, they are very cunning. It's not easy to scam a corrupt official. Not long after hanging up, Song Yao's phone rang again. Oh, is this never ending today? She looked at her phone and was surprised to see it still showing a local number and even a name. Wow, these scammers are really clever. They changed their phone number and are so good at disguising themselves. Frowning, Song Yao answered the call. You scammer, how dare you call the old lady? I just told you to stop calling, and now you're relentless? After venting, she hung up directly. But she didn't know that the caller was not a scammer, but Miss Lu of the Lu Group, Lu Muyun. On the other end, Lu Muyun looked very angry. The person who answered was a woman, and she called the old lady, "She's my mother. This woman has irregular periods and is more irritable than I am." Li Muyun didn't expect that the phone number Song Qian left her was fake, and the person answering was a woman. The voice sounded young, but her temper suggested she was at least in her 40s or 50s, probably going through menopause. Otherwise, she wouldn't have cursed when answering the phone. Miss, I told you that fool Song Qian isn't reliable. Now you believe me, right? Let's go home quickly and prepare to go abroad. Li Muyun frowned, getting angrier the more she thought about it. Today was already a bad day. She had a minor car accident with a tricycle, and her car was still not repaired. And now she found out the phone number was fake. She couldn't take it anymore. She didn't want to keep silent. Why should she tolerate being cursed at? But she couldn't curse back. Wait, let me call again and give that menopausal woman a piece of my mind. Then block her number. Li Muyun grabbed her phone and dialed the number again. At Song Qian's house, two siblings were chatting. Song Yao frowned, still talking about telecom scams. Suddenly, her phone rang again. Wow, the same number called again after I just scolded them. How bold are these scammers? Song Yao was furious and started cursing again. Song Qian also got annoyed when she heard this. Within a few minutes, they had received 3 scam calls. It was too much. Scammers were so brazen. Give me the phone. I'll curse them. Song Qian took the phone and was stunned. The number clearly showed Li Muyun's contact. But how could it be a scam call? She had just saved that number this morning in Jijiang town. Are you sure this is a scam call? Song Yao nodded firmly, very sure. Scammers are very clever. They disguised the number perfectly, even with a name. This was definitely a scam call. Song Qian looked frustrated and shook her head silently. This is my saved number, not a scam. No, it's not. Song Yao's face stiffened. Song Qian was speechless and quickly answered the call. As soon as she answered, the voice on the other end came through. Old woman, are you going through menopause? You are so aggressive when you speak. You are the real liar. Your whole family are liars. Let me tell you, I am Lu Muyun. You, a girl who has been acting suspiciously, dare to curse me? Just wait and see how I deal with you in the future. As soon as the call connected, Lu Muyun started shouting loudly. Her bold and loud words didn't match her elegant image, but she was so angry that she didn't care about her appearance or manners. Her voice was so unpleasant that Song Qian was speechless. He quickly moved the phone away from his ear, not wanting to hear her curse anymore, and interrupted her. Miss Lu, this is Song Qian. There was a misunderstanding earlier. No, please stop cursing. Hearing Song Qian's voice, there was a clear hesitation on the other end of the line. Song Qian, is that you? Lu Muyun held the phone, a bit confused. What is going on now? She calmed down and listened as Song Qian hurriedly explained. Miss Lu, this phone belongs to my sister. She answered the call just now. She had just received a scam call, so she misunderstood and thought you were the scammer. Sorry about that. After saying this, Song Qian looked a bit embarrassed. Miss Lu, did you go to the hospital for a checkup? On the other end, after confirming it was Song Qian, Lu Muyun also felt a little awkward. She cleared her throat and then focused. Sorry about that. I got the test results a while ago and only now called you. As you said, my condition is very serious. Song Qian, are you confident you can cure me? Song Qian smiled and nodded. You already have the test results. Whether I can cure you depends on the results. I am an honest person. If Miss Lu is worried, you can start treatment first and pay later. After I finish treating you, you can go back to the hospital for a follow-up. Once you get the recovery report, you can pay the 1 million yuan fee. I believe in your integrity, Miss Lu. You will keep your promise. He paused briefly, then continued. I give you 2 days. If you want treatment, Come to Taohua village quickly. If you're late, you might miss the chance. Song Qian's words were meant to push Lu Muyun to make a decision. Actually, even if Lu Muyun's condition worsened over the next 2 or 3 months, or she was on the verge of death, as long as Song Qian took action, she could be cured. But right now, Song Qian is really short of money. If he heals Lu Muyun, he will earn a good amount of money. This large sum can help him solve many problems. Before sleeping, the Lotus Immortal Emperor repeatedly told him to find the shattered divine lotus within 3 years. Only with money can Song Qian start his work. On the phone, Lu Muyun didn't speak. After a while, she said, "Are you free now? We will come to see you. As long as you can cure her, the treatment fee will be doubled." Hearing this, Song Qian was immediately happy. Is this an unexpected gain? Rich people are bold. They even offered 2 million. That's great. Song Qian accepted the money. "Miss Lu, I am waiting for you at home. In Taohua village, Chijiang town. Come over now." "Okay, we're leaving now." After hanging up, Song Qian used his new phone to call Lu Muyun and told her to save his new number. He also told her to call him if she needed anything in the future. On the other end of the line, Lu Muyun was a bit confused, not understanding what it meant. Song Qian clearly had a phone, but insisted on giving his sister's number to himself instead of his own. What does that mean? Actually, Lu Muyun didn't know that Song Qian was still naive yesterday. He didn't need a phone before, and his new number was just bought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a joke. Although Lu Muyun hesitated, she still did as he asked. "Cuckoo, let's go to Taohua village now." Zhao Kuka started the car, but was still a bit hesitant. "Miss, is Song Qian reliable?" Lu Muyun hesitated slightly, but nodded. "My current situation is very bad. Let's give it a try." Song Qian promised to cure her first, then do a follow-up check, and only then pay. "Even if she tricks us out of 2 million, it doesn't matter. I don't lack that money." As she spoke, her tone shifted. "Oh, and the front of the car was hit and damaged. Plus, since it's a sports car, the chassis might be low for the trip to Taohua village. Let's go back to the company first, change cars, and have someone take the damaged car for repairs." Li Muyun told the truth. As the future heir of the Lu Group, the daughter of the Lu family, and now the general manager of the company, a few million is just a small amount of money to her. As long as Song Qian can cure her, she would pay even 10 million if needed. At this critical moment, Li Muyun felt hopeless. She was forced to believe in Song Qian. Like she said, she was just trying her luck. "Yes," Coco Zhao nodded, and the car sped away. At Song Qian's house, Song Yao looked at Song Qian with curiosity. "Brother, when I called earlier, I overheard that woman say she wanted you to help her with her illness, and you said you would charge 1 million. What's going on? Are you trying to cheat her out of that money?" Song Qian reached out and patted Song Yao. "What are you thinking? Have you been getting too many scam calls? Don't forget, last night I also cured Mom and Dad's illness." Hearing this, Song Yao seemed to understand. "By the way, what illness does that woman have?" Song Qian shook his head and didn't answer directly. "Her illness doesn't concern you." "Why are you asking?" Song Yao tilted her head and thought for a moment. "But no matter what illness she has, charging her 1 million for treatment is too much. It's even more black-hearted than those unscrupulous doctors." "It's just dark." Song Yao said this and made a dismissive gesture toward Song Qian. Faced with his sister's disapproval, Song Qian smiled faintly. His sister is kind-hearted, and he can understand her words. But Li Muyun's illness isn't worth 1 million. Charging her that much isn't high. In fact, it's quite cheap. The two siblings exchanged a few words and then fell silent. Song Qian held his phone and continued to study it. Although the phone isn't worth much, it's a new model. He hadn't used a phone for over 2 years, so he found it very novel. "Xiao Yao, give me your phone." "What are you going to do?" Song Yao asked back. Without waiting for her answer, Song Qian took her phone. He flipped through it and found Su Taohua's number. "Oh, you're going to call Sister Taohua. She's famous for being beautiful. You don't like her, do you?" Song Yao grinned mischievously and started joking nearby. Song Qian's face darkened as he glared at Song Yao. "Don't talk nonsense. Sister Taohua will be upset if she hears you." He had just saved Su Taohua's phone number when suddenly, his phone rang. Coincidentally, it was Su Taohua calling. Song Qian answered immediately. "Sister Taohua, is something wrong?" "Song Qian, something's happened. Come to my house quickly." On the phone, Su Taohua sounded a bit anxious. Besides her voice, there were a few other people's sounds. Song Qian faintly heard one of them was Wang Matzi. "You stubborn Wang Matzi, always unrepentant," Song Qian cursed silently. Then he said into the phone, "Wait a moment, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Song Qian put his phone away and rushed out the door. Song Yao, like a little shadow, followed quickly. "What happened to Sister Taohua? I want to go with you. It's nothing serious." "Don't come." Song Qian turned back, trying to stop Song Yao. He didn't want her to know about last night's events, nor did he want their parents to worry. "I want to go with you." Song Yao pouted and ran ahead of Song Qian. Unable to do anything, Song Qian could only let her follow. In the countryside, there wasn't much excitement. Whenever something big or small happened in any family, the villagers loved to gather and watch. If an old person got sick, or someone had a baby, or a family was getting married, everyone would come to see. Song Yao also liked to join in the fun. At Su Taohua's house, Su Taohua's mother, Zhou Guiying, her brother Su Xiaofei, and Wang Matzi all gathered around her, making noise. Zhou Guiying crossed her arms, looking fierce. "Su Taohua, I gave you face, right? I already accepted Wang Tsongming's bride price, but you refused to marry him. Who gave you the guts?" The Wang Tsongming Zhou Guiying mentioned is actually Wang Matzi. In Taohua village, people don't call him Wang Tsongming. Because he has many freckles on his face, everyone habitually calls him Wang Matzi. Out of respect for her son-in-law, Zhou Guiying calls him Wang Tsongming. As soon as Zhou Guiying finished speaking, Su Xiaofei said, "Sister, you've been a widow for over 2 years. Mom found you some suitors, but because you're a widow, they didn't want you. Only brother Wang Tsongming didn't mind, and even gave you 180,000 in bride price. Why don't you cherish that?" Hearing this, Su Taohua's face darkened. She frowned, looked at her mother and younger brother, then glanced toward Wang Matzi nearby, and suddenly felt very angry. Wang Matzi is a troublemaker who has been bothering her for 2 years. Yesterday, at the waterfall on Longquan Mountain, he almost succeeded in doing something bad to her. If Su Taohua hadn't been clever, she might not have escaped. Seeing Wang Matzi's face full of pimples, short and ugly, Su Taohua felt chills. Marrying someone like him would be worse than dying. He is like a real-life version of Wu Dalong. "Mom, I don't want you to interfere in my affairs. You took the bride price without my permission. If you want to marry him, go ahead. Don't come to me." Hearing this, Zhou Guiying was instantly furious. How dare Su Taohua talk back like that? She told herself to marry him? What nonsense is that? I've already accepted Brother Wang's 180,000 bride price. If you want me to return it, dream on. Today, I make it clear, this good son-in-law is decided. You must marry him. Su Taohua swung her sleeve and shouted loudly. "No way. If you want me to marry him, I'd rather die." Su Taohua made up her mind, rushed to the kitchen, quickly grabbed a fruit knife, and pressed it against her neck, standing in the yard. Su Xiaofei saw this and immediately became worried. "Sister, don't do anything stupid. We can talk about this." At this moment, Wang Matzi said nothing. He came to Su Taohua's house not to force her to marry him, but to return the bride price. As long as he gets the bride price back, he doesn't care if she wants to marry him or not. Wang Matzi knew his own limitations. He was short and ugly, and Su Taohua didn't like him. Instead of forcing her, it was better to return the bride price. Also, there's the issue with Song Qian, which is another trouble. Yesterday, after throwing Song Qian into the demon cave, Song Qian hasn't come to settle accounts yet. Although Song Qian's family is poor, they are not easy to mess with. First, return the bride price, then discuss other matters. If Su Taohua is willing to marry him, giving the bride price can still be done later. Otherwise, since the bride price is in Zhou Guiying's hands, it will never be a good thing. However, he called Zhou Guiying to talk about returning the bride price, but she refused and insisted on bringing him to Su Taohua's house. Sure enough, Wang Matzi came along. "Aunt Zhou, marriage is about mutual love. I am not handsome, so I don't deserve Taohua. Since she won't marry me, please return the bride price. I don't want to force her into a desperate situation." Hearing this, Zhou Guiying was unwilling. "Wang Matzi, what are you thinking? The bride price is in my hands, so I can't return it. Anyway, I already agreed to your marriage with Su Taohua. You decide what to do." Zhou Guiying shouted loudly, unwilling to return the bride price. Her son, Su Xiaofei, also had a girlfriend, and they were talking about marriage. The 180,000 yuan was meant for her son to get married. Su Xiaofei stood nearby, also very reluctant. His mother had promised him that the 180,000 yuan was for his wedding, with 80,000 as bride price, and the remaining 100,000, plus some savings from his parents, totaling about 200,000, enough to buy a house and pay the down payment. If the bride price was returned, how could he get married? Big sister, just agree to marry Wang Matzi. Mom already promised me. That 180,000 yuan is for my wedding. Without it, I can't marry. Please, sister. Su Xiaofei almost started crying as he spoke. Hearing her brother, Su Taohua felt very upset. Her mother secretly took the bride price from Wang Matzi without her permission and forced her to marry him. That was bad enough. But her brother, Su Xiaofei, was her own sibling. When he was young, she took care of him a lot. Even when she got married 2 years ago, she still looked after him. But now, Su Xiaofei was only focused on that 180,000 yuan and didn't care about her happiness. Is he really her brother? He was just like her mother, greedy and money-minded. Su Xiaofei, shut up, seeing that the bride price couldn't be returned and that she wouldn't marry Wang Matzi. He was anxious and worried, his face full of concern. What should they do now? After thinking for a moment, Wang Matzi confidently said, Aunt Zhou, Taohua doesn't want to marry me. You should return my bride price. No way. Not a single cent back. Zhou Guiying snapped her sleeve and glared at Wang Matzi. Hurry up and go, the knife from his hand, and take her away. Then, go into the bridal chamber now. At that moment, Song Qian and Song Yao ran quickly, pushing open the half-open courtyard gate and rushing into Su Taohua's yard. Usually, for Song Qian, it only took a leap and 2 seconds to get from his house to Su Taohua's. But in the village, during broad daylight, his skills were hard to use, or villagers might think he's a monster. So, they hurried but still delayed by 2 minutes. When they entered the yard, Song Qian saw Su Taohua holding a sharp fruit knife pressed against her neck. He froze in shock. Taohua, don't do something stupid. Seeing Song Qian arrive, Su Taohua relaxed a little. She wasn't trying to hurt herself, but was using this method to force her mother. Song Qian, you're finally here. If you had come any later, I might not have seen you again. It's all because of my mom and them pushing me. Tears started to fall from Su Taohua's eyes as she spoke. Song Qian ran over and grabbed the fruit knife from her. Taohua, what are you doing? Is there something you can't solve? Then he looked at Zhou Guiying. And Zhou, why are you forcing Taohua? Look at how she's been pushed to this point. What if something happens to her? Since she was Su Taohua's mother, although she was a bit greedy and mean, Song Qian still showed her respect when speaking. Stupid Song Qian, do you have the right to speak here? You're just a fool, and you dare to interfere in our family affairs. Go play somewhere else. Zhou Guiying crossed her arms and scolded Song Qian. She didn't notice that Song Qian was no longer foolish. Hearing this, Song Yao was immediately unhappy. Since Song Qian had become foolish, she hated hearing anyone call him a fool. And Zhou, my brother's illness is better now. Please speak respectfully. Who's the fool? I think you're the fool, forcing the beautiful Sister Peach Blossom to marry the short and ugly Wang Matzi. If you're not a fool, then who is? Her words made Zhou Guiying and Su Xiaofei both pause for a moment. Is Song Qian not known as a fool? When did he get better? Didn't the doctors say he couldn't be cured? After a brief thought, Zhou Guiying decided not to worry too much. She had accepted Wang Matzi's bride price, and there was no way she would return it. I don't care if you're fools or not. If you want to stand up for yourselves, fine. Then it's okay if Su Taohua doesn't marry Wang Matzi. The 180,000 yuan bride price Wang Matzi gave me will be shared by you 2 siblings. Hearing this, Song Qian's face turned cold. If it weren't for Zhou Guiying being Su Taohua's mother, he would have rushed forward and slapped Zhou Guiying to the ground. Even a fierce tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. What kind of mother is this? Forcing her daughter into a dangerous situation. How can she still be called a mother? But outwardly, Song Qian didn't get angry. He looked at Wang Matzi, and his eyes suddenly flashed with anger. Wang Matzi, I think you forgot my warning earlier. As he spoke, Song Qian secretly cast a calming spell. In an instant, Wang Matzi's whole body stiffened, unable to move or speak. This state lasted for half a minute before Song Qian withdrew the spell. At this moment, Wang Matzi's face was pale with fear. Fortunately, after these two incidents today, he was almost certain that his body stiffness was caused by Song Qian. It didn't last long, which was a small mercy. Since that was the case, he decided to be more assertive. Wang Ergu from Jijiang town was somewhat familiar with him, so he called him over. Wang Ergu was known for violence, even having killed someone before. Yesterday, Wang Matzi had thrown Song Qian into the demon cave, but unexpectedly, Song Qian was still alive. So he called Wang Ergu to come and Song Qian. If that happened, without Song Qian interfering, his and Su Taohua's matters would probably succeed, and he could finally settle a long-standing issue. Thinking of this, Wang Matzi took out his phone. Song Qian, don't be too arrogant. I have a friend who practices martial arts. Once I bring him here, I will definitely teach you a lesson today. Wang Matzi's words only made Song Qian sneer coldly. If the other person can invite helpers, let him do so. This is a good chance to teach Wang Matzi a lesson and make him respect us. If it weren't for Wang Matzi, Song Qian wouldn't be so polite. Yesterday, he was thrown into the demon cave and received the inheritance of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. Wang Matzi is a bad person, but also somewhat of a benefactor. Without Wang Matzi, he might still be a fool today. But not teaching Wang Matzi a lesson is impossible. Wang Matzi, since you want to find people, I'll give you a chance. Bring all your thugs here. Song Qian doesn't know that Wang Matzi has invited Wang Ergo. If he knew, he would probably laugh out loud. Just wait and see. Wang Matzi started making calls. 2 minutes later, he hung up and finally looked up. Song Qian, you ruined my good thing yesterday. I haven't gotten back at you yet, and now you keep messing with me again. Just wait, I'll make you pay soon. Su Taohua was a bit anxious watching this scene. It was her fault that Song Qian was thrown into the demon cave yesterday. If Wang Matzi brings more helpers today, it will be trouble. Song Qian, I don't know who Wang Matzi can bring. You and Song Yao should leave quickly. This isn't your problem, just go. Su Taohua pushed the brother and sister. Don't worry, Song Qian stood quietly, unmoved. Instead, he turned around and softly comforted Su Taohua. If Wang Matzi calls someone, let him do it. Su Taohua couldn't listen to Song Qian's words. Even if Wang Matzi brought people, Song Qian might not be able to handle him, let alone others. Yesterday, at the waterfall, Su Taohua saw it with her own eyes. Wang Matzi easily knocked Song Qian to the ground. Song Qian, listen to your sister-in-law. You and Song Yao should leave now. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. I really don't want to drag you into this. Su Taohua's voice was full of pleading, almost crying. She truly liked Song Qian. She didn't want to see him get hurt. Just as Song Qian was about to speak, Song Yao's voice came through. Brother, maybe I should call the village chief and ask him to bring people to handle this. The current problem is not with Wang Matzi. It is with Zhou Guiying, who took Wang Matzi's bride price and refuses to return the money. That is the real issue. As for the people Wang Matzi called, Song Qian doesn't care at all. No matter how many people he calls, it won't matter. He can still handle them. Song Qian waved his hand and said, no need. Even if the village chief comes, it won't help. Don't worry. Today, I am not afraid of anyone who shows up. Brother, 2 years ago, you hurt your head. Now you have just recovered. You shouldn't act impulsively. Maybe we should take Sister Taohua and leave. Song Yao was worried and gave Song Qian some advice. Leaving Su Taohua here alone is not realistic. The most urgent thing is to leave before Wang Matzi's people arrive, or it will be too late. Once they arrive, no matter what we say, it won't help. Su Taohua didn't want to involve her siblings and quickly stopped him. Song Qian, listen to your sister-in-law. You two should leave quickly. I don't want you to get involved. I will be fine. At this moment, Su Taohua felt a bit regretful. If she had known Wang Matzi would call people, she shouldn't have asked Song Qian to come. Now, Song Qian doesn't want to leave either. What should they do? Enough, everyone, stop talking. Everyone kept persuading, but Song Qian really didn't want to say more. He had to resolve this matter today. Just wait. Even if the Heavenly King himself comes, it won't help. I want to see what tricks Wang Matzi can play. They waited like this for a while longer. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a car outside the door. Immediately after, Song Qian saw Wang Ergo arrive with 3 brothers, the same team from this morning, walking in proudly. Although they came, their momentum was clearly lacking. The group had been beaten badly by Song Qian in the morning, all carrying injuries. Wang Ergo even had 2 bruises on his face. At this moment, Wang Ergo and his friends didn't pay attention to Song Qian. Seeing Wang Ergo arrive, Wang Matzi was immediately happy. "Brother Go, you finally came. That kept stopping my plans again and again. Hurry up and have your brothers deal with him." Wang Matzi said this, then paused for a moment. He saw that Wang Ergo and his friends all had some injuries, and two of his brothers even had bandages on their faces. At this moment, in order to quickly deal with Song Qian, Wang Matzi hesitated for a moment but didn't pay attention to the injuries on the other person's body. Honestly, Wang Matzi really wanted to teach Song Qian a lesson. Yesterday, by the waterfall, if it weren't for Song Qian, he would have already slept with Su Taohua, and he wouldn't be in so much trouble now. Last night at Su Taohua's house, it was also Song Qian causing trouble. Although Wang Matzi didn't know whether that person was truly Song Qian or someone pretending to be him. In any case, it was all related to Song Qian. While speaking, Wang Matzi pointed at Song Qian with his finger. Wang Ergo, with his hands behind his back and squinting his eyes, looked at Song Qian. When he saw clearly who Song Qian was, his expression froze. He never expected that the person Wang Matzi wanted to deal with was his own nemesis, Song Qian. This morning in Jiji Town, he tried every way to flatter Song Qian and barely gained his forgiveness. He didn't expect to see Song Qian again. Now it's over. Behind Wang Matzi, his three brothers saw Song Qian and immediately remembered what happened that morning, their mouths twitching. This is bad. They've encountered this troublemaker again. Goga said that the reason they got cursed this morning was 100% because of Song Qian. No one dares to provoke this troublemaker. Now, what they feared has come true. When they left the town earlier, the brothers discussed that since Song Qian was from Taohua village, they must avoid him at all costs. But Wang Matzi promised that if they just helped with a small task, dealing with one person, they would get 5,000 yuan. For 5,000 yuan, the brothers came. Who would have thought that the person they were supposed to deal with was actually Song Qian? They weren't here to catch him. He was the one who came to them for trouble. What should they do now? They were anxious and upset. Seeing that they weren't moving, Wang Matzi thought they were preparing and turned to Wang Ergo, reminding him, Go, hurry up and deal with Song Qian." When Wang Ergo heard this, he immediately got angry. This Wang Matzi, how can he be called smart? He shows no sign of being clever at all. Can't he see what's going on? Wang Ergo swung his hand and slapped Wang Matzi across the face. "Shut up!" Wang Matzi covered his painful face, feeling stunned. What is happening? Why did Goga hit him? "Brother Go, you made a mistake. I asked you to hit Song Qian, but why are you hitting me? You are the ones I hired. Quickly deal with Song Qian." Smack. Wang Ergo slapped him twice on the ears, then spun Wang Matzi around. After he steadied himself, Wang Ergo kicked him in the stomach. "Idiot, shut up. Are you deaf?" Wang Matzi fell to the ground, rubbing his face with one hand and clutching his aching stomach with the other. He took a deep breath, grimacing in pain. After being slapped repeatedly and kicked, Wang Matzi was in great pain and full of doubts. But Wang Ergo told him not to speak. When he opened his mouth, he had to swallow his words, feeling very frustrated inside. Seeing Wang Matzi being beaten, Su Taohua was completely stunned. Wasn't Wang Ergo hired by Wang Matzi? Why did he turn around and hit Wang Matzi instead of dealing with Song Qian? What is going on? Song Yao stared with wide eyes, also feeling surprised. She looked at Wang Matzi lying on the ground, then turned her questioning gaze to Su Taohua. Su Taohua was also looking at her, both of them confused. But then, what happened next shocked both of them completely. Wang Ergo lowered his head and bowed slightly. He approached Song Qian, acting very respectful, with a flattering smile on his face. "Brother Song, if I had known that the person Wang Matzi asked me to deal with was you, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare." Wang Ergo's brothers also came in front of Song Qian. "Yes, we thought it was someone else. If we had known it was you, even if they carried us in a sedan, we wouldn't dare offend you." "Exactly, please forgive us." Song Qian waved his hand. "Those who don't know are innocent. Wang Matzi is very arrogant. Since he dared to deceive you, just handle it as you see fit." Wang Ergo immediately understood. "Don't worry, Brother Song. We know what to do." Wang Ergo nodded to his three brothers. "Wang Matzi dared to deceive us. Teach him a lesson." The three brothers rolled up their sleeves, showing bruises on their arms, and rushed toward Wang Matzi, throwing punches and kicks. Wang Matsi lay on the ground, crying out and begging. "Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I beg you." Wang Erga did not stop, and the three brothers kept fighting. They used their hands and feet like they were hitting a punching bag, causing Wang Matsi to scream in pain. "I was wrong. Please let me go. Brother Dog, stop the fight. Oh, Brother Dog, please spare me." Wang Matsi trembled with fear and begged desperately. He never imagined that Wang Ergu, a local from Chicken Street Town, would call Song Qian Brother Song and listen to his commands. "Is the sun rising from the west?" Wang Matsi covered his head and shouted in pain, trying to understand why Wang Ergu was obeying Song Qian. Zhou Guiying watched Wang Matsi get beaten and also became anxious. She had heard of Wang Ergu's reputation, but Wang Matsi had invited him. Why was Wang Ergu now fighting him? If someone got hurt badly, it would be a big problem. Zhou Guiying quickly thought and rushed toward Wang Matsi. "Stop fighting, or someone might get seriously hurt." One of Wang Ergu's followers pushed Zhou Guiying down, saying, "Brother Dog is handling his business. Who are you to interfere? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you too." Seeing his mother fall to the ground, Su Xiaofei was scared but still brave enough to run over and help her up. "Don't be too much. Why are you hitting people?" Wang Erga didn't expect this young man to question him. He didn't bother to argue and walked over to Su Xiaofei, punching him. Su Xiaofei cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Seeing his brother being hit, Su Taohua wanted to stop it, but after a moment's thought, she closed her eyes and decided not to get involved. Her brother didn't care about her at all. He deserved some lessons, so she let him suffer a little. After knocking Su Xiaofei down, Wang Ergu still wasn't satisfied. He went over and stomped on him twice. "Brat, how dare you threaten me?" After finishing with Su Xiaofei, Wang Ergu lowered his head and approached Song Qian. "Brother Song, what should we do next?" Seeing Wang Ergu act so obedient, Song Qian stroked his chin and nodded. "Wang Ergu, since you've been sensible about this, I won't hold it against you. But there are some things you need to handle now." Listening to Song Qian not to argue with him, Wang Ergu finally relaxed. He turned around and looked at the three brothers of Wang Matsi, who were still tidying up. "That's enough. For now, let Wang Matsi go." The three brothers stopped what they were doing and moved behind Wang Matsi. At this moment, Song Qian slowly said, "Here's what happened." He briefly explained the matter of Zhou Guiying accepting the bride price, and Wang Matsi wanting to return it and forcefully marry Su Taohua, along with his own demands. Wang Ergu listened and immediately frowned. His eyes flashed with anger as he stepped beside Zhou Guiying. "Old hag, return the bride price. This is the end of it. Otherwise, none of you three will have a good day today," Wang Ergu shouted loudly, then looked at his brothers. The three brothers understood instantly. In the blink of an eye, they went to Su Xiaofei, grabbed him like a chicken, and lifted him up. They carried Su Xiaofei to Zhou Guiying. "Old hag, if you don't return the bride price and try to force Su Taohua to marry Wang Matsi, I will make your son become a." Hearing this, Zhou Guiying was instantly panicked. Wang Ergu was known as a tough. If he got angry, he might really turn Su Xiaofei into a. If her son became a, how could she have grandchildren? "Brother Go, don't do anything reckless. I'll return it now, I promise." Su Xiaofei was her weakness. If he got hurt or disabled, what use would she have for the 180,000 yuan? Zhou Guiying dared not refuse. "Better do it quickly, or I'll kill him." Wang Ergu gritted his teeth, startling Zhou Guiying. At this moment, Su Xiaofei was being held by two burly men. He was trembling with fear, and with the pain on his body, he looked pale. "Brother Go, let go of Xiaofei. The money is in the bank card. It needs to be transferred via phone. Let Xiaofei handle it," Zhou Guiying begged, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Seeing her mother and brother suffering, Su Taohua felt very upset. She tugged at Song Qian's sleeve, signaling him to stop. Song Qian waved his hand. "Don't rush." Su Taohua was still too kind. Although her mother and brother were being forced now, she shouldn't be so soft-hearted. After all, just moments ago, Zhou Guiying and the others had pushed her hard, almost forcing her to commit suicide. This kind of mother and younger brother deserve a lesson. But Su Taohua hesitated for a moment, then continued, "But I'm worried my mom and brother might get hurt." Song Qian waved his hand. "Don't worry. As long as they don't get killed, I can heal them." They almost pushed you to the point of suicide just now. They need a lesson so they remember it. Su Taohua's mother is very traditional and favors boys over girls. Even during the 2 years when Song Qian was acting foolish, he still encountered her forcing Su Taohua to marry someone. Her simple goal was to use Su Taohua to make money. In the past 2 years, Su Taohua has been kind to Song Qian. Seeing that Song Qian's family was poor, she even bought him 2 sets of clothes and a pair of sports shoes. During busy farming seasons, she also helped Song Qian's family with work. Although Song Qian was foolish, he still remembered Su Taohua's kindness. He couldn't stand to see her bullied and wanted to stand up for her. Don't worry. Without my permission, Wang Ergu and the others won't dare to cause trouble. Just watch and enjoy the show, Su Taohua bit her lip and nodded softly. Song Yao stood nearby, showing admiration. Yesterday, Song Qian was just acting foolish, but today he could command thugs like Wang Ergu. That was impressive, and Song Yao could tell that Wang Ergu and his group were very afraid of Song Qian. She couldn't understand why, but she didn't want to get involved. As long as she could resolve the current crisis, she didn't care about the reasons behind it. Brother, why do they listen to you? Song Yao looked at him with big, admiring eyes. Song Qian stroked his chin and smiled slightly. Before I went crazy, I had some connections with Wang Ergu, so he was talking nonsense, but Song Yao believed him. Oh, I see. You're really amazing, brother. Meanwhile, Wang Mozi's 180,000 yuan bride price had already been transferred back to his bank card. He screamed in pain, forcing himself to sit up, wiping the blood from his mouth, and looking at Song Qian with fear. This Song Qian had changed so much. Yesterday, he was just a fool. Today, he could command Wang Ergu. It was clear that Song Qian was not simple. He needed to stay far away from him, the farther the better. This time, Wang Mozi was completely defeated. But he didn't get the peach blossom, and he almost lost everything. Fortunately, despite being beaten, he managed to get back the 180,000 yuan bride price, which helped him recover some losses. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. Soon after, 2 elegant figures pushed open the wooden door of Su Taohua's house and walked toward Song Qian. The visitors were Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki. Seeing Lu Muyun, Wang Ergu froze in surprise. In Jiangcheng, Lu family, Lu Muyun, why is she here in Taohua village? At this time, Lu Muyun looked pale and appeared weak, walking lightly as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Miss Lu, why are you here? Wang Ergu asked boldly, greeting her. Lu Muyun lifted her eyelids, glanced at Wang Ergu, then looked away and turned her gaze towards Song Qian not far away. Zhao Kiki hurriedly said, "Don't block the way." Wang Ergu panicked and quickly stepped aside. Lu Muyun, the young lady of Lu Group, came to Taohua village. She was Wang Ergu's dream girl. He had always wanted to see her in person. He had only seen Lu Muyun on TV before. He never thought he would see her in real life today, though it was a bit disappointing that she didn't pay him any attention and refused to speak to him. Even so, Wang Ergu felt very happy. If she didn't pay attention to him, so what? Wang Ergu had already seen her in person, his dream girl. Today, he finally saw her up close. Her flowing hair draped over her shoulders. Long eyelashes, bright and deep eyes. Delicate skin, like that of a baby, with red lips and white teeth. Her chin, as if carved with a machine, was especially beautiful and charming. Just one glance at Lu Muyun made Wang Ergu tremble all over. That was his dream girl. He had finally seen her. She was so beautiful, so stunning, and so captivating that it stirred his heart. While Wang Ergu was still admiring Lu Muyun's beauty, she twisted her slender waist, stepped lightly on lotus-shaped small steps, and approached Song Qian. Song Qian, can you really help me? She asked. Song Qian smiled slightly and looked at the pale Lu Muyun in front of him. Miss Lu, since you came to see me, I believe you must have already consulted many experts and professors. When nothing else worked, you finally decided to trust me and came to find me. Song Qian's words shocked Lu Muyun. He was right. Lu Muyun had indeed sought many specialists. After seeing little hope, she decided to come to Song Qian. She only came with a try-it-out attitude. On her way here just now, Lu Muyun booked a flight abroad under the pretense of discussing a partnership. She would leave early the day after tomorrow. If Song Qian couldn't cure her, she would fly abroad immediately. Although her condition was serious and the chances slim, she was willing to risk everything in the face of life and death. Since that's the case, please treat me, Lu Muyun said very respectfully and gently. She didn't want to waste words. Since she was here, she had to try. As for the yard at Su Taohua's house, 2 people were crouched in the corner, seemingly injured, and another person was lying on the ground, blood still at the corner of his mouth. Lu Muyun didn't want to care or bother about them. Song Qian nodded softly. All right. Their conversation was overheard by Wang Matzi, who was shocked. He never expected that Song Qian would know Lu Muyun. She was the young lady of the Lu group, worth over $1 billion. Someone so high-ranking was actually very polite to Song Qian. This fool Song Qian, when did he get so lucky? Wang Matzi warned himself that after today, he would never provoke Song Qian again and would find a chance to apologize. Wang Ergu was standing nearby, listening carefully to their conversation. He never thought that Song Qian was so impressive to know Miss Lu Muyun. It truly surprised him. Earlier that morning in Jijiang town, he had been beaten by Song Qian. Afraid Song Qian might use some evil magic again, he pretended to cooperate. But inside, he was thinking that he would find a chance to take revenge on Song Qian someday. Deep down, he was very resentful. Now, Wang Ergu was completely convinced. He was convinced. Even Miss Lu Muyun was respectful to Song Qian. Wang Ergu, dared not provoke Song Qian anymore. Song Yao stood beside Song Qian, glaring the whole time. While answering the phone at home, Song Yao was joking that her brother was a scammer trying to cheat someone out of 1 million yuan. Unexpectedly, the patient actually arrived, and Song Yao felt very embarrassed. Just now, she was on the phone insulting the other person, calling them a telecom scammer, but she never expected that the caller was Miss Lu. Later, the other person also called back to scold her. Thinking about it now, she felt quite awkward. Song Yao bit her lower lip and lowered her head slightly. She felt shy to look directly at Lu Muyun or Zhao Kiki. Fortunately, Lu Muyun seemed to pretend nothing happened during the phone call and didn't mention the misunderstanding. She just stood aside silently. Su Taohua's face was dark, and her palms were sweaty. She kept glancing at Lu Muyun with her peripheral vision. Lu Muyun had fair skin, a tall figure, and a delicate face shaped like a melon seed. She was very beautiful. Su Taohua made up her mind. Song Qian was her Prince Charming. Whenever she had a chance, she would try her best to win him over. She couldn't miss such a good man. As Su Taohua was lost in her thoughts, Song Qian's voice came over. Taohua, I wonder if it's okay to borrow your house for a while. Miss Lu isn't feeling well, so I want to use your place to help her recover. Su Taohua smiled and nodded. It's no trouble at all. Which room do you want to use? I'll get it ready right away. That's very kind of you, Song Qian said. Any room is fine. Just tidy it up. I'll need at least half an hour. Any amount of time is fine, Su Taohua said, turning to leave. After Su Taohua went inside, Lu Muyun turned her head and looked at Wang Matzi and Zhou Guiying, among others. In the scene, Wang Matzi had multiple injuries on his body. Zhou Guiying was supporting Su Xiaofei with a tearful expression. The two were crouched in the corner of the yard, seeming to have suffered a big. Song Qian, Lu Muyun asked, what's going on with these people? Were they fighting just now? Song Qian smiled coldly, pointing at Wang Matzi. That short guy is from our village. His name is Wang Matzi. He paused, then pointed at Zhou Guiying and Su Xiaofei, indicating there was more to explain. These two people are one is Su Taohua's mother, and the other is her younger brother. The man named Wang Matzi was brought here by them. Song Qian briefly explained the whole story. Lu Muyun listened and immediately looked serious. Su Taohua's mother, Zhou Guiying, is really disgusting. She wants to force her daughter to marry someone just to get 180,000 yuan in bride money. Women like her are truly hateful. Listen up, everyone. I am Lu Muyun from Lu's family in Jiangcheng, and I am the general manager of Lu Group. Song Qian is my friend, and Su Taohua, of course, is my friend too. Remember this. If any of you dare to trouble Su Taohua again, don't blame me for being ruthless. I won't show mercy. She pointed at Zhou Guiying and the others as she spoke. Especially you two. If you try to force Su Taohua to marry someone she doesn't like again, I will deal with you first. Although Lu Muyun was sick, she still had the commanding presence of a female CEO. Her words carried authority. Zhou Guiying and the others listened and didn't dare to argue. They kept nodding and said, "We won't dare. Get out of here. I don't want to see you." Lu Muyun shouted sharply, and Wang Motzi and the others hurriedly left. Wang Motzi had just been beaten up and was injured. He ran away on all fours, looking like a scared dog with its tail between its legs. After a few minutes, the yard became quiet. "Song Qian, why did you treat me here instead of taking me to your house?" Lu Muyun asked curiously. When she first arrived at Taohua village, she went to Song Qian's house. Later, she learned from Song Qian's mother that the brother and sister went to Su Taohua's house. That's why they came here. Song Qian's family is very poor. Lu Muyun couldn't understand. Since Song Qian was so confident he could cure her cervical cancer, he must have earned a lot of money. But why was his family so poor? Song Qian smiled awkwardly. "Honestly, our family is too poor. I was worried Miss Lu might dislike us. Taohua's family is much better off. Anyway, I'm just here to treat your illness. The environment here is good, so I'll treat you here." Lu Muyun still had many questions in her mind, but she didn't ask further. Now, no matter what I ask, everything feels pointless. The most urgent matter is to treat the illness. Whether the treatment works well or not, first let Song Qian try, then ask about the doubts in my heart. At this moment, Su Taohua walks out of the house. "Xiao Qian, the house is now tidy. You can take Miss Lu inside. If you need anything, just call me." Song Qian agrees and leads Lu Muyun into the house. But as soon as he enters, Su Taohua calls him back. They go to another room, where Su Taohua looks worried and says, "Xiao Qian, it's not that your sister doesn't trust you, but your medical skills are a bit lacking. The other person is Miss Lu. Are you sure you can handle this?" Song Qian thought Su Taohua had some other concern. It turns out she was worried about him. He smiles and nods. "Taohua, don't worry at all. Yesterday, Wang Motzi threw me into the demon cave. I didn't die, and I even recovered from my foolishness. So, I am confident I can do this." Su Taohua is confused by his explanation. "It's not that I don't trust you, but I am really worried about you. Don't try to show off later, and don't hurt her." Su Taohua looks worried again and reminds him once more. "Don't worry, I am confident." They exchange a few words and come out of the house. At this moment, Zhao Kiki walks over with a stern look, glaring at Song Qian. "I warn you, if you can't cure our miss, it's okay. But you must not hurt her, or you will bear the consequences. Also, we have booked plane tickets for the day after tomorrow to go abroad for treatment. You better be careful." Seeing Zhao Kiki's fierce attitude, Song Qian wants to laugh. This female driver must be angry, right? Earlier this morning at Jiji Street Town, she was speeding and hit Zhang Yibei's tricycle. Now she wants Zhang Yibei to pay compensation. What a silly girl. And now, she is even more foolishly warning herself. Song Qian thinks for a moment and quietly says, "Since that's the case, I can tell you now. You can cancel the plane tickets." He then turns and enters the house. Zhao Kiki stands outside, her mouth twitching with anger. "Foolish idiot, you haven't worked a single day in the hospital, and you've been acting silly these past 2 years. Where do you get the courage to ask for a refund now? If anything happens to Miss, you'll regret it." "Humph." Coco Zhao crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Seeing Coco Zhao looking so angry, Peach Blossom Su felt a little nervous. "Miss Zhao, I already warned Xiao Qian just now. Even if we can't cure Miss Lu, we definitely won't hurt her." Peach Blossom Su's reassurance made Zhao Coco scoff. "That silly Song Qian, she just finds her uncomfortable. If Lu Muyun hadn't insisted on coming, she wouldn't want to see Song Qian at all." Zhao Coco frowned and went outside to the yard. At this moment, Yao Song sat quietly on a small stool, resting her chin on her hands, with big, bright eyes, staring at the distant mountains. When she heard the sound of the two approaching, she withdrew her gaze. "Sister Peach Blossom, I know you're worried about my brother, but don't worry. After my brother's silly illness is cured, he's going to be amazing. Last night, he just came home and took out silver needles to treat my dad and mom. Guess what happened?" Yao Song paused for a moment, teasing. "Did Uncle and Auntie get better from Song Qian's treatment?" Peach Blossom Su asked softly, hesitating. Song Qian's father had a broken leg, and her mother had nerve injuries. If they could be easily cured, they would have been healed long ago. If Song Qian could cure their illnesses, that would be incredible. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Song nodded heavily. "Of course, not only did my brother cure my dad, but he also healed the scars from my dad's leg injury. See? My dad was out working early this morning, Yao Song smiled happily. Really? Truly? Peach Blossom Sue asked in shock. Yao Song stood up and looked at Peach Blossom Sue with a smile. Sister Peach Blossom, when have I ever lied to you? So impressive. Peach Blossom Sue gave a thumbs up. Your dad and mom's illnesses, they've been treated many times, but the results weren't very clear. Song Qian is so amazing. Su Taohua was completely shocked. How many fish do you need to catch to sell for so much money? In the morning, Song Qian brought her soft-shelled turtles. She only asked casually, and Song Qian told her he caught many big fish at Longquan Lake. At that time, Su Taohua didn't pay much attention. She thought catching a lot of fish meant maybe 10 or so, but she never expected it could sell for over 10,000 yuan. Are these fish not even smart enough to hide and wait for him to catch them? Kiki took a small stool and sat under the eaves, listening to their conversation. She became a little interested in Song Qian. Could it be that Song Qian's medical skills are really impressive? That seems unlikely. A few days ago, he was still a fool. Inside the room, Lu Muyun was lying flat on the bed. Song Qian, how should I cooperate with you? Even now, Lu Muyun was still a bit confused. Like magic, Song Qian took out silver needles from his space. The sudden scene shocked Lu Muyun. She only saw Song Qian reach out, and the silver needle appeared in his hand. The whole process seemed like magic, so fast it was astonishing. Song Qian held the silver needle and looked at Lu Muyun. Pull up your clothes and expose your abdomen. Lu Muyun felt a little embarrassed. She hesitated for a long time, biting her lip, closing her eyes slightly, and trembling her eyelashes as she looked at Song Qian. What are you going to do to treat me? Song Qian waved the silver needle in front of her eyes. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to give you acupuncture. Acupuncture? Lu Muyun hesitated. You say acupuncture can cure late-stage cervical cancer? Are you joking? Song Qian put away the silver needle and smiled at Lu Muyun. This Lu family young lady was already lying on the bed, yet she still lacked confidence. She had consulted many experts and professors, and when nothing worked, she came to find him. But why doesn't she trust him? It seems that the problem is her lack of fame. If he were a famous doctor with a good reputation, Lu Muyun wouldn't doubt him so many times. If it weren't for making money, Song Qian wouldn't bother explaining. Some things I don't want to explain too much. Let's just judge by the results. Anyway, you have late-stage cervical cancer, and you've been checked twice. After your treatment, you can go for a follow-up anytime. Lu Muyun was deep in thought, unable to believe it. Traditional Chinese medicine can be very powerful, but I've never heard of using silver needles to treat late-stage cancer before. At this moment, Lu Muyun felt a bit regretful. How could she be so foolish to believe Song Qian? But since she was already here, she might as well let him try to treat her. If it doesn't work, she could deal with him later. Lu Muyun bit her lip and slightly pulled up her clothes. Suddenly, her smooth, flat stomach was revealed. She looked shy and embarrassed, her face flushed, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and her breathing was uneven. Song Qian, if you can't cure me and see my body, I won't let you go, she said, biting her lip. Song Qian looked expressionless and let out a soft hum. Fine, fine, whatever you want. Inside, Song Qian wondered why Lu Muyun had so many ideas. If he wanted to take advantage of her, he could just activate his special vision to see her stomach or any other part he wanted. He was in control, but he wouldn't do that. He was a gentleman and wouldn't take advantage of her. Lu Muyun had a good figure, but activating his special vision to secretly admire her body was a bit too much. However, his eyes were honest. Unknowingly, he activated his special vision. Lu Muyun's beautiful figure was instantly fully visible. Her skin was smooth and delicate, and her body was stunning. She was so attractive that even lying on the bed, she looked irresistible. Song Qian swallowed hard, feeling distracted. How could this girl be so perfect? Her small face was adorable, her skin tender, and her eyes full of emotion, as if they could steal his soul. He almost drooled. With her devilish figure, angelic face, and graceful curves like mountains, she was more beautiful than many plastic surgery-enhanced celebrities. She was simply breathtaking. While admiring Lu Muyun's figure, Song Qian suddenly froze. He noticed a pendant hanging around Lu Muyun's neck, hidden beneath her collar. It was a clear, sparkling petal, like ice crystal. Using the lotus sky eye, Song Qian saw it very clearly. Yes, The pendant around Lu Muyun's neck was shaped like a petal, transparent and beautiful, with a lovely color. At the same time, inside Song Tiandan, the floating original lotus flower was very excited and struggling hard. This had happened several times today. The first time was when the tricycle collided with Lu Muyun. When Song Qian approached her, the original lotus flower cheered loudly. But he didn't pay much attention then. Just now, when Lu Muyun visited Su Taohua's house, the original lotus flower in Song Qian's dantian vibrated again, cheering wildly. It seemed ready to jump out of his dantian. Now, the lotus flower was cheering even more loudly. Could it be? The petal on Lu Muyun's neck is a fragment of the divine consciousness lotus of the Lotus Fairy Emperor? What a coincidence! Right now, Song Qian's fate was tied to the Lotus Fairy Emperor. Within 3 years, he had to find the divine consciousness lotus fragment. If he couldn't find it, he would vanish completely. Miss Lu, I think the pendant around your neck might affect the treatment. You need to take it off to be healed. Lu Muyun's face changed. This petal pendant was their family heirloom. Passed down through generations for thousands of years, it had only come to her. Her ancestors said it was a treasure and shouldn't be seen by outsiders. Since it was handed down to her, she had worn it around her neck ever since. She never took it off, even when bathing or sleeping. Song Qian suddenly asked her to remove it. Lu Muyun hesitated. Can I not take it off? She hesitated, covering her chest with her hands to protect the pendant, like a dog guarding its food, afraid someone would it. No. Song Qian firmly shook his head. My treatment method is extraordinary. You must take it off to be healed. Lu Muyun hesitated for a long time, but finally took it off. As someone close to death, she thought, even if it was a treasure, what did it matter? Compared to life, this pendant was not as important. Song Qian took the pendant and looked at it briefly. The original source lotus flower inside his dantian was clear and bright, and the petal-shaped pendant looked exactly like the lotus flower petals. Its color was vibrant and eye-catching. He held the pendant in his hand, and the lotus flower in his dantian cheered loudly, as if seeing a loved one. In this situation, Song Qian was almost certain that this transparent petal pendant was the divine consciousness lotus petal of the Lotus Fairy Emperor. What a coincidence! He had to take this petal pendant. Song Qian set the pendant aside and began to treat Lu Muyun. He took out 3 silver needles and inserted them into Lu Muyun's lower abdomen. Then he activated spiritual energy from his dantian and slowly infused it into Lu Muyun's body. Feeling the warm sensation from the silver needles, Lu Muyun's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she let out a soft moan. Her face turned red. How could ordinary silver needles feel like this? Lu Muyun sensed an unmatched energy coming from the tiny silver needles, causing her body to tremble slightly, and her lower abdomen felt unusually warm. Song Qian, what kind of silver needles are these? Why do they feel so warm? I've used silver needles before, but I've never felt like this. Lu Muyun's question was expected by Song Qian. He directed his spiritual energy along the tail of the silver needle into Lu Muyun's body. Even on his own fingers, he could feel the warmth. And it was even more intense on Lu Muyun's body. Miss Lu, this is my special method of healing. I promise to help you recover. I'm not just talking empty words. The silver needles are a bit hot. Please bear with it. Song Qian spoke calmly, then twirled the silver needles and increased the spiritual energy input at the tail of the needles to help kill the cancer cells. With the help of the Lotus Sky Eye, Song Qian could accurately locate the position of her cervical cancer, which was more advanced than traditional radiotherapy. Wherever the spiritual energy reached, the cancer cells died one after another. Hearing Song Qian's words, Lu Muyun nodded gently. I will cooperate with you. After half an hour, the treatment was successfully completed. The entire process went smoothly without any complications. Song Qian removed the silver needles and placed them into the lotus flower space. Then, he helped Lu Muyun straighten her clothes before speaking slowly. Miss Lu, get up. The treatment is finished. Is it over? Lu Muyun stared in disbelief. She slowly sat up on the bed and immediately felt refreshed. Just a moment ago, she was very doubtful about Song Qian. But now, her attitude had completely changed. The treatment process just now made her feel something strange. Maybe, Song Qian really can cure her. Could it really be healed? I feel so light all over. Never felt this good before, especially in my lower abdomen. It feels warm inside, like there's a small warming device. She went to the foot of the bed, put on her shoes. Lu Muyun felt very relaxed, and even jumped a few steps in place. Relaxed, completely relaxed. Facing Lu Muyun's shock, Song Qian remained very calm. He looked at the petal-shaped jade pendant beside him, eyes shining with golden light. This thing is exactly what he was looking for. But how should he speak to Lu Muyun? At least for now, she hadn't gone for a follow-up check, so she didn't truly know her body had recovered. If he spoke now, it might cause trouble. When Lu Muyun took off the pendant earlier, she was very sensitive about it. If she still wanted to covet her pendant, it was impossible for now. Miss Lu, may I ask where you got this petal-shaped jade pendant? It's so clear and beautiful. Song Qian asked cautiously, eyes shining. Lu Muyun took 2 steps forward, grabbed the jade pendant from the table, and carefully put it around her neck in front of Song Qian. This, is a long story. She tidied her clothes, and then hid the pendant in her chest. Well, I see you're very interested in this pendant. I didn't want to say much, nor did I want to talk about it. When I go for a follow-up at the hospital, and if you really cured me, I'll tell you where the pendant came from. Song Qian was just asking casually. Even if Lu Muyun didn't say anything, he was 100% sure that this was a lotus petal from a divine consciousness flower. Since she didn't want to say, he wouldn't press further for now. Miss Lu, whether you believe it or not, your illness has been cured. Go to the hospital for a checkup soon. Once you get a definite answer, quickly pay me the 2 million medical fee. I'm really in need of money. Ho Song, with a shy face, brought up the topic of medical expenses again. Lu Muyun was tidying her clothes and gently rubbed her cheeks, which were still slightly red. She looked into the mirror briefly. In the mirror, her face was flushed with color. Compared to when she first arrived, she looked completely different. On one hand, during the treatment just now, she felt very embarrassed, so her red cheeks were understandable. On the other hand, she now felt very comfortable, especially in her lower abdomen, where the discomfort from yesterday had completely disappeared. Her complexion had improved a lot, and her face looked naturally healthy. She patted her soft cheeks and touched her chin, looking energetic and lively, not at all like a patient with a serious illness. Had her illness really been cured? Lu Muyun quietly asked herself. Then she picked up her phone from the bedside table and turned to Song Qian. Give me your account number. I'll transfer the money to you now. Suddenly receiving money, Song Qian was a bit stunned. Wasn't it agreed that he would get paid after the follow-up check? Why was it happening now? Miss Lu, are you sure you want to pay now? Lu Muyun pouted her lips, her big, bright eyes looking at Song Qian as she waved her phone in front of him. Do you really want it or not? Yes, yes, yes. Of course I want it. Song Qian hurriedly took out his phone and gave her his bank account number. After Lu Muyun entered the bank details, her slender fingers moved quickly. In less than half a minute, Song Qian received a text message notification. Bank account credited with 2 million. Seeing the message, Song Qian was still shocked. This Lu Muyun was really generous. This morning, he only received 1 million, but she gave him 2 million today. That was incredibly generous. Do wealthy people always act so extravagantly? Miss Lu, aren't you worried that the illness isn't really cured? Lu Muyun put her phone away and rolled her eyes at Song Qian. It doesn't matter. 2 million is just a small amount for me. It's temporarily in your hands. If I find out you haven't cured me, I'll take every penny back, and I'll hold you accountable. Her words sounded very confident. As the young lady of the Lu family in Jiangqing, she truly had the strength to back it up. Song Qian was just a small villager from Peach Blossom Village. If Song Qian couldn't cure her, with Lu family's power, even if Song Qian ran to the ends of the earth, he wouldn't escape their pursuit. Therefore, Lu Muyun paid in advance, not worried that Song Qian would run away. Also, after the treatment just now, Lu Muyun truly felt much better in her stomach, as if she had recovered. All right, I hope you go for a checkup soon. I'm an honest person, Song Qian. Before your checkup, I won't touch a single cent of this money. At this point, Song Qian changed the subject. But I want to tell you, whether you get checked or not, the result will be the same. You are truly healed. After saying this, Song Qian turned and walked outside. Lu Muyun followed closely behind, and the two arrived in the yard. Seeing Lu Muyun come out, Zhao Kiki quickly stood up. Miss, how do you feel? Do you think he tricked you? Lu Muyun shook her head. Kiki, I feel relaxed all over. It's very likely I've recovered. Let's go back to the hospital for a checkup right away. Then let's go, Zhao Kiki said, turning around. Lu Muyun walked beside Zhao Kiki, side by side. After a few steps, she looked back at Song Qian. Song Qian, if I really get better, I will come to see you again tomorrow. Besides thanking you in person, I also hope you can help me with something. Something she needed help with? Song Qian hesitated slightly. Miss Lu, since you say that, I believe you will come tomorrow. Maybe it's fate. Something between us is meant to be connected. Lu Muyun held the lotus pendant, which Song Qian must take. When she comes to thank him tomorrow, she will also ask him for a favor. Even if she has to return the 2 million treatment fee, she will take the flower petal pendant. That pendant is related to her destiny. Within 3 years, if she cannot gather all the fragments of the divine lotus, Song Qian and the Lotus Fairy Emperor will forever be lost in this world. Song Qian's words made Lu Muyun blush. She misunderstood a little. The entanglement Song Qian mentioned was about the lotus jade pendant, but Lu Muyun thought it was about feelings, especially after the treatment process. Thinking of it, she couldn't help but blush and feel warm. What kind of nonsense is this guy talking about? She is Lu Muyun. How could she possibly be involved with Song Qian? But at this moment, Lu Muyun was too lazy to argue. 2 minutes later, Lu Muyun's car sped away into the distance. Watching her car leave, Su Taohua and Song Yao gathered around Song Qian, chattering and asking questions. Su Taohua asked, "How is Lu Muyun's treatment going? When you were being treated just now, we were both worried about you." Song Qian wanted to speak, but Song Yao interrupted. "Yes, she is the young lady of the Lu family. We can't afford to offend her. Both I and Sister Taohua are worried that Lu Muyun might be against you." "What are you thinking?" Song Qian waved his hand with a bright smile. "Honestly, I've already healed Lu Muyun. I asked her for 1 million yuan for treatment, but she gave me 2 million. As he spoke, Song Qian showed the bank notification message to the two. Song Yao was the first to grab the phone, looking at the bank deposit info. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, 200,000. Oh my goodness, brother, you really received 200,000. Song Yao held the phone happily, jumping up and down. Suddenly, Su Taohua snatched the phone away. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, 200,000. Oh my gosh, it's really 200,000. This is too much money. Su Taohua held the phone, trembling with excitement. She had never seen so much money in her life. Yet, Song Qian just recovered yesterday, and today he earned 200,000. A miracle. Truly incredible. All right, Song Qian said calmly, stop shouting. It's just 200,000. Why get so excited? I am now healthy again, and I will earn a lot more money in the future. But the two didn't pay attention to his words. Su Taohua and the other looked at the numbers on the phone repeatedly, confirming again and again that the money had indeed arrived, 200,000. Their eyes shone with gold, more excited than Song Qian. 200,000. Song Qian really earned 200,000. In the entire Peach Blossom Village, Song Qian was now the richest person. The ugly duckling turned into a swan. The fool made a comeback. Life's ups and downs happened so fast. In the blink of an eye, he earned 200,000. It was simply amazing. After about 4 or 5 minutes, both of them recovered from their excitement. Song Yao was a bit reluctant to return her phone to Song Qian. Brother, you have money now. You promised to buy me a phone. Why don't you give me the money now, and I'll buy one myself tomorrow? As she spoke, her eyes showed a greedy look. Su Taohua looked at Song Qian with affection, half joking. Xiao Qian, if you buy me a new phone, I'll consider it as a wedding gift. If you don't mind me, I'll marry you. Great. Great. Song Yao clapped happily, then linked her arm with Su Taohua's. Taohua, let's go buy phones together. If you can marry my brother, then you'll truly be my sister-in-law. Su Taohua's heart beat faster. She looked at Song Qian intentionally and unintentionally. Her words just now were a test for Song Qian. She wanted to see if Song Qian cared about her. This handsome young man was not only good-looking, but also a top student studying medicine. If she could marry Song Qian, even if she had to give up some money, Su Taohua would be willing. Her main concern was how Song Qian would react to the phone request. Song Qian held his phone, smiling at the two of them. Bring out your phones. I'll give each of you 10,000 yuan. Consider it a gift for being here. Go buy your phones, he said, smiling. He couldn't help but laugh. Just moments ago, he said he wouldn't spend a cent, but now he was willing to spend money. Song Yao's smile grew even brighter. She quickly took out her phone and found the QR code. Song Qian didn't hesitate. The 10,000 yuan was transferred immediately. His sister had suffered quite a bit these past 2 years because of him. Giving her 10,000 yuan meant she could buy a new phone and 2 new outfits. It was also a way for him to make up for his past mistakes. Once the money arrived, Song Yao was very happy. Meanwhile, Su Taohua stood there foolishly. She had only been pretending to test Song Qian, not really wanting money, so she didn't feel right about taking out her phone. Seeing her standing still, Song Qian prompted, "Taohua, what are you doing? Hurry up and find your QR code." Su Taohua snapped out of her thoughts and awkwardly smiled. "Xiao Qian, I was just joking. You've earned 2 million. I shouldn't ask for your money." "No, I don't need it." She lowered her head, feeling shy about looking at Song Qian. At that moment, Song Yao tugged her arm and gently shook it. "Peach Blossom sister-in-law, you can't do this. You promised earlier that if my brother bought you a phone, you would truly become my sister-in-law. You've said it out loud. So how can you change your mind now?" Song Yao said as she took the phone from Su Peach Blossom. "Don't. I can't accept your brother's money." Su Peach Blossom was a bit nervous and tried to take the phone back. Song Qian quickly grabbed Su Peach Blossom's phone, added her as a friend, then transferred money and clicked to receive the payment. "Sister-in-law Peach Blossom, you've taken good care of our family these past 2 years while I was sick. This 10,000 yuan is just a small thank you from me. Also, the treatment I received for Lu Mian earlier was done at your house. If you still feel embarrassed about accepting this money, then consider it as a fee for the bed space. You have to accept it." After hesitating for a long time, Su Peach Blossom nodded gently. "All right then, I will reluctantly accept this 10,000 yuan. If you need money in the future, I will give it to you immediately." Song Qian waved his hand. "No need. Earning 2 million is just the beginning. Soon, I will definitely earn over 100 million. He added with a smile. "By the way, don't tell anyone in the village about earning 2 million today. I don't want anyone asking to borrow money. It's really annoying." Su Peach Blossom and the others nodded in agreement. Song Yao let go of Su Peach Blossom and looked at Song Qian. "Brother, you've earned so much money. Let's go home quickly and tell our parents the good news so they can be happy too." "All right, let's go home." Just as Song Qian was about to leave, Su Peach Blossom said, "How about we go back a little later? I still haven't cooked the big fish you sent me this morning. Why don't you two come over for dinner at my place first? We also have a big fish at home," Song Yao said before Song Qian could speak. "My mom cooked it this morning, but we haven't finished eating. Sister-in-law Peach Blossom, why don't you come to our house for dinner?" Su Peach Blossom thought for a moment and suddenly had a bright idea. Going to Song Qian's house for dinner, then after eating, playing for a while, and when it gets a little later, having Song Qian send her back. This way, she could carry out her plan. Su Peach Blossom was determined to win over Song Qian. The more she looked at him, the more handsome he became. Now that he was making money, where could she find such a man? She had been a widow for over 2 years and was in great need of a man. The man in front of her, Song Qian, was the one she liked the most. If she could be with him, even if she fell asleep, she might wake up smiling. "All right, I'll come to your house for dinner," she said happily, quickening her steps to walk beside Song Yao. On the way, Song Qian thought about earning 2 million today. He decided not to tell his parents for now. Otherwise, they might think the money was obtained illegally, which would not make them happy and could add to their worries. He explained everything to Song Yao and Su Taohua. After hearing it, they also thought it made sense. In Taohua village, if someone had tens of thousands of yuan, everyone would know. And Song Qian had 2 million. He decided to tell his parents about the sudden money later. Both of them agreed happily. Just then, Song Qian's phone rang. When he looked at it, it was Zhang Yibei, the village flower, calling. "Song Qian, I saw a car just now passing by our house. The people inside were Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki. Did they trouble you?" This morning, in town, Song Qian had boasted that Lu Muyun had cervical cancer and claimed he needed 100,000 yuan for treatment, promising to cure her. Seeing Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki, Zhang Yibei remembered what happened earlier. They probably came to Taohua village to cause trouble. Hearing her worry, Song Qian chuckled. "What are you thinking? I already cured Lu Muyun's illness, and I asked her for 100,000 yuan. She gave me 200,000 instead. What? She gave you 200,000? On the other end, Zhang Yibei was shocked. She thought she heard wrong and repeated the amount. Don't you believe me? Song Qian asked. If you don't believe, I can send you the transfer details. There was a pause on the line. Could it be that Song Qian really earned 2 million? Such a thing hardly happens. 2 million isn't like leaves falling from a tree. She was a bit jealous and wanted to see for herself. No need. I'll come find you now. We're on the road waiting for you. Come quickly if you're coming. After about 4 or 5 minutes, Zhang Yibei, panting and with her full chest trembling, appeared in front of Song Qian and the others. This Zhang Yibei, known as the big-breasted girl, truly lives up to her reputation. She was panting heavily, her face flushed. Song Qian looked at her and thought she seemed even more adorable. Bring me your phone. I want to see, Zhang Yibei said, reaching out her delicate hand and snatching the phone from Song Qian. She quickly checked the payment notification. She looked at the message. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The message on the phone showed a 2, followed by a long string of zeros. Like Su Taohua and the others, Zhang Yibei counted it once and was immediately shocked. 200,000. It's really 200,000. Her big, watery eyes widened with envy. Thinking she might be seeing things, she counted again. At this moment, Su Taohua said, Yibei, don't bother counting. Song Yao and I have already checked several times. That's exactly how much it is. Yes, my brother treated Miss Lu at Aunt Taohua's house. He paid after she was cured. Song Yao, smiling happily, explained from the side. Really, she's really cured. Zhang Yibei looked incredulous, full of doubt. It was hard to believe that late-stage cervical cancer could be cured, and she wondered how Song Qian managed it. Yes, she's really cured, Song Yao and Su Taohua said almost at the same time. All right, Song Qian said, taking back the phone. Don't make such a fuss. It's just a thing. Lu Muyun was cured by me, and the 200,000 has indeed arrived. Let's go. Yibei, we've cooked a hen and a big turtle at our house. Why don't you come over for a meal? Zhang Yibei hesitated slightly and nodded. Just as she was about to follow, Su Taohua's face darkened. If Zhang Yibei went along, her plan might be ruined. This Zhang Yibei, always causing trouble. Yibei. At this moment, Song Qian's voice came. Do you remember what we said in Jijiang Town? Song Qian looked at Zhang Yibei with a mischievous smile. Zhang Yibei nodded heavily and said, We made a promise. If you cure Lu Muyun, I will call you brother from now on. Anyway, you're older than me, so calling you little Qian Gu won't hurt me. At this point, Zhang Yibei was stunned. Calling Song Qian brother was no problem. But besides that, she had also promised Song Qian to give him the clinic. Although the clinic wasn't worth much, she still felt a little reluctant. But Zhang Yibei hesitated, her face showing some embarrassment. Don't say but. The small clinic is also mine. Are you planning to back out? We agreed on this in the morning. Song Qian spoke seriously, deliberately teasing Zhang Yibei. Zhang Yibei clenched her teeth, unsure how to answer. She had invested over 10,000 yuan in that small clinic. If she gave it to Song Qian, she would at least lose 10,000 yuan. Just as Zhang Yibei was feeling stuck, Song Qian said, Although the clinic is mine, from now on, I will hire you as the manager. Everything stays the same, and the money you earn is yours. Hearing this, Zhang Yibei immediately felt happy. This mischievous guy, Song Qian, was just teasing her. According to what he said, nothing about the clinic would change, it would still be hers. That's what you said, no backing out. Song Qian smiled and nodded. I was just joking. There's no way I want your clinic, right? Then, Song Qian changed the subject. By the way, even though I don't want your clinic, you should remember. You must call me Qian Gu from now on whenever you see me. Zhang Yibei's face turned red. She went over to Song Qian, tugged at his sleeve, and said, Yes, little Qian Gu. She spoke sweetly, her voice like a songbird. After calling him, little Qian Gu, she deliberately nudged his arm with her elbow and then grinned mischievously. When she got home, her mother Lu Shufan had already prepared dinner. Everyone sat together happily, eating with great enjoyment. This meal lasted for a whole hour. After eating, Lu Shufan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Song Qian and Su Taohua sat on the worn sofa in the living room chatting. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Next, a man with a face full of pimples, looking like Wu Dalong, appeared in front of everyone. He was carrying a big rooster in one hand and a ham in the other. The man was Wang Matzi. At this moment, Wang Matzi had a bandage on his forehead with blood seeping through, and his face was bruised in many places, with some band-aids on his skin. His exposed arms also had several bruises. Wang Matzi carried his things into the living room. After placing them down, he sat on a round wooden stool. Taohua, Ibei, are you here too? Seeing Wang Matzi covered in injuries, Su Taohua turned her head to the side. If Song Qian hadn't helped her many times, she would have definitely been bullied by Wang Matzi. Zhang Yibei looked at him with wide eyes, looking a bit confused. Big brother Matzi, why are you all hurt? Wang Matzi forced a shy smile and didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Song Qian and said, Xiao Qian, the things that happened yesterday at Longquan Mountain were my fault. I came here to apologize and ask for your forgiveness. He lowered his head as he spoke. I know I went too far yesterday, and today I was too impulsive, which made our misunderstanding worse. Then Wang Matzi looked at the rooster and the ham. I sincerely apologize and ask for your forgiveness. The rooster is something I just bought on the street, and the ham is homemade. Please forgive me. Wang Matzi lowered his head and spoke very softly. His voice was almost inaudible at the end. There was no other choice but to apologize. Until now, Wang Matzi still couldn't understand what was going on with Song Qian. Every time he saw Song Qian, his body would stiffen. Wang Matzi was truly scared. He was worried that Song Qian might harm him someday. Last night, he burned paper money for Song Qian at his home, but at some point, Song Qian appeared in his yard. Then, Song Qian held a knife to his neck. After threatening him, Song Qian's body suddenly floated out of his yard. Wang Matzi believed that this was definitely not Song Qian's ghost. Because he remembered that afternoon, he saw Song Qian's chest rising and falling, and he was breathing when he spoke. That meant it was really Song Qian. The fact that Song Qian could fly out of the yard was definitely not simple. All he could do now was try to get Song Qian's forgiveness. Wang Matzi sincerely apologized, and today he was also beaten up badly. Song Qian didn't want to argue or fuss with him. Wang Matzi, you really went too far yesterday. But since you sincerely apologized, I won't hold it against you. I hope you keep what happened at your house last night to yourself. If you dare to talk about it, I believe you know the consequences. I won't say anything. Wang Matzi hurriedly shook his head. Hearing that Song Qian might forgive him, he dared not speak nonsense. As for the incident where Song Qian flew out of the yard, not only would he not dare to talk about it, but even if he did, no one would believe him. In fact, it might cause him more trouble. Xiao Qian, since you forgive me, please take the rooster and ham. I won't bother you anymore. Thank you for your kindness. Wang Matzi stood up, ready to leave. Take your things back? I don't need them. Song Qian's voice came as he turned away. By the way, the bride price has been returned to you. I hope you won't bother Sister Peach Blossom again, or else. As he spoke, Song Qian secretly cast a binding spell. In an instant, Wang Matzi was frozen like an ice sculpture. He couldn't move, and he couldn't even speak. After 5 seconds, the spell disappeared. Wang Matzi quickly turned around and bowed deeply. Don't worry, I won't bother Sister Peach Blossom anymore. Wang Matzi understood that Song Qian freezing his body was a warning and a threat. If he dared to cause trouble again, he wouldn't get a good result. Xiao Qian, I truly came to apologize. Please don't make me take back the rooster and ham. I'm really sorry. Wang Matzi was very nervous and hurriedly walked toward the door. After he left, Song Yao and Zhang Yibei immediately crowded around Song Qian, asking him to explain why Wang Matzi came to apologize. Song Qian made up a few random words to answer them. As for what happened yesterday on Longquan Mountain, when Wang Matzi threw him into the demon cave and tried to bully Su Peach Blossom, Song Qian didn't mention it at all. Fortunately, these two are simple-minded, so they believed whatever he said. This matter was finally smoothed over. Song Qian believed that what happened on Longquan Mountain, Wang Matzi wouldn't dare to talk about, and Su Peach Blossom definitely wouldn't say anything either. For now, Song Qian didn't want anyone to know about this. Especially for parents, they must not know. If they find out that I was thrown into the demon's cave, they will surely worry and be afraid. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yibei clung to Song Qian, saying she would go fishing tomorrow and planned to invite Su Taohua and Song Yao to join. No matter what Zhang Yibei said, Song Qian didn't want to go. Feeling helpless, Zhang Yibei could only stay unhappy. Zhang Yibei and Su Taohua prepared to go home. They stood up, and Su Taohua asked Song Qian to see them off. Song Yao was nearby, encouraging them to go, so Song Qian had no choice but to agree. At Jiangxing Hospital, in Director Sun's office, Director Sun trembled as he held Lu Muyun's test report. His mouth twitched, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Yesterday, Lu Muyun came for a checkup. He only received the report this morning, which diagnosed her with late-stage cervical cancer. They then called Lu Muyun back for a recheck. The results were the same, still late-stage cervical cancer. But now, the scan in Director Sun's hand showed that Lu Muyun was actually healthy. Could the previous two diagnoses have been wrong? She is the young lady of the Lu family. If Jiangxing Hospital made such a mistake, it would be a big problem. She might even threaten to shut down the hospital. Director Sun wiped his cold sweat, his mouth twitching more and more, and his hands trembling. The skin almost fell from his hands. He forced himself to stay calm, carefully put down the scan, then picked up a cup of tea and took a sip of cold water. Well, Miss Lu, maybe, our machine had a little malfunction. Perhaps I should operate the machine myself and recheck for you. Please forgive us, Miss Lu. Director Sun stammered, unable to say a complete sentence. Seeing Director Sun's face, Lu Muyun was startled. Director Sun, has my condition worsened? But Lu Muyun clearly felt that the uncomfortable feeling in her abdomen had disappeared since Teotihuacan. How could it have worsened? Could this be a false alarm? Am I not going to live much longer? Thinking this, Lu Muyun's face darkened immediately. Zhao Kiki sat nearby, her face turning ugly. She really wanted to tell Lu Muyun that Song Qian was a complete liar. Not only did he deceive her financially, but he also tricked her emotionally. On the way back, Lu Muyun shared the details of her treatment with Zhao Kiki, mentioning that Song Qian had acupuncture on her lower abdomen. She also gave Song Qian 2 million yuan in the room. Seeing Director Sun's expression, Zhao Kiki became even more sure that Song Qian was a big liar who had deceived her young lady. Tomorrow, she must go to Peach Blossom Village to catch and punish Song Qian, so she can relieve her young lady's anger. Miss, we really shouldn't have trusted Song Qian. Yes, Lu Muyun weakly nodded. I never thought Song Qian was like that. We will find him tomorrow. Yes? We must find him. Zhao Kiki nodded firmly, grabbing Lu Muyun's wrist to comfort her. At that moment, Director Sun's voice was heard. Miss Lu, maybe our machine had a problem. Please give us a chance, and I will check again. No need, Lu Muyun waved weakly. I already booked a flight abroad, leaving early the day after tomorrow. Since my condition worsened, whether I check or not, the result will be the same. Hearing this, Director Sun was confused. Worsened condition? He never said that. The tests clearly showed she was healthy. Why did Lu Muyun say her condition worsened? What does that mean? Miss Lu, your condition hasn't worsened. This time, the test shows you're healthy. It must be a machine malfunction. Healthy? Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki both exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Director Sun emphasized. From the scans, you are indeed healthy. The results are completely different from this morning. Hearing this, Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki immediately stood up. Director Sun, Lu Muyun shouted, pointing at him. You said I was healthy, but you didn't tell me earlier. You almost scared me to death. How can you be a director like this? Shame on you, Director Sun. Are you really not sick? Zhao Kiki asked, wide-eyed. Director Sun nodded confidently. From this scan, Miss Lu is indeed healthy. Since the results are so different, it must be a machine error. I will personally check you in the MRI room now. I will give you an explanation for the misdiagnosis and take responsibility for all emotional damages caused. Director Sun did not realize that Lu Muyun had recovered. At this moment, he still thought there was a problem with the machine. Lu Muyun's face was filled with a long-lost smile. Haha, it's not the machine's fault. I have recovered. Song Qian didn't lie to me. He really didn't deceive me. I just didn't believe him and scared myself. We misunderstood Song Qian, Lu Muyun happily said, holding Zhao Kiki's hand. Kiki, we really misunderstood Song Qian. My illness was cured by him. Haha, I didn't expect he actually cured me. Lu Muyun was so happy she was dancing with joy. Director Sun looked confused, full of doubt. Cured? Cured? That's right, Lu Muyun nodded firmly. Yes, my late-stage cancer is definitely cured. I am sure of it. Lu Muyun shouted happily, smiling brightly. She was so excited she almost jumped up. Director Sun looked at her with disbelief and suspicion, unable to help but glance at Lu Muyun. She looked excited, her face flushed, and compared to the morning, she seemed full of energy, just like someone without an illness. Miss Lu, could you please sit down so I can check your pulse again? I want to confirm if you are truly healed. Lu Muyun smiled and sat down opposite Director Sunday. She extended her delicate hand in front of him. Sun Changda carefully took her wrist and checked her pulse. The more he checked, the more surprised he was. From her pulse, it was clear Lu Muyun was indeed healed. Good. Good. You're healed? Miss Lu, your pulse shows your body has recovered. To be sure, I will do a magnetic resonance scan again. From Sun Changda's words, he confirmed her recovery. Lu Muyun's face lit up with an even brighter smile. She was truly healed. From being diagnosed with cervical cancer to now recovering, it all felt like a dream. It was so unreal, yet so real. An hour later, the results of her fourth scan came back. Lu Muyun finally received the images, which confirmed she was indeed healed. In the director's office, Sun Changda looked shocked. Miss Lu, are you saying that the little doctor from Taohua village, Song Qian, gave you 2 injections, and that's how you recovered? Liu Muyin nodded seriously and said, that's how it is. After receiving this clear answer, Sun Changda was stunned and speechless. Through 4 tests, he was 100% sure that the hospital's machines were working fine. The real problem was that Liu Muyun's illness had truly been cured. A simple acupuncture treatment was enough to cure late-stage cervical cancer. Such medical skill could only be performed by a divine healer descended from heaven. The foolish doctor named Song Qian was definitely a divine healer in disguise. Miss Liumu, could I trouble you to accompany me to Taohua village now? I want to see Dr. Song as soon as possible. Sun Changda remembered that 2 years ago, there was an intern doctor at the hospital named Song Qian, who was also from Taohua village. But later, he heard that Song Qian had fallen ill, so the position was given to another doctor. At first, Sun Changda didn't pay much attention to this matter. But unexpectedly, 2 years later, he heard the name Song Qian again, and in such an astonishing way. Forget it, Liu Muyun waved her hand. It's late now. I promised to meet Dr. Song tomorrow, so I will thank him then. If Director Sun wants to go, we can go together tomorrow morning. Right now, Liu Muyun was full of gratitude for Song Qian. Her way of addressing him had changed from calling his name directly to now calling him Dr. Song. Sun Changda stood up happily and clapped his hands. Thank you, Miss Liumu, for your help. I will wait for you at the Liumu group tomorrow morning. Taohua village, on the main road. Song Qian and Su Taohua were walking side by side. Originally, when they sent Zhang Yibei home, they would pass by Su Taohua's house. Song Qian should have taken Su Taohua home first, then sent Zhang Yibei home afterward. However, Su Taohua made an excuse, saying she was a bit full from dinner tonight and wanted to take a walk. So, she accompanied Song Qian to send Zhang Yibei home first, then come back and go home herself. Song Qian had no choice but to agree. Now that they had sent Zhang Yibei home, they had just returned from her door. Walking side by side, they looked like a couple. Su Taohua decided that tonight was a rare opportunity. No matter what, she would cling to Song Qian later and invite him to her house. Song Qian also knew what Su Taohua was planning. Su Taohua was beautiful and well known as the charming widow of Taohua village. Whether in figure or face, she was considered perfect. If Su Taohua didn't care, Song Qian would just let her be. After all, it was a matter of mutual affection. The two of them walked and talked, both smiling. Su Taohua was happy because her good news might come true tonight, and Song Qian was even happier. Today, he not only earned 2 million yuan, but also found a petal from the divine consciousness lotus flower. His next goal was to find a way to get that petal from Lu Muyun. They walked and talked quickly until they reached Zhao Tieju's house. Coincidentally, Zhao Taiju was outside smoking. Seeing Song Qian, Zhao Taiju hurried over. Su Taohua, Xiao Qian, where are you going? Song Qian replied. Sister Taohua and Zhang Yibei are having dinner at my place tonight. We just sent Zhang Yibei home and are about to go back to our own homes. Oh, I see, Zhao Taiju smiled. I thought you had something important. Come in and sit for a while. Zhao Taiju was standing outside smoking, pressured by Zhou Chunhua. Zhou Chunhua told him that the chances of success with Song Qian yesterday were very small, so he needed to increase the chances. She asked him to find Song Qian. It was late at night, and Zhao Taizhu didn't feel comfortable about going. But unexpectedly, while he was smoking, Song Qian came over. It seemed like fate. He had to seize this chance tonight. The only regret was that Su Taohua was there too. Honestly, Zhao Taizhu and his wife found the situation with Song Qian a bit absurd. Zhao Taizhu wasn't very willing. Especially tonight, with Zhou Chunhua pushing him again, he felt even more troubled. How could this go on forever? If it didn't work this time, he could accept it next month. But if it kept happening back to back, Zhao Taizhu felt speechless. However, Zhou Chunhua's pressure left him no choice. He could only painfully agree to Zhou Chunhua. At most, for today and tomorrow. If it really couldn't be done, he would wait until next month. Zhou Chunhua, feeling helpless, could only reluctantly agree. Back at Zhao Tieju's house, Zhou Chunhua's face had a faint blush. She hurried around, pouring cups of hot water for Song Qian and Su Taohua. Then she brought out sunflower seeds, candies, and placed them on the wooden table in the living room. Only then did she sit down and chat with Su Taohua. Tonight's events seem a bit troublesome. There is no good excuse to keep Song Qian behind, but without keeping him, Zhou Chunhua feels a little reluctant. What should she do? She looks at Zhao Taizhu, hoping he can think of a way to send Su Taohua away, so there will be a chance. But Zhao Taizhu, despite trying hard, cannot think of a solution. Everyone sits together like this, eating sunflower seeds, drinking water, and chatting about everyday family matters, making it lively. After a while, Su Taohua suddenly speaks. Brother Taizhu, I want to tell you something, but I'm afraid you'll get angry. I've been holding it in for a long time, trying to find the right moment to say it. Su Taohua stammers, hesitant to speak. Seeing her like this, Zhou Chunhua asks, Taohua, girl, it seems you want to say something but are afraid. Just say it directly. Zhao Taizhu takes over the conversation. Yes, we're from the same village, and if there's something, just say it. Don't hold back, it feels strange. Su Taohua continues eating sunflower seeds, and after spitting out the shells, she throws the remaining few into a porcelain bowl on the wooden table. She claps her hands and looks at Zhao Taizhu. Brother Taizhu, everyone in Teotihuacan knows you have a difficult to talk about illness, and you were also cheated out of over 10,000 yuan by a dishonest hospital. If you ask me, you shouldn't trust any doctors. I know a miracle healer right here who can help you get better. Su Taohua looks at Song Qian as she speaks. Song Qian nods and continues. Brother Taizhu, Sister Taohua is right. I really can cure your illness. I told you yesterday, but you didn't believe me. I really don't know what else to do. Su Taohua's words make Zhao Taizhu feel very awkward. Men fear most being told they are useless, and Zhao Taizhu truly feels he is incapable. Who caused him to get this illness? Zhou Chunhua raises her eyes and glances at Zhao Taizhu. Her husband is not capable, and she suffers because of it. Since marrying Zhao Taizhu, she has endured many sneers from others. Zhou Chunhua moves her lips, unsure how to speak. Regarding Song Qian and Su Taohua's suggestions, Song Qian did mention it yesterday, but Zhao Tieju's problem cannot be solved by big hospitals, let alone by a young man like Song Qian. How could he possibly cure it? Seeing Zhao Taizhu and the other person looking silent and strange, Su Taohua felt a bit embarrassed and quickly tried to ease the awkwardness. Brother Taizhu, Sister Chunhua, I'm not lying. Xiao Qian's medical skills are better than you think. Why not let Xiao Qian try once? Even if it doesn't work, there's no loss. Don't you agree? Xiao Taizhu shook his head and sighed. Taohua, I'm afraid you'll laugh, but I'm the most useless man in everyone's eyes. I've already tried IVF, and I was scammed out of over 10,000. I know my own health best. Zhou Chunhua looked gloomy and also sighed. Yes, my husband and I are destined not to have children. Taohua, we appreciate your kindness, but I don't blame you. Tieju's health isn't good, and I've given up hope. Listening to their conversation, Song Qian felt a bit speechless. Why wouldn't Brother Taizhu and Sister Chunhua trust him? It was just a try? Why didn't they even have the courage? It seemed they were truly tired after years of hardship. Brother Taizhu, just trust me once. I'll only do a simple acupuncture. Honestly, I cured my parents' illnesses last night. If you don't believe me, call and ask them. You mean? Zhao Taizhu stared in disbelief, looking at Song Qian. You cured your dad's leg problem and your mom's twitching? Exactly. Song Qian nodded. Then he looked at Su Taohua and said, "Don't just take my word for it. Ask Sister Taohua. She and Zhang Yibei are eating at my house tonight." Su Taohua hurriedly nodded. "That's true." After a brief pause, Su Taohua changed the subject. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Today, at my house, Xiao Qian created a miracle. Lu Miyun from Lu's family in Jiangcheng. You've probably heard of her. She had cervical cancer and came specifically for Song Qian's treatment." Hearing this, Zhao Taizhu and the other were shocked. "Really?" Zhao Taizhu asked. Song Qian and Su Taohua both nodded. Su Taohua smiled and said, "We're from the same village. Do you think I'd lie to you?" Originally, Su Taohua wanted to say that Song Qian treated Lu Muyun's illness, and Lu Muyun even gave Song Qian 200,000 yuan. But after thinking for a moment, she held back. Sun Qian once said that this matter should not be shared outside, to prevent villagers from becoming overly eager and asking Sun Qian for money. Zhao Taizhu and his wife heard this, feeling both suspicious and uncertain. After a while, Zhao Taizhu suddenly had an idea. "Peach Blossom, since you say so, I am willing to try. But treating this kind of problem makes me a bit embarrassed. How about this? I won't keep you here to play. I want to talk privately with Sun Qian about some personal issues." Zhao Tiezhu's words were full of meaning. He could use this chance to send Peach Blossom away, or to have Sun Qian stay behind alone. Both options were good. Zhou Chunhua looked up and nodded approvingly at Zhao Taizhu. She thought to herself that her husband was finally being clever. After Peach Blossom left, she could continue her conversation with Sun Qian about yesterday's matter. A hint of longing appeared on Zhou Chunhua's face. Since they had asked Peach Blossom to leave, she felt awkward and didn't want to go home alone, but she had to. Zhao Taizhu had said that if they needed to discuss personal issues, Peach Blossom, as a widow, couldn't just listen in. Peach Blossom stood up, rolled her eyes at Sun Qian. "Since that's the case, Xiao Qian, you better treat Brother Taizhu well. Don't let him down. I'm going back now." Feeling reluctant, Peach Blossom turned and left. Zhou Chunhua stood up to see her out. After Peach Blossom left, she closed the door, feeling light and lively, twisting her waist as she returned to the living room. "Taizhu, I think Peach Blossom has gone far. Why don't you go outside for a smoke or take a walk? Come back in half an hour." Zhao Taizhu nodded and stood up. Sun Qian quickly grabbed him. "Brother Taizhu, what are you doing?" Zhao Taizhu pushed Sun Qian away. "Xiao Qian, my wife and I have discussed it. Yesterday's matter, I ask you once more. Go outside and smoke. You too, keep at it." Zhao Taizhu said this and turned to leave. Sun Qian reached out again and grabbed Zhao Taizhu. "Brother Taizhu, I can agree, but I have a request. Tonight, let me treat you first. After the treatment, you can go outside and smoke. Is that okay?" Xiao Taizhu hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Anyway, sticking a silver needle won't kill anyone. Once Song Qian finishes treating himself, he can go out to smoke later." "All right. How should I cooperate with you?" Song Qian casually grabbed a small wooden stool, made Zhao Taizhu turn his back to him, and sit diagonally opposite. He also asked him to pull up his clothes. At this moment, while Zhou Chunhua and the others weren't paying attention, Song Qian's mind moved, and he took out silver needles from the lotus space. Seeing Song Qian suddenly holding several silver needles, Zhou Chunhua stared with wide eyes, looking a bit surprised and full of amazement. Song Qian used the silver needles to start treating Zhao Taizhu. The treatment was smooth and took about 10 minutes. After finishing, Zhao Taizhu tidied his clothes, then reached into his pocket and found 2 cigarettes left. He went to the cabinet, picked up a pack of cigarettes, grabbed a lighter, and turned to leave the room. "Chunhua, call me when you're done." Zhou Chunhua responded softly, her face slightly red. Watching Zhao Tiezhu's back as he left, Zhou Chunhua felt excited and a little guilty, with mixed feelings inside. This matter was a bit absurd, but for the sake of having a child, she was willing to take a risk. This afternoon, she carefully checked the date. Today and tomorrow were the best days, with a higher chance of success. When she heard Zhao Taizhu close the door outside, Zhou Chunhua stood up, twisted her slender, soft waist, and walked toward the living room door, then closed and locked it from inside. After locking the door, she returned to face Song Qian. "Xiao Qian, Brother Taizhu and I forced you to do this. You won't blame us, right? Please don't be angry." Song Qian thought to himself. He wasn't angry at all. Although he called Zhao Taizhu a brother, Zhao Tieju's surname was Zhao, and his was Song. They had no blood relation. Neither Zhao Taiju nor Zhou Chunhua cared about that. Why should he care? Brother-in-law Chunhua, I don't mind. I just noticed that Brother Tieju's face looked strange, and I'm worried he might hate me later. Zhou Chunhua looked outside the door and raised her voice slightly. If he dares to hate you, I will deal with him. If he weren't so useless, we wouldn't have to go through all this, and we wouldn't have been easily cheated out of over 10,000 yuan by that unscrupulous hospital. Right? Song Qian nodded, seeming to understand. Spring Blossom sister-in-law, I have to say one thing. I just treated Brother Taiju, and he's really better now. If you don't want to go now, maybe we should just stop. That's nonsense, Zhou Chunhua said a rude word. You think I don't know? You just give a quick shot, and you think you can cure his problem of losing his voice? Who are you fooling? What if I do cure him? Song Qian asked back. If you do, then fine, Zhou Chunhua explained. Even if you really cure him, I won't blame you for what happened these past days. Then she changed the subject. Besides, you can't really cure him. Zhou Chunhua stood up from her seat, twisting her slim waist like a water snake, and walked over to Song Qian, linking her arm with his. Let's go somewhere private to talk more. Song Qian stood up and followed Zhou Chunhua into the inner room. 1 hour later, they came out of the room. Zhou Chunhua took out her phone and called Zhao Taiju. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Taiju returned home. Song Qian repeatedly told Zhao Taiju to go to the hospital another day for a checkup, and he patted his chest to guarantee that his illness was cured. Zhao Taiju was half convinced and nodded in agreement. He also told Song Qian that even if he was cured, he wouldn't blame him for the wild things that happened these past days, and he even wanted to thank him. When Song Qian left, Zhao Taiju gave him a red envelope with 600. He also promised that if everything went well, he would give another red envelope with 888 later. Song Qian politely declined, but still accepted the 600 red envelope. Song Qian quickly returned home with the red envelope. At this time, his parents and sister were still awake. Seeing Song Qian come back so late, Song Yao made a mischievous face and pretended to be a ghost, teasing him. Brother, you came back so late. I thought sister-in-law Taowa was going to keep you overnight at their place, huh? Song Qian reached out and patted Song Yao. You're so rude. How can you talk like that? Song Yao pushed his hand away, smiling even more brightly. This afternoon at sister-in-law Taowa's house, she said openly that if you want, she would consider me her real sister-in-law. Peach Blossom sister-in-law is so beautiful. If you could marry such a lovely wife, our old Song family would be very lucky. Song Yao said this with a look of longing on her face. In her mind, their family was very poor. If Su Peach Blossom could marry Song Qian, it would truly be a blessing for their family. But at this moment, Song Yao completely forgot that just this afternoon, Song Qian had earned 2 million yuan and was already a wealthy man. As soon as Song Yao finished speaking, Lu Shufan quickly stopped her. Xiao Yao, it's okay to joke around with your brother sometimes, but you must not say such things in front of Su Peach Blossom. Never say them again. Huh? Song Yao rolled her eyes. I'm not just talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. This afternoon, at Sister Peach Blossom's house, she personally said she wants to marry my brother. Song Yongfu stroked his chin with a smile on his face. Although Su Peach Blossom was a widow, she was very pretty and lively and kind-hearted. She was truly a good match for a daughter-in-law. If she didn't mind their family's poverty, it would be a perfect marriage. If Song Qian could marry Su Peach Blossom, it would definitely bring honor to the old Song family. Although he thought this, Song Yongfu didn't feel comfortable giving advice. Lu Shufan, let the children handle their own affairs. Su Peach Blossom is on good terms with our family. Even if Xiao Yao said a few words that were a bit too much, she probably wouldn't be angry. Let's not talk about this anymore. Song Qian waved his hand and looked at his parents. Mom, Dad, today I went fishing and sold the fish for over 10,000 yuan. In the afternoon, I went to Sister Peach Blossom's house to treat a female CEO. She also gave me 200,000 yuan. Our house is really too old and broken. Maybe I should find some people to fix it up. Song Qian called the 2 million yuan 20,000 yuan. He didn't dare say too much, worried about putting pressure on his parents. The elders were stunned when they heard this. Song Yongfu asked, What? You said you sold fish for over 10,000 yuan and earned 20,000 yuan treating someone. Song Yao cooperated and said, My brother really earned over 21,000 yuan. Did you really make so much money? Lu Shufan looked at him with wide eyes, full of disbelief. 20,000 yuan was a huge amount. She wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Getting a positive answer from Song Qian, the two elders smiled happily. Foolish people often have good luck. This child was sick for more than 2 years, and just recovered yesterday, yet he did so many unbelievable things. Could it be that surviving a big disaster brings good fortune? After a while, Lu Shufan continued speaking. About fixing the house, let's talk about it later. Your eldest uncle's family still owes 5,000 yuan. Your aunt is quite unreasonable. If she finds out we have money to repair the house, she won't just give up easily. Song Qian shook his head and didn't pay much attention. It's just a debt of 5,000 yuan. Paying it back is simple. Owing money and paying it back is the right thing to do. Even if his aunt is difficult, since it's borrowed money, he must repay it. Moreover, Song Qian now has money. He just doesn't want to tell his parents that he has over 200,000 yuan in his card. Mom, it's okay. If Annie comes to ask for money, just pay her back. We can repair the house later. The family talked for a while about fixing the house. In the end, they decided to go ahead with the repairs. However, Song Qian didn't think so. When it's time to actually repair the house, he plans to tear it down and rebuild a villa. He has a 3-year agreement with Lotus Fairy Emperor. Within 3 years, he must find the fragments of the divine lotus and piece them together. Otherwise, he will die. Song Qian also isn't sure if he can complete the task within 3 years. If he fails, he might lose his life. Within 3 years, he must ensure his parents live a good life. Building a new house is one of the big plans. After discussing, everyone went to sleep. At Su Taohua's house, in the quiet boudoir, Su Taohua lay on her bed, tossing and turning. She is having a hard time. Tonight, she planned to win over Song Qian, but things kept going wrong. First, Zhang Yibei came, then Zhao Taizhu and his wife. If it weren't for these three, her good plan would have succeeded. Su Taohua believes she is quite charming. She doesn't believe that Song Qian would ignore her. But why is everything so difficult when good opportunities are right in front of her? Stupid fool, look at how silly you are. You want to eat candy and peaches? Sister has everything here. Why don't you come over? Song Qian. Remember, you can't escape from sister's hand. Just wait, I will catch you. Su Taohua muttered to herself, turned onto her side, and after sleeping for a while, she still felt restless. The more she slept, the more awake she became. She turned on the light, got up, and went to the bathroom. After about 10 minutes, Su Taohua took a shower and then returned to her bedroom to sleep. She lay flat on the bed, only her head sticking out. Song Qian, you just don't understand how I feel. Stupid boy. Su Taohua patted the quilt, then kicked the blanket and snuggled inside, but she still felt a bit upset. She pulled the blanket over herself, wrapping her whole body. At Song Qian's house, he had just gone to bed. Since yesterday, he had experienced so many things. Thinking back on each one, Song Qian felt it was all a bit unreal. Lu Muyun had said she would come to visit tomorrow to thank him personally, and she also mentioned asking him for something. What could it be? Additionally, Song Qian had an important matter. How could he get Lu Muyun's pendant from her neck? It was a family heirloom. Trying to take it easily didn't seem simple. Song Qian thought hard, but had no idea what to do. Just then, his phone lit up. Song Qian grabbed his phone. It was a voice message from Su Taohua. Little brother, sister can't sleep alone tonight. No matter how much she tries, she can't fall asleep. Are you asleep? Can you come over and keep me company for a while? After the message, she sent 2 bright red lips emojis. Behind the lips, there were 2 hand gesture emojis, beckoning. Su Taohua's voice was sweet and soft, warm and gentle, sounding very pleasant. Listening to it, Song Qian couldn't help but feel distracted. This sister Taohua has a pretty face, is interesting, and her figure is amazing, curvy and elegant. Not only that, her voice is so nice to hear. That soft, tender voice makes any man feel fuzzy inside, especially a young man like Song Qian, whose heart is stirred. If it weren't so late now, Song Qian might really have the idea to secretly go to Su Taohua's house and spend a little time with her. Big sister Taohua, what's wrong? Suddenly, Song Qian sent a voice message. Half a minute after sending it, Su Taohua replied with her own voice message. You. This guy, asking obvious questions. Then, Su Taohua sent another message. Little brother, your sister is all alone, with no strong man around. Why don't you come to my house and chat with me for a while? Somehow, I just can't fall asleep. If you don't come, I might come to find you. Su Taohua kept sending messages one after another. Then, she sent a series of playful hand gesture emojis. Listening to Su Taohua's gentle and soft voice, Song Qian felt very moved. But at this time, it was indeed quite late. On the other hand, maybe his parents and sister hadn't gone to sleep yet. If he went out now, they would eventually find out. Big Sister Taohua, I was treating Brother Taiju for over an hour. I just got back home. My parents just went to sleep. It's really not convenient for me to come over now. Maybe another day. He quickly sent another voice message. Soon after, Su Taohua replied with her voice. Little Qian, you helped Big Sister today with Brother Wang's matter. Can't you let us thank you properly? Besides, I have some good food here. Didn't you used to like coming to my house to eat? Why not come now? Su Taohua was still not giving up, holding on tightly. Big Sister Taohua, today really isn't convenient. You should go to bed early. I'll come to see you another day. Don't think I'm annoying then. Right after he sent the message, Su Taohua hurriedly replied, No, our door is always open for you. In her voice message, Su Taohua deliberately slowed down her speech, raised her voice, and added a mischievous, playful laugh. Song Qian wasn't stupid. Of course, he understood clearly. Okay, I'll definitely visit your house another day. The next morning, Song Qian was washing his face when he heard the sound of a car outside. With a creak, the car stopped at his door, and then the door opened. Then, 3 people got out of the car. It was uncle, aunt, and their son Lu Jinxiong, who is Song Qian's older cousin. Song Qian doesn't dislike this uncle, but he really doesn't like aunt and his older cousin. His cousin is 2 years older than him. When he was little, he often played at Song Qian's house, but every time he came, Song Qian was bullied. He remembers this very clearly. As a child, Song Qian didn't mind these things. He thought it was just kids being naughty. But now, Lu Jinxiong is still very mean. He remembers that during the 2 years when he was mentally confused, Lu Jinxiong came to their house many times, always asking for money. During these visits, there were also personal insults. Although he is a cousin, he is worse than a stranger. As for aunt, she is a typical shrew and troublemaker. The Song family owes uncle's family 50,000 yuan, which uncle secretly borrowed. Later, aunt found out and often came to ask for money. Even when Song Qian was mentally confused, he remembered her nasty attitude. She spoke cruelly and insulted sharply. Song Qian's family of 4 was often scolded by her, and his sister Song Yao was even hit by her. Since they came, they should just pay back the money. I really don't want to see this aunt again. Just as Song Qian's thoughts were racing, uncle and his family of 3 pushed open the old wooden door and entered the yard. Seeing Song Qian washing his face, aunt came over and squinted at him with a look of contempt. Stupid Song Qian, I heard that fools are lucky. Yesterday, you caught a lot of fish and sold over 10,000 yuan. It's time to pay back the money you owe us, right? You, the fool, didn't expect you could sell so many fish. Aunt called him a fool all along, acting proud. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jinxiong continued, My silly cousin, since you made money from selling fish, hurry up and pay us back. We owe 50,000 yuan, and it's been 2 years. Today, you must pay it back. Lu Jinxiong reached out his hand to ask for the money. The noise from the yard outside reached into the house, and Song Qian's parents and sister all came out to see what was happening. When Song Yao saw aunt, she trembled suddenly. This is about a mean middle-aged woman who, last year, when asking for money, only said a few words before slapping herself twice. She also boldly said she wanted to scold her own family on behalf of her parents. She instinctively took 2 steps back, her face full of fear. Child's uncle, Song Yongfu, spoke first. You and your family should come inside and sit. It's not good for you to stand outside. Lu Jijun looked angry and didn't know what to say. This morning, he was pressured by his wife and son to come and ask for money. The Lu family was already struggling, and he felt ashamed to ask for money. But he couldn't ignore his wife's words. He borrowed money secretly at first. Lu Jijun and his sister Lu Shufan, who is Song Qian's mother, have always been close. When they saw Song Qian's family in trouble, Lu Jijun offered to lend 50,000 yuan to help them. 2 years ago, after Song Qian became mentally challenged, their father broke his leg, and their mother had health problems. Feeling desperate, Lu Jijun borrowed the money, and they used it for a while. They promised to pay it back when they had money. But their situation got worse. Not only was 50,000 yuan a lot, but even 5,000 yuan was a huge amount for Song Qian's family. Now, the debt of 50,000 yuan has been unpaid for a long time. Yongfu, I feel ashamed to go to your house. Sorry, brother-in-law. If it's convenient, could you think of a way to settle that 50,000 yuan? Sigh. Really, Lu Jijun, with a thick face, mentioned the money and then sighed deeply, feeling very ashamed, and lowered his head. He was afraid of his wife, and she was the one who made him say this. Lu Jijun's face was truly embarrassing. They didn't urgently need the money. His wife and son just worried that Song Qian's family might become poorer and unable to pay back the debt. So they pressured Lu Jijun to come and ask for it again soon. Song Yongfu was about to speak when Song Qian interrupted. Uncle, you lent us 50,000 yuan, which helped us a lot. Since you're here, I will pay you back. Song Qian took out his phone from his pocket. Uncle, give me your payment code, and I will transfer the money now. Then we will be even. Sorry for the trouble. Based on Song Qian's words, Lu Jijun found it hard to believe. Yesterday, they heard that Song Qian took Zhang Yibei to fish-catching street town to sell fish, but they only made over 10,000 yuan. How could Song Qian have 50,000 yuan? This silly young man's behavior seemed normal, but his way of speaking always felt a bit off. On the surface, Lu Jijun didn't expose him. Xiao Qian, your uncle knows your family is having a hard time. Just pay back 10,000 for now, and the rest can wait. What do you think? What are you talking about? They said they need to pay back 50,000. How could I only have 10,000? I want to see how he plans to pay it back. Before Lu Jijun finished, his wife Ding Yongmei interrupted him. Lu Jinxiong crossed his arms, looking full of contempt. My silly cousin said he wants to pay back 50,000 today. I want to see if my cousin is truly foolish or pretending to be. He kept calling him a fool, over and over. His face showed clear disdain. Then Lu Jinxiong changed the subject. But on the other hand, my silly cousin used to stutter a lot when he talked. But today, he doesn't seem to stutter as much. I heard that people who stutter can get better after eating dog dung. Huh? You really ate it? Lu Jinxiong burst out laughing. Ding Yongmei, standing beside him, looked at him with a mocking smile. Keep your mouth clean, Song Qian got angry. Secretly, he used hypnosis on Lu Jinxiong, wanting to teach him a lesson. Lu Jinxiong started yelling wildly, so he was satisfied. If he wanted to act like a dog, let him be a dog for a while. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Lu Jinxiong was hypnotized. He immediately bent down and crawled on the ground like a dog. Lu Jinxiong stuck out his tongue and barked. Bark, 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 bark. At first, Ding Yongmei thought her son was deliberately mocking Song Qian, pretending to be a dog and barking. So she didn't pay much attention, instead smiling proudly, looking at Song Qian with her hands on her hips. But then, something happened. Ding Yongmei and Lu Jijun both panicked. They saw Lu Jinxiong on the ground, sticking out his tongue, wagging his, moving almost exactly like a dog. He barked loudly and surprisingly climbed in front of Ding Yongmei, tearing at her pants with both hands. His actions were quite realistic. Xiao Xiong, what's wrong? Ding Yongmei felt nervous and tried to help Lu Jinxiong stand up. However, Lu Jinxiong was lying on the ground, as if an invisible force was holding him tightly. He could only bark like a dog, and his behavior was completely out of his control. Honestly, he owed money to others. Song Qian didn't want to do this, but Lu Jinxiong was really too mean. Song Qian had to deal with him. You might say that Lu Jinxiong coming to ask for money was normal. He had already agreed to pay him back, but instead, he was making a fuss and barking loudly. That was fine, but why humiliate people? Someone who spouts nonsense like that should be taught a lesson. Song Qian's parents and sister watched Lu Jinxiong's strange behavior with curiosity, sweating coldly. What was happening? Was it rabies? Or was Lu Jinxiong doing this on purpose? If it was intentional, that was too much. All three of them stepped back, worried Lu Jinxiong would come closer. Luckily, he was barking but not moving toward them. Lu Jinxiong and Ding Yongmei struggled to pull him up, but he kept lying on the ground, biting and barking wildly. Song Qian stood with his hands behind his back, feeling a bit pleased. Lu Jinxiong deserved some punishment. Then, Song Qian took out his phone and recorded a video. Lu Jinxiong barked for 3 or 4 minutes. When Song Qian stopped the hypnosis, Lu Jinxiong gradually regained consciousness and tried to get up from the ground, confused. What's going on? Why am I on the ground? He asked. Ding Yongmei helped Lu Jinxiong brush off the dust. Kid, have you been bitten by a dog recently? Lu Jinxiong shook his head, feeling confused. Mom, what just happened to me? He asked. It's nothing. If you're feeling uncomfortable anywhere, Mom will take you to the hospital for a checkup, she replied. Lu Jinxiong shook his head, saying he felt fine. At this moment, Song Qian looked at his uncle Lu Jijun. Uncle, send me the payment code quickly. I'll pay you back. Lu Jinxiong might have rabies. We need to take him for a checkup. Lu Jijun hesitated, then handed over the payment code. Song Qian was about to scan the code when Lu Jinxiong started shouting again. Dad, he's just a fool. Do you really believe him? Lu Jijun turned his head and glared at Lu Jinxiong. Stop talking so much. When they don't pay, you yell and demand money. When they do pay, you say Song Qian has no money. Song Qian took out his phone, scanned the code, and completed the payment. Big uncle, my cousin with rabies is very close to me. The money has already been transferred to you. I won't stay here anymore. Hearing Song Qian dismiss him, Lu Jinxiong became furious. Song Qian, are you stupid, or am I? Do you think just clicking a fake phone model means you've paid back the money? Song Qian sneered, looking at Lu Jinxiong with a sharp gaze. Check the notification message to see if the money arrived. Why are you barking like a rabid dog here? Lu Jinxiong clenched his fists after being insulted. Fine, I want to see. You only earned a little over 10,000 yesterday. How are you going to pay back 50,000? If the money doesn't arrive, I swear I'll make you regret it today. You big fool. Thinking we're as stupid as you. Lu Jinxiong cursed loudly, took the phone from his father. Just then, the phone vibrated. He looked at it and saw that 50,000 had indeed arrived. Song Qian had 50,000 yuan. That was unbelievable. He was just a fool. Where did he get that money? Stupid fool. Even though the 50,000 has arrived, this isn't over. Your family used this money for 5 years. You only paid back the principal, plus interest. 1 year's interest is 10,000, so you still owe 20,000 in interest. Lu Jinxiong held his head high, speaking very harshly. Song Qian didn't expect that this so-called relative was like this. Paying back the principal, but demanding interest. Did they have no shame? But on the other hand, if the mother and son were polite, like uncle, and paid some interest, what difference would it make? Right now, Song Qian didn't care about tens of millions of yuan. But Lu Jinxiong cursed constantly, calling himself a fool. Why should he indulge such a person? If he wanted interest, it was absolutely impossible. Lu Jinxiong, I think you are mistaken. When uncle lent money to our family, he never mentioned interest. Now you come and ask for 20,000 yuan in interest. Why don't you go and steal it instead? Lu Jinxiong clenched his fists, wanting to hit Song Qian. 20,000 yuan in interest? I've been very polite already. If you don't pay this interest today, I'll just take it by force. What can you do about it? Lu Jinxiong became more and more arrogant as he spoke. Song Qian's mother, Lu Shufan, felt very upset listening to this. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have borrowed the money even if she was very poor. She only borrowed the money because her older brother kept persuading her. Now, this nephew is being so rude. They received the principal, and now he's asking for interest. Does he want to keep charging interest on top of interest? Moreover, borrowing 50,000 yuan for 2 years with an annual interest of 10,000 yuan is higher than illegal high-interest loans. How can that be? Xiaoxiong, Song Qian's tone was a bit harsh. I apologize on his behalf. You should also say less. Say less? Lu Jinxiong replied. Owing money and paying it back is right. Charging interest is also proper. Did I do anything wrong? If you don't pay the 20,000 yuan interest today, there's no end. Before he finished, Ding Yongmei interrupted. Xiaoxiong is right. Borrowing money means paying interest. If we didn't lend you the money, we'd earn interest in the bank too. Besides, we took a big risk lending to your family. We almost didn't get the principal back. Why is it wrong to ask for a bit more interest? It's only fair. Furthermore, we've been back and forth, coming to your house to collect the debt. Our car wheels even broke twice. Do you think we shouldn't ask for money? Ding Yongmei's point was clear. Interest must be paid. Lu Jijun stood nearby, his face dark as a pot. He knew from the start that his wife and son had such attitudes. If he had known, he wouldn't have lent the money. They were supposed to help his sister's family, but now it's all a mess. It's a tragedy. Yongmei, Lu Zhenxiong, are you done? We already paid you 50,000 yuan. Do you still have the nerve to ask for interest? Shut up, Ding Yongmei shouted loudly. Go away. You have no right to speak here. You're ungrateful. After being scolded by his wife, Lu Jijun could only keep quiet. He flicked his sleeve and turned to leave, heading outside to return to the car, not wanting to get involved in the current situation. So, you're saying, Song Qian asked coldly, you raised the interest rate so high that these 20,000 yuan interest must be collected? Lu Zhenxiong nodded heavily. Of course, that's right. Charging interest is only natural. Otherwise, why would we lend you money for 2 years? Ding Yongmei pointed at Song Qian and asked sharply. What surprised Ding Yongmei was that, unlike before when Song Qian seemed clueless, today he spoke smoothly and thought quickly. Could it be that this fool has really improved? A doctor once said that Song Qian would never recover. His life was destined to be dull and aimless. But now, it seems he might really recover. Otherwise, his thinking wouldn't be so sharp. Seeing the arrogant mother and son, Song Qian's face was full of anger. Since they were so shameless, he decided to teach them a harsh lesson. For ordinary people like them, Song Qian didn't need to fight physically. He secretly used hypnosis, just like before. As soon as the hypnosis took effect, Lu Zhenxiong collapsed again and barked like a dog. At the same time, he acted wildly, using his hands and feet to smash into the front wall. With a loud bang, Lu Zhenxiong hit the earthen wall hard, almost knocking it down. This scene made Ding Yongmei panic and turn pale. She hurried over and grabbed Lu Zhenxiong. Child, what's wrong? Woof woof, woo. Lu Zhenxiong barked and finally howled loudly. Injured from the previous crash, blood streaming from his head. Lu Jijun, where are you? Ding Yongmei shouted loudly outside the door. Our little Xiong hit the wall. Come back quickly. I can't hold him alone. As soon as Ding Yongmei finished speaking, Lu Zhenxiong howled again. Then on all fours, lifting his head high, he bit at Ding Yongmei's calf. Ding Yongmei shivered and hurriedly stepped back. But she was still a bit slow. Lu Zhenxiong bit down her calf. Ding Yongmei screamed in pain and instinctively kicked forward. Dead dog. But as she finished speaking, she realized she was wrong. The creature in front of her wasn't a dog, but her son, Lu Zhenxiong. Pain came to her lower leg, and Ding Yongmei let out a loud scream. She had just pushed Lu Zhenxiong away when he rushed back over. Ding Yongmei couldn't dodge in time, and another bite marked her other leg. This bite was very firm and strong. Ding Yongmei was shocked and scared, struggling frantically. But Lu Zhenxiong kept biting her, and she couldn't get free. He shook his head and tore at her with force. The pain made Ding Yongmei cry out loudly. She used all her strength to push Lu Zhenxiong away. Just then, Lu Jijun arrived. Seeing what was happening, he quickly held Lu Zhenxiong tightly. What's wrong? How did this happen? Ding Yongmei cried out in pain, taking a long time to calm down. Jijun, the child might have rabies. You need to hold him tightly, but be careful. He might bite you. It seems rabies can be contagious. At this moment, Ding Yongmei was holding her lower leg with both hands. Her face twisted with pain, and sweat was beading on her forehead. She was worried her child might have rabies and pass it to her. Thinking this, Ding Yongmei felt very anxious. She was frightened and also wondered when her child got sick. But she didn't know that all this was a punishment from Song Qian. Lu Zhenxiong did not have rabies, so she wouldn't catch it. It was only because the mother and child had been insulting others that Song Qian used some methods to teach them a lesson. Lu Jijun nodded, looking unhappy. What a terrible thing to happen. How could this happen? Lu Zhenxiong struggled desperately, trying to bite, but Lu Jijun had no choice but to look for help at a distance. Yongfu, please find a rope and help me tie up the child. If he keeps acting like this, something bad will happen. Song Yongfu understood and turned to get a rope from inside. Song Yao and her mother stood together, arm in arm, watching Lu Zhenxiong with some fear. Could it be that Lu Zhenxiong really has rabies? If so, that would be great. He was so arrogant, always insulting others. Such a wild and unruly person should be punished and suffer. It seemed that even heaven couldn't stand it anymore and decided to punish Lu Zhenxiong. Song Yao even hoped that Lu Zhenxiong would never recover. Soon, Song Yongfu brought a rope. At this moment, Song Qian pretended to care and said, Uncle, do you need my help? I have a lot of strength. I can tie it tighter. The three of them hurriedly worked together to tie up Lu Jinxiong. Uncle, I do have some money now. I don't have much, but I still have about 3 to 5,000. Regarding the interest, if you think we should pay, I will transfer it to you right away. Lu Jijun quickly waved his hand. He didn't want to ask for money. Things had gotten so bad that he felt ashamed to see anyone. He didn't want to take interest from others, especially since his sister's family was already struggling. Lu Jijun's original intention was to help his sister's family, but his wife and son were too much. They often forced him to collect debts and even humiliated his sister's family. It was truly a sin. Little money, what do you think of, uncle? I would never ask for your interest. Don't mention the interest again in the future. Lu Jijun said this and left with his mother and son. At this moment, Ding Yongmei saw Lu Jinxiong was injured. She herself had her legs bitten by Lu Jinxiong, so she no longer cared about the interest. Her face turned pale, and she followed closely behind Lu Jijun. A few minutes later, the sound of a car engine came from outside. The sound gradually faded away, and Lu Jijun's family finally left. Song Qian thought about it. His aunt and cousin had cleaned up, but it was too embarrassing for uncle. Their original intention was to borrow money to help their family. So, Song Qian took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to uncle, as interest or comfort. After all, the mother and son were bad people, but uncle was not. Why is this family so different? After transferring the money, Song Qian also sent a warm message, saying that the 10,000 yuan was a token of gratitude to uncle. He asked uncle not to tell the two of them. He told uncle to read the message and then delete it. Through the hole in the wall, watching the car drive away, Song Yongfu let out a deep breath and finally relaxed. Qian, you're good at medicine, right? What's wrong with Lu Jinxiong? Why is he suddenly howling like a dog? Song Yongfu thought about it. Since they were relatives, if Song Qian knew about Lu Jinxiong's condition, he might even help treat him. Yongfu was kind-hearted. Even if the other person insulted him repeatedly, he still wanted to help because of family ties. How would I know? Song Qian waved his hand. He must be a person with no bottom line, too arrogant. Heaven will teach him a lesson. Song Qian made up stories. He couldn't tell his parents that Lu Jinxiong being like a dog was his own punishment for him. Moreover, hypnosis has a time limit. After a while, Lu Jinxiong would return to normal. Song Qian was just slightly punishing him. Song Yao listened and clapped happily. My brother is right. Lu Jinxiong is shameless. He must have angered heaven, so heaven made him bark like a dog. And that old woman, Annie Ma, she deserves to be bitten by a dog. As she spoke, she recalled the scene of Ding Yongmei being bitten earlier, and her mood became very happy, with a cheerful smile on her face. She thought, she hit herself, so she deserved to be bitten. And it was by her own son's crazy dog. Thinking of this, she felt very satisfied. Lu Shufan frowned, confused. When Lu Jinxiong arrived, he was fine. Why did he suddenly have a fit? Although he was arrogant, he was still her nephew. She just hoped that this child wouldn't have any problems. Song Qian, Lu Jinxiong is arrogant and used to bully you. He might try to manipulate the issue of interest again. Stay away from him in the future. Her mother's warning made Song Qian smile and nod. Don't worry, I will stay far away from him. But in his heart, Song Qian secretly chuckled. If Lu Jinxiong dares to come looking for him again, he would teach him a lesson each time. Once isn't enough. Twice, even 10 times. Dealing with Lu Jinxiong didn't require physical effort. Just a little thought, and there are countless ways to handle him. Just as Song Qian finished speaking, there was the sound of a car outside. He thought it was his uncle's family returning, but it was unexpected someone else. The car stopped, the door opened, and a man and a woman got out. The woman was tall and beautiful, with a bright smile on her face. The man was handsome, with a proud aura. Seeing these two, Song Qian's face darkened. The woman's name was Xuemian. She was Song Qian's girlfriend in college. 2 years ago, she insisted on going to eat barbecue, then pretended to be bullied. Song Qian protected her and was beaten up badly. Since then, Song Qian had been acting strangely. Time flew by, and 2 years passed. Seeing Xuemian again, Song Qian's eyes filled with anger. What made Song Qian angrier was that the man beside Xuemian was the one who had flirted with her at the barbecue stall, and also the one who had hurt Song Qian. The past 2 years of Song Qian's life, which had been dark and difficult, were all caused by these two people. His family of 4 had endured 2 years of hardship. His father's leg was broken, and his mother's face was injured. All of this was because of these two. And Shuimian, what are you doing here? And Shuimian, arm in arm with the man, slowly moved forward. Song Qian, let me introduce him. His name is Su Juanhao, the same person who hurt you before. Brother Hao and I are getting married. And Shuimian said this with a happy smile on her face. Marrying Su Juanhao was an honor for Shuimian. Su Juanhao hugged her waist proudly. Mian is right. We're getting married. I came here especially to tell you. Song Qian looked at the two of them, feeling a strong urge to hit them. But after thinking for a moment, he held back. Since they were about to get married and were showing off in front of him, there must be more to their visit. Song Qian wanted to see what they were planning. At the same time, he also wanted to find out if the incident 2 years ago, when Su Juanhao hurt him, was related to Shuimian. In his heart, Song Qian was almost certain that the barbecue night when he was beaten was carefully planned by these two. But he wanted to hear them say it themselves. Since they were getting married, he decided to give them a special blessing at their wedding, something unforgettable. Of course, Song Qian's blessing would be anything but ordinary. He even wondered whether to send a wreath or a keepsake box. And Shuimian, we have no more ties. Since you're getting married, I wish you happiness in advance. Please go now. Song Qian waved his hand, pretending to be politely asking them to leave. He knew very well that they wouldn't leave easily, so he played hard to get, hoping to get what he wanted from them. And Shuimian smiled happily, her eyebrows raised slightly, and her lips curved into a gentle smile. She held Su Juanhao's arm tightly, pressing herself close to him. She wished she could merge completely with Su Juanhao. Song Qian, when I was in college, I promised to be your girlfriend. Looking back now, I see how blind I was. Fortunately, I turned my life around and got close to Brother Juanhao. That's why I can work at Jiangqing Hospital. Brother Hao arranged it. Song Qian's expression froze, and he looked unhappy. If that night he hadn't eaten barbecue, hadn't been beaten, and hadn't become mentally slow, he would be working at Jiangqing Hospital now. From what Song Qian knew, 2 years ago, Jiangqing Hospital only hired a few doctors, and Shuimian never had a chance to get in. Really? Well, congratulations. Song Qian forced a polite smile and congratulated her. Now, he didn't care about Jiangqing Hospital or even the top hospitals in the country. He wouldn't want to work there. The small Jiangqing Hospital wasn't enough for him. His medical skills were so good that wherever he went, it was like having his own hospital. A small hospital like Jiangqing wasn't worth his time. Song Qian, I thought you'd be furious when you heard I work at Jiangqing Hospital. I thought you'd be angry and upset, but I see you're still the same coward as before. I don't know how I ever liked you. I was really blind. Back then, Song Qian was a top student at school. Because of that, many girls wanted to date him. But by some strange twist, he ended up with Shuimian. He never expected she would cause him so much pain. And Shuimian, I want to tell you something. I was blind back then, and that's why I liked you, you terrible person. 2 years ago, Su Juanhao caused our family so much trouble. He beat me up badly, and I became mentally slow. Song Qian's eyes turned red as he spoke. He looked back at his family behind him. My father went to Su Juanhao to ask for an explanation. Su Juanhao broke his leg. For the past 2 years, my father has suffered greatly. My mother was slapped several times, and her face was injured. She's been living in pain. Song Qian's face darkened as he spoke. Suddenly, he looked up and pointed at Shuimian and Su Juanhao. And Shuimian, Su Juanhao caused so much pain for my family. You, my ex-girlfriend, are now with my enemy. You're even planning to marry him, just to hurt me. What are you thinking? And Shuimian let go of Su Juanhao and smiled brightly. You're right. I'm getting married today. I'm here just to embarrass you and your family of 4. I brought Brother Hao to your house, just to show you how blind I was back then, to make you see how I liked you. This poor guy. At this point, and Shuimian changed the subject. Honestly, that night we had barbecue was planned by me long ago. I knew you liked to act impulsively, so I deliberately let Brother Juanhao tease me, which made you angry, and then Brother Juanhao beat you up, and Shuimian said this with a proud smile. Thinking back to her plan, she still feels very satisfied. By the way, let me tell you a truth. Brother Juanhao also works at Jiangqing Hospital and has become a chief doctor. If he hadn't taken your spot, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to get into Jiangqing Hospital. After Shuimian finished speaking, Su Juanhao continued. That's right. After I got into Jiangqing Hospital, I used a little trick to get Shuaman in too. Haha. At this moment, Song Qian suddenly realized. 2 years ago, at the barbecue stall, Su Juanhao had been harsh on himself. It turns out he was after the spot at Jiangxing Hospital. That's so mean. He almost caused his own death for just a spot. And it gets worse. Why did he also hurt his parents? He broke his father's leg and damaged his mother's nerves. Su Juanhao, you really deserve to be punished. Song Qian wanted to confront them, but he held back his anger. They were about to get married, so let them be crazy for a few more days. The wedding would be the perfect time for revenge. And Shuaman, I didn't expect you to be like this. I already know everything I need to. You can leave now. I can't afford to mess with you. Song Qian pretended to be weak, suppressing his anger. And Shuaman crossed her arms and held her head high. Foolish girl, I'm actually a bit surprised. I heard yesterday that your foolishness has improved, and I didn't think it was true. Since you're no longer foolish, in 3 days, Brother Juanhao and I will hold our wedding at the Imperial Hao Hotel in Jiangxing. I hope you can come and see how happy I am, and see how miserable you are. And Shuaman lifted her chin proudly, almost looking up at the sky. Her arrogant expression was vividly displayed on her face. Compared to Song Qian in the past, her choice 2 years ago was undoubtedly the right one because Su Juanhao's family has connections. As for the Song Qian family, they are so poor that even thieves would cry and leave. Song Yongfu, Song Qian's father, looked very unhappy. Xuemian, why are you so cruel? You knew our family was struggling, yet you still came to embarrass us. You and Xiao Qian used to be a couple. Even if you can't be lovers now, there's no need to be enemies. And Xuemian was furious and continued speaking. I was blind back then and only liked Song Qian. The night we had barbecue 2 years ago, I didn't kill him. I consider that a mercy. She looked around and pointed at Song Yongfu. Look at your broken house. A strong wind cut it down. With your poor family, does Song Qian really think I would like him? Just look at your clothes, dirty and patched, all of you thin and yellow-skinned. You must have gone hungry many times these past 2 years. If I wasn't blind, I wouldn't have liked Song Qian. Her words grew more and more harsh. As she spoke, she remembered the times she was with Song Qian. The images made her shiver and her hair stand on end. Thinking about it now, she realized that Song Qian was just a good student, nothing more. Besides that, he had nothing. Why did she like him? And Xuemian kept calling him blind, full of mockery. Hearing her insults, Song Qian frowned slightly. When they were dating, he didn't treat her badly. Once, and Xuemian went hiking with her classmates and broke her leg. Later, she called Song Qian, and he carried her down the mountain. He carried her for 2 hours along the mountain path. Even with his strong health, he was exhausted. After getting her to the hospital, he was so tired he couldn't move, yet he still had to register and pay, busy for hours. Another time, and Xuemian drank too much and fainted in a small alley in the food city, almost being harmed by some troublemakers. Song Qian appeared just in time and drove the troublemakers away. But Song Qian also paid a heavy price. That time, he was beaten up by some thugs and took a month to recover after using medicine for injuries. Another time, and Xuemian caught a severe cold with a fever of 40 degrees. She fainted, and Song Qian called an ambulance and took her to the hospital. Near graduation, on Xuemian's birthday, Song Qian saved money and bought her the latest model of a fruit smartphone. That time, Song Qian spent over 7,000 yuan. Later, Song Qian had no living expenses, worked several part-time jobs, and ate instant noodles for 3 or 4 months. He finally got through that tough time. Now, looking back, Song Qian feels he was really too naive. What he got in return was cruelty from the other person. You could say that when he was dating Xuemian, Song Qian never treated her badly and took care of her very carefully. But his sincere efforts were met with betrayal. Not only that, she also made him look like a fool and dragged his family into trouble. A cold smile appeared on Song Qian's face. And Xuemian, now you think I'm poor and look down on me. But I treated you well back then, and this is how you repay me. Before Xuemian could speak, Song Qian continued to ask. That time you broke your leg, I took you to the hospital. The doctor said if you arrived a little later, you would be disabled for life. You had a fever, and I took you to the hospital too. You were drunk and almost got bullied by some thugs. I risked my life, got beaten up, and saved you. For your birthday, I spent over 7,000 yuan on a phone for you. Later, I ate instant noodles for months. Do you forget all this? Now you look down on me. Why did you accept my phone, my gift, and my care back then? Facing Song Qian's questions, and Xu Yimyan remained indifferent. She always thought all of this was what Song Qian should do. Moreover, a phone worth over 7,000 yuan was nothing special. Carrying her down the mountain with it. Wasn't that what a boyfriend should do? They had been together for so long, and Song Qian had held her hand. And Xu Yimyan believed she had already gained a lot from him. Her warm, jade-like hand was not something just any man could hold. The things Song Qian did were not worth mentioning. And Xu Yimyan sneered coldly. You're just a sycophant. Isn't doing those things what you're supposed to do? What's there to show off? Furthermore, after being with you for 2 years, the most expensive gift you gave me was that phone worth over 7,000. Is 7,000 really a lot of money? Do you even have the nerve to mention it? Aren't you ashamed? At this point, and Xu Yimyan emphasized again. Song Qian, I was blind back then. I only stayed with you for a little over 2 years, and you even held my hand. Now that I think about it, it's disgusting, and Xu Yimyan said this with a look of disdain on her face. She shook her hand and wiped it with her sleeve, as if the hand that was held by Song Qian 2 years ago still carried a disgusting feeling. Song Qian smiled coldly. And Xu Yimyan, if that's how you feel, let me tell you now. You were blind before, and you're still blind now. The old me, you reached for a high branch. But now, even if I am temporarily poor and down, I am still someone you can't reach. Ha ha. As soon as Song Qian finished speaking, the two burst into laughter. Can't reach? Ha ha, what are you so proud of? Song Qian clenched his fists, wanting to strike. But after some thought, he held back. Hitting them in front of his parents would worry them. Besides, he really didn't want to fight. There are many ways to deal with people like this. For now, let them be arrogant for a while. We'll settle this at the wedding. Aren't they planning a big wedding? Then, at the wedding, let's give them a big surprise. Send flower wreaths. Or a coffin. Or even 2 coffins. That sounds interesting. Just then, Song Qian's phone rang. He took it out, and saw it was Lu Muyun calling. Miss Lu, have you had your re-examination? On the other end, Lu Muyun's happy voice came through. Dr. Song, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. I sincerely apologize for doubting and disrespecting you before. Yesterday, I called you by your full name. I hope you can forgive me. Yesterday afternoon, after returning from Peach Blossom Village, I immediately rechecked. As you said, my body has fully recovered. I am already in Jijiang town. Soon, I will be at your house. I want to thank you in person. Just giving you a call in advance. Song Qian smiled and nodded at the phone. Miss Lu, I am waiting for you at home. Drive slowly. No need to rush. On the phone, Lu Muyun's sweet laughter could be heard. Dr. Song, I did something without your permission. I hope you will agree. Last night, after I finished my checkup, Director Sun from Jiangxing Hospital heard that you healed my body and came to see you. The director from Jiangxing Hospital came along, which is a good thing. Song Qian not only agreed, but also welcomed him with applause. And Xu Yimyan and Su Juanhao had been emphasizing that they both work at Jiangxing Hospital. It just so happened someone came to deal with them. Just now, Song Qian was hesitating whether to use some small tricks to teach these 2 crazy people a lesson. Now, he didn't need to do it himself. It's okay, guests are welcome. All right, see you later. Song Qian hung up the phone, and then Xu Yimyan became even more arrogant. Song Qian, I heard you call Miss Lu over the phone. The Miss Lu you mentioned, isn't she the young lady of the Lu group in Jiangxing, Lu Muyun? You, a fool, even know her? Yes, Su Juanhao continued. Miss Lu in Jiangxing is famous for her beauty. She's the goddess in the hearts of all men. Even I have only been lucky enough to see her twice. Su Juanhao said this proudly, lifting his head high. He remembered the scene of meeting Lu Muyun, looking happy. Lu Muyun's devilish figure was not something Xu Yimyan could compare to, especially her delicate face and pointed chin. If someone didn't know the truth, they might think Lu Muyun had plastic surgery. But she hadn't done any. However, Lu Muyun, as a goddess, Su Juanhao thought it was enough just to see her twice. He was already very lucky. Compared to her, and Xu Yimyan wasn't as beautiful, but honestly, she looked fresh and was also a top beauty. Song Qian just smiled faintly at their words. It seems that Lu Muyun, this top beauty, has many suitors. Just mentioning her name would spark discussions. Song Qian was about to speak when Song Yao interrupted. You too. It's fine if you look down on my brother, but there's no need to be so arrogant. Yesterday afternoon, not only did my brother meet Miss Lu, but I also saw her. And she even came to our village to see my brother for treatment. Song Yao said this proudly. The image of Lu Muyun's delicate beauty appeared in her mind. This stunning female CEO is as beautiful as a fairy descending from the heavens, so beautiful that she seems untouched by worldly matters. Her delicate skin, slender waist like a willow, and full, proud chest are even more impressive than Zhang Yibei's. As a girl, Song Yao feels a bit jealous of Lu Muyun. She is just too beautiful. After smiling, Song Yao feels a little embarrassed. Yesterday, Lu Muyun called her, and she called her a scammer. Luckily, Lu Muyun was busy and didn't mention it to her. Otherwise, they would have been awkward. Ha ha. As soon as Song Yao finished speaking, and Shuamon giggled softly. What a joke. It's hilarious. Do you really think you'll get to meet a female CEO like Lu Muyun who is so out of this world? Su Juanhao laughed so hard he leaned back, tears streaming down his face. These two siblings, Song Qian and the slightly attractive Song Yao, seem to be a bit foolish, really quite silly. Lu Muyun is someone important. They don't have the right to meet her. Song Yao, you country bumpkin, are you blind? Or are my ears broken? You saw Miss Lu too? Are you also that foolish? After Su Juanhao finished speaking, and Shuamon quickly interrupted. Song Qian, if that call just now was really from Lu Muyun, I will kneel in front of you and call you Grandpa. Hearing this, Song Qian's face showed a playful smile. You want me to call you Grandpa? I'll make it happen. Remember what you said. Say it louder later, haha. Clap clap. Su Juanhao clapped happily. Good, good. If the person who comes isn't Miss Lu, you will kneel on the ground and call me Grandpa, and call Shuamon Grandma. Good grandson, you also have to say it loudly. Remember what you said. Song Qian raised his voice. Let's see how long you can act tough. Later, both of you kneel and shout loudly. I want to feel what it's like to be a grandpa. Honestly, Song Qian didn't want to bother with them. To be truthful, with people like Shuamon and Su Juanhao, Song Qian could easily deal with them without even fighting. Just eliminate them. But that would be too easy on them. Dealing with villains should make them despair. Slowly breaking them down and killing them. That's more interesting. In the next 2 or 3 minutes, and Shuamon and Su Juanhao kept talking, repeatedly emphasizing that Song Qian should attend the wedding. Basically, it was about disliking Song Qian. Throughout the process, Song Qian occasionally responded with a few words. Suddenly, there was the sound of a car outside. After the engine stopped, the sound of the car door closing followed. Then, hurried footsteps came from outside. Song Qian was about to go out to greet the lucky god Lu Muyun, but unexpectedly, Lu Muyun, along with director's son and others, pushed the door open and entered. Today, Lu Muyun was wearing a tight red outfit that highlighted her perfect figure and graceful curves. Her delicate, oval face looked like it was carefully carved by a master sculptor, with smooth, fair skin and charming eyes that smiled softly. She was truly stunning, like a beauty who could cause chaos and attract admiration. The moment Lu Muyun entered, Su Juanhao immediately recognized her. It was the 3rd time he had been so close to her. He watched her and almost fainted. She was so beautiful, like a fairy descending from heaven, a divine being appearing in the world. Su Juanhao stared with wide eyes, almost drooling. Lu Muyun's devilish figure and angelic face were simply perfect. Such a woman should only be admired, not disrespected. She was like a splash of purple among red flowers, bright, captivating, dazzling, and uniquely beautiful. And Shuamon stood beside Su Juanhao, watching her man make such a fool of himself. She reached out with her delicate hand and tugged at Su Juanhao's sleeve. This foolish man, whenever he sees a beautiful woman, seems to lose his mind. Lu Muyun was indeed very beautiful, but he wasn't bad either. Why was he staring so obsessively at her? His behavior was really embarrassing. After Shuamon reminded him, Su Juanhao snapped out of his daze. Their eyes shifted, and they saw Director Sun Changda. Son, Director Sun, why are you here? Seeing Director Sun, Su Juanhao quickly nodded and hurried over to greet him. Hello, Director Sun. And Shuamon also went over, trying to flatter him. Director Sun, what brings you here? When Director Sun saw Su Juanhao, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't mentioned anything about coming to Taohua village this morning. What was going on? Su Juanhao arrived first? And who was the woman next to Su Juanhao? She looked familiar, but he couldn't remember her name. Su Juanhao was a bit confused, not knowing that Director Sun would come. But after thinking for a moment, he understood. Just now, Song Yao had said that yesterday afternoon, Lu Muyun came to see Song Qianji about an illness, but Lu's appearance showed she was not actually sick. This meant that perhaps yesterday, by mistake, Song Qianji tricked Lu Muyun. As a result, Lu brought the hospital director from Jiangxing Hospital to confront Song Qianji at his home, which meant trouble for Song Qianji. Miss Lu, Director Sun, you came at the right time. That fool is causing trouble everywhere. We were just about to deal with him. Su Juanhao said this, pointing at Song Qianji. Before he finished, and Shuaman continued, Director Sun, my name isn't Shuaman. I am a dermatologist at Jiangxing Hospital. From Director Sun's expression, and Shuaman could tell that because there are many doctors at the hospital, he might not recognize her. So she took this chance to introduce herself. Then she pointed at Song Qianji and said, Director Sun, that fool Song Qianji went to the same university as me. He often tricks and cheats people. Since you are here, you should quickly deal with him. Maybe give him a good beating. Hearing this, Director Sun was instantly furious. He didn't expect that this person named Shuaman was also a doctor at Jiangxing Hospital. They weren't working today and had come here to cause trouble. Last night, Director Sun had worked hard and begged Lu Muyun several times. Miss Lu reluctantly agreed to bring him to see the famous Dr. Song. But unexpectedly, these two unwise doctors arrived first and started insulting the doctor. These two fools were just asking for death. Lu Muyun was suffering from late-stage cervical cancer, and Jiangxing Hospital couldn't treat her, but Song Qianji used acupuncture to cure her. Even across the entire Manhwa, Song Qianji was unique. How did he become a fool in the eyes of these two fools? Smack! Director Sun swung his hand and slapped Shuaman. Doctorin, why are you not working properly and coming here to cause trouble? Who told you to come? Who gave you the courage? Director Sun, you must have hit the wrong person, and Shuaman said, her face full of grievance, holding her sore cheek. Director Sun was furious again, and with another swing, he slapped her twice, making loud slaps and sparks flying. And Shuamian took 2 steps back, tears of pain welling up in her eyes. What is happening? Wasn't Song Qian a liar? Shouldn't Director Sun deal with Song Qian? I only spoke a fair word. So why did Director Sun hit me? Seeing his girlfriend being hit, Su Juanhao hurried forward 2 steps. Director Sun, you really got it wrong. You should be hitting Song Qian, not Doctorin. She is from our hospital's dermatology department. Bang. Su Juanhao wanted to say that Shuamian works in the hospital's dermatology department, but before he finished, Director Sun kicked him. Ouch! That hurts so much. Su Juanhao was kicked and fell heavily to the ground. He twisted a few times before supporting himself with his hands and sitting up. Director Sun, why did you hit me? At this moment, Su Juanhao looked confused and stunned. He thought he was being hit for Song Qian, so why was he being hit? While Su Juanhao and Shuamian were both confused, Lu Muyun frowned and slightly parted her red lips. Director Sun, you should manage your subordinates well. If you hadn't begged me repeatedly, I wouldn't have brought you to see Dr. Shun. But your subordinate, right in front of me, humiliated my lifesaver. Lu Muyun's brow furrowed even more as she spoke. Director Sun, if you don't give me an explanation, it seems you won't be able to keep your position as hospital director. Hearing this, Director Sun was immediately anxious. Miss Lu, don't worry. I will give you a perfect explanation. If I can't handle this matter well, you can deal with it. Although he is the head of the hospital, in front of Lu Muyun, he is just a small figure. He dares not offend her. As soon as Lu Muyun spoke, he took out his phone and started making a call. He had to give her an account of what just happened. Lu Muyun frowned and said nothing. She came to thank Song Qian, but didn't expect that at first sight, someone unworthy was humiliating her lifesaver. On Shuamian's cheek, there was a bruise with finger marks. The slaps just now had been quite forceful. Right now, Shuamian's face was burning with pain. She covered her sore cheek, her mind a mess. During her conversation with Director Sun, Lu Muyun listened carefully. Her main point was that Song Qian was her lifesaver. That is completely false. Lu Muyun, the daughter of the Lu group, has healthy, rosy skin, a well-proportioned figure, and speaks confidently and clearly. She is as healthy as anyone could be. and Xuan Man, who studies medicine, only glanced at Lu Muyun briefly and could tell she was not sick at all. The only possibility was that she was tricked by Song Qian, and she was completely fooled by him. That scoundrel Song Qian dared to deceive Lu Muyun. If they exposed his ugly face in front of everyone, their whole family would be ruined. And Xuan Man thought about this, then helped Su Junhao to stand up. She whispered a few words into Su Junhao's ear. After hearing her, he suddenly understood everything. So that's how it is. Su Junhao brushed off the dust on himself and rubbed his aching stomach. He managed to stand up straight and looked at Lu Muyun. Miss Lu, I think you're mistaken. Song Qian is not your lifesaver. He's just a fool who tricks people. Please don't fall for him. Besides, your health is perfectly fine. Smack. Before Su Junhao could finish, Zhao Kuku, who was beside Lu Muyun, couldn't stand it anymore. She slapped Su Junhao twice. You, how dare you insult Dr. Shen? I think you don't want to live anymore. Our ladies' matters are not for you to talk nonsense about. You. Su Junhao covered his cheek and said you. It was clear he saw that the person next to Lu Muyun had some influence. What do you mean you? Zhao Kuku shouted sharply. She raised her delicate hand and slapped him again. Su Junhao shivered and quickly took a few steps back. He cursed inside his mind. This nasty woman was really arrogant. If she weren't standing next to Lu Muyun, he would have already dealt with her. Seeing Su Junhao get hit, and Xuan Man couldn't hold back his anger. He clenched his jaw, looked at Lu Muyun, and made a firm decision. Miss Lu, we really didn't lie to you. Junhao, Song Qian, and I all graduated from the same school. He's truly a liar. If you're feeling unwell, I suggest you go to our hospital. Shut up. Zhao Kuku shouted loudly. She stepped toward Xuan Man and, with a flick of her hand, slapped him again. And Xuan was prepared this time and quickly stepped back. Faced with Kiki Zhao's strong attitude, and Xuan felt helpless. Why wouldn't these two listen? Song Qian is clearly a liar. This big liar, Song Qian, tricked Lu Muyun completely. Once Lu Muyun wakes up, he will have to deal with their family of 4. And Xuan covered her face, unable to speak, and kept her mouth shut. Seeing the two being hit, Song Qian smiled faintly. Finally, someone was going to teach these two a lesson. But after just one hit, Song Qian felt a little unsatisfied. However, today, in front of their parents, Song Qian didn't want to fight them, nor did she want to secretly deal with them for now. Otherwise, she was worried it would affect her parents. Otherwise, these two wouldn't be so arrogant now. After Su Junhao and the others calmed down, Lu Muyun, with a smile on her face and her waist twisting, approached Song Qian. Dr. Song, thank you again for healing me. Song Qian opened her lotus heavenly eye and looked at Lu Muyun's chest. She saw that the lotus pendant Lu Muyun always wore, which made her breathe a little easier. She then smiled at Lu Muyun and shook her head gently. Miss Lu, there's no need to be polite. You paid me a lot for treatment yesterday. I've already thanked you, so there's no need to keep saying thanks. Hee hee. Lu Muyun pursed her lips and smiled charmingly. Dr. Song, you're too polite. That little money, I feel like I gave too little. At this point, Lu Muyun changed the subject. Dr. Song, before you treated me yesterday, I doubted you many times. I even suspected you were a fraud. Please forgive me, Dr. Song. After Lu Muyun finished speaking, Kiki Zhao came over. Dr. Song, until yesterday when you finished treating the young lady, I still doubted you. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me, Dr. Song. By the way, I was a bit rude yesterday and said some harsh words. I also asked for your forgiveness. I'm really sorry. Their conversation reached Song Yao's ears. Especially Lu Muyun's words shocked her greatly. Yesterday afternoon, Lu Muyun gave Song Qian 2 million. That's a huge sum. Yet, in Miss Lu's words, it sounded so casual, as if those 2 million were just 2 cents. Are rich people this generous? Song Yao's family, including her father Song Yongfu and mother Lu Shufan, were all very shocked and looked surprised. Song Qian had said that the other person gave 200,000 yuan. But no matter what illness they had, they wouldn't need that much money, right? Last night, they were worried about Song Qian, thinking that Lu Muyun might not really have given the money, and they were afraid someone might come to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, the other person was very polite. Seeing Lu Muyun's bright smile and how politely she spoke to Song Qian, their worries finally eased. However, They didn't know that the other person actually gave 2 million yuan. Song Qian only said 200,000 on purpose because he was afraid they couldn't accept the real amount. If they knew that Song Qian had earned 2 million yesterday, they would probably feel very different and be very happy. At this moment, Lu Muyun's voice was heard. Dr. Song, this pretty little girl must be your sister, right? And the two people beside her are probably your parents? Song Qian took over the conversation and nodded to introduce. Miss Lu, I forgot to introduce. This is my sister, Song Yao. And these are my parents. Mom, Dad, this is Miss Lu. After the introduction, Song Qian said to Lu Muyun again. By the way, yesterday you called me. My sister just finished a scam call, so there was a misunderstanding, and she scolded you a few times. Hearing this, Song Yao's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. That call yesterday, she had scolded quite fiercely, but she never expected that she was actually scolding Miss Lu. How terrible. Miss Lu, I am really sorry. I just finished a scam call and then received your call, so I thought you were a scammer and scolded you. Please forgive me. Song Yao looked very awkward and apologized sincerely. Lu Muyun waved her hand, also feeling a little embarrassed. Little sister, what are you talking about? You scolded me at that time, and I also called you an ugly woman with a touch of menopause syndrome. I didn't expect you to be even younger than me. We both misunderstood each other. Let's just consider it a joke. Lu Muyun said this with a smile. Her laughter quickly eased the awkwardness. Su Juanhao and An Shuimian stood to the side, quietly listening to the conversation between Song Qian and others, feeling a bit nervous. What exactly was going on? From the way Lu Muyun spoke, it seemed that Song Qian had really treated her and even given her a lot of money. Song Qian, this fool, how could he possibly know Lu Muyun? What made Su Juanhao even more jealous was that Lu Muyun, a stunning beauty like an angel, was actually talking and laughing with Song Qian and was very polite to him. In the past, Su Juanhao dreamed that one day he could stand in front of the goddess Lu Muyun and say a few words to her. Even if Lu Muyun didn't like him and scolded him, he would still be willing. But today, the fool he looked down on, Song Qian, was happily talking and laughing with Lu Muyun, and Lu Muyun was unusually courteous to him. Is the sun rising from the west? This doesn't make sense at all. And Shuimon stood to the side, her mind full of thoughts. Just now, Song Qian said he saw Lu Muyun yesterday, but Shuimon didn't believe it. She thought Song Qian couldn't have met Lu Muyun. But now, she was quickly proven wrong. Worse still, she had just said that if Lu Muyun knew Song Qian, she would kneel to him and call him grandpa several times. No, she couldn't accept such shame. In Shuimon's eyes, Song Qian was just a fool, a complete loser, a useless scoundrel. If she had to kneel to this scoundrel and call him grandpa, it would mean she became Song Qian's granddaughter. Becoming the granddaughter of a fool, what a shame. The more Shuimon thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She looked at Su Juanhao for help, and they exchanged a glance. From that look, Su Juanhao told her it was impossible to kneel to Song Qian or call him grandpa. It was a huge insult. How could a fool be called grandpa? Just then, Director Sun returned with his phone. Su Juanhao, during work hours, you accepted red envelopes from patients' families. Over the past 2 years, the total amount is more than 600,000 yuan. You are fired from the hospital. I have also notified the medical association. Starting today, you are blacklisted in the entire industry. You will no longer be able to work in healthcare. Hearing this, Su Juanhao was instantly panicked. How did Director Sun find out about his red envelopes? Those things were kept secret. How could Director Sun discover so much just by making a phone call? Now he's doomed. Su Juanhao had worked at Jiangxing Hospital for a year. With his mother's help, he was promoted to director, and his salary and status had risen significantly. Some serious illnesses and emergencies make families worried, so they often give small gifts or red envelopes. Su Juanhao accepted these gifts, and soon it became a big problem. The 600,000 yuan that Director Sun mentioned is actually a small amount. Based on Su Juanhao's estimates, in the 2 years he has worked at the hospital, he has received nearly 1.5 million yuan in gifts. If he loses his job, who will still give him gifts? In recent years, the hospital has had many patients with serious or complicated illnesses, almost every day. These patients are like lucky charms for him. So, the year-end bonuses are very generous. You could say that after working at the hospital for a year, his official income is tens of thousands of yuan. Plus, working with pharmaceutical companies, he earns a lot more. His total income can easily reach over 1 million yuan a year. And there are also gifts to receive. Su Juanhao absolutely cannot lose this job. Director Sun, I beg you. This job is too important to me. Please don't fire me. Director Sun looked grim and waved his sleeve dismissively. Su Juanhao, if it weren't for your mother's face, I wouldn't just fire you. I might even have to get rid of you. Now that I've fired you and blocked your way, that's already being lenient. I advise you to be sensible. Su Juanhao's mother is the deputy director of the hospital. Normally, if the hospital wanted to, it could easily get him a job through connections. But he refused to take the easy route. He insisted on fighting for the position that Song Qian wanted. Director Sun, my mother is the deputy director of the hospital, and she's your colleague. Please, for her sake, don't fire me. Hearing this, Director Sun's brow furrowed even more. Su Juanhao, do you think I don't know what you've been up to? Director Sun said this and then looked at Inshuamon. Inshuamon, you helped Su Juanhao get in through connections, right? You're also fired. From now on, you're banned from the industry. Inshuamon's face turned pale and her body trembled. This job was hard to get, and she worked very hard for it. If she gets fired and banned, how will she find work in the future? Jiangxing Hospital's benefits are really good. Su Juanhao received gifts, and she knew that well. She also received some, though not much, about 100,000 to 200,000 yuan a year. She couldn't afford to lose this job, otherwise, everything would be over. Dean Sun, Su Director, and I know we were wrong. Please, don't fire us. We beg you, we really need this job. Get out, Dean Sun shouted loudly. These two fools, being fired is already a light punishment. That word, get out, made Inshuamian tremble with fear. It's over now, everything is ruined. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have come to find Song Qian, especially since I was about to get married. I wouldn't have met such trouble. It's all because of Song Qian, this unlucky star. Dean Sun, is there really no room for negotiation? Please, don't fire us. We truly understand our mistake. The 600,000 yuan red envelope Director Su received, we are willing to donate it to the hospital without expecting anything in return. I said, get out. Dean Sun yelled again, not wanting to listen to them anymore. Su Juanhao thought for a moment. Since things had come to this point, he decided to leave this place of trouble first and then figure out what to do next. His mother was the hospital's deputy director, and his father worked in the government. He didn't believe in bad luck. Surely, he could find a decent job. Su Juanhao slightly raised his head, glaring at Song Qian with a murderous look. Song Qian, you caused us to lose our jobs. Our matter isn't over. Just wait. I will make you pay. And Shuamian continued. This is all your fault. I won't let you go either. Just wait and see. After speaking, they prepared to leave. Hold on. Song Qian stopped them. Su Juanhao turned back, glaring fiercely at Song Qian. What do you want? Do you want us to stay and eat at your house? With your dirty environment, I don't want to stay even a moment longer. Exactly. It's disgusting. They said this and were about to leave again. Song Qian smiled coldly, a hint of menace on his face. Don't forget the promise we made earlier. Who is it that called me grandpa? In front of Lu Muyun and Dean Sun, Song Qian repeated what he had just said. After hearing this, Lu Muyun and the others just found it amusing. Lu Muyun turned around and looked at the two. You're Su Juanhao, right? It's your honor to become the grandson of Dr. Song. Hurry up and kneel down to call him grandpa. Su Juanhao and another person stood foolishly, about to kneel to Song Qian and call him grandfather. It was really embarrassing. What should they do? Are you deaf? Xiao Keek's scolding came. I told you to kneel and apologize, and call him grandfather a few more times. Are your ears broken? Despite Zhao Keek's pressure, the two still stood still. At this moment, their legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to bend. Su Juanhao couldn't possibly kneel to Song Qian. Seeing they wouldn't move, Lu Muyun spoke again. Su Juanhao, if you humiliate Dr. Song, you're opposing my Lu family. I will use all my resources to make you pay a heavy price. Hearing this, Su Juanhao suddenly became timid. He wasn't afraid of Song Qian, but he was afraid of Lu Muyun. The Lu family in Jiangxing was powerful and wealthy. If Lu Muyun got angry, she could do anything. Please, Miss Lu, I'm sorry. I dare not oppose your Lu family. We will kneel and apologize right now. Su Juanhao pulled in Shuamon, and they both knelt down. Song Qian, we were wrong. Please forgive us and let us go. Although they said this, they didn't truly believe it. Their words of apology still carried contempt. Deep inside, they cursed Song Qian. One day, they would make Song Qian pay. After apologizing, they prepared to get up and leave. Hold on, Song Qian stopped them again. My good grandsons, it seems you've forgotten something. Hurry up and call me grandfather. The two turned back, feeling terrible. This scoundrel Song Qian was endless. They had already knelt, and now he was forcing them to call him grandfather. They thought they would never forgive him. But at this moment, Lu Muyun was there to support them. Even if they wanted to hurt Song Qian, they didn't dare to be too harsh now. After hesitating, they finally called out, Grandpa, 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 we know we were wrong. They lowered their heads, feeling humiliated. But they had no other choice. Lu Muyun was too powerful for them to offend. Today, they could only accept it. As for Song Qian, they planned to deal with him later when they had a chance. Song Qian's parents stood by the living room window, wanting to stop them. After thinking for a moment, they both shook their heads. The situation has reached a point where the grudges are already settled. Even if I now show mercy and let the other person go, they won't appreciate it. Seeing the two apologize, Song Qian sneered coldly. Today, I want to embarrass them completely, just using Lu Muyun's help to teach them a small lesson. The real revenge is still to come. Song Qian believes these two won't let him go. And Song Qian feels the same way. It's a game of cat and mouse. He is the cat, and they are the mice. He plans to play with them slowly and thoroughly. He waved his hand and said, Two good grandsons, don't come bothering me again. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Now go away. Su Juanhao gritted his teeth in anger and slowly looked up. He exchanged glances with Shuamon, then looked back at Song Qian. Song Qian, in 3 days, it will be my and Zuman's wedding. I hope you have the courage to come and see how happy we are. Really? Song Qian smiled slyly. Just lost your job and are being blacklisted by your peers. How happy can you really be? But it's fine. Since it's your wedding, I should at least prepare a big gift for you. Something unforgettable for your whole life. Su Juanhao didn't care about Song Qian's so-called big gift. As long as he dares to come, I will definitely make him suffer. Su Juanhao believes he can't mess with Lu Muyun, but thinking of ways, killing Song Qian should be easy. Hope you dare to come. Ha ha ha. Su Juanhao laughed wildly, turning to leave with Shuamon. 2 minutes later, they heard the car driving away. In the car, Su Juanhao's face was pale, and his temples throbbed violently. Song Qian, you fool. I will never let you go. I never thought you'd recover after I made you a fool. This time, you've really offended me. I must kill you and your sister, Song Yao. I will sell her to a KTV, make her drink and entertain men every day, and be humiliated by 10 men every night. As he spoke, Su Juanhao rubbed his stomach, then slapped the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve into an S shape. Brother Juanhao, and Shuamon called out, then added, That Song Qian, relying on Lu Muyun's support, made us lose face today. We can't let him go. Otherwise, I can't relieve my anger. Su Juanhao nodded firmly. Shuiman, don't worry. I will definitely not let Song Qian go, and I won't spare his family either. Brother Juanhao is the best. Being with you is the best choice I've ever made. Thank you for giving me happiness, and Shuiman said, gently rubbing her bruised cheek. She forced a smile that was even more painful than crying and looked at Su Juanhao from the side. After a moment of thought, he asked, Brother Juanhao, we were fired and blacklisted by the whole industry. What should we do? It's okay, Su Juanhao said confidently. When I go back, I'll ask my mom if there's still a chance to return to the hospital. If not, we'll find another job. Su Juanhao's father works in the government. It's easy for him to arrange jobs for them with just a few words. Brother Juanhao is the best, and Shuiman said with a sweet smile. Suddenly, she felt pain in her cheek again and took a deep breath. How could Song Qian possibly compete with Brother Juanhao? She nodded in agreement and gave Su Juanhao a thumbs up. Of course, Su Juanhao's face showed a slight smile. Don't tell anyone about the scene where he knelt and called me grandpa. Even if Song Qian spreads rumors, no one will believe him. And Shuiman thought for a moment and agreed. At the scene earlier, besides Song Qian's family, only Lu Muyun and Director Sun were there. they probably wouldn't spread rumors. Even if they did, there's no evidence. This embarrassing incident must stay secret. Otherwise, they would both lose face. While she was thinking, Su Juanhao continued, I know a martial arts practitioner. I'll call him later. He's a 9th rank warrior, even a martial arts master. It'll be easy to deal with Song Qian. Why use a big weapon to kill a chicken? That fool Song Qian can't even fight you. So what's the point of calling a 9th rank warrior? It's a waste, and Xueman said. In her mind, Song Qian was just a weakling. Not even a martial arts master, just a 1st rank fighter, could easily crush him and make him cry for his mother. And a 9th rank warrior? It's even more unnecessary. One call is enough. There's no waste involved. On our wedding day, I just worry that Song Qian won't dare to come, Su Juanhao said proudly, smiling confidently. Please send a 9th-grade martial artist. I must defeat Song Qian. Brother Juanhao is so powerful, he managed to invite a 9th-grade martial artist. This time, Song Qian is definitely going to be defeated, haha, and Xueman gave a thumbs up. The gloom from earlier was gone, and she seemed to see Song Qian being taken down. But she didn't know that now. Song Qian was invincible. Any 9th-grade martial artist was like an ant in front of him. At Song Qian's house, after Su Juanhao and the others left, the house became much quieter. Song Qian invited Lu Muyun and a few others to rest at his home. His house was very simple, almost no furniture. Lu Muyun looked at the plain setup and admired him silently. Song Qian was truly a great doctor. He was very modest. His home was so simple that he didn't bother to decorate it. A family of 4 lived happily in such a small place. Everyone drank tea and exchanged a few words. Yesterday, Lu Muyun and Song Yao had a playful argument over the phone, and everyone teased each other a little. After talking, they all laughed happily. After a few more words, Lu Muyun stood up and signaled to Director Sun, and Zhao Kiki also stood up quickly. Dr. Song, we bought some small gifts in the city for Uncle and Auntie, and for little sister Song Yao. We'll go get them now. Please wait a moment. Lu Muyun finished speaking, and Director Sun continued. I also brought some small gifts. I came to visit Dr. Song, but I heard some noise earlier and didn't bring them. Song Qian's family also hurriedly stood up. Miss Lu, Director Sun, there's no need to be polite. What gifts? Thank you in advance. Soon, everyone left together. A while later, they returned carrying many bags and boxes, including nutritional supplements and some clothes. Lu Muyun spent several thousand yuan on all this. Yesterday, she first visited Song Qian's house, then went to Su Taohua's. Knowing that Song Qian's family was not well off, she bought some things to bring. First, to show gratitude. Second, to build a closer relationship. Since Song Qian had such incredible medical skills, she needed to win him over. And, of course, she had her own reasons for seeking him. After another round of thanks, Director Sun finally got to the main point. Master Dr. Song, based on my investigation, 2 years ago, there was someone with the same name and from the same village, Taohua Village, who was planning to work at our hospital. Is that you? Or is it someone else? Song Qian nodded. That person is me. Su Juanhao and I only developed our rivalry before I started working. Hearing Song Qian's clear answer, Director Sun felt a bit disappointed. A doctor with such exceptional medical skills choosing not to work at Jiangxing Hospital was a loss for the hospital and for patients. Director Sun really wanted to invite Song Qian to come back and work there. But there were still some questions he needed to ask. Master Dr. Song, I have a question, and I hope you can help me understand. At this point, Director Sun looked at him with a mix of curiosity and admiration, unable to help but look at Song Qian. Song Qian nodded. Please, Director Sun, go ahead. Yesterday, Miss Lu told me that you diagnosed her with late-stage cervical cancer just by looking at her once. Song Qian nodded again, signaling him to continue. Director Sun asked further, but we confirmed Miss Lu's condition with MRI scans. As far as I know, it's hard to tell her illness just by a glance. He asked all his questions. After he finished, Song Qian smiled and said, Director Sun, many things in traditional Chinese medicine are hard to explain. Maybe once I explain, you won't believe it. Let's keep some mystery. But I can tell you, traditional Chinese medicine can indeed do this. Song Qian's words were essentially meaningless. That was his goal, to be vague. He couldn't tell Director Sun that he had received the inheritance of the Lotus Fairy Emperor and the 18 yin-yang needles, which helped him cure Lu Miyun. Even if he said it, the other person might not believe him. After hearing this, Director Sun understood that Song Qian was unwilling to say more, so he didn't press further. But one thing he was sure of, that was, Song Qian was not an ordinary doctor. His medical skills definitely surpassed any expert or professor at Jiangxing Hospital. If they could get him to come back to work, it would be a real treasure. Dr. Song, I am very happy to talk with you today. 2 years ago, you were about to join our hospital. Now, after 2 years, we meet again by chance, and in such a special way. Here, Director Sun paused briefly. After a moment of thought, he seemed to make a firm decision. Dr. Song, would you consider working at Jiangxing Hospital? I can offer you the position of vice president, overseeing the other vice presidents. Besides me, you would be the second in command of the hospital. Fearing that Song Qian might refuse, Director Sun quickly made an offer. As for salary, I am offering my best sincerity, 100,000 yuan per month. If you agree, I will also provide you with a 4-bedroom, 1 living room house, and a 50,000 yuan car for commuting. After speaking, Director Sun looked at Song Qian with eager eyes, hoping to find some clues in his expression. This was his greatest sincerity. He had done his best. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan was unprecedented. Moreover, including a house and a car, such luxury was something even he, as the hospital director, had never enjoyed. Song Yao listened with excitement on her face. Oh my, 100,000 yuan a month, plus a house and a car? My brother is about to get rich. You should agree quickly. She clenched her fists and stood up excitedly. Song Yongfu overheard and thought he had misheard. Director Sun, you can't be joking, right? A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. That's 1.2 million a year, and a house and luxury car. I can't even dream of such things. Throughout his life, Song Yongfu had been a hard worker. In his memory, the most prosperous time, his bank card only had about 50,000 yuan, which was saved for Song Qian's education. Now, Director Sun was offering a sky-high salary of 100,000 yuan a month to hire Song Qian as vice president. Such a windfall was like falling from the sky. 1,200,000 yuan a year. Song Yongfu wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Director Sun nodded seriously. Brother Song, Dr. Song is so capable. It's an honor for our hospital to have him join us. We are already fortunate. My ability is limited, so I can only offer these benefits. Otherwise, I think the monthly salary might be a bit low. Is it really 100,000 yuan a month? Lu Shufan stared with wide eyes, her mouth twitching slightly, and her palms sweating with excitement. Million a month? How much money would that be? If that happens, Old Song's family will truly take off from Song Qian, earning over 10 million a year. In 10 years, that's 100 million. Isn't that incredible? Big sister, you didn't hear wrong. Director Sun emphasized again. A monthly salary of 1 million, plus a yearly bonus of 1 million, plus a 1 million year-end bonus. Song Yao clenched her fists and couldn't help but scream. Brother, why are you just standing there? Quickly agree to Director Sun. A monthly salary of 1 million. My sister and I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan stared at Song Qian. The sudden wealth was overwhelming, and they really hoped Song Qian would accept. Remember, this is a monthly salary of 1 million, not yearly. Old Song's family has always dreamed of producing a talented person. Not just a monthly salary of 1 million. Even a yearly one would make them go to their ancestors' graves, burn incense, and kowtow to tell them the good news. In everyone's hopeful eyes, Song Qian shook his head. Director Sun, I appreciate your kindness, but I have many things to do now. I really don't have time to work at the hospital. Song Qian's refusal was expected by Director Sunday. However, he didn't expect Song Qian to refuse so decisively. Dr. Song, a monthly salary of 1 million, plus a car and house, is the greatest sincerity I can offer. If you're still not satisfied with the salary, I can try to find other ways. You might be disappointed. Song Qian shook his head again. I've been ill for over 2 years and have many things to handle. I really can't spare the time right now. It's not about the salary. I hope you understand. After being rejected again, Director Sun had to give up. At least, Song Qian didn't argue about the salary. No matter how much money he offered, it wouldn't touch his heart. Moreover, with Song Qian's current medical skills, treating just one person each month could earn him several million or even tens of millions. In fact, he might earn over 100 million. Honestly, 1 million a year is nothing. Dr. Song, that's a bit disappointing. But I have a request. If the hospital encounters difficult cases and you happen to have time, could you come help? The pay would be settled daily. Song Qian thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. If the timing is convenient, I can consider it. This approach is the best for Song Qian. When the other person has a difficult problem and is willing to pay well, he will agree to treat them. Compared to a monthly salary of 1 million, this is more worthwhile. Thank you, divine Dr. Song, for your help. Dean Sun stood up, shook hands with Song Qian, and expressed his gratitude again. Song Yao sat nearby, looking a bit upset. Could it be that Song Qian has become foolish again? He refused a monthly salary of 1 million. Since he turned it down, did he forget how much money he could make in a year? Over 12 million? Song Yao kept dreaming about when she could get rich, but today was supposed to be her lucky day. Yet, Song Qian refused. She bit her lip, wanting to scold him. But in front of others, she held back. Meanwhile, Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan also looked unhappy. The opportunity was right in front of them. The family was about to succeed, but they watched helplessly as Song Qian refused. It was such a pity. Son, Song Yongfu hesitated, then decided to speak. After some thought, he said, "You don't have a proper job right now. Dean Sun's offer is pretty good. Maybe," he spoke in a coaxing tone, trying to persuade Song Qian. After all, a job paying 1 million a month is like a dream. Missing out on it would be such a loss. Song Yongfu is a sanitation worker earning just over 20,000 a year. But if Song Qian took the job, he could earn over 30,000 a day. One day of his work would be worth a whole year of Yongfu's. Yes, son, why not listen to your dad? You don't have a job right now, so why not work at Jiangxing Hospital? Lu Shufan looked at Song Qian and also tried to persuade him. Just as Song Qian was about to speak, Song Yao interrupted. Brother, maybe you should listen to mom and dad. They wouldn't harm you. A monthly salary of 100,000 is hard to find. Song Yao really wanted to say that if Song Qian didn't want to go, someone else would pay her 1,000 a month, and she'd be happy for 3 days and nights. How much more for a monthly salary of 1 million? Song Qian shook his head. Mom, Dad, little sister, don't worry. If I want a job, I can find one quickly. To comfort his parents, Song Qian changed the subject. Moreover, Director Sun offered me a monthly salary of 1 million, but he didn't ask me to start working immediately. Even if I decide to work at the hospital in a couple of months, Director Sun would still welcome me. Hearing this, Song Qian looked at Director Sunday. Director Sun, you agree, right? Director Sun quickly nodded with a smile. Of course, he was willing. Of course, as long as Dr. Song is willing to work here, the doors of Jiangxing Hospital are always open for you. You can come anytime. After hearing Director Sun, Song Yongfu, his wife, and Song Yao all relaxed a little. There was still hope. Seeing that they had finished talking, Lu Muyun took the opportunity to speak. Dr. Song, could you come outside to the car? I have a private matter I want to discuss with you alone. When Song Qian heard this, he realized he also had something to say. Lu Muyun started, and he agreed without hesitation. Then let's go? We can talk outside in the car. I also have something to tell you, Miss Lu. Lu Muyun was slightly surprised. Dr. Song has something to tell you? What could it be? Could it be that his condition has changed again? That seems unlikely. He was checked last night and was already cured. So, what does Dr. Song want to say? With a nervous and uneasy feeling, she followed Song Qian and then looked back at Zhao Kiki and Director Sunday. Please wait a moment. Director Sun waved his hand. No problem. I also want to take this chance to talk with Dr. Song's parents. He was eager for this. Director Sun also wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Song Qian's parents, to persuade them to encourage Song Qian to work at Jiangxing Hospital. Outside, the two did not get into the car. Song Qian took Lu Muyun to a quiet spot by the roadside, standing under a large tree, then looked back at her. Miss Lu, let's just stay here. I saw you hesitating just now. If you have something to say, just tell me. At this moment, Lu Muyun bowed respectfully to Song Qian. After straightening up, she looked a bit embarrassed and spoke. Dr. Song, please help me save my grandfather. Yes, it's like this. Lu Muyun explained her grandfather's condition to Song Qian. 3 months ago, Grandpa suddenly lost his mind and was rushed to the hospital. Despite 3 months of treatment, there has been no improvement. Many doctors have been consulted, and a lot of money has been spent, but Grandpa's condition keeps fluctuating and seems to be getting worse. When he's feeling better, he can remember Lu Muyun. When his condition is serious, he doesn't even recognize himself. To be honest, it seems a bit like old-age dementia, but not exactly. Overall, his illness is strange, and many skilled doctors are at a loss. The Lu family situation is a bit special. Lu Muyun's father married 3 wives over the years. The first wife, also Lu Muyun's mother, fell seriously ill when Lu Muyun was 3 and passed away. After that, her father married a stepmother. A year later, Lu Muyun had a younger brother. But good times didn't last long. After just a year, Lu Muyun's stepmother also died, leaving her with a half-brother from the same father. Her father was young then and married again a few months later. This was Lu Muyun's second stepmother, a young and pretty woman who managed the household well. She also gave birth to another brother for Lu Muyun. So, Lu Muyun has 2 brothers. The older one, like her, is an orphan, and the younger one is a bit happier. But Lu Muyun was born beautiful and smart. Her grandfather liked her very much and trained her to be the heir of the family. As she grew up, Lu Muyun did not disappoint. She outperformed her 2 brothers in every way. Recently, things have started to change. As her grandfather became more confused, her 2 brothers began to act more boldly, especially the younger brother, who, with the support of his stepmother, has become more confident and has caused trouble within the group. Lu Muyun is busy treating her grandfather and trying to keep the company stable. If her grandfather doesn't recover soon, the company might fall into chaos. Fortunately, although her brothers cause trouble, the company's information is tightly controlled, and few outside know about her grandfather's condition. But now, after 2 or 3 months, despite the efforts to hide the news, rumors are spreading outside and affecting the company. Lu Muyun used all her strength to barely support the entire group. If more time had passed, she might not have been able to hold on. At such a critical moment, Lu Muyun was also diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer. Fortunately, she met Song Qian, which helped her escape the nightmare. Lu Muyun's main goal was to ask Song Qian to cure her grandfather. After hearing this, Song Qian also sighed deeply. The Lu family's relationships are quite complicated, but this unstable situation is actually good for Song Qian. He stroked his chin and pretended to think deeply. After half a minute, Song Qian slowly spoke. "Miss Lu, you've told me everything about your family and your grandfather's condition. I believe you truly trust me. Since that's the case, I'll give you some reassurance. Whether you believe it or not, I speak the truth. There's no disease I can't cure. Even if someone has been dead for a few hours, I can bring them back to life." Song Qian's words were quite cautious. The inheritance of the Lotus Fairy Emperor's 18-needle technique can revive the dead, even turning bones into flesh, which is not an exaggeration. If Song Qian says he can cure it, he definitely can. Hearing this, Lu Muyun was still shocked. Using silver needles, Song Qian cured her cervical cancer in just half an hour, which exceeded her expectations. But at this moment, Song Qian's words went beyond her understanding. If there really was a medical skill that could bring people back to life, then wealthy people who had died would be the first to seek treatment. Although she had many doubts, it was an undeniable fact that Song Qian had cured her illness. Her grandfather's case was special, and the doctors she had already found had no effect. To be honest, her grandfather's condition was like a hopeless case. Trying everything was better than doing nothing. Now, she could only choose to believe in Song Qian. "Divine Dr. Song, I believe in you. Please help my grandfather. As long as he can return to normal, I will thank you sincerely." Lu Muyun looked at Song Qian with hopeful eyes, unable to look away. She had already thought of the only possible solution. Only Song Qian could give her some hope. As for the reward, you can decide how to handle it. Speaking here, Song Qian added an extra condition. "Miss Lu, I can personally guarantee to cure your grandfather, but I have a few small conditions." At this point, Song Qian paused for effect. He withdrew his gaze from afar and looked at Lu Muyun. "As long as I can cure your grandfather, I will agree to any condition, even if it means." Lu Muyun blushed shyly as she spoke. She bit her lower lip gently, a hint of redness on her face, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, looking very shy and lowering her head. "Even if it means allowing me to be with you, I am willing." Lu Muyun stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Currently, the Liu family seemed powerful, but in reality, because her grandfather was ill, the group was weak inside. If her grandfather didn't recover, the situation would be hard to handle, especially her two brothers, who were already making bold moves to take control of the group. Seeing Lu Maiyan's shy expression, Song Qian smiled slightly. This Miss Lu was really willing to go all out to treat her grandfather, even offering herself. He could think of such a way. Impressive. This Lu Maiyan was incredibly filial and moved the heavens and earth. Once her grandfather was cured, she would definitely tell him about this. The idea of her offering herself moved Song Qian briefly, but that wasn't the most important thing. He cared about something else. It was the pendant on Lu Maiyan's neck. As for this delicate little beauty, it would be nice to hold her in his arms. But the urgent matter was the jade pendant. Song Qian waved his hand. Miss Lu, things are not as you imagine. I can agree to your request and promise to cure your grandfather, but you need to agree to 3 conditions. Lu Maiyan nodded seriously. Don't say 3 conditions, even 300. I will agree. Dr. Song, please go ahead. Song Qian stroked his chin, looked at Lu Maiyan's pretty face, then down at her necklace, and then at her cleavage. His gaze made Lu Maiyan feel very shy. She thought that Song Qian really wanted her to offer herself. I can agree to offer myself and promise with my life that I won't break my word. But the precondition is that your grandfather must be cured first. Before that, please don't make things difficult for me, Dr. Song. Lu Maiyan blushed shyly, quickly covering her deep neckline. Seeing that Lu Muyun misunderstood, Song Qian felt a bit embarrassed. This delicate young beauty, what is she thinking? He was actually looking at her necklace and pendant. But this proud and beautiful So mistakenly thought that Song Qian was admiring her figure, especially her chest, which made him feel awkward. Of course, on the other hand, Lu Muyun is stunning, with a beautiful face, a pointed chin, and a devilish figure. Any normal man would be attracted upon seeing her. Cough, cough. Song Qian pretended to cough to hide his embarrassment. Miss Lu, one of the 3 conditions I mentioned is about the necklace and pendant on your neck. I don't mean to ask for your body. Cough. Maybe you misunderstood. Sorry, Lu Muyun smiled awkwardly at Song Qian's words. She thought that Song Qian, like those rude men, was also coveting her beauty. But it turned out he was interested in the pendant on her neck. If this divine doctor, Song, wanted the pendant, he could just say so. Why keep staring at her chest? No wonder she misunderstood. Divine Dr. Song, why is that? Lu Muyun stammered, clearly surprised that Song Qian's first request was about her family heirloom necklace. It's a family heirloom. Why does Song Qian specifically want this necklace? Lu Muyun squinted, puzzled. Yesterday, she had promised Song Qian that if he cured her illness, she would tell him the story behind the necklace. But today, Song Qian is asking for it. Could it be that Song Qian knows more about this necklace than she does? Or that the necklace has some special significance? While Lu Muyun was lost in thought, Song Qian spoke. Miss Lu, I just think this necklace is pretty, so I made this request. I want to take it and give it to my mother. He had no choice but to lie. He couldn't tell Lu Muyun that the flower-shaped pendant on the necklace is a fragment of the Lotus Immortal Emperor's divine consciousness. That must be kept secret. Lu Muyun clearly didn't believe his explanation. After a moment of thought, she asked, what about the 2nd and 3rd conditions? Can you tell me those 2? Song Qian shook his head. I haven't thought of the other 2 conditions yet. When I do, I'll tell you. It's not that Song Qian didn't want to mention it, but he truly didn't think of it. The reason for asking 3 things was to hide the first request. As for the other 2, he just hoped for some money in return. Of course, the more he received, the better. Lu Muyun thought for a moment and nodded. I agree. Then she added, I also have a request. I can give you the necklace and pendant, but only after my grandfather is cured. Only then will I give them to you. This is a family heirloom. Normally, Lu Muyun shouldn't agree so easily, but the current situation was too unfavorable for her. Her grandfather's health was worsening. If he didn't get proper treatment soon, he might not recover, and the Lu family could face big problems, even bankruptcy. For a piece of jade, risking her grandfather's health and the entire Lu group, the family and the company could be lost. What use would the pendant be if kept? Since it was a family heirloom, it should serve its purpose. Lu Muyun had it appraised before. It was worth a few million. Just a few million. If lost, so be it. Song Qian smiled openly and nodded. Deal. I can treat him anytime. This necklace was something Song Qian was determined to get. Lu Muyun was polite, so he didn't need to use force. But if she dared to go back on her word, he would just take it by force. In short, he had to get the item. Seeing Song Qian agree, Lu Muyun bowed respectfully to him. Thank you in advance, Dr. Song. Let's go now, Miss Lu. Please, Song Qian gestured politely. Lu Muyun didn't hesitate and led the way to Song Qian's house. As soon as they returned home, Song Qian's father, Song Yongfu, took him to another room to talk. His message was simple. Song Qian should go to work at Jiangxing Hospital immediately. Song Qian thought for a moment and, citing recent tasks, indirectly refused his father. His mother and sister also tried to persuade him. But Song Qian shook his head directly, not giving them a chance to speak. What a joke. Earning 1 million yuan a month. Even though he was short on money now, he wouldn't go to work. Frankly speaking, Jiangxing Hospital is a small, dangerous place filled with conflicts. Song Qian, this kind-hearted person, doesn't want to get involved in this muddy situation. Nowadays, how many hospitals truly care about patients? How many doctors genuinely care about their patients? Everyone is just after profit. Although Song Qian wants to make money, he only earns what he deserves. He doesn't want to be involved with these people or be bound by the hospital. If he took a job, I believe the Fairy Lotus would scold him badly. Having exceptional medical skills, but working in such a small place as a hospital would make people laugh. Just outside on the roadside, a van sped toward him and stopped in front. Several people got out. Seeing them, Song Qian's face darkened. The person was his hateful cousin Lu Zhenxiong. Fortunately, his uncle wasn't sick this time. Besides Lu Zhenxiong and Aunt Ding Yongmei, there were 3 or 4 more big, burly men. Lu Zhenxiong had a white bandage wrapped around his head, with fresh blood visible in the middle, indicating the bandage was recent. He held his head high and approached Song Qian. Song Qian, you borrowed 50,000 from our family and don't want to pay any interest? Do you think you can get away with it? That's not easy. I'll give you one chance. Transfer 20,000 in interest. If you dare to pay less, my brothers behind me will deal with you. 20,000 isn't enough? Aunt Ding Yongmei interrupted. Just now, Xiao Xiong bumped into a wall in your yard for no reason. The medical bills add up to at least another 10,000. This aunt really thinks she's a goddess of wealth. After getting the principal, she demands 20,000 interest, and that's not enough. She also wants medical expenses paid. What kind of nonsense is this? Ding Yongmei, do you think too highly of yourself? Song Qian said directly, calling her by her name without showing her any respect or liking her. If she were polite, she would call her aunt. But she was rude, so she was nothing to him. The noise outside attracted the family's attention. Song Qian's parents and sister all came to the door by the roadside. Seeing Ding Yongmei and the others, Lu Shufin's face darkened. Big sister-in-law, please don't cause trouble. We borrowed 50,000 yuan from your family. We've already repaid the small amount, so there's no need to make things unpleasant. Ding Yongmei flicked her sleeve and acted very arrogantly. We have indeed paid back the principal, but not the interest. My son was injured at your place, and we haven't received the treatment costs yet. If you don't add another 30,000 today, we won't leave. We'll make sure everyone knows we're causing trouble. Lu Zhenxiong also said, that's right. It's what your family owes. Trying to get something for nothing isn't right. Even if we're relatives. He touched the bandage on his head. At this moment, his head still hurt badly. Today seemed to be very unlucky. How could such a strange illness happen for no reason? But the hospital checked and said there was no problem. After a simple bandage, he came back to Song Qian's house. Just then, Lu Muyun looked at Song Qian and quietly asked. Song Qian briefly repeated what had happened. Lu Muyun listened and immediately frowned. Dr. Song, we don't have time to waste with them. I can help you chase them away. These people are just bullies. Song Qian smiled slightly and nodded gently. It's good to have someone help. Lu Muyun then looked at Zhao Kiki nearby. Zhao Kiki understood and took a step forward, glaring at the group. Who are these bullies? How dare they trouble Dr. Song? They're delaying our young lady's matters. Can you bear this? Hearing this, Ding Yongmei immediately became unhappy. Where did this mad dog come from? Smack. Before Ding Yongmei finished speaking, Zhao Kiki slapped her. Who are you calling a mad dog? Watch your mouth. Suddenly hit. Ding Yongmei swayed and sat on the ground, acting like a troublemaker. Someone hit me. Help! She sat on the ground, rubbing her feet on the dirt, making a mess, then slapped the ground and threw a tantrum. Seeing her mother being hit, Lu Zhenxiong couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted loudly and rushed toward Zhao Kiki. Zhao Kiki was Lu Muyun's driver and also a female bodyguard. She used to work at a martial arts school and was quite skilled. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance. She could handle 5 or 6 men easily. She didn't even look at someone like Lu Zhenxiong, who was weak. Seeing Lu Zhenxiong rush over, Zhao Kiki kicked out. Bang! This kick hit Lu Zhenxiong's thigh. If the angle had been a little more precise, he might have been castrated. Fortunately, Zhao Kiki controlled her strength and angle perfectly, enough to teach Lu Zhenxiong a lesson without injuring him badly. Otherwise, Lu Zhenxiong might have been seriously hurt. Lu Zhenxiong let out a cry and fell backward at an angle, then collapsed on the ground, sliding over 2 meters before stopping. His few brothers, who had come with him, hadn't reacted yet. Seeing Lu Zhenxiong on the ground, they exchanged glances and rushed toward Zhao Kiki to attack her. But Zhao Kiki was quick and didn't hold back. She fought back immediately. In a flash, she knocked them all down. Seeing Zhao Kiki teach those men a lesson, Song Qian smiled coldly. It was good to teach them a lesson, especially using others to help deal with troublemakers. It made Song Qian feel more at ease, and he even felt like joining in. Since gaining her inheritance, Zhao Kiki hadn't really fought anyone. These men were too weak, and he was worried he might accidentally kill them with one punch. Stop, stop. Don't hit them anymore. Afraid someone might get seriously hurt. Song Qian's mother, Lu Shufan, hurried forward to stop Zhao Kiki, worried she might kill them. A lesson was enough. If someone really got hurt, it would cause trouble for their family and also involve Miss Lu from the Lu family. Lu Muyun waved her hand, signaling Zhao Kiki to stop. All right, just give them a little lesson. After Zhao Kiki stepped back, Lu Muyun continued. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Muyun from Jiangcheng Lu Group. Song Qian is my friend and also my lifesaver. If you try to harm my lifesaver's family, don't blame me for being rude. This is the last warning. If you don't stop, I will fight you. At the end, Lu Muyun shouted loudly. Lu Zhenxiong heard her words and immediately trembled all over. He was lying on the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth, and whined as he looked up. Then he focused and carefully examined Lu Muyun. Seeing her, he was stunned. Yes, this woman was definitely Lu Muyun. Just now, he was in such a rush to deal with Song Qian that he only thought she was pretty and didn't recognize her. Now, seeing her clearly, he was terrified. How could he mess with the Lu family in Jiangcheng? Ding Yongmei covered her painful face and mistakenly called the character Niu, cow, instead of Lu, willow. She didn't know how important the Lu family was in Jiang City and didn't pay attention to Lu Muyun. Stop, stop, stop. Don't say such things. Seeing her mother act recklessly, Lu Zhenxiong hurriedly stopped her. Mom, she's the eldest daughter of the Lu family from Jiangcheng Lu Group. We can't afford to offend her. Don't anger Miss Lu. At this moment, Lu Zhenxiong realized how serious the problem was. He thought about Song Qian. When did he meet Lu Muyun? She is the Lu family's eldest daughter. Lu Zhenxiong didn't even dare to look her in the eye. Unexpectedly, Song Qian was standing beside her. Lu Muyun also said that Song Qian was her friend. How did this big fool get so lucky and end up close to Lu Muyun? It's like he suddenly turned his luck around. The change was so dramatic. It seemed Lu Zhenxiong's decision was wrong again. If he had known that Song Qian was connected to Lu Muyun, he wouldn't have asked for interest, let alone the principal. He definitely couldn't afford to offend the Lu family's eldest daughter. He guessed that the 50,000 yuan Song Qian repaid was probably supported by Miss Lu. Maybe Song Qian had already become successful. Miss Lu, I'm sorry. My mother didn't know it was you. Ignorance is no crime. Please forgive her. From now on, we won't bother Song Qian's family anymore. Please, Miss Lu, have mercy on us. Lu Zhenxiong's brothers also begged. They had caused trouble at the Lu family's temple, and now they had offended Lu Muyun. What kind of person is she? Could they really afford to offend her? Led by Lu Zhenxiong, everyone was pleading. Lu Muyun stood with her hands behind her back, her face cold and icy. She didn't even look at them when they begged. Seeing that begging her was useless, Lu Zhenxiong became anxious. He ignored his injuries endured the pain from his wounds, and crawled over to Song Qian, holding his leg. "Cousin, I am your cousin. Our families are relatives. Please help me say a good word and ask Miss Lu to forgive us." Song Qian stood with his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. "I actually prefer your arrogant attitude just now." After a few seconds of silence, Song Qian spoke coldly again. "When you were acting so bossy just now, why didn't you remember that our families are related? Now you remember? It's too late." Looking at Lu Jinxiong's expression, Ding Yongmei was also anxious and angry. She never expected that today she would offend a big person. She slightly leaned forward, using her hands and feet, crawling over to Song Qian and said, "Xiao Qian, I am your aunt-in-law. I have watched you grow up. Please say a kind word and help Miss Lu forgive us." Song Qian looked cold and sneered. Now they were begging him. Where was that arrogant attitude just now? It was all show. This mother and son played the part of being afraid of the strong and bullying the weak very well. Now they finally came to beg him. Since they were afraid, they should be more afraid for a while. Song Qian sneered coldly and said nothing. Seeing that begging Song Qian was useless, Lu Jinxiong became anxious. He quickly turned around and looked at Song Qian's parents and sister. "Auntie, please help us by saying a good word. Uncle, please help us. If Miss Lu doesn't forgive us, we will be beaten to death. Please say a good word. Little cousin, I beg you." Not wanting to embarrass his parents, Song Qian finally spoke. "Lu Jinxiong, Ding Yongmei, I have one question for you. The principal has already been repaid. Do you still want the 20,000 interest?" Ding Yongmei hurriedly shook her head. No, absolutely not." Lu Jinxiong pretended to be confused, shaking his head like a rattle. "It was just a misunderstanding earlier. You have repaid the principal, so we won't ask for interest. Please forgive your cousin." Song Qian smiled faintly and asked again, "Didn't you get hurt at our house and need medical expenses? Where are the medical expenses?" Both of them shook their heads. No, I can't ask for medical expenses," Lu Jinxiong quickly said. "It was just a joke. I only hit your wall. It would be good if you didn't ask for repair costs. Haha." Song Qian waved his hand. "Forget it. Our broken wall will fall down sooner or later. You don't need to repair it." At this point, Song Qian emphasized again, "Cousin, today is the last time. If you dare to cause trouble again, you will bear all the consequences yourself. I can't protect you." Lu Jinxiong nodded vigorously, no longer daring to do so. "Absolutely not, cousin. Rest assured." At this moment, Zhao Kiki continued the conversation. "Let me tell you, Dr. Song is our young lady's savior. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, I won't hesitate to punish them severely. Sorry, we won't do it again." The group stammered, trembling like frightened chicks at a slaughterhouse, afraid they might lose their lives. "Get out!" With Zhao Ki's sharp command, they scrambled to their feet, crawling away quickly in their cars. After watching them leave, Song Qian approached his parents, gave a few more instructions, and then got into Lu Muyun's car. Inside the car, Lu Muyun briefly explained the origin of the pendant to Song Qian. After hearing it, Song Qian found it matched his own guesses. The pendant was found by an ancestor of the Lu family. Also, sitting beside Lu Muyun, the source lotus flower in Song Qian's dantian began to tremble unconsciously. This gave Song Qian a new method. Whenever a fragment of a divine consciousness lotus appears nearby, the source lotus will become excited. This discovery made it easier for Song Qian to find other fragments of divine consciousness lotus in the future. In Jiangcheng, Longyuan Garden Villa area. This area has the most luxurious villas in Jiangcheng, costing from several million to over 100 million yuan. Lu Muyun's family also lives here. In the villa, Lu Muyun's grandfather, Lu Taichu, sat motionless on his bed, waiting for the doctor to examine him. Lu Muyun's two brothers, his stepmother Li Chunmei, and his father Lu Fuxing were all crowded in the room. Suddenly, Li Chunmei spoke up. "This Lu Muyun is so careless about Grandpa. I heard she went to Taohua village early this morning. What do you think she's really up to?" As soon as Li Chunmei finished, her son Lu He responded. "Since Grandpa got sick, she's been more and more irresponsible. She always brings her bodyguard Zhao Kiki around, acting recklessly. I saw her going in and out of fancy clubs often. She's probably flirting with some wild men, which is really inappropriate." Lu He said this with righteous anger. Their family has 3 siblings. The eldest Lu Muyun, the second Lu Ji, and their mother, who passed away early. Only Lu He considers himself the happiest. According to reason, Grandpa should have trained him to be the family heir, but Lu He never expected that Grandpa actually favored Lu Muyun. Watching helplessly, Lu Muyun gradually gained control of the company. He couldn't accept this situation and felt uncomfortable all over. As a girl, how could Lu Muyun manage the company? Only Lu He, her brother, was the best choice to run the business. But their grandfather, who was getting old and forgetful, refused to give him full control. Lu Muyun would marry sooner or later. When the company was in her hands, one day she would marry someone else with the whole business. So, on the surface, the two brothers and Lu Muyun seemed to get along well. But secretly, they all had their own plans. Listening to Lu He, Lu Ji said nothing. At that moment, Lu Ji also complained. This Lu Muyun, even though she's the older sister, she really shouldn't be doing some things. Grandpa's health is so serious, and she's out traveling and having fun. She's really ungrateful for all Grandpa has done for her. Lu Ji's words were just what Li Chunmei wanted to hear. She frowned, pretending to be very upset. Our Lu group needs to improve its management. If we let Lu Muyun keep wasting resources, it will eventually lead to disaster. Their complaints made Lu Fuxing frown. What they said made some sense, but it wasn't the full truth. Over the past 2 or 3 months, Lu Muyun's efforts had been obvious. If it weren't for her, the Lu group would have fallen into chaos long ago. Lu Fuxing waved his hand. Everyone, shut your mouths. Don't disturb Grandpa's rest. If you keep gossiping, get out of here. Just hearing you talk makes me annoyed. After being scolded by Lu Fuxing, the three immediately shut up. Li Chunmei and the others were speaking to Lu Fuxing, trying to show how unworthy Lu Mushui was. They also took this chance to praise Lu He, hoping to leave a good impression on Lu Fuxing for future matters. At that moment, Lu Fuxing's phone rang. He picked up the call and hurriedly answered. Dr. Wang, have you arrived? On the other end, an old voice replied. I've already reached the entrance of the community. Lu Fuxing's face lit up with joy. Dr. Wang was someone he paid a lot to hire, and after many efforts, he finally got him. With Dr. Wang here, his father's illness could be treated. As long as the father recovers, everything else, this mess, will soon return to normal, and the Lu group will not face a crisis. No need. You can wait at home. The phone line beeps busy. After hanging up, Lu Fuxing shows a happy smile. He looks at his wife and 2 sons. All 3 of you, cooperate well later. In front of Dr. Wang, say only what you should, and think carefully before speaking. Lu Fuxing warns them, then turns and heads downstairs. Although Dr. Wang said he didn't need to come to pick him up, going downstairs to greet him is basic respect and good manners. A few minutes later, Lu Fuxing returns. Dr. Wang, thank you for your trouble. He says this as he brings Dr. Wang to his father's bedside. At this moment, old Master Lu is half closed his eyes, looking sleepy. He sways slightly, almost falling asleep. Dr. Wang approaches Lu Taichu and begins to take his pulse. The more he checks, the tighter his brow becomes. This strange pulse pattern is something he has never seen before. This pulse is very strange. I've traveled all over the south and north, seen many pulse types, but this. Dr. Wang slowly speaks, then suddenly gasps. His eyebrows knit into a chuan shape, almost like pinching a fly. Hearing Dr. Wang sigh, Lu Fuxing's heart tightens. Dr. Wang is his greatest hope. He must not be disappointed. But hearing the sigh, Lu Fuxing feels things might not be so simple. At this moment, Dr. Wang sighs again. This is the soul-locking pulse. Yes, exactly, the soul-locking pulse. Dr. Wang exclaims, cold sweat running down his forehead. After so many years practicing medicine, he has encountered the legendary soul-locking pulse. For people with this pulse, there is no cure. Dr. Wang releases his hold and wipes his cold sweat. There is a type of pulse called the soul-locking pulse in the martial world. It means the underworld has sealed the patient's soul. Death is certain. Dr. Wang steps back 2 paces, shaking his head helplessly. Master Lu, I am truly sorry. I am powerless. You should prepare for the worst. Even a great celestial being coming won't help. Dr. Wang sighed again, feeling unlucky to encounter such a pulse pattern. Listening to Dr. Wang, Lu Fuxing's face darkened. What exactly is a soul-locking pulse? Is there such a pulse pattern? Since his father fell ill, Lu Fuxing had seen many famous doctors, but he had never heard of this before. Dr. Wang, Lu Fuxing stammered, his face turning pale. Among all the doctors I invited, you are the best. Please, save my father. He trembled as he begged. If even Dr. Wang cannot save his father, then who in the world can? Lu Fuxing felt hopeless. After his father fell ill, the family was in chaos, and the Lu group was in danger. If his father couldn't recover, what would happen? Dr. Wang shook his head. Lu family head, I'm sorry. This is a soul-locking pulse. The king has already sealed his soul. Even immortals can't save him. Listen to me and prepare for the worst. He sighed deeply again. In the world of medicine, there is a saying. If you encounter a soul-locking pulse, the doctor will be unlucky for the rest of his life. Diagnosing this pulse means provoking the king of. But unfortunately, Dr. Wang was careless and just said it out loud. Lu Fuxing held Dr. Wang's hand and begged again, but no matter how much he pleaded, Dr. Wang remained unmoved. If he can't be cured, then he can't be cured. What can be done? Hearing Dr. Wang, Lu Ha showed a faint, almost unnoticeable, sinister smile. The situation was always under his control. If something happened to his grandfather, it would be just what he wanted. Lu Ji stood nearby, showing a worried expression. If his grandfather truly had an accident, he needed to plan quickly to avoid chaos later. He wanted a share of the Lu group's power. Li Chuanmei's face looked worried on the surface, but inside, she had a faint, hard-to-notice smile. Within that smile, there was both relief and happiness. Dr. Wang, Lu Fuxing suddenly said, please think of a way. The original treatment fee was 10 million. If you cure my father, I can give you 20 million. Please, I beg you. Dr. Wang sighed and looked unhappy. If he had a way, he wouldn't have said those words earlier. Master Lu, I have already said everything I shouldn't. You promised me that no matter how well or badly the treatment went, you would give me 5 million. I no longer want that 5 million. I'm really sorry. Old Master Lu's situation isn't about money. This kind of illness is very rare. Dr. Wang, who has been practicing medicine for most of his life, is seeing it for the first time today. He's extremely unlucky. The so-called locked soul pulse means that the patient's soul is trapped by the king of. Every so often, some of the soul is taken away. People have 3 spirits and 7 souls. When these diminish, a person becomes foolish, crazy, and forgetful, similar to old age dementia. Over time, if all 3 spirits and 7 souls are completely taken, the person will die. Currently, Old Master Lu has lost at least half of his spirits and souls, and the loss is speeding up. Soon, he will definitely die. Dr. Wang sighs again and prepares to leave. At that moment, footsteps are heard outside the door. The door opens, and Lu Muyu, along with Song Qian, rushes in hurriedly. She immediately sees her grandfather on the bed. Grandpa, Muyu is here to see you. Lu Muyu tries to step forward, but Lu Ha blocks her with his hand. Lu Muyu, where have you been? You knew that the doctor was called to treat Grandpa, but you disappeared early in the morning. What are you really up to? Do you still care about Grandpa? Lu Muyu frowns and looks coldly at Lu Ha. Her father did say he had invited a doctor and that treatment would start in the next 2 days, but he never said exactly when the doctor would arrive. Plus, Lu Muyu is seriously ill herself, so her father's decision to invite a doctor was just a small matter she didn't pay much attention to. Moreover, with so many people at home, as long as someone stays with Grandpa, it doesn't matter whether she is there or not. It wouldn't affect the doctor's treatment. This morning, she had already gone to Peach Blossom Village. Her father just sent her a message saying the treatment would happen today. She was talking with Song Qian about the treatment, just casually promising her father she would come back immediately. But Lu Ha immediately started questioning her. Faced with his accusations, Lu Muyu didn't show any good attitude. Anyway, their relationship has not been good these days. Where am I going? Do I need your permission? Move aside quickly. Don't block my way to see Grandpa. Li Muyun said this and tried to push Lu Ha away. Lu Ha opened his arms, but still blocked Li Muyun. You are so unfilial. When Grandpa is sick, you can't even see him. He used to be so good to you. If Grandpa knew what kind of person you are, he would be furious and scold you. As soon as Lu Ha finished speaking, Lu Ji continued. Sister, Lu Ha is right. You've gone too far today. When Dr. Wang came to treat Grandpa, you didn't even show your face. Don't you remember how good Grandpa was to you? Lee Chunmei stepped forward 2 steps and looked at Lee Mu-yun with a fierce expression. You bad girl, your 2 brothers are right. Today, you must apologize to everyone. If not, I will speak for Grandpa and give you both a slap. Seeing these 3 people speaking against her, Lee Mu-yun's face turned very pale. Her stepmother and her 2 brothers, Lu Ha and her, must have planned this. It's like they took the wrong medicine. Today they are so aggressive. Why did I offend them? When Grandpa was sick, Lee Mu-yun tried everything to invite famous doctors from all over to treat him. At that time, they weren't even around. But today, these people act like they've eaten fire. The more they act like this, the more Lee Mu-yun feels there's something wrong with them. Especially her stepmother and younger brother Lu Ha. Since Grandpa got sick, they've been arguing with her. These 2 definitely have bad intentions. I don't need your permission to go anywhere. I don't want to waste time arguing with you. Move aside now. Lee Mu-yun said this and looked at her father, Lu Fusheng. Lu Fusheng waved his hand. Enough. In front of Grandpa and Dr. Wang. What are you all doing fighting and making noise? Her father spoke, so Lu Ha had to obey. He moved to the side. Lee Mu-yun passed by him and went to Grandpa Lu Tai-chu, gently holding his arm. Grandpa, how do you feel? Lu Tai-chu looked blank, with drooping eyelids, staring at the ground. Lee Mu-yun's concern seemed to go unnoticed. He stayed completely still. Grandpa, don't scare me. It's Mu-yun. Talk to me. Touch my hand. Touch my head. Liu Mu-yun said this, then leaned forward and rubbed against Lu Tai-chu. Lu Tai-chu still looked blank and lost in thought. No matter what Liu Mu-yun said, Lu Tai-chu remained unmoved. She released her grandfather and turned to look at Lu Fusheng. Dad, I left early today to find a famous doctor for Grandpa. Dr. Song has already arrived. Please let him treat Grandpa. Liu Mu-yun looked at Song Qian, who was being watched closely by Lu Ha. Dr. Song, please take a look at my grandpa. As soon as Song Qian took a step forward, Lu Ha stopped him. Are you a famous doctor? I think you're just a local scammer. Lu Ha responded with a sneer, showing a mocking expression. He looked up and down at Song Qian. Although Song Qian was wearing new clothes, he looked young, about 20 years old. Looking around, his age seemed similar to Lu He's. Could someone around 20 be a real doctor? Lu Ha, like a fly, had been told earlier by Liu Mu-yun that although Lu Ha was her brother, he was not a good person. She advised him to avoid conflict with Lu Ha and wait until her grandfather was better before settling scores. Song Qian frowned slightly as he looked at Lu Ha. He also wanted to see if Liu Mu-yun's 2 brothers and the young woman were truly trustworthy. Young Master Lu, please step aside. Song Qian tried to be polite and test the other person. Lu Ha blocked Song Qian and said, You little brat, you're about my age and dare to call yourself a doctor? Bragging and pretending to be something you're not. Do you even know where this is? This is the Lu family. I suggest you leave quickly. Lu Ha shouted loudly and pointed at the door outside. At this moment, Lu Ji also said, You look about 20, maybe even younger than me, and you dare to call yourself a doctor? My grandfather's illness is special, and you're not qualified to interfere. Leave now. Liu Mu-yun got angry and stepped beside Lu Ha. Both of you shut up. The doctor I worked hard to invite doesn't need your comments. Dr. Wang stood nearby with a cold smile on his face. He thought to himself that society really lacked integrity. A young kid claiming to be a doctor was just ridiculous, almost like a joke. Such young people would definitely face big trouble in the future. At a young age, can't you just focus on working properly? You insist on dressing up and pretending to be some kind of miracle doctor. This profession requires some skill. Anyone with a bit of knowledge can see through your tricks immediately. Moreover, this is the Lu family. Young man, I have already checked old Master Lu's condition. Even a divine being couldn't help him. You should stop causing trouble, said Dr. Wang, speaking politely. Just as Song Qian was about to reply, Lu Fusheng interrupted. Young man, you're still so young. And since we invited you here at Mu-yun's request, I won't argue with you. Please go back now. Sorry for the trouble. When Lu Mu-yun heard this, she immediately became anxious. Dad, what are you saying? She frowned, looked at Song Qian with regret, then turned her gaze back to her father. Dr. Song's medical skills are better than any other doctor we've ever hired. How can you turn him away? This morning, I personally went to invite Dr. Song. Since he's here, at least let him examine Grandpa. At this moment, Lu Muyun wanted to tell her father how desperate she was after falling ill and how Song Qian had helped her recover. But after a moment of thought, she gave up. The whole process, from being diagnosed with cervical cancer, feeling hopeless, to being cured, felt like a dream. Even if she told others, they might not believe her. The most urgent thing now was to treat Grandpa's illness. If she kept talking about other things, it might delay the treatment. So she could only kindly persuade her father. Also, earlier this morning, Song Qian said that there was no disease he couldn't cure. Even if someone had died, he could bring them back. Right now, Grandpa's condition was serious, but not yet at the worst. Lu Muyun believed that Song Qian definitely had a way to help. When she approached her grandfather and sat beside him, Song Qian, standing behind the crowd, nodded at her, signaling that there was no problem in treating the illness. Muyun, Lu Fuxing hesitated briefly before speaking again. In these past few years, you've been diligent and steady. That's what your grandfather values. But today, don't cause trouble. He then looked at Song Qian. No matter how he viewed him, he seemed to be only about 20 years old, so young. Even if he knew some medical skills, he was probably just an intern doctor. The father's illness was beyond Dr. Wang's ability to treat. He repeatedly emphasized that they should prepare for the worst, especially for this young man. Dad, how can you believe in me? Lu Muyun stepped forward, looking earnestly at his father. I ask you, with so many doctors and millions spent, who has cured Grandpa? Since no one can, why not let Dr. Song try? Why be so stubborn? He said. Actually, trying wouldn't hurt. But Lu Fuxing had a different thought. Dr. Song was too young, probably just an intern or even less experienced. If he didn't handle things carefully, he might not only fail to help, but make Grandpa's condition worse. That would be terrible. Dr. Wang had just said to prepare for the worst, but Lu Fuxing didn't agree. He believed they shouldn't give up until the very last moment. Grandpa was the backbone of the family, and if anything happened to him, the family would be in chaos. Lu Fuxing knew his two younger sons didn't get along well with Lu Muyun recently. If Grandpa passed away, the family would be in trouble. So, for safety, they should keep the unknown doctor away from Grandpa and not use him as a test subject. Lu Fuxing thought carefully and was quite cautious. Muyun, if you want this young man to treat your grandfather, that's okay. Let me ask him a few questions first, Lu Fuxing said, turning to look at Song Qian. Young man, how old are you? Where did you learn medicine? Who is your teacher? Where do you work now? How many years of experience do you have? If your answers satisfy me, I'll let you treat my father. A series of questions, and Song Qian found it hard to answer. He had no work experience at all. He had only been working for a few years, but he didn't really have any experience to speak of. After graduation, he was beaten into a fool and returned to the village in a daze, with no work experience. Lu Muyun knew Song Qian's situation. If he answered honestly, it would be complicated. She quickly took over. Dad, please don't make trouble. I've been looking forward to this for a long time, she said. Before she finished, Song Qian stopped her. Miss Lu, since your father has asked, I will tell the truth. I have never worked in a hospital and have no medical experience, but I can confidently promise that I will cure the old gentleman. Lai Fuxing heard this and sneered. No experience, no hospital work, yet daring to boast about curing his father. This young man speaks without thinking. The old man's illness is beyond even Dr. Wang's ability to treat, let alone this young man. Song Qian's answer disappointed Lai Fuxing. Dr. Wang listened nearby and found it amusing. Young people these days really don't know their limits. They claim they can cure a strange illness that even he couldn't handle. His words were too careless. Young man, don't speak so confidently. I just examined old Master Lu, and even I can't treat him. What right do you have to guarantee you can cure him? Dr. Wang asked, and Song Qian smiled calmly. Chinese medicine has a history of over 5,000 years. It is profound and extensive, with legends saying it can bring the dead back to life. Sir, you may be helpless, but that doesn't mean others can't do what you cannot. Hearing this, Dr. Wang immediately became annoyed. He, Dr. Wang, is always welcomed wherever he goes, with flowers and applause. People surround him eagerly. But this young man, ignoring his advice, dares to speak so disrespectfully. It's truly arrogant. Young man, do you know what illness old Master Lu has? You haven't even examined him yet, and you're already boasting. Isn't that a bit premature? Faced with Dr. Wang's question, Song Qian felt a little speechless. If this continues, it might turn into a long verbal battle before they can treat old Master Lu. Whether I can cure him or not is my business. But I can promise confidently, if I can't cure old Master Lu, you can do whatever you want with me. But if I do cure him, the treatment fee must not be cheap. Taking this opportunity, Song Qian mentioned the treatment fee. Since agreeing to Lu Muyun, he only mentioned the lotus pendant. He hasn't brought up the cost of treatment until now. Dr. Wang was dissatisfied and asked again. Please tell me. You say you can cure him, but what exactly is wrong with old Master Lu? That's none of your business. Qian Song did not want to explain. At that moment, Director Sun walked in from outside the door. Earlier, he had been following along, but his car was stuck in the city, separate from Lu Muyun's car. He hurried and finally arrived now. Seeing it was Director Sun, Lu Fuxing quickly went to greet him. Director Sun, why are you here? Director Sun smiled and came over to Song Qian. Dr. Song, I arrived a bit late. On the way here, I was thinking they would cause trouble for you. I didn't expect that Lu's family head is also quite clueless. Song Qian waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry anyway. I have time to wait here. Let the old man suffer a bit longer. He will get better eventually. Playing around with them is no problem. Dr. Song is so generous. Director Sun gave a thumbs up, then turned to Lu Fuxing. Lu family head, you asked Dr. Song to come here. If you don't trust the doctor your daughter invited, who do you trust? Director Sun's question made Lu Fuxing's face look a little uncomfortable. That's right, he thought. It's true. If the doctor his daughter invited can't treat the illness, then no one in the world can. Director Sun, could there be some misunderstanding here? Lu Fuxing asked, looking at Song Qian. He thought Song Qian looked too young, not at all like a doctor. Misunderstanding? Director Sun asked back. Lu General, if Dr. Song can't cure old Master Lu's illness, then no one can. You're really clueless, hopelessly so. Then, Director Sun changed the subject. To tell the truth, early this morning, I went to Taohua Village with Miss Lu. I offered a monthly salary of 1 million, plus a car and house, to invite Dr. Song to work at the hospital. But he didn't even bother to respond to me. Do you still think there's a misunderstanding? Director Sun was a bit angry and added, Lu General, the reason old Master Lu's illness has not been cured is because your Lu family has short-sighted eyes and a clouded mind. Miss Lu went through great trouble to invite a great doctor, but you stopped him from treating the illness. It's laughable. Truly ridiculous. Even I can't help but scold you a little. As the director of Jiangxing Hospital, he was just a small figure in front of the mighty Lu family. But even a humble person has a temper. Despite spending a lot of money, I couldn't find a divine doctor, but Lu Muyun managed to invite one. However, at this moment, the doctor couldn't treat the patient. It's truly ridiculous. Dr. Song, since the Lu family doesn't welcome you, please come to our hospital and sit with us. The hospital gates are always open for you. Dr. Song shook his head. I appreciate Director Sun's kindness, and I understand the harsh words spoken. Now, I need to focus on treating the patient. He took 2 steps forward and pushed Lu Hao aside. Step aside. I heard you're a bit arrogant. It's better to behave yourself in front of me, or I might have to deal with you. Suddenly, Lu Hao was stunned. Why was this young man acting so boldly all of a sudden? Since he's being so bold, I'll let him have his moment. But if he can't cure my grandfather later, I will make sure to get rid of him. Good, very good. I want to see how long you can act so boldly today. This is the Lu family, not a place for you to cause trouble. Shut up, Lu Muyun roared angrily. Anyone who dares to talk back to Dr. Song or disrespect him will face my anger. Don't forget, even my father, keep your mouth shut. Lu Muyun looked at Song Qian. Dr. Song, I apologize sincerely. Please don't take this to heart. Now, please help my grandfather. Thank you. Song Qian went to Lu Taichu and checked his condition again. It was indeed serious, but for him, it was a minor problem. Everyone, please leave, Song Qian said. I want to focus on treating the patient without interruptions. I also dislike noise. Except for Miss Lu, everyone else, please go out. No one moved in response to Song Qian's request. Lu Muyun crossed her arms, looking like a fierce mother tiger. Did you hear that? Everyone, go out now. Including my father. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. At this moment, Lu Fuxing, who had just been scolded by Director Sun, had nothing good to say. He could only choose to trust Lu Muyun. Why are you all just standing there? Go outside. Led by Lu Fuxing, the family headed toward the door. Dr. Wang sighed and followed outside. Only Director Sun remained, looking at Song Qian with a pleading gaze. Dr. Song, I know my request is a bit much. Could you please be flexible and let me be your assistant? I promise I won't cause trouble. The assistant that Dean Sun mentioned was just an excuse. Dr. Song Qian is so skilled that he wants to stay close to see how he treats patients, and also to learn from him. Song Qian waved his hand. Sorry, Dean Sun, please go outside and rest. Miss Lu is enough. I don't need an assistant. Lu Muyin nodded and looked at Dean Sunday. Let's follow Dr. Song's plan. Please go outside and rest. If we really need anything, we will ask for your help. Soon, the door closed. Dr. Song, is there really hope for my grandfather's illness? Lu Muyin looked confused, first at her grandfather, then at Song Qian, with a very worried and sad expression. Song Qian smiled and nodded. Since you trust me, I will give you some reassurance now. I promise I can cure him. Then, he changed the subject. Miss Lu, we agreed that if I cure your grandfather, you will give me the flower petal pendant. You won't go back on your word, right? Hearing Song Qian's positive answer, Lu Muyun relaxed. Don't worry. It's just a small pendant. No matter how precious it is as a family heirloom, it's not more important than my grandfather's life. Song Qian's mind moved. From his original lotus space, he took out the 18 Yama needles. The sudden appearance of silver needles made Lu Muyun freeze again. She really wanted to ask where the silver needles came from. Lu Muyun clearly saw that. In a blink, Song Qian's hand held that familiar bundle of silver needles. Song Qian chuckled. You want to ask about this, right? He held the silver needles and waved them in front of Lu Muyun. This is my eating tool. Of course, I carry it with me. When I need it, it naturally appears in my hand. You don't need to be surprised. After saying this, Song Qian turned his gaze to Lu Taichu. At the same time, he secretly used hypnosis. Old master, lie down. I will treat your illness. Under Song Qian's suggestion, Lu Taichu, like a well-behaved child, was hypnotized by Song Qian and obediently lay on the bed. Lu Muyun was shocked by this scene. Her grandfather's condition was already quite serious. Not only was he unwilling to lie down, but he wouldn't even speak to her. But how could he listen to Song Qian's words? It was so strange. You did it how? Lu Muyun stared with big, watery eyes, looking at Song Qian with admiration. Song Qian smiled slightly and made up an explanation, trying to brush off Lu Muyun. Communicating carefully with the patient makes them listen. Lu Muyun didn't want to believe his explanation. Communicating carefully with the patient? What kind of strange idea is that? Could it be that her communication with her grandfather just now wasn't sincere? She had already tried her best, but her grandfather's condition was right there. No matter how much she cared, it seemed he couldn't hear her. All right, I'll believe you for now. Song Qian took a silver needle and began treating the old man. Miss Lu, there is an important matter I need your help with. I need a table for offerings, an incense burner, 9 sheets of yellow paper, 9 sticks of incense, and 2 pairs of 3-inch-long candles. He listed all the items he needed to Lu Muyun. Worried she might forget, he asked her to repeat the list. After she remembered, Lu Muyun looked at Song Qian with wide eyes. What exactly is my grandfather sick with? Why do you need all these things? What Song Qian wanted seemed to be used in spiritual rituals. How does that relate to treating an illness? Though she was confused, Lu Muyun still called Zhao Kiki to prepare everything as quickly as possible. Zhao Kiki promised she could finish in 10 minutes. Actually, Song Qian was doing this just to hide his true skills. He didn't want everyone to know about his medical abilities. This was a way to hide his true talent. On the other hand, Song Qian had just realized that the famous Dr. Wang was quite capable. He had diagnosed her grandfather's condition. Since it was a soul-locking pulse, he would use the recalling spirit needle. This way, he could both hide his skills and treat her grandfather. The process was complicated, but it was necessary. Lu Muyun was confused, and Song Qian explained briefly. Your grandfather has 2 types of illnesses. The first is caused by suffering from pain, which has severely weakened his body. The second, and more serious, is that your grandfather isn't truly sick. He has been affected by a secret martial arts technique called soul lock. Soul lock? Lu Muyun stared with disbelief. Was her grandfather really sick? How could he be affected by a soul lock? Dr. Song, What exactly is the soul lock technique? While helping the old man with treatment, Song Qian explained. As for what soul locking magic is, I don't think you need to know. Right now, the most important thing is to find out who wants to cause the old man's death. Who? Lu Muyun looked surprised. She seemed to have guessed something but couldn't believe it or didn't want to believe it. Song Qian frowned and added, actually, you can probably guess it yourself. The internal conflicts in your family have caused the old man a lot of suffering. Luckily, you met me, so the old man was spared. Although Lu Muyun didn't want to believe it, she had to think that way. Song Qian's words truly reminded her. The person trying to harm Grandpa, it probably isn't just those two, right? Lu Muyun didn't say it directly, but her question was very clear. She had also suspected this before. However, she had no proof. Song Qian nodded. That's exactly what you think. He was so sure because he had obtained the Lotus Heavenly Eye from the Lotus Fairy Emperor's inheritance. The Lotus Heavenly Eye not only allows for seeing through things, but also reveals a person's past and future. So, Song Qian could see what Lu He had done recently just by looking. Earlier, when he arrived, he saw Lu He and his companions acting very arrogantly. Song Qian used the opportunity to activate the Lotus Heavenly Eye and learn about their recent actions, which gave him all the information he needed. Therefore, Song Qian was not speaking without basis. That scoundrel, Lu Muyun clenched her fists. To fight over the company's power, they actually hurt Grandpa. Once Grandpa recovers, I will make those animals pay. Lu Muyun cursed and then looked at Song Qian, asking, Dr. Song, I believe what you said is true. But how can I get proof that it was them? Wait until he recovers, Song Qian said calmly. Helping someone completely, like sending a Buddha to the West. I will help you cure your grandfather and also do you a favor. I will tell you the method then. Although Song Qian was speaking, his hands were still busy. Thank you, Dr. Song. After my grandfather wakes up, besides the pendant you asked for, I have another way to thank you. I hope you will do your best. Song Qian grinned mischievously and looked up at Lu Muyun. Of course, I mentioned 3 requests this morning. You only know the first one. Actually, the other 2 involve money. Money is a good thing, haha. Song Qian's words made Lu Muyun laugh. I thought to myself, Dr. Song doesn't seem like a greedy person, but he keeps talking about money. Yesterday, before treating the illness, it was the same. Today, when I invited him, he also mentioned money intentionally or unintentionally. And just now he brought it up again. Don't worry, Dr. Song. As long as Grandpa wakes up, even if I don't give you anything, he will. While chatting, Song Qian continued the treatment. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. Lu Muyun has smooth skin and a delicate face shaped like a melon seed. Her pointed chin looks very attractive from any angle. Her figure is also amazing. Where she should gain weight, she does. Where she shouldn't, she has no extra fat. Looking at Lu Muyun, intentionally or not, always makes people feel happy. Plus, her voice is like a heavenly melody. Talking to Lu Muyun is like singing. Outside the room, Lu Fuxing and others all frowned and stood there. At this moment, Li Chunmei suddenly said to Lu Fuxing, Lu Muyun is a mischievous girl. She hired a local guy to treat her father. It's fine if she's just being naughty, but why are you all so fooling around? Li Chunmei just finished speaking when Lu He continued. My mom is right. Song Qian is just a young rascal, about 20 years old. He's not even older than me. How could he possibly know how to treat an illness? Exactly, Lu Ji added. I think it's impossible. Someone in their 20s can't have real medical skills. Lu Ji looked back at Director Sunday. Maybe Director Sun from Jiangxing Hospital was bought by Lu Muyun, which is why he deliberately helped her at that critical moment. Helping is helping, but how long can Lu Muyun keep causing trouble? The more she causes trouble, the worse it is for her. If something happens to Grandpa, just see how Lu Muyun ends up. Anyway, Dr. Wang already said to prepare for the worst. If Grandpa has problems, all the blame will be pushed onto Lu Muyun. At that time, with a little manipulation of the shareholders, Lu Muyun could be kicked out of the group or even expelled from the Lu family. Li Ji secretly chuckled and thought to himself, Lu Muyun, you are truly clever but also a bit careless. Grandpa is already near death, and you still don't realize your situation. Openly opposing everyone is just asking for trouble. After Grandpa passes away, we will definitely deal with you. Li Ji thought this silently, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Li Fusheng, with his hands behind his back, looked a little anxious. Seeing everyone start to talk again, he angrily interrupted. Enough? Say less. All of you. These 3 children are born from 3 different mothers. The eldest, Lu Mu-yun, is a girl, and her grandfather's love for her makes her more favored, which causes her 2 younger brothers to feel jealous. Li Fuxing also felt a bit helpless about this. Can't the 3 wives get along peacefully with their children? At this moment, Dr. Wang suddenly spoke. Director's son, I overheard you earlier say that the young man named Song Qian is very skilled in medicine. How did you realize that? Honestly, Director's son didn't want to explain. But since the other person asked, he thought for a moment and gave a simple answer. Dr. Wang, about Dr. Song's medical skills, I really can't explain in detail. But please believe me, his skills are extraordinary. Really? Dr. Wang replied with a cold smile and asked back, Director's son, do you know what illness old man Lu has? Director's son shook his head. I don't know, and I don't want to know. But I do know one thing. No matter what illness the old man has, as long as Song Qian is willing to treat him, he can probably cure him. I believe in him. Director's son stroked his chin thoughtfully. He really wanted to tell everyone about how Song Qian had cured Lu Mu-yun of late-stage cervical cancer, but after thinking for a while, he swallowed his words. Lu Mu-yun had emphasized that this matter should not be leaked. It concerned her reputation and the Lu family's honor. Director's son was sure that even Li Fusheng and the others didn't know Lu Mu-yun was suffering from late-stage cervical cancer and was cured by Song Qian. Dr. Wang was unhappy with Director's son's words. Earlier, he had also learned about Director's son's situation. He was the director of Jiangxing Hospital and was quite capable. But why was he so willing to believe in Song Qian? A young man around 20 years old. What kind of medical skills could he possibly have? Director's son, I think you must have taken the wrong medicine. Did that Song Qian give you some kind of hypnotic potion? That's why you believe him so much. Not at all, Director's son smiled. Dr. Wang may not believe me, but facts speak for themselves. I am almost certain that, in a short time, old Master Lu will recover. Dr. Wang clapped his hands and looked disdainful. I wanted to say this earlier, but Director's son didn't want to listen. Still, I must tell you, the illness old Master Lu has is not ordinary. His pulse is a soul-locking pulse, a type that even immortals would shake their heads at. Director's son's expression froze when he heard this. A soul-locking pulse? Isn't that a legendary type of pulse? In reality, how could such a thing exist? Dr. Wang, Director's son stammered. Are you sure that old Master Lu's pulse is really a soul-locking pulse? Dr. Wang nodded firmly. Absolutely. I swear by my life. If it's not a soul-locking pulse, I will never practice medicine again. Director's son's face turned very grim. If that's true, then things are really bad. Although he believed in Song Qian's medical skills, even Song Qian, no matter how talented, would be helpless against a soul-locking pulse. It seems that the sky over Jiang City is about to change. The Lu family in Jiang City might be about to fall. It's over, it's really over, Director's son said with worry, raising his voice slightly and sighing deeply. Lu He listened and immediately smiled. The reason his grandfather was sick was all part of his plan. The person who cast the secret technique told him that it was extremely deadly. Once someone was affected, they would definitely die. Lu He thought that Song Qian was very powerful. But from Director's son's words, it seemed that Song Qian was just SOSO. Lu He secretly thought, it's truly divine luck for me. Once this old man dies, the group will be mine. Ha ha ha. But outwardly, he still looked worried, afraid that his schemes and dirty deeds might be discovered by his father. Next to Lu He, Lu Ji also shook his head helplessly. The Lu group was about to change completely. He had to hurry and prepare some staff. After his grandfather passed away, he planned to take a large share of the company's stock for himself. Not to control the Lu group, at least not to make myself so passive. If possible, I want to challenge Lu Hebo. Li Chunmei stood nearby, almost laughing out loud. Currently, the old man is definitely going to die. The most important thing is that even if he passes away, no one has truly diagnosed his illness. Her son, Lu He, will surely be able to take control of the Lu group. At this moment, Zhao Kiki was holding something in her hand, followed by a few people, approaching the door of the room, ready to enter. Kiki, what are you here for? Seeing Zhao Kiki, Lu Fuxing asked angrily. Zhao Kiki honestly replied, Reporting to Mr. Liu, Miss Liu asked me to buy some things. They will be useful soon. I hurried to bring them here. Lu Fuxing looked at her and immediately turned angry. Idiots! Who gave you the guts to curse the old man? Are you tired of living? I will definitely punish you. Lu Fuxing shouted loudly and slapped her. Zhao Kiki quickly dodged. Mr. Liu, please don't get angry. We didn't mean to curse the old man. Miss Liu asked me to buy these for his treatment. Lu Fuxing was furious. Nonsense. Do you need paper money or candles to treat the old man? This is clearly for worship, not for medical treatment. Seeing Zhao Kiki holding worship items, Lu He pretended to cry. Grandpa, you can't die. Young master, you misunderstood, Zhao Kiki said hurriedly, a bit speechless. These things are really for his treatment. Lu Ji flicked his sleeve, eyes turning red. Grandpa, how could you leave us like this? It's all Lu Muyu's fault. If she hadn't insisted, you'd be fine now. We won't let Lu Muyu get away. We will definitely teach her a lesson. Next to her, Li Chunmei pretended to have tears in her eyes, but was secretly happy. The worship items were bought, so the old man must be gone. But that little brat Lu Muyu, even after the old man passed, she still kept it a secret from everyone. When she opens the door later, she will be punished for sure. Lu Fuxing, what are you waiting for? The old man is gone. Let's go in quickly and catch that murderer, Song Qian. Li Chunmei said this, and was about to push the door open. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Lu Muyun appeared in front of everyone, glaring fiercely. Why are you shouting? Who told you to yell so loudly? Li Chunmei rushed forward and grabbed Lu Muyun. You little brat, the old master was so good to you when he was alive, and yet you caused his death. Just wait. I will teach you a lesson, Li Chunmei shouted and slapped her. Quickly, Zhao Kiki pulled Li Chunmei back. Lu Muyun didn't expect that Li Chunmei would curse her grandfather and act so unruly, even trying to slap her. She got angry and, taking advantage of Zhao Kiki holding Li Chunmei, slapped Li Chunmei across the face, making her see stars. Shameless brat! How dare you curse my grandfather? Lu Fuxing took 2 steps forward and slapped Lu Muyun. You little troublemaker, you caused your grandfather's death and now dare to hit your stepmother. Just wait, I will deal with you. At this moment, Song Qian appeared behind Lu Muyun. Enough, what are you fighting about? The old master has recovered quite a bit. If you don't believe it, you can come in and see for yourselves. Song Qian didn't expect that when he asked Lu Muyun to prepare these things, it would cause misunderstandings and lead to a fight. Not dead. How can you buy paper money if he's not dead? Hearing this, Song Qian was instantly furious. Lu Xiaojia already told you that this is for healing, but you refuse to believe. Just go in and see for yourselves. Song Qian pulled Lu Muyun aside, and they stepped back. Everyone entered one after another, rushing into the old master's bedroom. Sure enough, the old man was lying in bed, blinking his eyes. His eyes looked a little brighter. Seeing everyone come in, he slightly lifted his head and looked at them, then lay back down quietly. All right, since the old master is fine, everyone, please leave. I don't need outsiders here while I treat him, and I definitely don't want you chattering around like flies. It's disgusting and annoying. Lu Fuxing and the others could only turn and leave. Just then, Dr. Wang suddenly screamed. Is this the Yanluo 18 needle? Oh my god, it really is the Yanluo 18 needle. According to legend, the Yanluo 18 needles can bring the dead back to life, even if only bones remain. It is said that even a skeleton left after death can be saved. Seeing Dr. Wang so excited, Director Sun couldn't help but wonder, what exactly are the Yanluo 18 needles? He had never heard of them before. Are they really so powerful? They say that even if someone has turned into a pile of bones, they can be revived. Is there such a magical medical technique in the world? That sounds too unbelievable. Does that mean that people who have been dead for over 100 years, as long as their bones are intact, can be brought back to life? That seems impossible. But seeing how excited Dr. Wang was, although Director Sun was a bit doubtful, he also faintly believed that a miracle might happen. Lu He looked at the old man on the bed, and suddenly his face darkened. This old stubborn man, why hasn't he died yet? They had already bought paper money for his funeral. Why isn't he gone yet? Lu He believed what that person said. No matter if a fairy came, they couldn't save Grandpa's life. And certainly not Song Qian, a simple country boy. And this Dr. Wang, what is he shouting about? Grandpa's time to pass away is inevitable. but on the surface, he couldn't show any signs of weakness. He forced a fake smile. "Grandpa, we thought something had happened to you. It's a relief to see you're still alive. We're so happy." Lu Jizong sighed in relief and finally smiled. "Grandpa isn't dead, so things won't become so bad. If Grandpa had died, Lu Muyun would definitely be unlucky, and the entire group's power would likely fall into Lu He's hands. At that point, he might even turn against Lu Ha. As long as Grandpa is alive, such things at least won't happen for now, or maybe only after some time. That gives him enough time to prepare." Actually, Lu Ji had only recently started thinking about the group's shares because Grandpa's condition was worsening. He hadn't considered it before. "Grandpa, I hope you recover soon." Lu Ji stepped forward and looked at Lu Taichu with concern. "Get out," Song Qian said unhappily. "Stop shouting and making noise. It's annoying and affects the patient's recovery. Get out, get out, get out." Lu Muyun also lost her temper. She didn't bother to hide her anger and shouted at everyone to leave. At that moment, Dr. Wang suddenly spoke. "Dr. Song, I stand nearby without speaking. May I stay and witness the miracle? I hope you will allow it." "Thank you." Hearing Dr. Wang, Director Sun also said, "I am the same as Dr. Wang. Can I stay and watch quietly?" Dr. Song thought for a moment and pretended to hesitate. Then he nodded gently. "Since that's the case, both of you can stay, but you must stand at the door a little farther away. You are not allowed to speak during the process, so I won't be disturbed." While saying this, Dr. Song looked at Lu Fuxing. "As for you all, leave immediately. I don't care if I offend you. You're just barking like mad dogs." Even Lu Fuxing, Dr. Song didn't want to give face to. He would show respect to those who deserved it. Even if they were like a sanitation worker, he would treat them with dignity. But Lu Fuxing had no opinion of his own and no courage. Giving him respect would be pointless. Lu Fuxing and his group turned and left. Just as they were about to close the door, Dr. Song added, "By the way, no one is allowed to enter without my permission. If anyone dares to knock or cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude." After a brief pause, Dr. Song looked at Miss Zhao Ku. "Miss Zhao, please help by keeping the door tightly shut outside. Without my permission, no flies should get in. If anyone dares to disturb us forcibly, you can stop them firmly, don't worry. If anything happens, I, Miss Lu, will take responsibility. Dr. Song, rest assured. I will complete the task." As the door closed, Dr. Song continued with the treatment. Fortunately, Dr. Wang and others could assist. Dr. Song directed them to set up the table and arrange the incense and paper money. Soon, the room was filled with the smell of incense. Dr. Song took out 2 silver needles and inserted them into the old man's body. At this moment, he moved to the table, picked up some paper money, and recited a jumble of words. He looked quite like a traditional healer. "Miss Zhao, please open the window." Lu Muyun went over and opened the window in the room. "Is this okay?" "Yes," Dr. Song nodded and said after a glance. "Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the fetal light, the pure spirit, and the hidden essence. The 7 spirits and the foul lungs, removing impurities, not poison, swallowing thieves, the secret of the sparrow, hidden arrows, corpse dogs. The 3 souls and 7 spirits leave the body, making a person seem like a walking corpse. King Yama, return all of Lu Taichu's souls and spirits. If you refuse, I will come to the underworld to find you. I know your name. Hurry and return it quickly." As if following a strict order, Song Qian danced and performed confidently. After reciting the spell, he took several yellow papers, lit them, and threw them into a yellow basin. Smoke curled up, creating a tense atmosphere. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. Outside the window, 6 black clouds of smoke floated. The heads of the smoke clouds were about the size of a human head, with tails trailing behind. The smoke hesitated outside the window, wandering and darting around. Song Qian shouted loudly, "Return the soul and spirit to their proper place." As soon as he finished speaking, a black cloud of smoke shot through the gap in the window and merged into Lu Taichu's body. Song Qian waved his hand again. "Return the pure soul and spirit." In the shocked eyes of Lu Muyun and the others, another black cloud of smoke, about the same size as before, flew in through the window. In an instant, it entered Lu Taichu's body. "Foul lungs, return." Remove impurities, return. Poison, return. As Song Qian's voice rang out, groups of black smoke flew in from outside the window, orderly and precise, entering Lu Taichu's body. This strange scene stunned Lu Muyun. Is this what the legendary souls and spirits look like? Grandpa has lost so many spirits and souls. No wonder his eyes are dull, like a walking corpse. It's truly shocking. If all the spirits and souls are gone, does that mean a person has passed away? Grandpa might never come back. Lu Muyun thought, feeling nervous and scared. Dean's son stood at the door, watching all this from afar. He was a doctor who treated illnesses, and he never expected such methods to be used for healing. It was truly amazing. It opened his eyes wide. Who exactly is this divine Dr. Song? Why is he so powerful? It's hard to imagine and almost unbelievable. If there were a chance, sending Song Qian to work at Jiangxing Hospital would solve countless difficult medical cases. Even patients from all over the country might come to Jiangxing Hospital, to seek treatment from this divine doctor. It's a pity that Song Qian is unwilling to compromise. Dr. Wang stared with wide eyes, feeling dizzy from what he saw. After traveling all over the south and north for many years, today he felt like a fool, somewhat ignorant. When Song Qian first arrived, he was still skeptical, thinking that the old master's illness couldn't be cured and hoping the young man wouldn't cause trouble. Later, he simply looked down on Song Qian, speaking harshly and mocking him behind his back. But now, recalling what just happened, he felt so funny, so ignorant, and so shameful. Song Qian didn't even want to explain himself. This is the true style of a great doctor, a true master. High morals, noble character, and elegant demeanor. Today, Dr. Wang learned a lesson, and it was from a young person he had looked down on. At the same time, Wang realized a truth. There are always better people outside, and higher mountains beyond mountains, and the sky is vast beyond the sky. No one should be underestimated. Otherwise, he would only embarrass himself. In the past, Dr. Wang was used to being praised and thought he was very skilled. He believed that if he couldn't cure a disease, no one else could either. But today, he was sharply proven wrong. His face turned extremely ugly. He felt so ashamed, so humiliated, like he wanted to dig a hole and hide. Outside the room, Coco Zhao stood at the door, guarding it. Not far away, Lu Fuxing frowned. Until now, he wasn't sure what would happen next. He only hoped his father would recover. But trusting Song Qian with this hope, Lu Fuxing kept thinking and couldn't understand or believe it. Song Qian was young. What ability did he have? Li Chunmei stood nearby, her face dark with worry. She didn't know if today's events were good or bad. She just hoped Song Qian wouldn't cause more trouble. She even wished that if Song Qian caused enough chaos, it would just wear out the old master and end things. That would be a great thing for them. Lu Fuxing, I heard the noise inside. It seems Song Qian is jumping around and singing. He's not a doctor. He's clearly just a shaman. Li Chunmei frowned and complained. She was wondering, when Song Qian shouted and told people not to go inside, did she worry that someone might interfere if they went in? If disturbing him might affect the old man? Luha scratched the back of his head, thinking quickly. Dad, maybe my mom is right. If we let Lu Muyun and Song Qian keep causing trouble, something bad will happen eventually. We can't let them do this anymore. We must go in and stop Song Qian. Luha moved closer to the door. Young master, Dr. Song has already said no one is allowed near. Please stand back, Zhao Kiki said coldly, standing with her hands behind her back. Get out of the way. Luha shouted loudly. You're just a dog raised by our Lu family. Do you have the right to talk to me like that? Luha, please don't make things difficult for me, Zhao Kiki said with a hint of anger in her face. She felt very uncomfortable being called a dog. She even wanted to slap Luha and knock him to the ground. She had never liked Luha. In the past, if not for the young lady stopping her, she might have acted impulsively and fought him. Now, she was holding back. Seeing Zhao Kiki refuse to move, Luha became furious. Zhao Kiki, get out of the way. Zhao Kiki stood tall and proud, not planning to step aside. As long as the young lady didn't give an order, she wouldn't move today. You refuse? Watch me deal with you, Luha said, turning around and shouting downstairs. Where are the bodyguards? Send all of them up. All right. Luha, be careful with what you do, Lu Fuxing said, worried they might fight. Dad, don't try to stop me, Luha said. I'm doing this for Grandpa's safety. I have to stop Song Qian. That's Song Qian. If he really could cure the illness, why won't he let us see? Why hide everything? He must have a problem. I even suspect that Song Qian is an undercover agent sent by our rivals, aiming to kill Grandpa and ruin our Lu family. Li Chunmei added, yes, the more I think about it, the more suspicious it seems. It's just a medical treatment. What's so secretive about it? We can't wait any longer. We have to go in, even if we just stand there and say nothing. Just watching is better than doing nothing, she said. Lu Fuxing was starting to be convinced by her words. It made sense. Why did Song Qian hide his treatment methods? Could he really be a spy sent by a rival? If so, everything is out of his control. After thinking for a moment, Lu Fuxing said slowly, let's wait a little longer, 10 more minutes. If there's no improvement, we will go in. Dad, Luha called out, then added, we are just watching from the side. It won't affect them. If we wait any longer, it might be too late. Grandpa is in danger. We have to be cautious. At this moment, Lu Fuxing was like a weather vane, lacking his own opinion. It seemed everyone had a point, but none of it was really right. Inside the room, Song Qian was treating the patient. The 3 souls and 7 spirits had returned to their places. Old Lu was almost fully recovered, just a bit weak, so he needed a little more strengthening. Mu Yun, what's wrong with me? Old Lu opened his eyes and looked at Lu Mu Yun by the bed. Grandpa, you're awake. Hearing her grandpa call her, Lu Mu Yun's eyes filled with tears. She quickly turned around and held her grandpa's hand. In the past month, Grandpa's mind was unclear. He didn't even recognize himself, let alone call his own name. Old Lu, you're not feeling well. I am treating you now. Please hold on a little longer and try not to move. Under Song Qian's reminder, Lu Taichu noticed the many silver needles on his body. He nodded and lay quietly. This scene made Dr. Wang and Director Sun very excited. They hurried over to the bed. It's a miracle. Truly a miracle, Dr. Wang exclaimed when he saw Lu Taichu on the bed. Just a moment ago, he had declared the patient dead and told the family to prepare for the funeral. Yet, unexpectedly, he was recovering. Having traveled all over the south and north, Dr. Wang was amazed today. Dr. Song, I bow to you. Dr. Wang bowed deeply to Song Qian. When we first met, I was rude and spoke disrespectfully to you, Dr. Song. Please forgive my bluntness. I am sorry. Director Sun's face twitched with excitement. He looked at Lu Taichu on the bed and then shifted his admiring gaze to Song Qian. As a hospital director, he had seen many miracles. However, compared to the miracles happening now, what I have seen and heard before seem insignificant and incomparable. Song Qian's medical skills are truly astonishing and awe-inspiring. With such exceptional medical talent, Director Sun is confident that even the best experts and professors in the entire country of Manhwa cannot match Song Qian. Song Qian is truly remarkable. Despite being young, he possesses extraordinary medical skills. This young man is not ordinary. With time, he will create many miracles, become very famous, and be known worldwide. Amazing. If yesterday's success in curing Lu Muyun was a miracle, then today is a legend. Many top doctors have examined Lord Lu and said his illness couldn't be cured, but in just a few minutes, Song Qian healed him. This incredible skill is truly impressive and leaves everyone in awe. Dr. Song, today you have truly opened our eyes. Thank you for your generosity and for allowing me and Dr. Wang to learn from you. Thank you, Director Sun said with admiration on his face. At this moment, Lu Muyun was extremely excited inside. This time, she made the right choice. No other doctor could cure her grandfather's illness, but Dr. Song used a special method combined with acupuncture, and he was cured. Yesterday, she was still doubtful whether Song Qian could cure her illness, but during her hesitation, she spent 200,000 yuan and was healed. And today, her grandfather was also cured. That car accident yesterday was not an accident, but a blessing from heaven. A wonderful encounter, a joyful collision. If not for the accident, she wouldn't have met Song Qian. If not for the accident, she might already be on a plane abroad seeking treatment. What a lucky and happy coincidence. Dr. Song, thank you so much. Lu Muyun released her grandfather, took 2 steps back, with one hand behind her back and the other on her chest, bowing respectfully to salute Song Qian. Song Qian chuckled and waved his hand. Miss Lu, There's no need to fuss over these small details. At this, Song Qian smiled and changed the subject. By the way, don't worry about formalities, but do pay attention to the practical matters. And you must pay attention to them. Liu Qian's meaning was clear to Liu Muyun. The real thing referred to the pendant around her neck. Since she had already promised Liu Qian and her grandfather was recovering, she knew she had to keep her word. Even if the pendant was a family heirloom, she would give it to him. However, her grandfather was still receiving treatment at this moment. If she gave the pendant to Liu Qian in front of her grandfather, and he became too excited, it might affect his recovery. Dr. Liu, don't worry. I, Liu Muyun, am a person of my word. What I say is what I mean, and I won't go back on my promise. That's good. Liu Qian nodded with a smile. Thank you for understanding, Miss Liu. I am quite straightforward, so I hope you can forgive me. While speaking, Liu Qian continued to treat Liu Taichu. At that moment, there was noise outside the door, along with a loud fight. Liu Qian opened his lotus heaven eye and looked outside. He saw Zhao Kiki, facing away from the door, clenched her fists tightly, pushing back several bodyguards who tried to approach her. Liu Muyun saw this clearly. Although Zhao Kiki was strong, the bodyguards were not weak either. They were all big and sturdy. It wouldn't take long before Zhao Kiki was defeated. The noise outside reached Liu Muyun's ears. She frowned and looked at Liu Qian. Dr. Liu, sorry to bother you. I will go stop them. Liu Qian shook his head and withdrew his gaze from the door. No need. They will probably come in soon. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded. The door was kicked open, and Zhao Kiki, clearly overwhelmed, was thrown inside. Seeing the door open, Liu Muyun rushed forward and pointed at the crowd. Who told you to do this? Liu has stepped forward first. Liu Muyun, don't think we don't know. You just want to harm Grandpa. We won't let you get away with it. Before he finished speaking, he was stunned. On the hospital bed, Liu Taichu, with Liu Qian's help, slowly sat up. He stared with wide eyes at the scene before him. Liu Fuxing, Liu He, have you grown so bold? Do you still think this old man, is easy to ignore? You little things. Seeing his father return to normal and even call out her name, Liu Fuxing smiled and rushed over. Dad, you're finally okay. You beast, don't call me Dad. I don't have a son like you. Liu Taichu scolded angrily, frowning. What is this idiot doing? Why did he hit someone? Why did he rush in? Grandpa, we thought. Liu He wanted to explain, but he couldn't find the words. Halfway through speaking, he held back what he was about to say. Why is this happening? The master once said that once someone is under the soul-locking spell, even immortals can't save them. But right now, why is the old man returning to normal? He can even call his own name. If he recovers, will he still have a good life? What if the old man finds out that I used the soul-locking spell on him? He might get furious and hurt me badly. The more Liu He thought about it, the more scared he became. Since everything has already happened, there's no turning back. Before the old man learns the truth, I must send him to meet the king of. Otherwise, my life is over. All the mistakes are made. I can only go along with it. Since I've already done it, there's no way back. I have to keep going down this dark path. Liu He, I will deal with you later, Liu Taichu said as he continued to cooperate with Song Qian's treatment. Dr. Song, thank you so much, Liu Taichu added. Song Qian shook his head gently. Old master, you're too polite. It's Liu Muyun's sharp eyes and repeated pleas that made me come to treat you. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself. Thanks to your granddaughter's keen eyesight, she saved your life. Song Qian looked at Dr. Wang. This is Dr. Wang. He's said to be very skilled, but he already declared you dead, and your family is preparing for your funeral. Dr. Wang lowered his head, looking very embarrassed. I'm sorry for my lack of skill. I almost caused old Master Lu's death. Please forgive me. I apologize, he said respectfully, bowing to the bed. At this moment, he felt a bit happy inside, because when he first diagnosed the soul-locking pulse, his nervousness was so intense it felt like his throat was closing. Doctors who encounter the soul-locking pulse are doomed to bad luck. At this moment, old Master Lu's illness had been cured. The soul-locking meridian no longer existed, which meant he wouldn't have bad luck in the future. Dr. Wang thought to himself with a feeling of secret happiness. Whether all this was true or false, he had to thank Dr. Song. Dr. Wang didn't recognize the man in front of him, Liu Taichu. At first, he seemed to have no memory of what had happened and didn't care. He waved his hand and didn't pay much attention. After a few more minutes, The treatment was finally finished. Lu Taichu got up from the bed, his face glowing with red, full of energy. It seemed that many of his wrinkles had disappeared. Dr. Song, thank you so much for saving my life, Lu Taichu said, then looked at Lu Muyun. Muyun, in that cabinet, I placed a bank card with 10 million on it. Please bring it to Dr. Song. When Dr. Qian heard this, he immediately smiled happily. But on the surface, he still acted politely. Old Master Lu, Miss Lu has already promised to repay me. Giving me 10 million is a bit too much. I feel guilty accepting it. That's nothing, Lu Taichu quickly said. It's just a small amount of money. Please, Dr. Song, give me some face and accept it. Of course, Dr. Qian would accept it. Not earning money when you have the chance would be a waste. 2 days ago, he had the nerve to talk to Lu Muyun and even told her she was in the late stage of cervical cancer, and she had scolded him and Lu Muyun. His goal was to get close to Lu Muyun and find ways to make money. Old Master Lu, since you've said so much, if I refuse again, it would seem too unkind. Since that's the case, I'll be shameless and accept it. Thank you, Old Master, for the 10 million. Of course, I will accept it. Lu Muyun took the bank card, came to Dr. Qian, and handed him the card with both hands. This bank card belongs to my grandfather. I helped him get it. The password is 6 sixes. Thank you, Dr. Song, for your effort. Thanks again. Dr. Qian was extremely excited inside as he took the bank card. Now he finally had money. Adding the 2 million from yesterday, he had about 12 million. His house should be turned into a villa, and he also needed to buy a car to make things easier in the future. The door to wealth was already opening for him. It was really satisfying. Song Qian once thought that just bringing Lu Muyun's pendant would be enough. This time, practicing medicine, he would surely gain a lot. Unexpectedly, he also gained 10 million yuan. One word, amazing. Rich people are bold. They don't hold back. With a single move, they spend tens of thousands or even millions. Sometimes, they spend over 10 million. Rich people's money is easy to earn. Thank you, Miss Lu. Song Qian looked at the bank card briefly. It was still a black card. Then he put it into his pocket. Lu Fuxing's face changed several times in 1 second. He stood there foolishly, feeling very regretful. The famous Dr. Lu Muyun invited almost got driven away, but luckily, the doctor didn't mind. Then, he gathered his courage and apologized to Song Qian. Dr. Song, I shouldn't have stopped you from treating my father. I almost made a big mistake. I apologize to you. Please forgive me. Since the person was Lu Muyun's father, Song Qian wanted to say something, but seeing the 10 million yuan just received, he held back. It's just a small misunderstanding. If I were in your place, I might do the same. You were just worried about old Master Lu's safety and tried to stop me. If it were me, I would do the same. This sentence from Song Qian gave the other person enough face. Not only did he forgive him, but he also complimented him. They gave him 10 million yuan, and if he said a few words, what was the big deal? Money was the main thing. There was no need to argue. Even if they argued, what good would it do? Thank you for understanding, Dr. Song. Hearing that Song Qian forgave him, Lu Fuxing heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lu He, Lu Ji, and the young wife, Li Chunmei. The three of them understood and also apologized to Song Qian. Song Qian's face was dark, and he didn't look kindly at them. You don't need to apologize to me. I can't accept it. The ones who should apologize are Miss Lu Muyun. She endured a lot of pressure to let me treat the old master. You owe her a sincere apology, including Li Chunmei. They could only grit their teeth and apologize. Lu Muyun stepped forward and approached Lu He. She extended her delicate hand and slapped him. Just now, Zhao Kiki was hit, and Lu Muyun was furious. Lu He, under the pretense of caring for his grandfather, kept causing trouble repeatedly. This was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. At the same time, she also vented her anger at Zhao Kiki. Sorry, I don't accept your apology. Although you are my brother, you said disgusting and rude words that hurt and disgust me. Look at this. Lu Muyun pointed at Zhao Kiki. My personal bodyguard, Zhao Kiki, was beaten up by you all, and you. Lu Muyun slapped Lu Ji again and swung her hand toward him. I told you many times, without my permission, no one is allowed to come in. Did you think my words were just air? Fortunately, Grandpa's treatment wasn't affected. If it had been even a little, I would have destroyed you today. At this moment, Lu Muyun completely lost her temper. Grandpa was recovering, so she no longer had to fear these two brutes. She decided to teach them a lesson first. Moreover, her grandpa was supporting her. During Grandpa's illness, her two brothers and the stepmother caused a lot of trouble, making her overwhelmed. Now, it was time to ask them for some interest. She was beaten and scolded again. The two brothers lowered their heads silently, saying nothing. But inside, they already hated Lu Muyun. Good job beating them. At this moment, Lu Taichue's voice came. You are the sister, they are the brothers. If they don't listen, they deserve to be taught a lesson. Let them remember this. Keep hitting them, of course. Remembering meant teaching a lesson. Grandpa had spoken, so Lu Muyun didn't hold back. She used both hands to strike hard, teaching them a lesson, leaving their faces swollen and bruised. The two boys cried out loudly, begging for mercy. They really wanted to hurt Lu Muyun, but in front of Grandpa, they dared not act rashly. They could only endure Lu Muyun's rage and the pain on their faces. Li Chunmei stood nearby, watching her son get beaten. She was so angry she gritted her teeth and kept signaling to Lu Fuxing, trying to get him to say something. But Lu Fuxing didn't dare to say a word. If he dared to say anything more, he might get beaten himself. In front of his father, even as an adult, he was just a child. His father wanted to teach him a lesson, so he had to accept it. Moreover, today, all of them had done wrong, especially him. He had repeatedly tried to stop his sister and had spoken disrespectfully to Dr. Song, nearly losing his father's chance for treatment. Fortunately, Song Qian did not argue and finally agreed to treat the father. Otherwise, Lu Fuxing could guarantee that he would be preparing for his funeral. Seeing Lu Fuxing remain indifferent, Li Chunmei was speechless. She had no choice but to stare blankly. But inside, she kept cursing Lu Muyun, wishing she could slap him back instantly if given the chance. As for Song Qian, although he cured the old man, it was not a good thing. Instead, it ruined Lu He's carefully planned scheme. They had been working on this plan for months, confident of success, but Song Qian suddenly intervened, pulling the old man back from the brink of death. Now, everything was ruined. Curing the old man was one thing, but Song Qian also stirred trouble, saying some provocative words that made Lu Muyun furious. Li Chunmei remembered this grudge. If she had the chance, she would definitely teach these two troublemakers a lesson, including Lu Muyun. But for now, she dared not act on her anger. If she did, her son's future would be ruined. For the moment, she could only hold back her anger. All right. At this moment, Dr. Wang's voice came through. Your family's internal issues, just a little acknowledgement in front of Director Su and us, and we'll let it go. Director Sun looked a bit embarrassed and hurried to comfort them. The two young masters do have some faults, but they've realized their mistakes. Let's just forgive them for now. As soon as Director Sun finished speaking, Lu Fuxing took advantage of the situation and quickly said, Dad, Muyun, listen to their advice. It's a bit awkward to do this in front of outsiders, but they know they were wrong. Lu Taichu, with his hands behind his back, approached Lu Ha and the others. He looked at them first, then turned his gaze to Lu Muyun. Forget it. Let's forgive them for today. Since Grandpa had spoken, Lu Ha and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Their nightmare was temporarily over. They covered their faces and moved away from Lu Muyun. At this moment, Dr. Wang made a surprising move. He boldly approached Song Qian, knelt down with a thud, and said, Dr. Song's skills are truly admirable. Please don't mind me, Dr. Song. I humbly asked to become your apprentice. I sincerely want to learn from you. This scene instantly shocked everyone. The famous Dr. Wang surprisingly asked Song Qian to be his master. What kind of show is this? Could it be that Song Qian is really that powerful? Just now, what exactly happened in the room? Could it be that Song Qian really used these paper charms to cure the old man? Is such a magical thing possible? Everyone looked confused. Not far from the sickbed, the table was still there. On it, the incense burner was still burning, releasing thin wisps of smoke. Two candles flickered softly. Suddenly, Song Qian was a bit stunned by what was happening. Is it okay to accept Dr. Wang as a disciple? At that moment, Lu Muyun suddenly spoke. Dr. Song, maybe you should listen to me. Although Dr. Wang's medical skills are not as good as yours, he is well known. Taking him as a disciple might also help you. Lu Muyun had a point. Although Song Qian was very skilled in medicine, his reputation was not very famous. If he took Dr. Wang as a disciple, he would gain a helpful assistant. And this assistant was very capable. The scene earlier, where his two brothers and father repeatedly stopped Song Qian, would not happen anymore with Dr. Wang around. Lu Muyun suddenly came up with a clever idea, and Song Qian was caught off guard. Why would he take an old man as a disciple? What benefit would it bring him? While he was lost in thought, Dr. Wang's voice came again. Dr. Song, please accept me as a disciple. I don't need you to teach me medicine. Just let me occasionally stay by your side and help you out. That would make me happy. Seeing Song Qian silent, Lu Taichu also said, Dr. Song, Dr. Wang is so sincere. Why not accept him? Lu Taichu was the current CEO of Lu Group. He had been in business for many years and knew the importance of mutual support. Combining Song Qian and Dr. Wang could help each other. For Song Qian, it was completely beneficial. After accepting this disciple, whether he taught him medicine or not, he would have full control. Although Song Qian didn't fully understand, he nodded in agreement. Dr. Wang, for the sake of Miss Lu and Old Master Lu, I will accept you as a disciple. But listen carefully, I may not teach you my medical knowledge. Don't get your hopes up too high. It wasn't that Song Qian didn't want to teach him, but most of his medical skills couldn't be easily taught or shared. Currently, he has not fully understood the inheritance of the Lotus Fairy and does not know how to pass on the knowledge to others. For example, when treating illnesses, Song Qian treated several people, and almost everyone needed to use spiritual energy from their dantian. However, Dr. Wang Shun did not have spiritual energy in his dantian. Even if Dr. Wang was moved and Song Qian wanted to teach him, it would be useless because he simply couldn't do it at the moment. So, he decided to block the way first. When Dr. Wang heard this, he immediately smiled happily. Thank you, Master, for accepting me as a disciple. I will always remember your teachings. As long as I can stay by your side, even if you don't teach me anything, I am still very happy. I humbly bow to you, Master. In front of Old Man Lu and the entire Lu family, Dr. Wang respectfully offered tea and officially became a disciple. Then, Dr. Wang introduced himself. He is named Wang Chuan, 58 years old. He started practicing medicine in his 20s and has been working in this field for nearly 40 years, so he is quite well known. Wang Chuan was modest about his fame. In the country, he is quite recognized, having treated at least 8,000 patients, possibly up to 10,000. Financially, his net worth is in the billions. After hearing this, Song Qian smiled happily. It seems that taking this disciple was a good deal. If he ever needs money, he could easily take a few million from him. Song Qian happily accepted this disciple. To show respect, Dr. Wang didn't bring any gifts, only a mobile phone, which he used to transfer 660,000 yuan to Song Qian as a small token of appreciation. Song Qian happily accepted this small gesture. They completed the simple master-apprentice ceremony, and everyone clapped in celebration. After everything was finished, Lu Muyun, with Song Qian's permission, took away the incense burner, paper money, and related items from the room. Then, Lu Taichu left Lu Muyun in the room alone to learn about the recent business operations and the major events that had happened recently. After listening, Lu Taichu frowned. Fortunately, he recovered in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been disastrous. Muyun, you're not young anymore. It's time to find a partner. I see Dr. Song is young, handsome, and talented. He's not an ordinary person. He's a rare, good match. You should seize this opportunity. Li Muyun listened and immediately blushed with embarrassment. Grandpa, you're so naughty. People have their own plans. Don't give bad ideas, or I won't talk to you anymore. Li Muyun said these words reluctantly. Honestly, over the years, many men have pursued her, at least 800, and wealthy young men up to 100. But Li Muyun didn't like any of them. The men who pursued her either liked her looks or were after the money and shares of the Li Group. In short, none of them were her type. The more honest ones, she didn't care for. The handsome, charming ones who are smooth talkers, often seen in fancy places, are definitely spoiled rich kids. You're shy now, but at your age, you should think about marriage. Grandpa's advice just now is good. Grab the chance. Song Qian is very popular. If you miss this opportunity, it's gone. Grandpa Lu Taichu, as clever as a fox, saw things very clearly. But as he said, there's more than one person interested in Song Qian. Su Taohua from Peach Blossom Village is completely smitten with him. And there's also the village beauty Zhang Yibei, which is quite obvious. According to the order, Li Muyun is third in line. Song Qian is indeed very popular. All right, stop being shy. Li Muyun's face turned red again. She was too embarrassed to look at Lu Taichu and quickly changed the subject. Grandpa, if there's nothing else, let's go out. You're feeling better today, and since Dr. Song has taken on a disciple, we should invite them over for a meal and have a family gathering. Okay, let's go. Lu Taichu stood up and started walking forward. After a few steps, he looked back at Li Muyun and emphasized once more. Muyun, remember what I just said. Dr. Song is very popular. You must seize this chance. Grandpa kept reminding her, making Li Muyun blush with embarrassment. Grandpa, do you really want me to get married? If I do, who will serve you and bring you tea and water? You find me a son-in-law, and you won't have to serve me anymore. Lu Taichu said this, paused slightly, stroked his shallow beard under his nose, and raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. By the way, about Dr. Song, you should investigate him thoroughly. I want to get all his information. I've already looked into it, Lu Muyun said as he took 2 steps forward and grabbed Lu Taichu's arm. The two stood inside the room. He shared all the information he had gathered, including how he met Song Qian, how he fell ill, and how Song Qian cured him. All of it was told in one go. Lu Taichu listened, and his eyes widened suddenly. He didn't expect that Song Qian not only saved him, but also saved Lu Muyun. He was a lifesaver for the Lu family, a person with great gratitude. If Lu Muyun hadn't met Song Qian, Lu Taichu couldn't imagine what the outcome would be. He looked at the ticket booking details on Lu Muyun's phone and broke out in a cold sweat. That was too close. If it weren't for Song Qian, not only would Lu Muyun have been wandering aimlessly, but Lu Muyun would also have gone abroad for treatment, and the company would have been in chaos. Muyun, Dr. Song is a benefactor to our family. Although his current situation isn't great, he has such extraordinary medical skills. Sooner or later, he will rise to great heights. You must seize this opportunity. Lu Taichu spoke earnestly, repeatedly emphasizing his point. The more he emphasized, the more shy Lu Muyun became. With a shy smile, his face turned red like the sunset, from his neck to his ears. Grandpa, please stop, Lu Muyun complained, and then tilted his head in thought. Grandpa, there's something I decided on in advance without your approval, and I can't change it now. Dr. Song agreed to treat you and made 3 requests. One of them was the flower petal pendant around my neck. I couldn't refuse him. I promised that after you recover, I would give him the pendant. I don't want to offend Dr. Song. Grandpa, you must agree. This decision was indeed very important. The pendant around Lu Muyun's neck was worth at least tens of millions. If Song Qian wanted tens of millions, Lu Taichu would rather pay money, even more if needed. But giving the pendant was a difficult choice. It was a family heirloom, passed down through many generations. Lu Taichu couldn't remember exactly which generation it came from. This was something left by ancestors. Would he really give it away like this? Lu Taichu thought for a moment and nodded gently. Our Lu family values reputation the most. Since you've agreed, just give it to him. Sigh. He sighed as he finished speaking. The pendant has been passed down for many generations. Now, it has reached Lu Muyun's generation, and it is considered the end of the line. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. All right, I will give it to you. Grandpa, you won't be mad at me, will you? Lu Muyun spoke softly and humbly, looking a bit worried. To save her grandpa's life, she was forced to agree to Song Qian's request. Grandpa has a request. As long as you catch Song Qian and make him a son-in-law of our Lu family, it doesn't matter whether the pendant is on Song Qian's neck or yours. Lu Muyun looked surprised. Is this really possible? In the restaurant, a delicious meal was prepared. Everyone sat together, each with their own thoughts. Lu He, Lu Ji, and Li Chunmei forced smiles. On one hand, Lu He and Lu Ji had been beaten, and they felt very upset. On the other hand, Lu He's carefully planned scheme was completely ruined by Song Qian's appearance. How could he be happy? Only Lu Muyun and Lu Taichu, among others, felt genuinely happy. After dinner, Lu Muyun found an excuse, saying she had something to ask Song Qian about. She took him upstairs for a private chat. In the upstairs living room, they sat on the sofa. Lu Muyun, in front of Song Qian, unbuttoned one of her shirt buttons, then brushed her hair back. She turned around and squatted in front of Song Qian. Dr. Song, this pendant is yours now. But I want to ask you to do me a favor. Please remove it from my neck yourself. Lu Muyun smelled faintly of perfume. She squatted in front of Song Qian, revealing a beautiful back. One hand rested on her knee, the other brushed her hair, exposing her smooth, white skin on the back of her neck. With that enchanting scent, Song Qian felt a bit dizzy. This Miss Lu was too beautiful. Her figure, face, and delicate skin, almost like a perfect jade, flawless in every way. Song Qian hesitated, feeling shy to reach out. To unlock the necklace, he would have to touch Lu Muyun's skin. Before his hand made contact, he felt a warm sensation. Dr. Song, please help me take it off. Lu Muyun supported herself on her knee, still half squatting. If she waited 2 more minutes, her legs would start to ache. Miss Lu, men and women should not be close. Could you please take it off? Don't let anyone see, or there might be misunderstandings. Song Qian felt a bit embarrassed, his hands stiff in the air. Lu Muyun turned around, showing her upper teeth and biting her lower lip with a sweet smile. I'm not afraid of misunderstandings. Why should you, a grown man, be worried? As she spoke, Lu Muyun's face turned slightly red. Yesterday, you treated my illness and poked a few needles in my lower abdomen. Not only did you see my body, but you also touched it. Although shy, Lu Muyun deliberately teased him. Song Qian could only smile awkwardly. Well, Miss Lu, please don't joke. When I treated you yesterday, I didn't touch your body, and I couldn't treat you otherwise. Please, Miss Lu, take off the pendant. Lu Muyun stood up, buttoned her collar, her face flushed. She looked at Song Qian and said, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't take off the pendant yourself, I won't give it to you. Oomph, she snorted softly, hands on her hips to show attitude. Song Qian was convinced and could only nod in agreement. All right, Miss Lu, please kneel in front of me like before. I'll take off the pendant right away. However, Lu Muyun looked directly at Song Qian. Dr. Song, you can take it off from behind or from the front. Either way, it's the same. Why not try from the front? Haha. Lu Muyun said this shyly, looking at Song Qian. This was her first time doing something like this. Her grandfather was right. Song Qian was not an ordinary man. Lu Muyun wanted to create an opportunity. If she took it from the front, wouldn't that be? The pendant was hidden inside her clothes. How could she take it off? A trace of awkwardness flashed across Song Qian's face. Lu Muyun was so beautiful, like a lotus emerging from clear water, something to admire from afar, not to tarnish up close. If she were someone like Zhang Yibei, whom he knew well, Song Qian could joke around and tease her casually. But Lu Muyun was only someone he had known for 2 days. Song Qian felt a bit embarrassed. On the other hand, he didn't have many women around him. Su Taohua was always pestering him, which sometimes made him uncomfortable. And now, Lu Muyun was even more assertive. Using the opportunity to take off the pendant, she was subtly teasing him. Maybe, Song Qian suggested, Miss Lu, you should turn around. Just like before, I will take it off quickly. The pendant was almost in his hand, but Lu Muyun gave Song Qian a tricky problem. Although it was a challenge, it was also an easy task. Hee. Lu Muyun chuckled softly, not turning around. Instead, she sat gracefully on the sofa. Dr. Song, I was just half kneeling in front of you earlier, asking you to take it, but you hesitated. It made my legs sore. If you want me to kneel in front of you again, I can do that. But my legs are a bit tired now, so please help me with that. Lu Muyun said, extending her leg toward Song Qian. Song Qian looked a little embarrassed, but could only place his hand on her leg, giving it a light, simple massage. Lu Muyun looked pleased, smiling happily as if her plan had succeeded. I was just joking earlier. I'll take it myself. She flicked her hair and quickly removed the pendant. Holding the pendant in one hand and pulling Song Qian's hand with the other, she carefully handed the pendant to him. The pendant is yours now. Song Qian held the pendant, feeling very excited. He was even more excited than when old Master Lu gave him 10 million yuan. Since discovering this pendant on Lu Muyun, Song Qian had been planning to get it. Now, at last, he had the pendant. The fragment of the divine consciousness of the Lotus Fairy Emperor was finally found. 3 years had passed quickly, and the journey was still long. He had to keep working hard. Next, he needed to earn money and enjoy life, quickly find more fragments of divine consciousness, and gather all of them in the shortest time. Once all the fragments were collected, the Lotus Fairy Emperor could wake up. Since recovering from his foolish illness, only 2 or 3 days had passed, but during this time, Song Qian's life had changed dramatically. All of this was thanks to the Lotus Fairy Emperor. He still needed to work hard to wake the Fairy Emperor sooner. He carefully put the pendant into his pocket. "Thank you, Miss Lu." Lu Muyun raised her chin and looked at Song Qian with a smile. "Dr. Song, there's still some of my body heat left on the pendant. Why don't you wear it around your neck?" This Lu Muyun was quite interesting. She also didn't know why she suddenly felt this way today. In the past, she wasn't like this. "No need, just keep it in your pocket." At this point, Song Qian changed the subject. "Miss Lu, there's an important matter we need to handle quickly." After a short pause, Song Qian continued. "Your grandfather's illness has been cured, but aren't you curious why he was affected by the soul-locking spell?" This question was perfectly timed. Even if Song Qian didn't ask, Lu Muyun would have. "I really want to know how the other person managed to make my grandfather fall under the soul-locking spell. We must find the source of the problem." Song Qian smiled slightly. "The answer is in your grandfather's room." "In my grandfather's room?" Lu Muyun was stunned. Song Qian briefly explained the situation to Lu Muyun. After hearing it, she suddenly stood up. "Then let's go to my grandfather's room right away." Song Qian also stood up. "Let's go. Hopefully, that thing is still there." Lu Taichu's room was on the 4th floor of the villa, while the dining room was on the 2nd floor. Lu Muyun and Song Qian were now on the 3rd floor. Actually, just now, Song Qian had been watching closely to see if Lu He was sneaking around to the old man's room. But Lu He made no move at all. Using the opportunity of carrying things, the two of them went to the 4th floor and entered the old man's room. Song Qian used the Lotus Heavenly Eye to check. The item was still there. "Miss Lu, I sense that the item is still in the room. I know Lu He placed it there, but honestly, if I ask him directly, he would never admit it. Maybe we can try this." Song Qian whispered a few words into Lu Muyun's ear. After hearing, she immediately gave a thumbs up and took action. She left the room, found a spare phone. Then, she turned on the camera, aimed it at a specific spot as Song Qian instructed, and hid the phone. After doing all this, they left. On the way downstairs, while Lu Muyun wasn't paying attention, Song Qian moved her mind and stored the flower petal pendant into the lotus space. They reached the 1st floor living room, where everyone was still there. In the living room, everyone was chatting and laughing. Lu He and Lu Ji, to match the current atmosphere and force smiles, were just doing their best. Suddenly, Lu He's expression froze. He clearly remembered that Lu Muyun always wore a pendant around her neck. Everyone in the family knew it was a family heirloom. But now, the pendant was missing. That pendant was a symbol of status and identity. Both men and women could wear it, but only the heir of the Lu family would have such a pendant. Why was the pendant missing? Since it was gone, someone could use that to cause trouble. "Lu Muyun, if I remember correctly, your grandfather gave you a family heirloom that you've been wearing around your neck. Where is it?" At Lu He's reminder, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Muyun's neck, making her feel very embarrassed. Lu Muyun wanted to speak, but Lu Taichu interrupted. "It was I who asked Muyun to take it off. You don't need to ask about this." Right after Lu Taichu finished speaking, Li Chunmei also looked surprised and said, "Dad, if I remember correctly, that pendant is a family treasure. Once worn, it shouldn't be taken off easily. Why did you ask her to take it off?" Lu Ji, sitting nearby, looked curious too. Since he learned that the pendant was given to Lu Muyun, he hadn't seen her take it off. Today, with Grandpa just recovering, it was a good day. Why would she take off the pendant? "My decision is none of your business," Lu Taichu said firmly. As the head of the Lu family, he didn't want to explain too much. Now that the pendant was given to Song Qian, the more they explained, the more doubts they had. Seeing Grandpa's displeasure, Lu He felt even more puzzled. The pendant had already been given to Lu Muyun. It couldn't be taken back unless it was passed to someone else. Otherwise, it would stay with Lu Muyun. Lu He rubbed his temples, deep in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. "I remember now," Lu He said cautiously. "During dinner just now, I noticed the pendant was still hanging on Lu Muyun's neck. Now it's gone. Could it have been given to Dr. Song?" At this moment, Lu He was just testing. Lu Ji also seemed to remember something after Lu He's hint. Yes, Lu Muyun took Dr. Song upstairs, saying she wanted to ask about something. After they came back, the pendant was gone. What Lu has said isn't impossible, Lu Ji said, looking at Song Qian. Li Chunmei was stirring trouble, saying, Lu Muyun, the pendant is a family treasure of the Lu family. You wouldn't really give it to Dr. Song, would you? The questions from these people made the scene a bit awkward. Lu Taichu frowned, his lips twitching slightly. About giving the pendant to Dr. Song, Lu Muyun acted on his own initiative, but he had already discussed it with Lu Taichu before giving it, and he had agreed. Since everyone was questioning, it was better to clarify everything openly. Lu Taichu stroked his beard, stood up from his seat, and looked at the troublemakers with a commanding gaze. If you're so eager to know, I'll tell you the truth. Yes, with my approval, the pendant has been given to Dr. Song. Seeing that Grandpa had clarified the matter, Lu Muyun took over and briefly explained the situation. This is how it is. The reason Dr. Song agreed to treat Grandpa was because of this pendant. Although the pendant is worth millions, compared to Grandpa's health, what is a single pendant? Even 10 pendants are worth it. My decision is not for you to question. Song Qian didn't expect Lu Ha to be so formidable. In a flash, he realized the pendant was no longer there. Now that everything was clear, there was no need to hide it anymore. Anyway, the pendant was already in his hands. No one could take it away. Yes, I did give the pendant to him. But that was a condition for treating my grandfather. Now that my grandfather has recovered, is it wrong for me to take the pendant? Originally, Song Qian's treatment of Grandpa had disrupted his plans, and now he had taken the pendant too. Lu Ha was not willing to accept this. Dr. Song, you treated my grandfather, but why did you only want this pendant and not anything else? I suspect that the reason my grandfather got sick might be because you were secretly causing trouble. Shut up, Lu Taichu shouted loudly. How dare you slander Dr. Song? Who gave you the courage? Do you want to die? Song Qian was the savior of the Lu family. Not only did he save Lu Taichu, but he also saved Lu Muyun. Yet Lu Ha dared to slander his benefactor. Faced with Lu Taichu's anger, Lu Ha hesitated for a moment, but still forced himself to speak up and stir trouble in this matter. Grandpa, you can hit me or scold me, but I still have to say this. The pendant is our Lu family's treasure, passed down through many generations. It can't be given away easily to outsiders. This pendant is a keepsake from our ancestors. Without it, it's like losing the protection of our ancestors. Lu Fuxing sat nearby, hesitant to speak. This matter, the old man was indeed wrong. Treasures like the pendant should not be given to outsiders. But Lu Fuxing dared not speak up. The old man was wrong, and he himself had not done well today. Enough, Lu Taichu shouted. Dr. Song agreed to treat me, and the pendant is the key condition. There's nothing more to say. Song Qian smiled coldly, looking at Lu Ha. This young man had been opposing him all day. Since that's the case, he decided to show him some color and let him taste some hardship. Young Master Lu Ha, you just said that the old man's illness was caused by my scheming behind the scenes. Where does that come from? Lu Ha didn't realize that Song Qian was planning to teach him a lesson. Hearing Song Qian's words, he suddenly felt amused. This kid wanted to argue with him, which was exactly what he wanted. Dr. Song, I have a question. Lu Muyun's pendant has been hanging around her neck, with only the chain showing. You knew that treating my grandfather could earn you a lot of money. So why did you want the pendant? This question was very tricky. It also showed that before treating the illness, Song Qian had already coveted the pendant, even knowing its value. Song Qian's face was cold, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. I don't want to explain too much about the whole story. If young Master Lu has any doubts, just be straightforward and honest. Lu Taichu was about to speak, but Song Qian waved his hand. It was a signal for Lu Taichu to let Lu Ha finish speaking. Lu Ha crossed his arms, staring sharply at Song Qian, then took 2 steps forward. Since Dr. Song says so, I won't hold back. I suspect that before my grandfather fell ill, you had already set your sights on this pendant. You used some unknown method to make my grandfather sick, then made demands, and now you're here to treat him. The goal is simple. You want this pendant. Lu He's words were quite clever. He successfully shifted the focus of the conflict onto Song Qian. If one day the old master discovers that his illness was caused by someone using a soul-locking spell, Lu Ha could also say that the person who cast the spell was the long-planned Song Qian. He could even accuse Lu Muyun of colluding with Song Qian. This would be a perfect double attack, showing malicious intent. You're spreading false accusations. Lu Muyun could tell that Lu He's words implied he was involved. Let him continue, Song Qian said with a cold smile. Lu He thought these two were feeling guilty, so he became bolder. Dr. Song, is it true that my grandfather's illness was part of your long-term plan? Do you admit it or not? Be honest. Song Qian chuckled and looked around at everyone. Lu He, your ancestors are watching you from above. If you slander me like this, aren't you worried about their punishment? Song Qian's words were a setup for what was to come, making it easier to deal with Lu He. But Lu He didn't realize this at all. I haven't done anything wrong, and my ancestors aren't blind. How could they punish me? Lu He said proudly. Lu He, since you say you didn't do anything wrong, do you dare to swear to the heavens? Swear to your ancestors? Swearing was just a childish game. If swearing could really change things, even dogs would stop eating dirt. Lu He didn't believe in such nonsense. Huh, of course I dare, Lu He said stubbornly. Seeing Lu He fall into his trap, Song Qian felt secretly pleased. Arrogant people always pay the price for their arrogance. Originally, in old Master Lu's room, Lu Muyun had a phone ready to gather evidence that Lu He was harming his grandfather. But now, Song Qian planned to use a different approach. Young Master Lu, since you dare to swear, I ask you to swear to the heavens and your ancestors that your grandfather's illness has nothing to do with you. It's all my doing. I request your ancestors to punish me. Lu He secretly chuckled at Song Qian's words. Swearing was just a simple act. What was there to be afraid of? He didn't believe it. After swearing, he thought the ancestors wouldn't punish him. If the ancestors are watching from heaven, they should punish Lu Muyun. As a woman, she shouldn't be in charge of the Lu group. Lu He coughed and looked up at the ceiling. He closed his eyes slightly, preparing to swear very seriously. Lu Taichu sat nearby, feeling curious. With such great medical skills, why was Dr. Song playing this kind of game with Lu He? What was his real purpose? Lu Muyun stood with her hands behind her back, feeling confused. She couldn't understand why Song was doing this or what he wanted. Does swearing really work? If swearing works, then how many men in the world swear to their girlfriends every day? They would have been struck by lightning long ago. If swearing is effective, then no one in the world would tell lies. Lu Muyun couldn't figure it out and looked puzzled. What is Dr. Song really trying to do? Dr. Wang, Director Sun, and the others all stared with wide eyes, feeling confused and a bit amused. Swearing is just a silly trick. Who believes it? Only fools do. Just then, Lu He's voice came through. I swear to the heavens, I swear to the ancestors, that my grandpa's illness has nothing to do with me. I haven't done anything wrong to Grandpa. If I tell a lie, may the heavens punish me. May the ancestors punish me. As soon as Lu He finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed his neck with both hands, as if possessed by an evil spirit, and collapsed to his knees, crying out loudly. Everyone at the scene was stunned. What was happening? Was he being punished by the ancestors? How could this be? Li Chunmei saw this and furrowed her brows. Could it be that her son was sick? He was fine just a moment ago. Why was he acting so strangely now? She hurried to go over and try to pull Lu He up. Don't touch him. Dr. Song quickly stopped her. I think maybe Lu He did something wrong to the old master and was punished by your Lu family ancestors. Don't touch him now, or it might harm him. Let him finish speaking. Lu He kept clutching his neck and kneeling on the ground, crying loudly. His eyes bulged, his temples throbbed, and his face looked fierce. Hearing his screams, everyone quickly stepped back. Even the wise old Master Lu was startled by such a strange scene, something he had never seen before in his life. Lu Muyun stood nearby, looking pale and frightened. She couldn't understand why Lu He was acting so strangely. Could it really be, as Song Qian said, that Lu He was punished by their ancestors? If the ancestors could show signs, why didn't they do so earlier? Lu Muyun's mind was a mess, unable to make sense of it. But she didn't know that Lu He's strange behavior was all caused by Song Qian, who had used hypnosis on him. Someone under hypnosis is not in control of themselves. Seeing Lu He kneel on the ground, Song Qian smiled coldly inside, thinking, if you want to fight me, you're still too inexperienced. People like Lu He can be dealt with in many ways, at least 1,000, and any one of them could kill him. Song Qian used hypnosis to put Lu He under his control. At that moment, Lu He grabbed his neck with both hands, his face twitching with pain, and he spoke with difficulty. Grandpa, I'm sorry. It's my fault. The reason you are under the soul-locking spell is because I paid a lot of money to have a master do it, he said, his face twisted with pain. Lui's face was fierce, but he was helpless. He tightly held his neck, trying not to speak, but his mouth wouldn't obey, and he revealed his deepest secret. When Li Chunmei heard this, she panicked immediately. She had helped plan all of Lui's actions. In Lu Old Master's room, there was something she had placed there herself. If Lu He told everything, it would be the end of him. Li Chunmei rushed over, one hand pressing Lu He's head, the other covering his mouth. Stop talking nonsense. Move. Let him continue. Old Master Lu stood up and shouted at Li Chunmei angrily. Terrified, Li Chunmei didn't dare to loosen her grip on Lu He's mouth. She kept one hand on his head and the other over his mouth, afraid he might say more. Did you hear me? Step back now. Old Master Lu shouted again, but Li Chunmei still didn't move. Dad, Lu He might be sick. He's just talking nonsense. Don't listen to him. Call an ambulance to help him. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something. There is no need for an ambulance. There are already 2 doctors at the scene, Director Sun Chanda from Jiangxing Hospital and Song Qian. She quickly thought of a plan and looked at Sun Chanda. Director Sun, Lu He might be having a seizure. Please help him. Don't let him choke himself again. He could lose his life. Sun Chanda looked at Song Qian for help. Song Qian waved his hand and said to Li Chunmei, Lu He is probably being punished by the ancestors. Once the punishment is over, he should recover on his own. I don't think anyone can save him. At this moment, Lu Taichu looked at Lu Fuxing and Lu Ji. Both of you, quickly pull Li Chunmei away. If Lu He goes crazy and attacks his mother, it will be bad. Soon, Li Chunmei was pulled back. Then Lu He started talking to himself. In Grandpa's room, inside that bonsai, there's also a wooden doll. The master gave it to me, and it has Grandpa's name on it. Hearing this, Li Chunmei suddenly collapsed to the ground. Oh no, everything is ruined now. All of this has been exposed by these fools. If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have taken the chance earlier to get that wooden doll and destroy the evidence completely. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. Lu Taichu was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. Come on, let's go upstairs and see. I want to find out if this little brat is telling the truth or not. Is there really something hidden? Li Chunmei crawled up from the ground and rushed in front of the old man. Dad, Lu He is talking nonsense. Don't believe him. Hurry and call an ambulance to take Lu He to the hospital. If we wait too long, he might lose his life. Saving him is the most important thing. If the father took people upstairs, it would be the end. Right now, stopping Lu Taichu might still give us a small chance. Get out of the way. Lu Taichu shouted and turned to walk forward. The others followed behind him, heading to the 4th floor. Everyone, curious, quickly reached the 4th floor. In Lu Taichu's room, there were 2 or 3 bonsai plants. He was furious and directly knocked over the plants, scattering soil everywhere. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The second potted plant was just overturned when a small wooden doll fell from the surface. The doll was completely black, with the name, Lu Taichu, written in red on its back. Above the name, there was a big cross mark. The doll was pierced with 10 steel needles all over its body. Everyone found this scene very strange and creepy. Dr. Wang and Director Sun frowned, feeling it was unbelievable. Such a scene seemed more like something from a TV show. How could something like this happen in real life? It was truly shocking and frightening. The black doll looked more and more like a dark spirit, as if it was emanating a cold, sinister aura that made people shiver. Lu Muyun looked at this scene and felt her hair stand on end. Although Song Qian had told her there was something strange in the room, seeing it now made her break out in cold sweat. This small doll had caused the family to lose millions in medical expenses, a pendant, and nearly caused her grandfather's death. The indirect financial loss within the company was even in the hundreds of millions. That Lu He was so inhumane. For power within the group, he didn't care about his grandfather's life. He was just like a beast. Lu Muyun grew angrier the more she thought about it, wishing she could kill Lu He. At this moment, she seemed to understand something. Just now downstairs, Song Qian made Lu He swear, and Lu He told the truth. Could it be that Lu He was telling the truth because Song Qian made him? How did he do it? Based on what had happened, Lu Muyun was 100% sure that the so-called punishment from their ancestors was actually something Song Qian had done. Lu Muyun turned to look at Song Qian, feeling more admiration and affection for him. The more she looked, the more handsome he seemed. She couldn't help but think that Song Qian looked even more impressive now. He was so capable. She looked at him and felt he was even more mysterious. How many secrets did Song Qian have? She had to find a way to learn all his secrets. Lu Taichu was so angry he looked like he was about to blood. It seemed Lu He was telling the truth. He really did all this. He truly wanted to kill himself. Little brat, today I must kill you, Lu Taichu said angrily, holding the doll and walking down the stairs. I came downstairs. Lu He was kneeling in the living room, still whimpering. At that moment, Song Qian ended the hypnosis. Lu He suddenly relaxed and sat on the floor. Then he regained his senses and felt confused. Hey, why am I sitting on the floor? Lu Taichu walked over and kicked Lu He. Lu He yelped, trying to stand up, but he sat back down. Little brat, do you really want to kill me? Lu Taichu scolded and threw a black puppet hiding behind him in front of Lu He. Seeing this, Lu He was instantly terrified. This black puppet, wasn't it hidden in Grandpa's bedroom? How did it end up in Grandpa's hand? Lu He couldn't figure it out. Puppet, how did the puppet get here? Before Lu He finished speaking, he realized he had said too much. Panicking, he quickly turned his head away, avoiding looking at the puppet. No, I don't know this puppet. The more he explained, the more he denied, and everyone believed that he was definitely involved with the puppet. Moreover, he had just been hypnotized by Song Qian and had said everything he shouldn't have. It didn't matter whether he explained or not. Tell the truth. Where did this puppet come from? Who gave it to you? If you dare to lie, I will destroy you. Lu Taichu was furious, glaring fiercely at Lu He. If Lu He didn't tell the truth, he really wanted to get rid of this troublemaker. To protect his son, Li Chunmei quickly stepped forward. She knelt heavily in front of Lu Taichu. Dad, this has nothing to do with Lu He. It was me. I ordered the puppet to be placed there. I didn't realize how serious it was. It was all my doing. Punish me if you want, but it has nothing to do with Lu He. This incident has a very big impact on Liu He. If not handled well, Liu He will not only lose the power within the Lu family, but may also have his shares taken back by the old master. Dad, we know we were wrong. We were blinded by greed and tricked by others. Please forgive us. Liu He knelt on the ground, holding on to Lu Taichu's leg. Grandpa, my mom and I know we made a mistake. Please give us a second chance. We promise we won't do it again. Please. At this point, Liu He could only beg for mercy. As long as he could temporarily resolve the crisis, he believed that with time, he would have another chance to stand up again. His main hope was that the old master would soften his heart and forgive them for now. Even if it meant a slight punishment, he could accept it. While begging, Liu He felt confused. He seemed to remember swearing to the sky, but right after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt dizzy and his body lost control. He didn't know what happened afterward. When he regained consciousness, he was kicked by his grandfather, and then a black puppet appeared in front of him. What exactly was going on? Liu He racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. It must have been Song Qian who caused all this. Once he managed to resolve the crisis, he would definitely settle the score with Song Qian and make sure to get rid of him. Song Qian, repeatedly ruining his good plans. Now, he even involved the grandfather. Why isn't he exploding with anger? Liu He kept begging for mercy, but in his mind, he hated Song Qian with all his heart. Lu Ji stood nearby, feeling a mix of emotions. He never expected that his grandfather's illness was caused by Liu He. Liu He and his stepmother had acted too cruelly to threaten the grandfather for the sake of the family's power. People like that are too dangerous. He must be cautious of them in the future. Today, his grandfather recovered, but Liu He's position will definitely be affected. Lu Ji needed to seize this opportunity to appear in front of his grandfather, so he could have a chance to take control of the group. It turned out that among the three siblings, he was the least powerful. Through today's events, Lu He will not be trusted again in a short time, and probably not in his lifetime. The future power of the group still depends on Lu Muyun, who remains the strongest competitor. Now that Lu He is out of the picture, Lu Ji's pressure has eased a lot. Faced with their pleas, Lu Taichu said nothing. It was truly a tragedy. By accident, he almost died at the hands of his daughter-in-law and grandson. These fools were too ruthless. They almost took his life. From now on, all shares held by Lu He will belong to the group. He is not allowed to hold any position in the company. Send both mother and son back to their room and lock them in. They cannot leave without my permission. The two begged desperately, but were still taken away. For a moment, Lu Taichu felt a desire to kill. He had worked hard to grow and strengthen the group, so his family wouldn't have worries. Yet, he never expected to almost die at Lu He's hands. At that moment, Lu Ji spoke. Grandpa, my stepmother and Lu He have gone too far. They even tried to harm you. I really can't accept this. Fortunately, Sister Miyun saw through everything and, under great pressure, brought Dr. Song to heal you. Then Lu Ji changed the subject. But, Grandpa, although Dr. Song is our family's savior, we paid a lot to thank him. That petal pendant was passed down from our ancestors, and it shouldn't be given to him. Grandpa, don't be angry with me for speaking out, but I feel uneasy giving away something that belonged to our ancestors. Lu Taichu's face darkened when he heard this. He had thought carefully about the pendant. Lu Ji's words made him consider again, but he couldn't go back on his decision. Moreover, the pendant had already been given to Song. I have already decided, if it weren't for that pendant, Dr. Song wouldn't have agreed to save me. Since I have given it to him, it belongs to him now. There's no need to discuss it further. Lu Taichu spoke firmly, leaving no room for doubt. As the head of Lu Group, he would not go back on his word. The pendant was a gift for his treatment, a treasure left by their ancestors. It should serve its purpose, not just be a decoration passed down through generations. Grandpa, Lu Ji said, I really can't accept this. If this pendant is to be given to Dr. Song, I need to be convinced. Only if Dr. Song agrees to help the group with two things can I truly accept it. Lu Ji's words were a challenge to Song Qian. More than that, they were meant to cause trouble for Lu Muyun. Lu Muyun's face darkened, and he glared at Lu Ji. Lu Ji, don't go too far. Dr. Song isn't part of the group. Why should he help us? He hasn't promised you anything, so why should he listen to you? This pendant was a rare treasure. Song Qian took it from Lu Muyun and also received 10 million from the old master. Feeling a bit guilty, since Lu Ji had made a request, he decided to listen first. Young Master Lu, please tell me your request. Hearing this, Lu Ji secretly felt happy. If Song Qian agreed to his demands, he would have a chance to secretly interfere. This could also be a way to give Lu Muyun trouble. Dr. Song, I know this is difficult for you, but this pendant is truly a family treasure of our Lu family. I have only two small requests. First, Zhao Group in Jiangqing owes our Lu Group 100 million. We need your help to recover this debt, Lu Ji added. But don't worry, this won't be a free favor. If you help us recover the 100 million, you'll get 20% of the amount as a commission. Lu Muyun was furious when he heard this. Lu Ji, are you crazy? The 100 million owed by Zhao Group is a bad debt. Grandpa can't recover it anymore. It's already considered a lost cause. Why are you making things difficult for Dr. Song? If you have the ability, go ask for it yourself. Lu Taichu sighed, looking unhappy. Muyun is right. That 100 million is a dead debt. We no longer plan to pursue it. Moreover, Zhao Gongzi of Zhao Group is not someone easy to deal with. The others in the Lu family also discussed. Yes, since it's a dead debt, Zhao family probably won't pay. It's a bit unreasonable to ask for it now. Dr. Song is a benefactor to our Lu family. We shouldn't make things difficult for him. Not only Dr. Song. Even if the CEO himself steps in, that money probably won't be recovered. How about changing the request? Dr. Song can handle it more easily, and the young master can also get through this hurdle. Considering Lu Muyun's face, Song Qian thought for a moment. Since the other person made a request, he decided to take some time to solve this small problem. It's just a debt. How hard can it be? If the other side is more reasonable, then give them enough respect. If they are difficult to deal with, then use a firm approach. Song Qian has inherited an exceptional skill, which is very powerful. He is already invincible in the world. When there's a chance, he should use his strength to loosen up. As for the Zhao Group, he should try to get involved. On the other hand, he needs to recover the money, plus a 20% commission, which is 20 million. This income is quite significant. Currently, Song Qian is looking for the Lotus Fragment. The only way is to contact more people. Without more contacts, how can he find it? Right now, Song Qian has no clues and doesn't know where the other fragments are. Going to the Zhao family to ask for money. He can also take the opportunity to meet some of their people. Young Master Lu, do you have a time limit? Within half a month, Lu Ji replied. Half a month is quite enough. Song Qian wondered if he should ask again. Can the other side come up with 100 million? Whether he can get the money back depends mainly on whether the other side has money. If they have no money, even if the Zhao group is destroyed, it won't help. They simply can't produce the money. Of course they can, Lu Ji answered confidently. The Zhao group is very strong. Don't say 100 million. Even if they are asked to come up with 1 billion, it's no problem. Hearing this, Song Qian immediately smiled. As long as they have money, he will definitely get the money back. All right, I agree, Song Qian said happily, then looked at Lu Ji. Tell me your second request. Lu Ji didn't expect Song Qian to agree so easily. Although Song Qian is skilled in medicine, his mind isn't very quick. Everyone just said that even if his grandfather intervened, he might not be able to get the money from the Zhao family. Yet, Song Qian still dared to agree. Lu Ji's lips curled into a sly smile, revealing a cunning grin. My second condition is that the group must find a top-tier female star as a spokesperson, with a budget of only 1 million. I hope Dr. Song can fulfill this. When these words were spoken, Lu Muyun furrowed his brows again. Lu Group definitely needs a celebrity spokesperson, but due to various issues, they haven't found one in half a year. In Jiang City, Lu Group is doing fairly well, with assets worth dozens of millions, but across the entire Long country, Lu is just a small company. Top-tier celebrities wouldn't endorse a small company. It's not about money. They are afraid of taking risks. Moreover, they only have a budget of 1 million yuan. Top celebrities wouldn't even look at 1 million yuan. Lu Ji, are you crazy? Trying to get a top star for just 1 million? Even with 10 million, we might not be able to get one. Lu Muyun was furious, glaring fiercely at Lu Ji. Good grief, Lu Ji, what trouble are you causing now? But hearing this, Song Qian seemed to see a new world opening up. Aren't top female stars very beautiful? The Lotus Fairy Emperor once said that if fragments of the divine consciousness lotus fell into the hands of 9 women, then maybe there was a chance to contact female stars. Since that's the case, I'll agree for now, Song Qian said, then asked again. Is there a time limit for the endorsement? Within a month, Lu Ji replied calmly. Song Qian nodded. All right, it's settled then. These two questions seemed to be a difficulty for him on the surface, but in fact, for Song Qian, they were also a way to indirectly find the divine consciousness fragments. Besides, whether he can do it or not, Song Qian didn't need to worry too much. If he succeeds, everyone benefits. If he fails, the pendant stays with him, and he can't return it anyway. For now, he would agree and find time to deal with it later. Since Song Qian agreed, Lu Taichu didn't have much to say. He aimed to help Song Qian solve these two problems during this time. If he couldn't do it, that was fine too. At this critical moment, Lu Ji dared to cause trouble. When the time comes, if he keeps holding on, he would deal with this troublemaker. He was tired of helping his family's life-saving benefactor. Lu Taichu took a few steps forward, picked up the black puppet, and handed it to Song Qian. What should I do with this? Song Qian took the puppet. This thing definitely needs to be dealt with. Otherwise, if we leave it as is, it won't be good for your health. Thank you, Divine Dr. Song, Lu Taichu said politely. There's no need to thank me, sir. I will handle it right now, replied Song Qian. As he spoke, Song Qian held a black puppet in his left hand and drew symbols on it with his right hand, speaking confidently, as if he were a wise master. Lu Muyun and the others didn't know what Song Qian was doing, but they didn't ask. Under Lu Muyun's arrangement, the family members all stepped back. After about half a minute, a miraculous scene occurred. Black smoke appeared around the puppet, slowly wrapping it. Under the smoke swirl, the black puppet gradually detached from Song Qian's left hand and floated above it. What kind of magic is this? Asked Dr. Wang, standing nearby, stunned instantly. His new master was truly extraordinary. Seeing Song Qian's impressive move, Dr. Wang stared with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Earlier, Lu Ji had challenged Song Qian with a difficult problem. Dr. Wang wanted to step in, but after thinking, he decided to stay silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he believed that since his master was so skilled in medicine, those small problems shouldn't be difficult for him. As for the debt collection, Dr. Wang didn't have the ability, but he did have some connections to invite a female celebrity. He believed that with a few phone calls, some dinners, and a little secret spending, he could probably invite a star. Dr. Wang looked up at Song Qian's actions, feeling more and more amazed, as if he had never seen such things before. Director Sun also stared in disbelief, unable to understand what was happening. He was increasingly unsure about Dr. Song. Could it be that this Dr. Song was not only a legendary healer, but also a famous martial artist? That would be incredible. Despite his shock, Director Sun felt even more hopeful. He looked forward to the day when Song Qian might work at Jiangxing Hospital. If that happened, the hospital's reputation would skyrocket, becoming the top medical center in nearby cities. He thought that later, he should find a chance to talk privately with Song Qian and maybe increase his salary, hoping to hire him. Lu Taichu, Lu Muyun, and the Lu family members all stared with wide eyes, as if witnessing something strange and wonderful. Song Qian stood among the crowd, muttering to himself. The black wooden object still floated above his palm. In the luxury suite of Jiangxing Emperor Hotel, an old Taoist man, about 60 years old, dressed in a blue Taoist robe and wearing a small blue hat, sat cross-legged on the bed holding a whisk. Next to him, 2 young Taoist boys stood. The boys held their heads high, their bodies straight, with innocent faces that looked about 11 or 12 years old. Suddenly, the old Taoist's face showed shock and fear. "Oh, someone has broken my soul-locking spell." "What?" one of the boys exclaimed. "Master's soul-locking spell can't be broken? Who has this ability?" The other boy looked worried and asked, "That's impossible. Who could do this? Please, great immortal, spare me." The old Taoist cried out in horror. Despite the pain, he knelt down and trembled, lying on the bed. "Master, what's wrong? Master, don't scare us." The 2 boys were helpless and broke out in cold sweat. They hurried to support the old Taoist from both sides. Suddenly, the old Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff, and his temples bulged. His face was full of shock and fear. "Please, great immortal, spare me." In Lu's family, in Jiangxing, the black puppet above Song Qian's left hand floated slowly, spinning in the air. The black smoke around the puppet grew thicker and denser. "Go." Song Qian calmly said 2 words. The black puppet, as if it had a soul, was wrapped in black smoke and flew out of the house. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Meanwhile, Song Qian kept muttering to himself. His mind was like a drone camera following the black puppet, tracking it all the way to the Emperor Hotel in Jiangxing. The black puppet then entered a room. Inside, an old Taoist man was trembling on the bed, shivering all over. There were fresh bloodstains on the bedding in front of him. The 2 Taoist boys looked terrified and helpless. The puppet entered the room, instantly transforming into a black smoke that entered the old Taoist's body. The old Taoist's eyes blacked out, and he collapsed onto the bed. Seeing this scene, Song Qian smiled coldly. "All right, the puppet matter is settled." Hearing that Song Qian finished, Lu Taichu heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly stepped forward and tightly held Song Qian's hand. "Dr. Song, thank you so much." Song Qian shook hands with Lu Taichu and then let go. "Taking money to help others is what I should do." "Old Master Lu, you're welcome. Congratulations on your full recovery." "Dr. Song, thank you." Lu Muyun reached out her delicate hand and shook hands with Song Qian. Then she looked at Lu Taichu. "Grandpa, you're finally better. I don't have to worry so much anymore." Lu Muyun's eyes turned red as she spoke. During her grandpa's illness, she was very worried. She had to find doctors to treat him and also handle family matters. Her hard work paid off, and today she finally saw hope. "Master, what was that magic just now? It was so powerful." Dr. Wang looked at Song Qian with admiration. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Song Qian just smiled lightly. To others, it seemed like a divine skill. But for him, it was just a small effort. The inheritance of the Lotus Fairy Emperor was truly impressive. Just a simple trick could amaze everyone. Feeling powerful like this was really satisfying. "Just a small trick, no need to make a fuss," Song Qian said casually. But everyone else didn't see it that way. In the eyes of the Lu family members, he was almost like a god. Most people present admired him deeply. At that moment, Lu Taichu suddenly spoke. "Dr. Song is a master from beyond the world. Not only is his medical skill amazing, but his magic is also earth-shaking. I want to warn everyone here. Anyone in the Lu family who disrespects the doctor, I will be the first to eliminate them. Lu Taichu looked at Lu Ji with angry eyes. Especially you. You better behave. If you dare to cause trouble, don't blame me, this old man, for being ruthless. Lu Ji lowered his head and said nothing. Just now, he had made 2 requests to Song Qian, but he never expected that Song Qian was not only a great doctor, but also skilled in magic. Now, things were getting complicated. Old master, there's no need to scare him. Song Qian spoke calmly, his eyes turning to Lu Ji. My friend, for Miss Muyun's sake, I won't argue with you for now. But, he paused for a moment before continuing. But if you dare to play any tricks in secret, even if others don't know, I'll find out easily. You'd better not try anything, or you'll regret it. Lu Ji was a clever man and didn't dare to act recklessly. He looked up at Song Qian with a false smile. Don't worry, Dr. Song. You promised to fulfill my 2 requests. As long as you do that, I won't play any tricks. Although he said this, he didn't really mean it. How could Song Qian possibly get the Zhao family's money back? Once he went to the Zhao family, they would surely make trouble for him. At that time, Lu Ji could take advantage of the situation and turn things around against Lu Muyun. It would be a perfect plan. The members of the Lu family soon went off to handle their own matters. Dr. Wang and Director Sun also left one after another. Dr. Song, the situation between you and Xuan Man and Su Jun how might be a bit troublesome. Do you need my help? Lu Muyun asked with concern. Song Qian waved his hand. I'll handle it myself. What's going on? Let Muyun help you. Lu Taichu said quickly, glancing at his granddaughter. Muyun, Dr. Song is our family's benefactor. If he ever faces any trouble, you must do everything you can to help him. Lu Muyun nodded firmly. Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what to do. Even if her grandfather hadn't said it, she would have done the same. At this point, Lu Muyun changed the topic. Grandpa, the 2 requests Lu Ji made are really too difficult for Dr. Song. I think we should just let it go and give Lu Ji a small lesson instead. Lu Taichu stroked his beard and thought for a moment. He also wanted to see what other abilities Song Qian had besides his medical skills. These 2 tasks could serve as a test for him. If he passed, Lu Taichu planned to let Lu Muyun marry him. Although Song Qian's medical skills already exceeded the Lu family's highest standards for a son-in-law, the better the future husband, the better for the family. Lu Taichu wanted to know more about Song Qian's true abilities. What secrets does this Song money still hold? Liuji's 2 requests are also a test of him. Whether Song money can succeed or not, Lu Taichu won't blame him. If he succeeds, everyone is happy. If not, just forget it. All right, since Dr. Song just agreed in front of everyone, let's let him try first, and then see what happens, Lu Taichu said, looking at Lu Muyun. By the way, about the debt collection and inviting a celebrity, you must fully cooperate with Dr. Song. If he needs anything, you have to support him. Got it, Lu Muyun nodded with a smile. Lu Taichu stood up from his seat, stretched lazily. Muyun, since I got sick, I haven't been to the company. I want to go see it. You stay here and keep Dr. Song company. After saying that, Lu Taichu turned and headed for the door. He hadn't been to the company in a long time and really wanted to see it. On the other hand, he's an old man sitting with 2 young people. Talking might be a bit awkward for them. He leaves so they have enough space to talk. Little Qian, where did that black puppet fly to? Grandpa asked suddenly after leaving. I'm getting more and more curious. Song Qian smiled and said, it went to its usual place. As for where exactly, I think it's better if you don't know. Seeing that Song Qian wouldn't say more, Lu Muyun didn't press further. She stood up, twisting her slender waist like a water snake, and sat next to Song Qian. Little Qian, I heard you say that in Xuemian is your ex-girlfriend. So, are you single now? Song Qian looked a bit embarrassed and nodded. That's right. You've been to my house twice and seen my family situation, an old, dilapidated house about to fall apart. And we're so poor that it makes a clanging sound. Who would look up to me, a country bumpkin? Before he finished, Lu Muyun quickly reached out her delicate hand and covered Song Qian's mouth. Don't belittle yourself. After a pause, Lu Muyun asked again. You haven't answered the question just now. Are you single? What's wrong? Song Qian asked back. Are you interested? Suddenly, Lu Muyun's face turned red. She didn't expect Song Qian to speak so directly. After thinking for a few seconds, Lu Muyun turned her head to look at Song Qian. Then, Do you think I am more beautiful than your ex-girlfriend in Shuamian? Song Qian turned to the side and looked seriously at Lu Muyun. No matter which aspect you compare, she can't be compared to you. She's not even worth tying your shoelaces, let alone comparing. Lu Muyun is very beautiful, with a figure and face that could make people stop and stare. And Shuamian is nothing special. Lu Muyun has a pointed chin and a delicate, oval face. Wherever she goes, she attracts admiring looks from men. Someone like in Shuamian, who is plain and ordinary, can't compare to her. Really? Lu Muyun smiled happily. Although what you said isn't entirely true, I am also considered pretty. I like hearing that. Then Lu Muyun added, since that's the case, your ex-girlfriend is getting married the day after tomorrow. They keep insisting that you attend the wedding. How about I go with you so they won't say you're poor or can't find a girlfriend? Song Qian chuckled and waved his hand. Thank you, Sister Muyun, but this is a private matter between me and my ex. I should handle it myself. I appreciate your kindness. Then I won't insist, Lu Muyun said, then changed the subject. By the way, you cured my cervical cancer. I haven't properly thanked you. I plan to buy you a new car. I hope you won't refuse. Let's go buy a car now. Lu Muyun reached out and pulled Song Qian up. The reason for giving Song Qian a car was, first, to thank him. Second, Song Qian had promised Lu Ji that he would go to collect a debt in a few days. Since Song Qian had his own car, it would be more convenient for him to go. What? Buy a new car? Although Song Qian stood up, he was still a bit stunned. He had thought about buying a car for himself, but not now. At home, Song Qian planned to build a villa, but he hadn't found a construction team yet. Buying a car now would be pointless because there was nowhere to park it. Even if he wanted to buy a car, he would need to finish building the house first. Right now, Song Qian had a lot of money in his pocket. Even if he built a house and bought a new car at the same time, it wouldn't be a problem. But these two things should be discussed with his parents first. Yes, I am just taking you to buy a car. Liu Muyun said this confidently, arm in arm with Song Qian. Big Sister Muyun, maybe we shouldn't buy a car yet. Our house is about to fall apart. I'll go back first to build a new house, and then we can buy a car. Liu Muyun smiled gently. Building a house and buying a car are not conflicting. Besides, the car is a gift from me, so you can't refuse. She was very assertive and pulled Song Qian to go outside. Song Qian politely hesitated but finally agreed. Buying a car is inevitable, so let's just do it. In the car, Zhao Kiki was driving, with Song Qian and Liu Muyun sitting in the back. Kiki, take us to Jiangcheng Auto World. Got it, Mississippi, don't worry. Zhao Kiki started the car, and it sped off. At this moment, Liu Muyun spoke again. By the way, about your house construction, I have a construction team. I can introduce them to you. Hearing this, Song Qian was immediately happy. This Miss Liu Muyun is really thoughtful. Thank you, Sister Muyun. Please arrange it. Liu Muyun took out her phone and started making a call. After a couple of minutes, she hung up and said, it's arranged. They will bring the designers to your house tomorrow. Based on the site, they can start construction tomorrow under normal circumstances. Really so fast? Song Qian smiled happily. They chatted happily and soon arrived at Auto World. After parking, the three got out of the car. Xiao Qian, wait a moment. I need to go to the restroom, Liu Muyun said and turned toward the bathroom. I'll go too. Miss, wait for me, Zhao Kiki said, following closely behind Liu Muyun. All right, I'll go to the main hall over there and take a look. Okay. Liu Muyun turned back. You stay in the main hall. Kiki and I will be right back. As soon as they entered the exhibition hall, Song Qian saw two people. It was in Xueman and Su Juanhao. How come these two are here? What a coincidence. Seeing them, Song Qian didn't want to get involved and planned to leave and look at other sales shops. However, and Xueman saw him. Oh, look who it is. Isn't this the fool from Peach Blossom Village? Song Qian and Xuemian was holding Su Juanhao's arm as they walked towards Song Qian. You're such a fool. How did you come inside? Are you here to steal something? You can't steal the cars here. Seeing Song Qian and Xuemian spat out harsh words. Yesterday, under Lu Muyun's pressure, they had to kneel before Song Qian, and Xuemian was still holding back her anger. But today, seeing Song Qian again, she wanted to regain some face. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Juanhao continued. Song Qian, you idiot. Do you know we're planning to buy a car? Are you following us to threaten us and ask for money? Faced with their insults, Song Qian smiled coldly. This is the car world. You can come here to buy cars, so why can't I come? And Shuamian mocked him. Haha, do you even know where this is? This is Jiangxing Car World, a luxury car sales center. The cheapest cars cost at least 2 or 300,000. You're just a recovered fool. Do you have money to buy a car? Exactly, Su Juanhao added. He's such a fool. Forget buying a new car. Even buying a bicycle would be difficult for him. Song Qian didn't expect these two to be so arrogant. Su Juanhao and Shuamian, we haven't settled our score yet. You're already acting so cocky. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. Faced with their arrogance, Song Qian really wanted to hit them. But after thinking, he held back. These two were about to get married, and the best way to punish them was during their wedding. If I remember correctly, your wedding is the day after tomorrow. You're about to get married. Be careful what you say, or you'll bring disaster on yourselves. Ha! Su Juanhao laughed loudly. Disaster? You watch too many online novels. Where's this disaster coming from? And Shuamian crossed her arms and looked at Song Qian through her nostrils. Yeah, if there were such a thing as disaster, it would first come for you, the fool. Bad luck always finds the unfortunate, and that's you. And in Shuamian's eyes, Song Qian was nothing. Compared to Su Juanhao, he was completely insignificant. At that moment, Su Juanhao looked at the security guards nearby and waved to them. Come over here. Someone is causing trouble. Under Su Juanhao's call, 4 or 5 security guards quickly arrived. Who is it who dares to cause trouble here? The security captain held a rubber baton, showing off proudly as he looked at Song Qian. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Su Juanhao. Hey, isn't that Director Su from Jiangxing Hospital? Su Juanhao didn't expect the security guard to recognize him. I used to work at Jiangxing Hospital, but I resigned yesterday. The security guard looked at him with admiration and flattered him. Director Su is young and has a bright future. Resigning for a bigger opportunity is a good thing. Congratulations in advance, Director Su. What the security guard didn't know was that Su Juanhao and the others had been fired. His words of congratulations made Su Juanhao look unhappy, and Shuaman's face changed a bit, and she felt a little embarrassed. She pointed at Song Qian and quickly tried to distract the security guards. Big brother security, this person is a fool. How did you let him in? It's disgusting. Hurry up and kick him out. Su Juanhao understood and quickly said, he's not just a fool, he's also a country bumpkin. You guys should beat him up. The security captain looked at Song Qian, who was dressed plainly. He remembered that half a year ago, Su Juanhao had helped his mother when they went to Jiangxing Hospital for treatment. Although Su Juanhao had given him a 5,000 yuan red envelope that time, his medical skills were really good. He cured his mother in one go. Later, the security guard found out that not only was Su Juanhao skilled in medicine, but his mother was also impressive. She was the deputy director of Jiangxing Hospital. It was easier to get medical help if they could connect with Su Juanhao. Stupid fool. Who told you to come in? The security guard raised his rubber baton, ready to deal with Song Qian. Song Qian took 2 steps back, pretending to be scared. He secretly used hypnosis, instantly putting the security guards to sleep. The security captain swung his rubber baton at Su Juanhao. Ouch! Su Juanhao cried out in pain and took a few steps back. He thought the security guard had hit him by mistake and was about to speak and curse. But unexpectedly, the other security guards, holding their rubber batons, struck him hard, knocking him to the ground. Why are you hitting people? Seeing Su Juanhao being beaten, and Shuaman was confused and hurriedly tried to pull the security guards away. The security guards, with their rubber batons, continued to attack her. Oh, ouch. That hurts so much. And Shueman covered her head with both hands, afraid her face would be damaged. They are about to get married soon. If she has a bruise on her face, how can she wear a beautiful wedding dress the day after tomorrow? Song Qian crossed his arms and watched the scene with a cold smile. Seeing both of them fall to the ground, he just smirked. At first, he didn't want to bother with them, but these two fools kept sticking their heads out to get hit. Such behavior needed to be addressed. As for his revenge, it could wait until the wedding. Soon, a crowd gathered around the noise. The manager of the car dealership and his staff hurried over to calm things down. Within a minute, several security guards were pulled apart. Taking this chance, Song Qian ended his hypnosis. The security captain snapped out of it, confused. What was happening? He was supposed to be hitting the person behind, but instead, he hit Director Su. Worse, he also hit Sue's companion. Director Sue, I don't know what just happened. The dealership manager helped Sue Jianhao and the other person to their feet, offering warm words and apologies. Sue Jianhao gasped in pain, grimacing. Why did you hit me, you animals? The security guards lowered their heads, afraid to explain. At that moment, Song Qian sarcastically said, I told you earlier, don't be too arrogant. You might face divine punishment. Maybe they just didn't like you too. Song Qian spoke, then suddenly changed the subject. Su Jianhao, your wedding is the day after tomorrow. I wish you happiness in advance. I have a big gift for you. Haha, he sneered and turned to leave. Behind him, Su Jianhao called out, Stupid Song, I'm just afraid you won't dare to come. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Outside, Song Qian happened to meet Lu Muyun and the others. Muyun, I was just about to come find you. Did you fall in the bathroom? Why did it take so long? Seeing them, Song Qian joked. Lu Muyun's face darkened. She walked over and pinched Song Qian. You just fell in the bathroom. Talking about this, Lu Muyun suddenly changed the topic. By the way, how did you come out of here? Weren't you going over there just now? She pointed to the nearby BMW dealership. It seemed she remembered that when she went to the bathroom earlier, Song Qian wanted to look at the BMW store. So, after they finished, they went straight into the BMW dealership. After walking around, they didn't see Song Qian anywhere. Song Qian shook his head. I was talking about the Audi dealership. At that moment, Song Qian realized that he had gone to the Audi store, while these two went to the BMW store, which is why they had been waiting so long. Do you like Audis? Lu Muyun asked. I was just browsing, Song Qian said with a slight wave of his hand. Since you just went to the BMW store, let's go see BMW now. The three of them walked and talked as they entered the BMW dealership. The salesperson at the BMW store greeted them with a smile. Welcome everyone. I'm Xiao Lu, a sales assistant. If you like any model, I can introduce it to you. Song Qian pointed to the BMW X6. This one looks good. Good eye, sir. This model has strong power, lots of space, high ground clearance, and excellent off-road performance. Xiao Lu enthusiastically explained. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Jianhao and Shuimian had rested for a while before finally regaining some composure. They still felt pain and took shallow breaths. Brother Jianhao, what just happened? Those annoying security guards. Weren't they going to hit Song Qian? Why did they end up hitting us instead? And Shuimian frowned, rubbing her sore body. This is so strange, Su Jianhao shouted. I also find it weird. I told them to hit Song Qian, but they hit us instead. He rolled up his pant leg to look at his lower leg. He had been beaten up earlier, and his leg was slightly scraped. Those security guards, he just couldn't understand. When he called the security captain over, the man was smiling. But suddenly, he started hitting him. It's really unbelievable. Brother Hao, could it be that what Song Qian said about divine punishment? And Shuimian hesitated, feeling pain all over her body. Fortunately, she desperately covered her head. Although she was hit a few times, she only suffered minor cuts and bruises, and her face was unharmed. Otherwise, how can we meet people before the wedding day? Nonsense about divine punishment, Su Jianhao cursed. Song Qian, that fool, said something, and you believed it. If there was such a thing as divine punishment, he would have died long ago. How could a fool like him still be alive? The two argued for a while and rested for quite some time. Fortunately, the Audi dealership responded quickly and compensated them with 50,000 yuan. The matter was settled peacefully. Brother Jianhao and Shuimian, ignoring her pain, gently leaned on Su Jianhao's arm and pouted. You said you would buy an Audi A4 for me, but those rude security guards beat us. How about this? He suggested. You buy me a BMW 5 Series? The Audi A4 costs less than 300,000 yuan, but the BMW 5 Series is close to 500,000 yuan, which is about 200,000 yuan more. Plus, driving a 5 Series looks more impressive, since it was a wedding gift, and Shuimian wanted to get it. Moreover, after being beaten by the security guards at the Audi store, if she bought another Audi A4 now, she would always remember the scene of being hit whenever she drove in the future. That would be too upsetting. Su Jianhao thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let's buy the BMW 5 Series. Wow, and Shuimian squealed. Brother Jianhao is the best to me. I love you so much, hee hee. Ignoring her pain, she smiled happily. Compared to being beaten earlier, her worries disappeared. If it hadn't been for that small incident, she wouldn't have been able to afford a more expensive car. Su Juanhao promised her that the car wouldn't cost more than 300,000 yuan. But now, the price was approaching 500,000 yuan. The two stood up from their seats, and with the dealership manager's help, they were finally sent out of the store like they were carrying a plague. Brother Hao is so good to me, unlike that fool Song Qian. The most expensive gift he ever gave me was a phone, so stingy. Soon, she would be driving the BMW 5 Series. Unlike Song Qian, that fool, who couldn't even afford a tractor, let alone a BMW 5 Series. Following Song Qian meant a lifetime of hardship. Only with Su Juanhao could she drive a luxury car. A few minutes later, they arrived at the BMW dealership. The staff at the BMW store approached with a friendly smile. "Welcome, distinguished guests. What kind of car would you like to see? Let's take a look at the BMW 5 Series," Su Juanhao said. "Please, both of you." The staff gestured politely and led the way, passing by a BMW X7. Seeing the BMW X7, and Xuemian felt a bit envious. "This car is so big. May I ask, how much does this car cost?" The staff smiled and said, "This is an imported BMW X7. All the paperwork done, it costs about 2 million yuan." Hearing this, and Xuemian's heart skipped a beat. It would be wonderful if she could drive such a luxury car someday. A car worth over 2 million feels so comfortable to sit in. At that moment, the staff continued. "Earlier, a Mr. Song bought one with full payment. He's gone to pick it up from the garage. He should be back soon. This model offers great value." "Mr. Song?" And Xuemian paused, surprised. Who is this wealthy young man? He's so rich. If she could meet someone like him, that would be amazing. Someone who can buy a car worth over 2 million with cash probably has assets worth millions. And Xuemian's eyes gleamed with desire. She felt a strong longing. In the BMW warehouse, Song Qian was test driving a car. "Mu Yun, I saw the BMW X6 earlier, but I ended up buying an X7. The price nearly doubled. Is it too much to spend?" Song Qian turned to look at Lu Muyun in the passenger seat. Lu Muyun waved her hand. "What's the difference between 1 million and 2 million? Since you're buying a new car, get a better one." Then Lu Muyun changed the subject. "Besides, if you hadn't cured my sister, with my health condition, what's the use of having billions in assets? Would I leave it to my stepmother and 2 brothers? Don't you think?" Song Qian thought for a moment, seeming to agree. But what does Lu Muyun's net worth matter? If she hadn't met him, her health wouldn't have improved. Even if Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki went abroad, it would cost at least 10 million yuan, and they still wouldn't be cured. However, Song Qian only took 2 million yuan. Plus, this car, it's only about 4 million. The best part is, throughout the treatment, Lu Muyun didn't suffer any pain. Song Qian stroked his chin and nodded. It seemed to make some sense. Then he changed the subject. "When I was at your place earlier, I heard your family say that the Zhao family owes the Lu family 100 million yuan. It's almost like a bad debt. Is that true?" Lu Muyun frowned and sighed. "Yes, it's been 5 years now. The Zhao family has money but refuses to pay. We've written it off as a bad debt. There's no way to get it back." Song Qian chuckled. "If you give me a car, I promise to help you recover that 100 million yuan." No. Lu Muyun hurriedly waved his hands. "The 2 conditions Zhaoji mentioned are just jokes. Don't take them seriously." Zhao Kiki also said, "Brother Song, please don't try to act tough. The Zhao family has a few martial arts experts. We can't afford to offend them." Song Qian smiled again. "Don't worry. I'm just here to collect a debt. Why would I want to fight with them?" At this moment, the staff behind the car said, "Mr. Song, shall we go back to the shop? There are some formalities to handle." "All right, you drive." Song Qian got out of the driver's seat and sat in the back. A few minutes later, everyone returned to the BMW dealership. They parked the car and prepared to handle the paperwork inside. As they arrived at the shop entrance, they unexpectedly met in Xuemong and another person. And Xuemong was sitting in her new BMW 5 Series, smiling happily. She looked very pleased, with Su Juanhao sitting in the front passenger seat. "Wow. I just heard from the staff that a Mr. Song bought a BMW X7 for over 2 million yuan in cash. Could that be you?" And Xuemong got out of the car, looking at Song Qian with a mocking expression. "A man named Song bought an X7 and paid in full. But Song Qian, this country bumpkin, couldn't even afford to buy a car wheel, let alone pay in full for a car. You're overestimating him. Su Juanhao also got out of the passenger seat, looking at Song Qian with a proud expression. Just as Song Qian was about to speak, and Xu Among continued. See, Song Qian, I just finished the paperwork for my BMW 5 Series. It cost exactly 490,000 yuan. Brother Juanhao gave it to me, and Xu Among said proudly. At that moment, Su Juanhao looked around and suddenly saw Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki standing behind Song Qian. His expression froze. Miss Lu, what are you doing here? He asked. Lu Muyun stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Song Qian. I'm here with Dr. Song to buy a car. Do you also want to interfere? No. Su Juanhao hurriedly waved his hands. Miss Lu is here to buy a car. We wouldn't dare interfere. Sorry, Miss Lu. Lu Muyun raised an eyebrow. I doubt you dare to interfere, Zhao Kiki continued. After the lessons we gave you yesterday, you still haven't learned. You dare to speak disrespectfully in front of Dr. Song. If we don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place. Su Juanhao and the other person quickly apologized. They both shrank back into the car like turtles hiding in their shells. The staff working for Song Qian turned around with him and his group to leave. There were some formalities still unfinished, and they had to complete everything today. After they left, and Xuemian and another person got out of the car, she was really upset. How could Song Qian afford to buy an X7? And paid in full. That's over 2 million yuan. She held on to Su Juanhao's arm secretly, following behind Song Qian's group. She wanted to see if Song Qian really bought the car. Just then, she ran into the same salesperson from earlier. Missin, you're back again, the staff greeted cheerfully. I want to ask, there's a Mr. Song who bought a luxury X7 worth over 2 million. Is his name Song Qian? She asked. The staff looked a bit uncomfortable. Revealing customer information was a big taboo for salespeople. If the manager found out, they'd be punished. But this was their customer, and they couldn't just ignore her. Missin, that customer is indeed named Song Qian, the staff replied, then took out his phone. He showed her a congratulatory message he had posted in the sales group earlier. After reading it, and Xuemian's face darkened instantly. She never expected that Song Qian really bought a luxury car worth 2 million. How could Song Qian be so rich? She felt terrible. She had worked hard to follow Su Juanhao. They were about to get married, and Su Juanhao had only agreed to buy her an Audi. After a scolding, he finally bought a BMW 5 Series. But Song Qian surprisingly bought a luxury car worth 2 million yuan, and he paid in full. Who could stand that? This Song Qian, how is he so rich? Could it be that she was supported by Lu Muyun? Probably not. Even if Lu Muyun supported him, he wouldn't buy such an expensive car for him. A few minutes later, they returned to the car. This fool really bought a 2 million yuan luxury car, and Xuemian sat in the driver's seat, feeling very upset inside. She had hoped that one day, when she had enough money, she could buy an X7 too. But unexpectedly, her ex-boyfriend, whom she looked down on, bought an X7 with cash. It's so ironic. Don't be so naive, Su Juanhao comforted her. That car wasn't bought with money. It's probably Lu Muyun's way of getting back at Song Qian, buying him a luxury car to make him owe a huge debt. Hearing this, and Xuemian snapped out of her thoughts. That makes some sense. So, it seems Song Qian bought that BMW X7 on high-interest debt. Otherwise, what? Su Juanhao asked back. Although she thought this way, and Xuemian still couldn't give up hope. She drove her new car slowly. When she reached the roadside, she parked the car and decided to wait. She wanted to see if Song Qian would come out and drive his new car. After finishing the paperwork, Song Qian was about to go home. He drove alone, heading out. Zhao Kiki and Lu Muyun drove their own cars behind him. When he reached the intersection, Song Qian saw a BMW 5 Series. And inside the car were Xuemian and Su Juanhao. And Xuemian, congratulations in advance on your wedding, Song Qian said insincerely. He stepped on the accelerator, and his car sped away. In the evening, Song Qian returned to the town. At that moment, his phone rang. Brother, are you back? As soon as he answered, Song Yao's worried voice came through. I'm back in town. I'll be home soon. By the way, you guys start cooking first. I'm going to buy some groceries, and we'll be back soon, Song Qian said with a smile. It's still some distance from the town to Taohua village. If walking, it would take at least 40 or 50 minutes. Song Yao was a bit worried and asked, Are you free? Do you want me to borrow a motorcycle to pick you up? No need, Song Qian replied firmly. I just bought a new car. I'll drive back later, and we can celebrate at home tonight. Hearing this, Song Yao's face darkened immediately. What? You spent over 2 million on a new car? We still need to build a house. How can you spend money like that? It's not that money. I'll tell you more when I get back. Song Qian hung up the phone directly. At the vegetable market in Jijiang town, Song Qian bought a lot of vegetables. Just then, he unexpectedly met Wang Ergu, who was helping Song Qian carry the vegetables with his younger brothers, bowing and scraping the whole time. When they reached the car, Wang Ergu was stunned. Song, brother Song, is this BMW X7 yours? Song Qian nodded gently. I just bought it today. Oh my goodness, Wang Ergu shouted in surprise. Brother Song, you are so rich. This car costs over 2 million. A few of Wang Ergu's younger brothers also looked impressed. Don't make such a fuss. It's just a car, Song Qian said calmly, but inside he felt very happy. Since receiving the inheritance, his life had changed completely. His master once said that after passing him the inheritance, he would have endless money and many beautiful women. It seems to be true so far. Brother Song, what kind of business are you doing lately? Can I join you? I, Wang Ergu, want to follow you and share some of the good fortune. I'm doing a business you can't handle. If there's a chance in the future, I'll consider it, Song Qian replied as he walked, followed by a few younger brothers. Thanks, brother Song. I'll remember what you said, Wang Ergu whispered behind him, walking carefully and not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, around his car, more than 10 energetic young men and 5 or 6 pretty girls were pointing and talking. That car is so impressive. I heard it's worth 1.5 million. Are you kidding? That's the official price. You probably can't buy it directly from the factory. To buy this car, it costs at least 2 million, maybe even more than 2 million. The first year's insurance and taxes add up. 2 million is just the starting point. It's really extravagant. My car, a Jetta, is probably only worth one of their wheels. The gap between rich and poor is really big. At that moment, Song Qian arrived with Wang Ergu and a few others, walking toward the car. He got into the car, and Wang Ergu and the others put the vegetables in the back. Take care, brother Song. Song Qian drove toward Taohua village. Left behind, Wang Ergu and the others watched in surprise. That person is really hard to judge. A few days ago, brother Song seemed so simple, I never thought he'd be driving a luxury car now. Exactly. Brother Song is really impressive. That day, we even wanted to pick a fight with him, but he handled us easily. In the future, I definitely want to follow brother Song. In the car, Song Qian was on the phone. Since he bought a new car, he wanted to celebrate and also tell the villagers in Taohua village that he was no longer the fool he used to be. Soon, he called Zhang Yibei. Yibei, I bought a new car today. Come over tonight for dinner and celebrate together. You bought a new car? Is it a Wuling or a Chang'an? Although Zhang Yibei knew Song Qian had some money, these two brands were the most popular and trusted in the countryside. They were affordable, with high ground clearance, making them convenient. Hearing this, Song Qian found it amusing. Zhang Yibei, with her big chest, really looked down on him. I won't say more now. You'll see soon. He hung up and called Su Taohua. Sister Taohua, I bought a new car. Come to the village entrance and wait for me. We'll go to my house for dinner. My sister and the others are already cooking. Okay. Sister will be there soon. Su Taohua was very happy. She was just about to call Song Qian. Little brother Qian, remember what I told you yesterday. Don't forget, you bought a new car today, and tonight you're coming to my house to celebrate. Before Song Qian could reply, Su Taohua added, Oh, and I went to town today and bought some stockings that all the men love. I'll wear them for you later, and I promise you'll like it. Hee hee. Su Taohua giggled happily, her heart pounding. To look pretty, and she really did it. Today, she bought some nice things in town. Sister Taohua, what are you doing? Song Qian hesitated and felt a bit embarrassed. This charming widow, Su Taohua, really has a fondness for him. Since the time was right, he decided to take her in. I won't talk anymore. Sister will wait for you at the village entrance. Before Song Qian finished speaking, Su Taohua interrupted him. At Song Qian's house, his mother and sister were busy cooking. What? Your brother bought a new car? Song Qian's mother, Lu Shufan, asked while stir-frying, looking at Song Yao with some concern. Song Qian had told them he earned 200,000 yuan yesterday. But given the family situation, 200,000 yuan isn't a lot. They had just spent 60,000 yesterday, and Song Qian was still eager to build a house. Now, he had bought a new car. Even if the car was modest, it probably cost around 80,000 or 90,000 yuan. So, the 200,000 yuan was almost gone. This kid, he's been through a lot these past 2 years and doesn't seem to appreciate it. That 200,000 yuan is almost gone just like that. Song Yao nodded. My brother said so. He just called me and said Sister Tao Hua and Zhang Yibei are coming to eat. Their mother's worries, Song Yao didn't know about. But one thing she was sure of, Song Qian helped that female CEO get treatment and earned 2 million yuan. Even if he spent over 100,000 yuan on a car, he'd still have around 170,000 or 180,000 yuan left. That's plenty of money. When Song Qian returns, she plans to have him build a new house. Just then, their father, Song Yongfu, came in. Xiao Yao, you said your brother bought a car? Song Yao nodded again. That's what he said on the phone. He probably bought it. He's even planning to celebrate. Hearing this, Song Yongfu's face darkened. This kid is really something. He finally earned some money, and he spends it so recklessly. Even if we had a mine, we couldn't afford to keep wasting like this. Song Yongfu muttered, feeling heartbroken. From their parents' tone, Song Yao sensed something was wrong, so she quickly comforted them. It's just a car. My brother probably spent around 80,000 yuan at most. If he's out of money, he can go work at Jiangxing Hospital. Maybe the director's son at Jiangxing Hospital already paid my brother a month's salary in advance. My brother was happy and bought the car. Don't blame him. Today is a good day. After Song Yao spoke, both of them felt a little more at ease. At the entrance of Peach Blossom Village, Su Peach Blossom was dressed beautifully, standing by the roadside, looking out eagerly. Just then, Zhang Yibei approached. Peach Blossom's sister, who are you waiting for? Su Peach Blossom turned around, smiling as she looked at Zhang Yibei. Isn't this the village flower, Zhang Yibei? How are you growing up so fast? She then looked at Zhang Yibei in front of her. This young girl looked so lovely. Judging by her appearance, she was probably wearing a size F outfit. So full and lively. Zhang Yibei didn't react right away, just smiled slightly. When she saw Su Peach Blossom's mischievous look, she suddenly understood. Peach Blossom's sister-in-law, you're not bad either. It's funny for you to joke about others. If you keep saying that, I might have to surprise you someday. Zhang Yibei playfully waved her hands and tugged at Su Peach Blossom, and they giggled together. Their laughter was sweet and charming. Stop messing around. Are you here waiting for Song Qian too? After she stopped, Su Peach Blossom looked into the distance and then asked Zhang Yibei. Exactly, Zhang Yibei said with a smile. Song Qian called me and said he bought a new car. I decided to wait here so I could be the first to sit in the passenger seat. I want to experience it. Su Peach Blossom joked. Young girl, what are you talking about? That seat is reserved for his future wife. Zhang Yibei didn't mind her teasing. Why bother with all that? I just like sitting in the passenger seat. If he bought a luxury car, I wouldn't mind marrying him, she said casually, then changed the subject. But that's impossible. I guess his car is only worth about 100,000 yuan. I don't believe he can buy a luxury car. A few nearby villages around Peach Blossom Village also had people who bought cars. Her own family bought a car too, a 90,000 yuan Jetta. In other villages, the most expensive cars were around 200,000 yuan. Zhang Yibei believed Song Qian's car was probably worth about 100,000 yuan. Hearing her words, Su Peach Blossom's face darkened. Could it be that this village girl, Zhang Yibei, also liked Song Qian? That was not a good sign. Compared to her, if both of them competed for Song Qian, Su Peach Blossom's chances of winning were much lower than Zhang Yibei's. Zhang Yibei is very beautiful and is the village flower of Teohucan. Her father, Zhang Yukai, is the village chief. Her family is quite well off. The pressure is a bit heavy, and Su Taohua still needs to work harder. To win Song Qian, she must hurry. Yibei, you're a girl, and you talk so casually. If Song Qian really bought a luxury car, you wouldn't want to marry him, right? I'm just joking, Zhang Yibei said with a smile. His silly illness just got better. Even if he bought a luxury car, I wouldn't marry him. Think about it. If he has another episode, I don't want to take care of a silly husband. Yibei was just joking. Since Song Qian has recovered, she hopes he is doing well. Moreover, Song Qian took her fishing and helped her earn 2,000 yuan. Go away. Su Taohua stretched out her delicate hand and pushed Yibei. I think you should stop riding in his car. If Song Qian finds out you're talking behind his back, he might get angry. Bei took 2 steps back and linked arms with Su Taohua. Taohua, I was just joking. He didn't confess to me. My dad wouldn't allow me to get married anyway. If you like him, you should make a move. Bei said with a mischievous smile, looking at Su Taohua. Su Taohua's expression froze, and a hint of panic appeared on her face. What Bei said might be true. In the past 2 days, Su Taohua had hinted to Song Qian several times. Although he agreed, things hadn't progressed much. Just as she was about to speak, Bei's laughter rang out. I'm just joking. He didn't confess to me. My dad wouldn't allow me to marry anyone. If you like him, go for it. Bei's playful words made Su Taohua take her seriously. She bit her lip and made a firm decision in her heart. She had to win over Song Qian as soon as possible. Even if he didn't marry her, they should have some real relationship. At that moment, a silver BMW X7 sped toward them. In an instant, it stopped right in front of the 2 girls. Bei looked at the BMW X7, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wow, a BMW X7, a luxury car worth millions? What did you say? Su Taohua stared with wide eyes, first looking at Zhang Bei, then at the big BMW in front of her. Is it worth $1 million? At least $1 million, Zhang Bei nodded firmly. She had some knowledge about luxury cars, but not very much. But she was sure about the car's logo. She wouldn't mistake it. Song Qian looked out from the driver's window at the 2 people outside. What are you 2 waiting for? Hurry up and get in the car. Come to my place for dinner. The 2 sat in the car, speechless with shock. Just a moment ago, Zhang Bei was planning to sit in the front passenger seat, but now, both of them sat quietly in the back seats, acting very considerate. Su Taohua snapped back to her senses and asked excitedly, Xiao Qian, Bei just said your car is worth over 100,000. Song Qian chuckled. Taohua, you've been tricked. This is a fake version made in our country. It looks the same, but it only costs 120,000. Hearing this, Su Taohua immediately burst into laughter. I knew it. It's just a car. How could it be worth $1 million? Only fools would buy a car worth that much. Song Qian's face fell at her words. Zhang Bei looked at Song Qian's changing expression through the rearview mirror, laughing so hard, she almost cried. Just a few days ago, Song Qian was considered a fool, but he had just recovered. Yet, Sister Taohua called him a fool right away. Xiao Qian, did you hear that? Sister Taohua said only fools buy $1-million luxury cars. Haha. Song Qian kept driving without replying. In just a few minutes, they arrived in the village center. Zhao Tieju's house was right in the middle of the village. When they reached his door, Song Qian saw Zhao Taiju and his wife standing outside. He could only greet them. Brother Taiju, Sister Chunhua. Zhao Taiju and his wife looked up and saw Song Qian in the car. Xiao Qian, you bought a car? Zhao Taiju stammered, unable to believe it. Oh my goodness, it's a big BMW. Is a BMW expensive? Zhou Chunhua asked. Zhao Taiju nodded heavily. Let me tell you, with Brother Xiao Qian's car, we'd have to work and save for 10 years without eating or drinking just to afford it. That expensive? Zhou Chunhua's mouth opened wide. By the way, when did Song Qian earn that much money? How much money did he really earn? And how could he afford such an expensive car? At that moment, Aunt Wang Air, known for her big mouth, arrived. In Peach Blossom Village, she is famous for talking a lot, speaking loudly, and never keeping secrets. She always says whatever she thinks. Oh my, the young man bought a car. Wow, that car is so big. Aunt Wang Air circled around the new car, then went to the driver's side and gave Song Qian a thumbs up. You, silly boy, I heard your illness is better, and you even bought a new car. Did it cost you tens of thousands? Zhao Taiju responded, tens of thousands? No way. It cost at least 200,000 or 300,000. This is a big BMW. 200,000 or 300,000. Aunt Wang Air shouted loudly. Everyone come see. Song Qian bought a luxury car, and it cost 200,000 or 300,000. It's definitely the most luxurious car in Peach Blossom Village. Her loud shout quickly attracted many villagers. Song Qian had no choice but to get out of the car. Su Taohua and Zhang Bei also felt a bit shy, so they got out of the back seats and started chatting with the villagers. Everyone was guessing how much the car cost. Some said around 12,000 or 13,000. Others guessed 200,000 or 300,000. Suddenly, Zhang Dabiao spoke up. You're all wrong. When I was working at the construction site, our boss had the same car. It's said to have cost over 2 million. This car is a BMW X7, definitely not less than 2 million. Zhang Dabiao looked at the car with envy. How did Song Qian, this silly boy, get so lucky? This is a luxury car worth 2 million. He actually brought it home. In the past few days, Peach Blossom Village might become lively again. Not just Peach Blossom Village, but all nearby villages might be buzzing. No one has ever bought such a good car before. But it was Song Qian, the village's silly boy, who bought it. What a strange story, a true wonder of the world. Everyone gathered around Song Qian, praising him nonstop. Xiao Qian, is this car really worth that much? What kind of business do you do? How did you make so much money? This car is so expensive, over 2 million. At that moment, eBay shouted excitedly, "Oh my gosh, it really is worth 2 million. Look, it's this model." eBay handed her phone to everyone. It was a silver BMW X7. The official price is 1.598 million yuan, but prices vary in different regions. Based on online information, the final cost should be a little over 2 million yuan. The villagers looked at the pictures on their phones and then at Song Qian's car. They all looked shocked and couldn't stay calm. Their eyes were wide with envy. When will anyone in Peach Blossom Village be able to drive such a luxury car? No one dared to dream about it. But the silly young man in front of them actually did it. Could it be true that fools sometimes get lucky? Just a few days ago, this young man was acting silly, picking mushrooms and digging wild vegetables. How did he suddenly become a rich man? This change happened so quickly. The villagers gathered around Song Qian, asking questions nonstop. Several of them also searched on their phones to find out the car's price. Song Qian didn't hide anything and simply admitted it. "I was just lucky. That's why I bought this car. Don't be surprised. If you work hard, you might also be able to afford a luxury car someday." But the villagers didn't believe him. Peach Blossom Village has been poor for over 100 years. It's never been wealthy. The richest family in the village is the village chief, Zhang Youtsai's family. But his family only built a small villa and bought a simple car. Their total assets are only a few 100,000 yuan. Compared to Song Qian, even all of Zhang Youtsai's family assets together can't buy this car. They're not considered rich. If other families could make money, they would already be wealthy. What's the use of beautiful mountains and water here? The land doesn't produce gold. Young people leave to work elsewhere. Peach Blossom Village will never become rich. Xiao Qian, what kind of business are you doing lately? Help us out. We're not asking for luxury cars. Just a van would be enough. Yes, I want to buy a motorcycle too, but we don't have money. We really can't manage. Please teach us your business. We'll work for you. And as long as we get paid normally, that's fine. Exactly. After about 5 or 6 minutes, 30 or 40 villagers gathered in the middle of the village. They surrounded the new car, forming several layers of people. The news about Song Qian buying a luxury car spread throughout Peach Blossom Village. These kind and honest villagers wanted to help him, but at the moment, he didn't have a good way to do so. I talked with the villagers for a while, and Song Qian got back into the car. Soon, the car arrived at the house. The scene that happened earlier in the village was repeated at Song Qian's home, and his parents and sister were very shocked. After a long time, everyone finally came back to their senses. Especially the two elders, upon learning that the luxury car was worth over 2 million. They couldn't hide their excitement and exclaimed loudly. Seeing this, Song Qian smiled faintly. Everyone hurriedly started eating. They all enjoyed the meal very much. Zhang Yibei and Su Taohua didn't see themselves as outsiders and were very happy. During the meal, Su Taohua kept smiling, her heart pounding, and she kept glancing at Song Qian, liking him more and more. After eating, Song Qian drove the car to send Zhang Yibei and Su Taohua home. Song Qian's parents and sister also wanted to experience sitting in a luxury car, so they all got in. Song Qian drove the car, giving everyone a chance to enjoy it. He took them to Jijiang town, drove around the town, and then returned to Taohua village. In the car, everyone was talking and laughing, very happy. Zhang Yibei's family lived at the village entrance. After arriving home, she still didn't want to get out of the car, feeling a bit reluctant. It wasn't until Su Taohua reminded her that she finally got out. Brother Qian, your car is so comfortable to sit in. I want to go fishing tomorrow morning. Can you come with me? Zhang Yibei begged. Song Qian waved his hand. I don't have time these days. Maybe in a few days, after I finish my work, I'll take you guys. I want to go too. Su Taohua quickly raised her hand. I want to go too. I want to go, Song Yao said excitedly. Soon, they arrived at Su Taohua's house. Like Zhang Yibei, she was reluctant to get out, giving Song Qian a sad look, rolling her eyes at him, then winking flirtatiously. But she had to get out, so she did. Back home, after feeling happy, Song Yongfu's face darkened again. Son, you spend money too recklessly. If I knew you had over 2 million, I should have used some to fix the house first and save the rest for your marriage. Now look at this, you just bought a car. Song Yongfu sighed deeply as he spoke. Yes, Mother Lu Shufan said. Don't blame your dad for complaining. You really shouldn't spend so much money. This car is very comfortable, but over 2 million yuan? That's a huge amount. Seeing the unhappy expressions on her parents' faces, Song Qian decided to be honest. Mom and Dad, I wanted to discuss buying a car with you, but I knew you wouldn't agree, so I didn't talk to you about it. Let's go inside first, we'll talk more in the house. They went inside and sat on an old sofa. Their faces looked strange. They seemed a little happy, but that happiness was mixed with sadness. They still felt uneasy about Song Qian buying a luxury car. After everyone sat down, Song Qian slowly spoke. Mom and Dad, buying a car is a happy thing for our family. Please don't look so serious. I have something to tell you honestly. After you hear it, you won't blame me anymore. Song Qian decided to be open, so his parents wouldn't feel upset. Here's the thing. Yesterday, I treated Miss Lu. She gave me not 200,000 yuan, but 2 million yuan. Song Yao was there too. Hearing this, his parents' eyes lit up with excitement. 2 million. Song Yongfu stared wide-eyed, his mouth open. Miss Lu really gave you 2 million? Song Qian nodded. Yes, it's really 2 million. Oh my goodness, my son earned 2 million. Song Yongfu slammed the table and suddenly stood up. But in the next moment, his face fell again. Sai, what good is 2 million? It just bought this old car. Son, you need to not only make money but also keep it. If they hadn't bought this car, the old Song family would be the richest in Taohua village. They could hold their heads high and, in the future, switch from cheap wine to erguo when they want to drink. But it was just a flash. 2 million was gone so quickly. Dad, don't be so surprised. Don't worry too much. I haven't finished talking. This car wasn't bought by me. Miss Lu bought it for me to thank me. I didn't spend any money. Didn't spend any money? Song Yongfu's mouth trembled with excitement. All his previous worries disappeared, replaced by great happiness. So, does that mean your 2 million is still here? Song Qian nodded heavily. Not only is my 2 million still here, but today I also made a lot of money. Lu Miyun's grandfather, Lu Taichu, had a difficult illness, and I cured him. He also gave me 10 million. That means I now have nearly 12 million in my account. My parents and sister all stared with wide eyes, gasping in surprise. 12 million? Do you really have 12 million? Song Qian took out his phone and showed them the bank transfer message. This bank card was set up when he went to buy a car, with Lu Muyun and others accompanying him. It only took a few minutes to handle. The 10 million was still there, untouched. Song Yongfu held his phone, feeling very excited. Now that we have money, the old Song family finally has some. Song Qian, the simple-minded one, is lucky. From now on, he's turning his luck around and soaring like a phoenix. Lu Shufan and Song Yao leaned over, staring at the string of numbers on the message, eyes wide with disbelief. After the parents' shock, Song Qian continued, Since you now know I have nearly 12 million, about building a house, just leave it to me. Tear down this one and build a villa instead. Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan hesitated briefly, but then nodded. Building a villa costs only a few 100,000 to 1 million. Since you're so rich, you can take charge. We'll follow your plan. Song Yongfu smiled and said he no longer opposed. If you want to build a villa, go ahead. We support you. Lu Shufan nodded, then changed the subject. But if we tear down this house, where will our family of 4 live? This was a question Song Qian had already thought about. Building a small villa, once the funds are ready, takes only a month or 2. At worst, they could set up a temporary shelter for a couple of months. It's summer now, so they could stay overnight somewhere. If necessary, they could stay at a hotel in town. Also, Song Qian had another idea. The house at Su Taohua's place is quite big and empty. If needed, they could squeeze in there. Su Taohua would probably agree. If that doesn't work, they could rent an old house from Zhang Yibei's family. Zhang Yibei's family built a new house, but a few old, dilapidated houses still stand. They haven't been torn down and could serve as a temporary place. Song Qian shared his ideas with his parents. After listening, the parents still suggested renting the village chief's house, since Su Taohua was a widow. It wouldn't be proper to squeeze into someone else's home. They didn't want Su Taohua to attract unnecessary gossip. Song Qian didn't expect things to go so smoothly. After discussing, the family of 4 happily went to sleep. Song Qian went to his bedroom, lay on the wooden bed, and took out his phone to play for a while. As soon as he turned it on, he saw a message from Su Taohua. "Little Qian, are you asleep?" This message was sent 10 minutes ago. Seeing that Song Qian didn't reply, she sent a second message. "Don't ignore me, sister. If you don't reply, I might come to find you." This second message was sent 5 minutes ago. However, Song Qian was busy discussing building a house with his parents and hadn't checked his phone earlier, so he hadn't responded. Then, several more messages came in. "Little Qian, are you annoyed with me? You don't want to talk to me. Don't worry, sister just wants to be your close friend. I won't bother you. I'm having trouble sleeping, feeling empty inside. Come talk to me for a bit. Okay? I can't sleep, and you're all I think about. If you don't reply again, I will come to your house." Song Qian quickly responded. "I didn't see your messages earlier. Sorry about that. Please don't overthink. I don't dislike you. Please don't think badly of yourself. I was just discussing some things with my parents and didn't see your messages." As soon as he sent the message, Su Taohua replied immediately. "Since that's the case, come to my house now. I'll forgive you. Hurry up, okay?" Su Taohua's voice was soft and sweet, like honey, very pleasant to listen to. "Wait a moment. My parents and sister are still awake. I'll come find you after they go to sleep," Song Qian said, releasing the button and sending a voice message. He thought to himself, Su Taohua is becoming more and more interesting. She doesn't want to wait too long. "You should come quickly," Su Taohua coaxed in her voice message, her voice like a melody. With her sweet voice, she would sing beautifully and make anyone happy. Then, she sent a few more photos. Every photo is stunning and beautiful. One of the photos shows Su Taohua wearing small slippers, with her tiny feet looking adorable and eye-catching. Another photo is a close-up of her face, with red lipstick that looks bright and attractive, more vibrant than a rose. "Is my sister pretty?" In the background of the photo, Su Taohua's soft, sweet voice sounds like a cheerful song. Looking at Su Taohua's pictures, Song Qian smiles slightly. This sister Taohua is truly beautiful. Beautiful, like a fairy. Since that's the case, why don't you come over quickly and keep your fairy sister company? Su Taohua sends a few more photos, urging him again. Each photo shows her with a graceful and stunning look, a beauty that could topple cities and countries. Some of the photos are so captivating that Song Qian can't help but save them. This Su Taohua is indeed a charming widow. She is incredibly beautiful and charming. No wonder that Wang Matzi gets so flustered when he sees her. With her figure, any man would be enchanted. "I'll come over soon." His parents and sister are still awake, so Song Qian doesn't dare to act recklessly. He can ignore it himself, but not Su Taohua. He doesn't want his parents to know about their relationship for now. He's just recovered and doesn't want them to worry. If they find out, they might even force him to marry Su Taohua immediately. Recently, a lot has happened to Song Qian, like catching fish, earning millions, and buying a luxury car. Each event is shocking. Looking at Su Taohua's photos, Song Qian really wants to rush over and be with his fairy sister, but he holds back. He's been too showy these days. It's better to be a little more low-key now. Meanwhile, at the village chief's house, Zhang Yibei is lying on her bed, tossing and turning. In the evening, while waiting at the village entrance for Song Qian, she joked with Su Taohua that if Song Qian bought a luxury car, she would marry him. It was just a joke at the time, but now, that comment keeps lingering in her mind. Zhang Yibei doesn't understand why she feels this way. Could she really have fallen for Song Qian? She still remembers the scene when Song Qian drove the luxury car, worth 2 million yuan. She found it unforgettable. Song Qian said he just got in and drove off. And yesterday, Song Qian earned another 2 million yuan in a rush. Although Zhang Yibei doesn't know exactly how much money Song Qian has, she is sure that his assets are definitely more than 2 million yuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't spend that much on a luxury car. "Little brother Qian, I really admire you. I sincerely call you brother. Since you recovered, you've changed so much and created many miracles," Zhang Yibei muttered to herself. She turned over and became more awake. Which girl isn't interested in love? Could it be? Zhang Yibei tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind full of images of Song Qian, especially his handsome figure when driving a luxury car. Brother Qian, I still want to go fishing. Since that day, she went fishing and returned. Many strange things have happened around Song Qian, each one shocking Zhang Yibei. Every event seems like a miracle in Peach Blossom Village. For example, Wang Ergu was completely convinced by Song Qian, or the way Song Qian claimed to cure someone and actually helped a female CEO recover, earning 2 million yuan in the process. So exciting. Today, Song Qian bought another luxury car. One event after another kept circling in Zhang Yibei's mind, making her feel like she was dreaming, yet everything felt so real. At Song Qian's house, another hour passed. He sat up from his bed, put on his clothes, went outside to the bathroom, then leapt into the air, soaring high. In the next second, he landed in Su Taohua's yard. The distance from Song Qian's house to Su Taohua's home is only about 500 or 600 meters in a straight line, but Song Qian only took 2 or 3 seconds. The Lotus Immortal Emperor's incredible inheritance is too powerful. Since receiving the inheritance, Song Qian used his teleportation technique for the second time. This skill is almost like flying or teleporting across space. If it weren't for the night, Song Qian wouldn't dare to use it openly. Otherwise, villagers might think he's a monster. In Su Taohua's living room, the lights were still on. There was a bedroom nearby, her main bedroom, with the lights still shining inside. Song Qian looked toward the living room, then turned to the yard gate of Su Taohua's house, noticing it was not closed. The open gate was left for him. He approached the gate, gently closed it, and locked it. The slight noise still caught Su Taohua's attention. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Su Taohua took Song Qian's hand and placed it on her body. Touch here, and you'll feel like you've stolen my heart. You say you haven't stolen anything, but since you came to keep me company, I forgive you. She spoke, then stood up from her seat. She stepped gracefully, swaying her soft waist, and walked to a nearby cabinet. She opened a drawer and took out a small box. Holding the box, she returned to Song Qian. Today, I went to Jijiang town and saw a jewelry store having a sale. Since my neck was empty, I bought a necklace. Can you help me put it on? Su Taohua opened the box and handed the necklace to Song Qian. He looked at it and saw the price was 1880. The delicate necklace probably weighed less than 3 grams. This sister Taohua really is willing to spend money. Taohua, why did you suddenly decide to buy a necklace? Song Qian took the necklace and admired it. The thin chain had a heart-shaped pendant, very pretty. Don't be fooled by the price, Su Taohua explained. It's not made of real gold, but of sand gold. I thought it looked nice, so I spent 99 on it. It's just a decoration. She squinted at Song Qian with a smile. If you're willing, someday you can buy me a real one. Besides, when I got married, my husband gave me a necklace. No other man has ever given me one. Haha. Su Taohua said this not to take advantage of Song Qian, but to use the gift-giving as a way to bring them closer. If Song Qian can give her a necklace, she can give him other things in return. Over time, their feelings will grow stronger. I see, Song Qian nodded, realizing the necklace was made of sand gold. It was cheap, and he could just wear it for fun. Maybe someday I'll buy you a platinum one. He said this, then went behind Su Taohua, gently lifting her hair from the back of her neck. Clumsily, he helped put the necklace on her. Unintentionally, Song Qian looked at her neck, ears, and pretty face, all blushing with a faint red. After putting on the necklace, Su Taohua turned around. Her eyes, full of affection, looked tenderly at Song Qian. She withdrew her gaze and looked at the heart-shaped pendant again. Be more careful when doing things. The pendant is crooked. Help straighten it for her so it sits in the middle. It looks better that way. Su Taohua spoke and moved closer to Song Qian. They were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Su Taohua emitted a refreshing fragrance, and Song Qian felt like he was surrounded by a sea of flowers. He reached out to help her straighten the pendant. Su Taohua's figure was simply stunning. Her curves were perfect, some parts a little fuller, others slimmer, forming a beautiful S shape. From any angle, she looked like a perfect picture. She wore pink slippers that matched her cute little feet. Standing in front of Song Qian, they gazed at each other with deep affection. After about 10 seconds, she looked outside the door. Did you close the main door when you came in? It's late at night, and I don't want anyone to disturb us. Song Qian nodded. It's already closed. Su Taowan nodded with satisfaction and turned off the living room light. Let's find a different place to do something proper, she said shyly, taking Song Qian's hand. In the dark living room, cheerful chatter could be heard. Two little mice were searching for food, chasing each other happily and squeaking now and then, as if dancing to the lovely music inside. After a while, Su Taohua fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, before dawn, Song Qian returned home. His parents and sister hadn't woken up yet. Feeling a bit guilty, he slipped into his small room and took a quick nap. He only got up when his sister Song Yao called him. In his old, run-down yard, a new BMW X7 was parked, standing out sharply against the shabby surroundings. Song Qian stretched lazily and exhaled a long breath. Next, he needed to start building a house. After washing his face, Zhang Yibei and her father Zhang Yukai pushed open the old wooden gate of his house and entered the yard. Village Chief Zhang, Yibei, what are you doing here? After Zhang Yukai went inside, his eyes widened like copper bells as he stared at Song Qian's new silver BMW X7, clearly shocked. Last night, everyone in the village was talking about Song Qian buying a luxury car. Zhang Yukai found it hard to believe. Later, Zhang Yibei told him, and he was only half convinced. But when Zhang Yibei said that Song Qian's car was worth 2 million yuan, Zhang Yukai couldn't stay calm. He said Zhang Yibei didn't understand cars, and that the child must have seen it wrong. So early in the morning, he wanted to go see it. Xiao Qian, Yibei said you bought a luxury car worth 2 million. I thought it was fake, but it turns out it's a BMW X7. That's really impressive. Zhang Yukai circled the car 3 times, admiring it from top to bottom, left to right. The more he looked, the more excited he became. A luxury car worth 2 million yuan is simply amazing. Zhang Yibei went to Song Qian's side and said to her father, now you believe it, right? I told you last night, but you didn't want to believe. Song Qian approached the car and opened the driver's door. Uncle Zhang, you can take a look if you want. Zhang Yukai smiled happily, sat in the driver's seat, touched here and there, with a look of excitement on his face. Luxury cars are just different. Compared to our family's car, which costs only tens of thousands, this one feels so much better. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yukai laughed happily, looking very excited. Seeing his father so happy, Zhang Yibei, however, poured cold water on him. Our family's car only costs about 100,000 yuan. If we sold that car, we probably couldn't even buy one wheel of this car. Zhang Yukai turned his head and looked at Zhang Yibei through the car window. You little brat, do you have to talk like that? Zhang Yibei pouted and said, I was just telling the truth. Our car can't compare to Song Qian's new car. Zhang Youtsai's face turned red with embarrassment.